Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 751 to Chapter 805. Law Enforcement Auction Hall. The name of the Law Enforcement Auction Hall was easy to understand. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At present, there were already a few people in embroidered robes standing at the highest point of the 5-story building, looking into the distance. Wujing Town is in trouble. The person in front had 3 strands of long beard. He had a square face and a pair of deep eyes. He asked, "Which shop do you think started the fire this time?" "It might not be these 3. The other person was a bit bloated. He had an oval face and seemed to be smiling all the time. He said, "If we were to talk about the start of the fire, although the speed was fast, there was still a pattern to it. It started from the east, went in a big circle, and then ended in the northeast. According to the report, the fire this time was just a surprise attack. The cultivation of the person who started the fire might not be very high. At most, he should be a level 5 martial emperor. Even a martial king could do it. This should be the conclusion of the round-faced man." "What about after that?" the long-bearded man asked with a smile. He was obviously very satisfied with his subordinate's deduction. "After that, it's different. However, it's obvious that this was done by one person. So far, there are 10 shops that have reported to us." Just as he said this, someone shouted from inside, "2 more shops have been robbed. They belong to the Chu clan and the Bao clan. It's 21 shops and it's still getting worse." The round-faced man immediately changed his tone and said, "This person's cultivation is really terrifying. Even compared to you, boss. I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The few people in silver behind him all changed their expressions. His elder brother was a martial monarch and was the person in charge of the entire flat mountain ridge. This culprit's cultivation was actually higher than his elder brother's. The long-bearded man was silent for a moment before he said, "You're right. This person's speed, ruthlessness, and cultivation are things that I'm no match for. However, we don't have to worry. This is the Xiao clan's territory. Although that person isn't afraid of the Xiao clan, in the entire continent, I have never heard of anyone who dares to touch us enforcers." The round-faced man smiled proudly. "Not necessarily." The long-bearded man said solemnly, "Have all the items up for auction been properly packed? All the precious treasures seem to have been sent into the secret chamber?" "They've all entered the secret chamber." The round-faced man chuckled and said, "Boss has always been meticulous and thoughtful, but this little brother thinks that, this time, I'm afraid that boss is overthinking things. I hope I'm just overthinking." The bearded man's face was filled with worry. A report came from inside. This time, the voice was filled with shock. "News came from the Xiao clan's 3 big shops. All of them have been robbed." Everyone's face changed. This person even dared to rob the Xiao clan. "Be on guard." The long-bearded man ordered, "Everyone, gather immediately." Before he finished speaking, a long howl could be heard. The long-bearded man was shocked and shouted loudly, "Immediately." In the blink of an eye, under the fire and thick smoke in the starry sky, a figure had already appeared. The first time this figure appeared, it was only the size of a sparrow. But the second time, it was as big as a human head. The third time, it was standing calmly in front of the auction hall. It was dressed in black and had a black scarf covering its face. It was looking up at Dong Xuebing. Its eyes were shining like 2 bolts of lightning. It was actually a short and fat man. The other experts from the law enforcement hall, including the 4 from before, were all standing behind the long-bearded man. Everyone's face was solemn as they looked at the short and fat man. They could feel a terrifying aura coming from him. It was a sharp, murderous aura. "Haha, everyone is lined up so neatly." The short and fat man laughed. His voice was bleak and desolate, making everyone who heard it feel uncomfortable. He said, "Come down. This old man is not used to raising his head to talk to people. If you don't want this building to collapse, come down." "Arrogant." One of the law enforcement hall's experts changed. 7 by 7 asterisk, "Go down." The long-bearded man shouted and said loudly, "You have come from afar. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you." As he said that, he leaped up and landed lightly. he knew that the other party was not boasting. With the other party's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to flatten this building in an instant. Seeing that their boss had gone down, the others could only follow suit. Looking from the ground, the short and fat man looked even shorter. He laughed coldly and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. The law enforcement hall is indeed all wise." These words were like a resounding slap to the face. He was clearly saying that the law enforcement hall was cowardly. Instantly, several people could not hold back and wanted to jump out to teach this arrogant man a lesson. But they were stopped by the long-bearded man. "May I know who you are?" The long-bearded man stepped forward and asked with a smile. He was elegant and did not get angry at all. "Don't you see that I have a long face?" The short and fat man was not moved by force or persuasion. He shouted, "You're asking for my name? If I can say my name, why would I have a long face? Is your brain made of tofu? Then I won't ask." The long-bearded man smiled calmly and said, "May I know why you're here? Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I really hope to be friends with you. I don't have anything else. I'm just lacking something, so I'm here to see if you have it." Seeing that the other party was so polite, the short and fat man also became elegant. "May I know what you're lacking?" The long-bearded man said gently, "I'm Qin Baoshan. I'm the person in charge of the law enforcement hall in the Flat Mountain Ridge. I believe that I can help you. Please tell me." "That's good. I've been to a few clans, and this is the only sensible one I've seen." The short and fat man laughed. "Actually, it's nothing much. I've taken in 2 disciples. Their cultivation progress is too slow, and I've run out of purple crystals. I'm here to look for some purple crystals. I don't need a lot, just 800 or 1,000 will do. In addition, I'm lacking some heavenly treasures. I'm not asking for much. Whether it's poison or nourishment, 100 of each type should be enough." The long-bearded man, Qin Baoshan's face darkened. "Your requirements are really not high. 800 or 1,000 purple crystals, heavenly treasures for poison or nourishment, 100 of each type. The entire auction hall doesn't even have so many purple crystals. You're simply asking for our lives. Brother, your requirements are a little too much." Qin Baoshan took a deep breath and said, "I can't take out so many purple crystals now. But, if you're in urgent need of them, can I have a discussion with you?" "What discussion?" The short and fat man blinked. "I can make the decision to give you 30 purple crystals. This is the maximum amount that I can use." Qin Baoshan said sincerely, "I hope that you can think for us and give us a way out." The 13 people behind him were extremely surprised. When did our boss become so soft? He's actually asking for anything? "Everyone, let's attack together and chop this damn short and fat man into pieces." How would they know that Qin Baoshan had already judged from the other party's body movements and tone that this person was at least a martial monarch? If they really fought, none of them would be able to survive. At that time, they would really lose everything. Therefore, he spoke nicely, hoping that this fiend would leave and that would be the end of the matter. Qin Baoshan was also not a kind person. He was also a law enforcement officer and had always been tyrannical. But his tyrannical behavior depended on who he was dealing with. That was why he could live for so long. This short and fat man in front of him obviously did not respect him as a law enforcement officer. 30 purple crystals? Do you think I'm always a beggar? The short and fat man was furious. Qin Baoshan, I thought that you're still a sensible person. I didn't expect to be insulted like this. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. Qin Baoshan shouted, "Brother, wait. How many do you want? Why don't we negotiate?" Of course, this brother also knows that 1,000 or 800 purple crystals is definitely not something that can be found in such a remote place. If you don't have the intention to go against the law enforcement officers, please be sincere and lay down the path. When doing business, one must always be honest. Honesty. The short and fat man laughed. All right, I won't make things difficult for you. Qin Baoshan, you've compromised today. How about this? I don't want anything from you. You only need to take out 300 purple crystals. I'll turn around and leave today. 300 purple crystals. The wrinkles on Qin Baoshan's face seemed to have deepened. He could take out 300 purple crystals. but they didn't belong to him. They belonged to the organization. If he took them out for no reason, he would be severely punished even if he kept his life. Qin Baoshan, what are you hesitating for? You should know that my conditions are already very generous. The short and fat man's eyes flashed fiercely. Of course, Qin Baoshan knew this. The other party had changed from being overbearing to his current attitude. For a raider, this was already very lenient. And from this point, it also showed that the other party didn't intend to fight to the death with the law enforcement officers. All right. Qin Baoshan's eyes flashed and he said, I'll verify with you. If you win, I'll give you 300 purple crystals. If Your Excellency loses. Your Excellency should also know that 300 purple crystals are extremely difficult to obtain. As soon as Qin Baoshan said this, everyone was not stupid. They immediately understood what he meant. If Qin Baoshan was defeated, the organization would have nothing to say if he gave out the purple crystals. Moreover, the 13 brothers' lives would be preserved. If Qin Baoshan was defeated, wouldn't they only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went up? The short and fat man laughed. Qin Baoshan, you're a smart man. Let's fight. With a laugh, Qin Baoshan jumped out. A figure flashed in front of Qin Baoshan. The short and fat figure floated up like a black cloud and circled around Qin Baoshan. After 3 rounds, the figure had turned into a big cloud of black fog. Qin Baoshan unsheathed his sword with a clang. He looked down and held his sword, motionless. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. There are indeed experts among the law enforcement officers. The short and fat man praised. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the cloud of black fog quickly gathered to one side. It was like a whale sucking in water. It disappeared instantly. It actually sucked the surroundings into a vacuum. Second update. It's too late. I'll continue to work hard. After I woke up this afternoon, I felt that my neck was a little stiff. I thought it was nothing, but I felt even more uncomfortable after I finished writing a chapter. So, I went for a massage, which delayed my time. But don't worry. I said 4 updates yesterday, so it's 4 updates. This is a fact. Even Elder Huang can't change it. I'll continue to write, even if it's late. The short and fat man shouted and immediately rushed forward. Qin Baoshan's sword was like autumn water. It suddenly transformed into a sword mountain and covered Qin Baoshan's head. Qin Baoshan did not put on any pretense at all. His first move was to kill Qin Baoshan with great momentum. With a few clangs, the short and fat man laughed like thunder. He actually dashed madly in the sword light. When Qin Baoshan's sword slashed down, he would use his hand to block it. When his palm and the sword collided, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. After hundreds of collisions, Qin Baoshan had already retreated a dozen steps. The short and fat man laughed and said, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go and prepare the purple crystals. His palm struck towards Qin Baoshan. Qin Baoshan tried his best to dodge. His sword was like rain and waterfall. But the opponent's palm floated in like a ghost. Clang! It was a solid palm strike. Boom! Qin Baoshan spat out blood and retreated quickly. The other party rushed up like a shadow. Qin Baoshan only felt the other party's 2 fingers gently caressing his throat. When he was about to die, the other party had already placed a finger on his shoulder. The other party laughed and said, leave some memories for me. Qin Baoshan staggered out. His body spun and fell heavily to the ground. He rolled a few times on the ground before he got up with his face covered in dirt. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest. One of his shoulders had already lost feeling. You're really good at martial arts. Qin Baoshan clenched his teeth and said while touching his shoulder. You're not convinced? The short and fat man squinted at him. Humph. Qin Baoshan snorted and said, go and get 300 purple crystals. The round-faced man knew that he could not do this. And Qin Baoshan had already paid the price. If he did not know what was good for him now, there would be corpses everywhere. He nodded and rushed in. Not long after, he came out holding a white crystal box. His face was twisted and he was very reluctant to part with it. The short and fat man laughed and waved his hand. The white crystal box flew into his hand automatically. He laughed, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. I'm sure we'll meet again. He rose up and flashed in the night sky, disappearing without a trace. Looking at the direction, he had gone to the north. A few hundred miles to the north was a forest. After this forest, it would no longer be the territory of the flat mountain ridge. It would become the sinking sand valley. All the law enforcers were dumbfounded. Qin Baoshan groaned. Only then did everyone regain their senses. Big brother, are you all right? Qin Baoshan snorted and said, it's not a big deal. He had shown mercy when he slapped me, and I vomited a mouthful of blood, and I am fine. However, his last finger sealed my left shoulder, left arm, and left hand. Ah? Everyone exclaimed in unison. This person is a martial saint expert. Qin Baoshan raised the sword in his right hand. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. The blade of the sword was full of gaps. At first glance, it was actually very uniform, giving people the misconception that this was not a sword, but a piece of paper, and it was a double-sided saw. This was a rare good sword, and it was wielded by Qin Baoshan, who was a martial monarch. But Qin Baoshan only used his palms to break the sword into hundreds of pieces. The 13 people sucked in cold breaths at the same time. If we had attacked him together, the ones lying on the ground now would be the 14 of us. Qin Baoshan's eyes were cold as he looked around. Everyone trembled. It's all thanks to Big Brother. Big Brother, you've suffered. Report this matter to the branch immediately. Qin Baoshan nodded. And this person obviously doesn't want to fall out with us, so he showed mercy. But no matter whether he showed mercy or not, he had already offended the dignity of the law enforcement officers. Big brother, are you saying that this person is actually? Everyone asked. Yes, this person is very wary of the law enforcement officers. But since he's so wary, he still came to snatch the purple crystals. This means that he really needs the purple crystals. Qin Baoshan said, short and fat, a martial saint, and lacking the purple crystals. With these 3 clues, this person's identity is no longer a secret. Report this matter quickly. After Qin Baoshan finished his last sentence, he stroked his shoulder and walked inside. Because at this moment, he suddenly felt that his shoulder was hurting more and more, and it was becoming more and more unbearable. Short and fat disappeared like a shooting star. Then, Minister Chu returned to his purple crystals Huichun Hall. 4th Elder Chu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chu Yang return, he said angrily, where did you go? Why are you so late? Chu Yang smiled. 4th uncle, don't be impatient. I just saw that it was very lively outside, so I went out for a stroll. Chu Fian almost fell ill from anger. Went out for a stroll? Why did you go out for a stroll at such a time? Suddenly, he thought of something. Have you recovered your martial power? Yang Fian's face turned bitter. In these few days, he could finally use some of his elemental qi, but he was still far from recovering. Moreover, even if he recovered, he would probably not admit it. Why did you go for a stroll if you haven't recovered? Chu Fian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He flew into a rage. Do you know that your words have scared away more than half of my 3 spirits and 7 souls? 4th uncle, we have an agreement. Here, I have the final say. You're my assistant. I make all the decisions. Chu Yang said slowly, in other words, you're a worker in my clinic. Have you ever seen a worker talk to an old man like this? I'll ask you to be a worker. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Once he did, Chu Fian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pounced on Chu Yang and beat him up violently. Of course, I have some scruples when there are others around you. Now that there's only the 2 of us here, you actually dare to threaten me? If I don't take this chance to vent my anger, when will I? Chu Yang had brought this upon himself. He didn't have any cultivation now, and his parents weren't by his side. So, he had to suffer this grievance in silence. Chu Yang screamed in pain. However, Chu Fian still didn't ask what Chu Yang had done this time. After a while, Chu Fian stopped with satisfaction. Seeing that Big Boss Chu's buttocks had become as big as 4 people, he couldn't help but feel comfortable. He thought, damn it, when there's only the 2 of us, I can do whatever I want with this little guy. That was a great idea. Big Boss Chu got up angrily and went to his room to sleep with a black face. In the middle of the night, only Fourth Master Chu's owl-like laughter could be heard. The entire flat mountain ridge was in a complete mess. Countless armored cavalry came and went. At this moment, it was the Chu clan's cavalry, the Bao clan's cavalry, and then the Liao clan's cavalry. The three big clans were running back and forth, looking for any suspicious clues. Not long after, the Shao clan also arrived. They almost turned the entire flat mountain ridge upside down. The law enforcement hall also issued a new bounty for bloodpayers, bounty for a short and fat man. The bounty was hung high under the words bloodpayers. Big Boss Chu didn't have any business at all, so he went to see what was going on. He saw that the bounty was really well drawn. It seemed that among the 14 people last night, there was actually a painting expert. Minister Chu thought, if there's a chance, I'd like to ask this guy to draw a few erotic paintings. This isn't for fun, but a necessity for my purple crystals Huichun Hall. Erotic paintings are also tools for selling aphrodisiacs. Since early morning, all the medical halls in Wujing town were instantly overcrowded. And those who came were all tyrannical people. He cleared out the crowd of irrelevant people and treated the patients. These injured people were all brought back to their clans last night, but their clans obviously couldn't do anything about their injuries. So, they were brought out to seek medical treatment. None of the big clans dared to invite the doctors back directly. Everyone has injured people, why should you invite them back? What are your intentions? You'll get into big trouble if you do that. Only Big Boss Chu's purple crystals Huichun Hall was still deserted. Not a single patient came. Fourth Master Chu was indignant. F***ck, there are so many patients and so many injured people, but none of them came to us. This is really infuriating. Chu Fian couldn't figure out what happened last night. Of course, he suspected his nephew, but Chu Yang's performance was very innocent. He just came here, and his martial arts hadn't recovered. Besides, even if he recovered, Chu Yang couldn't have done it. So, Fourth Master Chu was confused and almost fell ill. Big Boss Chu lay on the recliner and squinted his eyes. Fourth uncle, don't be impatient. I knew that they would come sooner or later. Chu Fian couldn't be bothered with him. He still went out to take a look every once in a while, but still, no one came. Seeing that it was already noon, Big Boss Chu's place still hadn't opened yet. It was still Big Boss. He couldn't help but scratch his head and anxiously said, damn it, there are also injured people in our clan. Why don't they come to take care of their own business? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and lay on his side, leaving the back of his head to Fourth Master Chu. He cursed in his heart, you're a jerk. You're collecting money from your own people, isn't that voluntary labor, and it's to help Chu Filong. I don't have the time to do so. Until afternoon, no one came. But things progressed very quickly. How could these doctors from the flat mountain ridge cure Chu Yang's poison? Since they couldn't cure Chu Yang's poison, these martial emperors and kings were in so much pain that they almost gnawed on their own flesh. How could they spare these quacks? His entourage would smash these medical centers until they were completely wiped out. Only a few medical centers with strong backing were spared. The rest were basically bankrupt. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Big Boss Chu and his assistant Chu Fian moved out a small table. There were a few dishes and a pot of wine. The two of them took a sip and were very satisfied. The sound of horse hoofs suddenly sounded. A group of people and horses pulled a carriage. Along the way, screams could be heard from the carriage. It seemed that there was no hope of curing Chu Yang's injuries. Chu Fian's eyes were very sharp. He said, it's the people from the Bao clan. It seems that they're unlucky. The one leading the horse is Bao Pingyan, the chief steward of the Bao clan. Look at him, it's as if his mother has died. How satisfying. While Fourth Master Chu was gloating, he saw Bao Pingyan turn his head and look over. Then, he rode his horse forward, cupped his hands and said with a fake smile, oh, isn't this Fourth Master Chu? Chu Fian sat still and said, Bao Pingyan, did someone die in your family? Look at your ugly face. It's as if you're crying for your mother. Bao Pingyan's face changed and he smiled bitterly, Fourth Master, you must be joking. It's all because of what happened last night. Sai, is your Chu clan safe and sound? Chu Fian rolled his eyes, whether or not my Chu clan is in trouble is none of your business. Bao Pingon was only a chief steward in the Bao clan. How would he dare to go against the fourth master of the Chu clan? Laughing bitterly, he rolled his eyes and said, "Fourth master, is this your family's new restaurant?" Chu Fian smiled, "Do you think I wouldn't come if this clinic belonged to your Bao clan?" Bao Pingon smiled, "This is great. A new clinic opened by the Chu clan, and with the fourth master of the Chu clan in charge, you must be a divine doctor. Men, bring the patient in." He turned his head and smiled, "Fourth master, since you're doing business, you can't possibly not let the patient in, right?" Chu Fian smiled, "Since you're doing business, why would you not let those who depend on you outside? But my clinic is different from others. Bao Pingon, you have to magnify your eyes and take a look. Once you understand, you can come in. Don't say that I'm blackmailing you." Different from others? How is it different? Bao Pingon looked carefully. He looked at the couplets and the advertisements. Suddenly, he laughed, "Fourth master, is this really your Chu clan's clinic?" Chu Fian rolled his eyes, "Come in if you want to see a doctor. If you don't, get out. If you laugh again, I'll make sure you don't laugh for the rest of your life." Bao Pingon hurriedly stopped laughing and said, "This is the Amethyst Clinic. But how many purple crystals do I need to see a doctor?" "Fourth master, your clinic is really unscrupulous." Chu Fian smiled, "You're willing to take the bait. If you don't come in, I won't be able to do anything to you even if I eat you alive. But since you're here, don't blame me for the high price. If you can't afford to see a doctor, get out of my way. Don't hinder my business." At this moment, many people rushed over in their carriages. There were still screams in the carriages. Seeing that Bao Pingon stopped here and that there was a clinic here, they couldn't help but stop. In any case, he had searched the entire town but was unable to find anything, so he might as well try his luck here. Bao Pingon gritted his teeth and said, "Bring him in." He turned around and smiled, "Fourth master, you'll only pay after you're cured, right? If it can't be cured. If I can't cure him, will you give me money?" Chu Fian rolled his eyes. "Fourth master is right, but what is the standard?" Bao Pingon asked. "It depends on the patient." Chu Yang was dressed in white. He stood up in an amiable manner and said, "If it's serious, I'll naturally collect more. If it's a terminal illness, I'll naturally double the amount." "This is?" Bao Pingon blinked and asked. "This is the chief physician of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall." Chu Fei Yen snorted, "He's the big boss of this place, old buddy." Bao Pingon was startled. He couldn't help but carefully size up Chu Yang. Then, he suddenly realized, "You must be the Chu clan's eldest young master, right?" Bao Pingon greeted the young master. "I didn't expect young master to have learned such great skills after being away for so many years." Chu Yang's words were a little ambiguous. Chu Yang said lightly, "I'm a physician, and a physician has the heart of a parent. Let's treat him first." Hearing the words "a physician has the heart of a parent," Chu Fian, who had just picked up a cup of wine, spat it out and hurriedly turned his head. "You little brat, you really dare to speak." Bao Pingon nodded and smiled. He looked deeply at Chu Yang and waved his hand, saying, "Young master, please take a look. Can you treat this injury?" The person who was carried in was a third-grade martial king. Under the treatment of Yang San, he was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. His face was sallow, and his body was still twitching. He glared at Chu Yang, gritted his teeth, and hissed, "Little, if you can't treat this grandpa will kill you alive. This guy only cared about the pain just now and didn't hear anything that was said just now." Not only did he not know that Chu Fian was beside him, but he also didn't know that this was the Chu clan's medical center. Of course, he also didn't know that his words had sent his own life to the gates of hell. Bao Pingon shouted, "Shut up." He looked nervously at Chu Fian, afraid that he would get angry. Chu Fian's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled and looked at the man who was in so much pain. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. He thought to himself, "Your words have angered my nephew. It's worse than offending the real king of hell. Why should I be angry with a dead man?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed and he smiled, saying, "His injury is so serious." As he said, he bent down and patted here and there, pinching there and picking the painful spots. But his face became more and more solemn. At the last moment, he held the man's waist and twisted it hard. With a cracking sound, the man screamed, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. You! Bao Pingon was furious. It turns out that it's such a vicious martial art. Divine Dr. Chu looked solemn and compassionate. He suddenly turned his head and said, "What are you doing? Why are you pointing at me angrily?" Bao Pingon's face was extremely awkward. From his tone, it seemed that this young man had recognized this kind of injury. This was something that he hadn't expected. He hurriedly smiled apologetically, "Young master, please enlighten me. What kind of injury is this? You don't know?" Chu Yang looked at him in surprise. "I don't know." Bao Pingon smiled bitterly. He thought, if I knew, why would I ask you? I'm not asking for it, you don't know? What's your name? Chu Yang stared at him, "I thought you knew." Bao Pingon was speechless. As far as I know, this martial art should have been lost. Chu Yang frowned, why did it appear again? Who could be so vicious as to cultivate such an atrocious kung fu? Young master, this is... Bao Pingon became honest this time. Oh, no wonder you don't know. I also saw it in an ancient book by chance. Tens of thousands of years ago, this martial art was called Flying Finger of Netherworld. It's a vicious martial art. As long as it's used, it'll be worse than death. The joints in the body will automatically collide with each other and can't be controlled. If it's not treated within 3 days, the joints will definitely break and the person will become disabled. Flying Finger of Netherworld? Hearing this terrifying name, Bao Pingon sucked in a breath of cold air. Full of hope, he asked, "Young master, can you cure it?" "It can be treated." "It can be treated, but..." Chu Yan dragged his tone, "This kind of injury is not easy to treat. Not only does it consume energy, but it also consumes elixirs. Most importantly, do you have enough medical fees? In other words, purple crystals?" Bao Pingon was happy and worried at once. He was happy because he finally found someone who could treat it. He was worried because the other party seemed to be ready to take advantage of him. From the looks of it, the butcher's knife has already been raised. Bao Pingon smiled bitterly, "But I don't know, is 1 purple crystal enough for each person? Are you insulting me?" Chu Yang was furious. He rolled his eyes and waved his hand, "Fourth uncle, send the guests out." Don't. Bao Pingon wanted to cry but had no tears. He hurriedly stopped Chu Yang, "Young master, the price is negotiable. 10 purple crystals for each person." Bao Pingon was shocked when Chu Yang opened his mouth. There were more than 20 people in the Bao clan who were injured. So, it would be more than 200 purple crystals. This was a huge fortune. Isn't it too little? Chu Fian said reproachfully, Yang, you're too soft-hearted. Bao Pingon was crying in his heart at this moment. He almost wanted to rush up and chop Chu Fian into minced meat. 10 purple crystals for each person, that would be 100,000 white crystals. This guy actually said that he was soft-hearted. What would happen if he hardened his heart? Chu Yang smiled and said earnestly, "Fourth uncle, a doctor has the heart of a parent." Chu Fian nodded, "This is very reasonable." Bao Pingon's face was full of tears. What kind of parent's heart is this? If someone had such heartless parents, he or she would definitely not be able to live past 1 month. Young Master Chu, can you lower the price? Bao Pingon's face was bitter. There was a hint of pleading in his voice. It's really too expensive. You think it's too expensive? You think it's too expensive? Chu Yang flicked his sleeves. I didn't ask you to treat me. Bao Pingon was stunned. Steward. The 20 or so injured people of the Bao clan shouted at the same time. They were listening at the side. When they were in so much pain that they couldn't bear it anymore, it was really a blessing that fell from the sky for someone to treat their injuries. Now that they saw that the steward had the intention to shirk the price, they couldn't help but plead at the same time. Bao Pingon was in a dilemma. Although he was the steward of the Bao clan, he wasn't the clan master. 10 purple crystals for each of the 20 or so injured people. This was more than 200 purple crystals. How could he dare to make this decision? but if he didn't treat them, he really couldn't bring himself to say it. There were so many people here, from all the big clans, who were watching. If he didn't treat them, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was afraid that the hearts of the people of the Bao clan would immediately disperse. They had risked their lives for the Bao clan, and now they were seriously injured because of the Bao clan. How could you not treat them? Then who would work for you in the future? So, whether Bao Pingon was treated or not, he would be a scapegoat. If he treated them, who would pay for such a large sum of wealth when he returned? Wouldn't he be skinned alive by the clan master? If he didn't treat them. Alright, the clan master would say, it's not that I don't want to treat you, but Bao Pingon rejected me at that time. Then, he would definitely be a scapegoat. Maybe one day, he would be plotted against by these people and die without a burial ground. So are you going to treat them or not? Chu Yang looked at him very reasonably. If you don't want to treat them, then make way. There are still people waiting. Immediately, there were shouts outside, Bao Pingon. Are you going to F*King treat them or not? Don't F*King ignore us like a dead person. The grandpas are still waiting here. Why are you F*King occupying the latrine pit and not taking a sh*T? The people who spoke were from the Liao clan. Bao Pingon cried without tears, your clan master's son-in-law is among the injured people of the Liao clan. Of course you dare to treat them. But what about me? Among the injured people on my side, is there an important person? The clamor at the back became louder and louder. Especially those who were injured and waiting for treatment, they even cursed Bao Pingon's ancestors. Bao Pingon closed his eyes and finally made up his mind, I'll treat them. If you want to treat them, then carry them in. Divine Dr. Chu waved his hands excitedly, go in, one by one. One by one, pay purple crystals first. Everyone, 10 purple crystals for one person. There will be no pain at all. If you want to treat them, pay the purple crystals in advance. I won't accept anything else. My fourth uncle is an accountant and a waiter. He pays the money and delivers the goods at the same time. Divine Dr. Chu's shout was just like a solo performer in Jianghu. He was just short of saying, those who have money, help me out, those who don't, help me out. The experts from various big clans looked at each other. Damn it, I've long heard that the eldest grandson of the Chu clan was lost. Now, he said that he was found. But looking at this situation, could it be that he's a swindler who's making a living outside? They couldn't help but look at Chu Fian suspiciously. Chu Fian's face was full of black lines. But he didn't dare to flare up and stood up. It's so shameful. I've really shameful today. I'm the fourth master of the Chu clan. I'm also a reputable person in Flat Mountain Ridge. But I didn't expect that I've not only become a shop assistant who sells aphrodisiac, but also become a swindler. Chu Yang shouted once and even took out a big basin to act as a cashier. He winked at Bao Pingon and smiled, Manager Bao, put in the purple crystals. Don't worry, I'll take care of the injured. Bao Pingon looked at this greedy face with grief and indignation. He really wanted to spit into this mouth that was full of saliva. Helplessly, he placed 10 pieces of glittering purple crystals inside. He hurriedly called for a follower and told him to return home to report and retrieve the purple crystals while he was at it. How could he bring more than 200 purple crystals with him when he was out? Wouldn't that be asking for a robbery? Divine Dr. Chu strode into the clinic. He was neither hurried nor slow and had a well-thought-out plan. The person who was just carried in was the big man who scolded Chu Yang just now. So, Minister Chu naturally wanted to give him proper treatment. After entering, he saw that the big man was already lying on the bed. Divine Dr. Chu waved his hand, all of you go out. I'll treat this strong man. The two big men didn't dare to say anything and quietly walked out. Divine Dr. Chu drew the curtain with a swoosh. Then, he slapped that guy's shoulder. This was the place where he hit with his finger, and it was also the most painful place. The people outside only heard a sound like "ouch-oh," and then there was no more movement. The burly man suddenly woke up from the severe pain and shouted. Then, Divine Dr. Chu slapped him on the waist again, and he fainted again. He woke up and fainted again. Then he would wake up and faint again. Divine Dr. Chu's expression was calm. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. His face was solemn, which was the standard look of a doctor's parental heart. At first glance, one could tell that he was as kind as an angel. This cycle repeated itself exactly once. The big man was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. Even the bed was soaked in sweat. His black face had turned into a waxy yellow color, and he could no longer speak. Occasionally, he would wake up and look at Divine Dr. Chu with pleading eyes. Divine Dr. Chu finally started. He lifted up one of the man's legs and used all his strength to lift it up. Immediately, another hellish wail and hell was heard. Then, she lifted his other leg and turned him over with a smack. The big man's eyes rolled back, and this time, he fell into a deep coma. How dare you scold me? Divine Dr. Chu muttered to himself, F***CKU, if I don't let you roll in the 18 levels of hell, you won't know what the king of hell looks like. Only then did the real treatment begin. He pointed his finger at his throat, which instantly transformed into a finger hammer and tapped his shoulder. His other hand tapped his tailbone at the same time, which instantly transformed into a palm and pushed upwards. A cracking sound came from an unknown place. The unconscious big man's face also revealed a hint of comfort. Obviously, he had recovered. Divine Dr. Chu frowned and took out a big piece of Coptis chinensis from the tribulation space. He crushed it into powder with both hands, pinched the big man's nose with 2 fingers, opened his mouth and sprinkled the powder into his mouth. Then, he clapped his hands and stretched his hands into the water basin at the side. He lifted the water droplets and dripped them on his face. At first glance, it seemed that his face was full of sweat. Then, he walked out weakly and leaned against the door frame as if he could not stand. He said weakly, next, one. He looked like a weak person who had just finished a 5-kilometer cross-country run. The sweat on his face was dripping down. The people outside were a little frightened when they heard the screams inside. But when they saw Divine Dr. Chu's current appearance, they all gasped. It seemed that this injury was really difficult to treat. This young and strong divine doctor was actually so tired. Chu Fian was taken aback and stood up. Yang, are you okay? Chu Yang said weakly, I can still hold on. Fourth uncle. Those purple crystals aren't fake, right? Chu Fian suddenly realized that this guy was pretending. He almost couldn't help but kick him. He said angrily, they're all real. That's good. My hard work was not in vain. Divine Dr. Chu sighed with relief. It's really too tiring to treat such evil skills from ancient times. Chu Fian turned his head and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Bao Pingon said worriedly, Divine Dr. Chu, can you still hold on? At this time, someone had already carried out the man inside. His limbs were swollen like steamed buns, and his breathing was weak. But, the previous twitching and spasming situation had already disappeared. Obviously, Divine Dr. Chu had already treated him. Bao Pingon went forward and checked with his hands. He was immediately relieved and said emotionally, Divine Dr. Chu is really an expert. He actually healed his injuries in such a short period of time. This sentence was really amazing. The people from the other clans outside were still observing. Seeing that it was indeed effective, they immediately clamored, treat us first. Treat us first. A big man was lying on the stretcher and crying loudly, treat me first, it's so painful. This person was the son-in-law of the Liao clan's clan master. This guy was used to living like a prince. When had he ever suffered such pain? Now that he finally saw hope, he couldn't bear it anymore. Chu Fian frowned and shouted, line up. How can it be so noisy? This is treating a patient, not buying groceries. Everyone was afraid of his prestige and didn't dare to be rash. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Bao Pingon had already put in another 10 purple crystals. He said respectfully, Divine Dr. Chu, thank you. He waved his hand and another person was carried in. Chu Yang walked in shakily. Bao Pingon said attentively, Divine Doctor, since you're so tired, why don't I send someone to help you? Chu Yang looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said, when someone is injured by such vicious martial arts, every treatment must not be wrong. Once there's a mistake, he'll be disabled for life. Do you know how much strength to use with your clumsy hands and feet? How to rotate? How to pierce? How to stretch? How to spiral. How much to pierce. How to react. How to react. Bao Pinggan's face was full of cold sweat. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xianxia snorted and said, do you think it's so easy to earn these 10 purple crystals? I'm also risking my life. Bao Pinggan deeply agreed. Seeing that Divine Dr. Chu was so tired, and his face was so pale, he couldn't help but say, Divine Doctor, you've worked hard. He thought in his heart, it's best that you die of exhaustion after treating my clans. As Chu Fian received the purple crystals, he was laughing in his heart. He coughed and said, line up according to the order of receiving the purple crystals. Not even a single purple crystal less. I don't want an extra purple crystal. Everyone despised him. Look at this uncle. In order to earn purple crystals, he actually doesn't care about the life and death of his nephew. Can't he see that he's so tired that he can't even crawl? But of course, they wouldn't expose him. Anyway, even if he died of exhaustion, he was still a member of the Chu clan. As long as he finished treating our injuries before he died of exhaustion, it would be fine. Some who didn't bring enough purple crystals hurriedly sent people back home to get more. If the Divine Doctor died of exhaustion, there would be no one to treat them. Just at this moment, a ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl came from inside again. This time, the sound was even more terrifying. After a while, Divine Dr. Chu walked out while wiping his sweat. When he walked, he actually staggered a little and his footsteps were weak. He only gave Chu Fian a look. Chu Fian understood tacitly. Next, holding a bunch of purple crystals, he beamed with delight. My nephew is really too awesome. After treating all these people today, it's enough for the Chu clan's income for half a year. He's really the king of Hell Chu. He's really good at making money. Everyone's eyes were spitting fire. They couldn't wait to snatch the purple crystals. After another ghost-like wail and wolf-like howl, Chu Fian didn't wait for Chu Yang to come out. He directly shouted without raising his head, next. Wait, hand over the purple crystals first. You want to take advantage of me? Bao Pinggan was extremely speechless. He could only put down another 10 purple crystals. Seeing that the 30 purple crystals he had with him had already been used up, but the clan still hadn't sent anyone to deliver them. He couldn't help but feel anxious. These 30 purple crystals were the total cost of treating the injuries this time. At this moment, the crowd outside separated into two sides. A group of valiant-looking men in green drove a carriage over. Without exception, screams could be heard from the carriage. They were from the Xiao clan. The whole area was the territory of the Xiao clan. The person who came was the second steward of the Xiao clan in the flat mountain ridge. Although Chu Fian didn't have a close relationship with this person, he knew him quite well. He didn't dare to neglect him. He stood up and politely said, so it's Brother Xiao who came personally. Why, is there someone in your clan injured too? The leader of the group was a man with a square face and big ears. He looked very amiable, but his eyes were cold. He cupped his hands and smiled. Fourth Elder Chu, to tell you the truth, someone took away some of our prestige last night. It was extremely embarrassing. The flat mountain ridge was the territory of the Chu clan. This steward of the Xiao clan didn't dare to be presumptuous. He changed the topic and said with a smile, Fourth Elder Chu, I heard that this medical center belongs to your clan? Nephew? Can it treat such injuries? Is that right? Chu Fian laughed mischievously and pulled him aside. He said, to tell you the truth, my nephew has just returned. He doesn't have any family assets. So, he thought of a way to open a clinic here. He can earn some daily necessities and some crystals for cultivation. He blinked his eyes with a look that said, I know, everyone knows. The man in green obviously understood the situation of the Chu clan very well. He let out a long "oh" and smiled, I see. There's nothing wrong with this. Chu Yang heard the movements outside and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. People from the Xiao clan? Chu Yang smiled sinisterly. I've also injured many people from the Xiao clan last night. Humph, it's just that I'm not strong enough now. Should I save some face for the Xiao clan? The sword spirit also pondered in the tribulation space and said, with your current strength, you don't even have a firm foothold in the Chu clan. If you rashly clash with the Xiao clan, you won't be able to contend with them. If they go overboard, you can give in a little. The sword spirit's words were purely out of good intentions, and it was also the most appropriate way to deal with the current situation. However, this sentence made Chu Yang feel very aggrieved. He nodded deeply and said, "All right, on the surface, of course, I have to save some face for them." The sword spirit's heart skipped a beat. "On the surface, do you still want to do anything in the interior? You've already injured more than 20 people, and you still feel aggrieved? I've never seen such a person who can only take advantage of others without suffering any losses." Chu Yang faintly smiled. "Sword spirit, you finally understand me." The sword spirit was surprised. "What?" Chu Yang said, "My biggest advantage is my temper. I'd rather take advantage of others than suffer losses." The sword spirit was speechless and directly retreated. Outside, Chu Fian saw that the other party had understood. He laughed and took advantage of the situation, saying, "Actually, I didn't take much. My nephew only took 10 purple crystals per person for these kinds of injuries that no one knows about." The face of the man in green twitched. He couldn't help but look at the carriage behind him. There are many people inside. If 10 purple crystals per person, 220 purple crystals would fly away just like that? This price is a little too high. The man in green shook his head repeatedly. "Brother Xiao, you're wrong." Chu Fian's face became serious and he lowered his voice. "This is a good opportunity to buy people's hearts. Besides, my nephew just came back. Brother Xiao, you're his elder. Just take it as a greeting gift." This Brother Xiao obviously didn't prepare a greeting gift. He looked embarrassed. "Brother Chu, it's really too expensive." Chu Fian lowered his voice. "Since Brother Xiao is here, I have to give you face no matter what. How about this, you put down the purple crystals first. After you're done, I'll secretly give you another half." "I have to give you face." Chu Fian knew that if the other party wanted a discount, he couldn't refuse. But he had to give face, and he couldn't appear weak. They could only operate under the table like this. After all, the Xiao clan was one of the dominant clans in the heaven layer. The Chu clan could not afford to offend the Xiao clan. Furthermore, his nephew had just entered the Chu clan. If he offended the Xiao clan for the sake of the Chu clan, he was afraid that he would never be able to hold his head up high in the Chu clan in the future. Therefore, he could only pretend to have the upper hand and suffer a loss in secret. In fact, Fourth Master Chu was calculating in his heart. 5 purple crystals per person was also a huge sum of wealth. After all, he only received 12 purple crystals from the clan in a year. 1 purple crystal per month. Now, even if there were 5 pieces, it would still be 110 purple crystals. It was a huge fortune. Hearing Chu Fian's words, the steward of the Xiao clan still had a look of displeasure on his face. Finally, he nodded his head and said, "Fourth Elder Chu, I'm really grateful for your generosity." Chu Fian laughed and said, "Brother Yulong, you're too polite." So this person was called Xiao Yulong. Inside the room, Chu Yang was fiercely tormenting the man. The man on the bed was screaming out of breath. He was hovering between life and death. He was alive and dead. But, his ears were pricked up, and he was listening to the conversation outside. Then I'm losing out." Big Boss Chu was furious. He could not help but exert more strength. The man under him screamed, "Grandpa." He just woke up and fainted again. On the other side, Xiao Yulong and Steward Zhao's eyes also flashed with a cold light. They smiled and thought, "Mother of asterisk cur, I've never seen such a black price in the world. You even gave me a discount. Let's treat him first, and then we'll come and rob your little medical center at night. Even if you, Old Fourth Chu, are alone, you won't be our match, but this matter needs to be done seamlessly without leaving any traces. Who should I send?" Thinking, he smiled and came to Bao Pingon. He said kindly, "Steward Bao." Bao Pingon's face was bitter. "Brother Xiao, how many people do you have here?" Xiao Yulong dragged his words. There are 10 more people. Soon." Bao Pingon wiped his sweat. "Do you have enough purple crystals?" Xiao Yulong naturally knew. With Bao Pingon's status, how could he bring so many purple crystals with him? "I've already sent someone home to get them. They'll be back soon." Bao Pingon smiled bitterly. So you don't have any purple crystals now?" Xiao Yulong said with a fake smile, if that's the case, are we just going to wait for you? Why don't I add some food? Tell me, isn't this a little bullying? Although he said that he was warm and that he would never bully others, his stance was clearly bullying others. And after bullying people, he still had to make them say, no, no, I'm definitely not bullying people. Inside, Chu Yang was full of admiration. Damn it, this guy is even more shameless than me. Bao Pingon looked around for help. But who would offend the powerful Shao clan for a steward of the Bao clan? One by one, they turned their faces away. There were even some who were laughing at his misfortune. Just as Chu Yang expected. No, no, Brother Shao has always been benevolent and righteous. Why would he bully people? Bao Pingon said humbly, if that's the case, I'll be behind Brother Shao. As soon as he said this, the 10 people in the Bao clan who were waiting for treatment started moaning loudly. Oh heavens, this kind of pain is a matter of life and death for even a blink of an eye, but someone actually stuffed it in. They suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. Xiao Yulong said guiltily, this is not good, right? Brother Shao, what are you saying? Since Brother Shao has stepped forward, even if you don't say it, our Bao clan is also willing to take a step back, Bao Pingon said righteously, but he was cursing Xiao Yulong's mother in his heart. Damn it, I've never seen such a shameless person, then. I'll add food, really add food? Xiao Yulong asked inquisitively. Bao Pingon's face finally twitched. He turned his head away with a black face. This time even Chu Fian could not bear to see it. Damn it, he had already taken a step back, but you're still so unforgiving. Do you have to force him to death? He could not help but cough. Chu Yang's voice came from inside at the right time, next. Xiao Yulong waved his hand, and the people from the Shao clan immediately rushed over and carried the people inside. Xiao Yulong gave a look to one of the people behind him. That person understood and went into a carriage. Then, a clapping sound could be heard from the carriage, then, he walked out with a parcel. Xiao Yulong took the parcel from him and placed it in a basin in front of Chu Fian. He smiled and said, Fourth Elder Chu, here are 220 purple crystals. Please count them. With a clatter, the purple crystals in the parcel were poured out. There was an uproar all around. Chu Fian was so angry that he almost fainted. There were indeed 220 purple crystals in the parcel, but they were half the size of ordinary purple crystals. It turned out that the cracking sound in the carriage was actually caused by the purple crystals being cut into 2 halves. This was pure humiliation. Furthermore, it was bullying. Xiao Yulong used this method to express his dissatisfaction with Chu Fian charging him a huge sum of purple crystals. At the same time, it also showed that the Shao clan could do whatever they wanted in this region. Whoever dared to disobey would end up like these broken purple crystals, even if they were expensive. I can break them if I want to, Bao Pingon, who had just been humiliated, laughed in schadenfreude. There was silence all around. Everyone wanted to see how Chu Fian would deal with this matter. Chu Fian's hands started to tremble, and his face turned purple. Just as he was about to explode, he saw the door curtain open. Chu Yang's footsteps were weak, and he almost fell down as he walked over. Fourth, uncle, what's wrong? Chu Fian was shocked and stood up. I'm tired. Fourth uncle, please help me recover my body. So many people are waiting. I'm very anxious. Chu Yang said weakly. Chu Fian hurriedly went over and used his martial arts to help his nephew recover his body. Chu Yang took the opportunity to fall into his arms. Chu Fian felt a sharp pain on his thigh. Chu Yang had pinched him hard. He suddenly realized that he could not have any conflict with the Shao clan at this time and place. He slowly calmed down. Chu Yang leaned on Chu Fian's arms. His face was pale, and his lips were a little blue. He looked at Xiao Yulong weakly and said, Steward Xiao, please don't be impatient. It's really, my body is too weak, cough cough cough, cough cough cough. I'm not confident. Don't blame me, don't blame me. I'll be fine soon. Xiao Yulong blinked and smiled sinisterly. He said, young brother Chu, I'll help you too. Our Shao clan is the orthodox Xian technique in the world. As he said, he reached out and held Chu Yang's other hand. In the space, the sword spirit twitched his mouth. Your Shao clan is the orthodox Xian technique? damn it, your hands are too rough to carry shoes for the orthodox Xian technique. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Thank you, Steward Xiao. Xiao Yulong held Chu Yang's hand and all his doubts disappeared. It's not that this young man has no cultivation, but that it has been destroyed. Transferring cultivation to him is like dropping into a bottomless pit. It can only help him recover his physical strength, and nothing else. Suddenly, such a thing happened. All the doctors were unable to treat him, but at such a critical moment, a young man suddenly appeared who could treat him, and charged such an expensive fee. How could Xiao Yulong not be suspicious, even if this young man was not the disciple of that short and fat troublemaker? They were definitely related, he wasn't the only one. Everyone present had the same suspicion. After all, no one was stupid. They would investigate this matter immediately after Chu Yang was cured. But Xiao Yulong had already concluded that even if this young man was related, it wouldn't be a big deal. What could a cripple do? He thought deeper. Even if that person wanted to do this, he would do it very secretly. Why would he do it in such a big way? As such, the doubts in his heart slowly disappeared. Now, he grabbed Chu Yang's hand and couldn't pull it back. How could he take it back when he said that he wanted to help Chu Yang recover? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Xiao Yulong could only frown and transfer his cultivation over reluctantly. Chu Yang was shocked and said happily, "Fourth uncle, let go. Steward Zhao's Xian technique is indeed orthodox. Once it's transferred, it's much more comfortable than yours. If you transfer it at the same time, the two Xian techniques will clash." I feel so uncomfortable. Xiao Yulong's face darkened at once. Wasn't this F***king taking him as a worker? While enjoying Xiao Yulong's vital energy, Chu Yang moaned comfortably and explained cautiously, "Steward Xiao, this kind of vicious injury is very difficult to treat, I know." Xiao Yulong's face was black. He continued to transfer his precious energy, gritting his teeth and his cheeks twitching. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes comfortably. "Well, it's really comfortable." Xiao Yulong was furious and almost stopped working. "King treat me as a prostitute in a brothel?" However, Chu Yang was already talking non-stop. "Moreover, before the treatment, I need to meticulously help the seniors move their muscles and bones. After all, they have to return to their original positions in order to get the treatment done in one fell swoop. It may be very painful. Please remind everyone in advance so that they can be mentally prepared. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear it if the seniors move around in pain." "Don't blame me," Xiao Yulong gritted his teeth and said, "We're all Jianghu people. We're used to life and death. Who will be afraid of pain?" Chu Yang chattered, "If it's just blaming, it's fine. But I'm not skilled enough. If they move at the critical moment and make a mistake, they'll be disabled for life." Xiao Yulong nodded with a gloomy face. He turned his face and shouted, "Did you all hear that?" "We heard." Although the wounded were in pain and sweating, they still forced themselves to answer. Chu Yang laughed and said, "Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your understanding. Actually, besides being a little greedy, I don't have any major problems." Xiao Yulong was a little impatient. "Are you almost done?" Chu Yang felt for a while. "It's really effective. You're indeed the orthodox one. Ha ha ha. Every time my fourth uncle helps me recover, it takes half an hour." "Steward Xiao, you didn't even use half an hour. You're amazing." Chu Fian lowered his head in grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth in his heart. "Damn it, your fourth uncle is too useless. When did I help you recover?" "Half an hour." Xiao Yulong's face looked better. He said kindly, "Sorry to trouble you, nephew Chu." Chu Yang chuckled. He was pure and innocent, kind and benevolent. Then, he said with compassion, "No, no, a doctor has the heart of a parent." Xiao Yulong's face twitched and his whole body seemed to shiver. He turned his face away. At the side, Bao Pingan, who was also choked by the words "a doctor has the heart of a parent," felt very comfortable as if he had taken a cold bath on a hot day. "You deserve it. Who asked you to bully others? Now you've experienced the feeling of eating a fly." Chu Yang stood up and walked in energetically. Inside were the injured members of the Xiao clan. The moment Chu Yang entered the door, the smile in his eyes had already turned into a cruel and vicious one. "You actually cut open my purple crystals. You're really F******************. If I don't FF***************. How would I be worthy of those broken chi and the of those spiritual aura of those broken shao of his with his hands Zhao's, and Xiao's Xiao, was to Xiao of his, Xiao of the to him, of, he, too. Was stopped. Of Xiao of the Zhao's. Everyone was an expert. How could they not know that the person had fainted while screaming? They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The person inside is famous for not being afraid of death and pain. Yet, he actually screamed so miserably. Then, how much pain must he be in? Screams of agony came from the inside, and the people outside broke out in a cold sweat. After a long time, after the last scream, which sounded as if his heart was about to be vomited out, Divine Dr. Chu walked out slowly. Next, he felt a little weak again. The screams didn't stop. This wasn't a clinic. It was a slaughterhouse. It had been dark for 2 hours. The night wind was blowing, accompanied by the screams. This place was as scary as hell. After finishing the 4th person, Chu Yang was already drifting in the wind. His steps were light and he even fell down. He didn't look for Chu Fian anymore. Instead, he went directly to Xiao Yulong and smiled sincerely. Steward Xiao. Please help me recover. You're fast. Xiao Yulong's nose was crooked. Sure enough, he's treating me as a worker, but what Chu Yang said was reasonable. You're fast. Now, the people of the Xiao clan were waiting for treatment. Everyone was in an abyss of suffering. If you're fast, you'll suffer less. So, they all looked at Xiao Yulong with pleading eyes. Xiao Yulong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He squeezed out a smile. That's how it should be. Then, he continued to work. As soon as Xiao Yulong channeled his martial arts, Divine Dr. Chu moaned rhythmically, like a wild cat calling for spring. Xiao Yulong's hair stood on end and he almost vomited out his food. Damn it, those who can see will of course know that I'm helping you recover. Those who can't see and hear this sound will think that I'm moaning. This cycle repeated. When the treatment of the 22 people of the Xiao clan was completed, the moon was already high in the sky. Xiao Yulong's face was pale and he was weak. Half of it was because he was tired, half of it was because he was angry, and some of it was because he was shy. Anyone who heard a man moaning a few times would feel like this. In the end, Divine Dr. Chu just touched Xiao Yulong's hand and didn't start to deliver the medicine, but he called out. Everyone looked at Xiao Yulong with ambiguous eyes. No matter how thick-skinned Xiao Yulong and Steward Xiao were, they also felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Xiao Yulong brought the people of the Xiao clan and left the place almost at the speed of light. When they left, Chu Fian could see that even Xiao Yulong's neck had turned red. At this time, the people of the Bao clan had already sent the purple crystals over. Then, it was the people of the Bao clan and the Liao clan. Xiao Yulong dared to cut the purple crystals, but these people definitely didn't dare to. If another clan did this, Chu Fian would definitely kill them immediately. There was no doubt about this. The treatment went on till dawn. Finally, it was finished. No one realized that Divine Dr. Chu's treatment speed had gradually sped up. It was just that when boiling a frog in warm water, the frog would be scooped out before the water boiled. So, no one realized it. What Qi Yang couldn't figure out was, why didn't Qin Baoshan, who was in charge of the Hall of Justice, come? Could it be that he could treat himself? This couldn't be, right? Although the finger that day wasn't the yin-yang soul-dispersing hand, it was also the unique skill of the first-generation Calamity Sword Master, Meridian Sealing Finger. Now, the sword spirit had transformed it into Meridian Shattering Finger. If old Qin didn't come in 3 days, his arm would really be crippled. Moreover, the people of the other clans had come, but the people of the Chu clan didn't? What was going on? Not only Chu Yang couldn't figure out this matter, but Chu Fian also couldn't figure it out. They busied themselves all the way until daybreak. Only then did they send off the evil spirits. The uncle and nephew duo immediately closed the door and lay down on the bed. I'm so tired. Chu Fian groaned. After lying on the bed for a while, he got up again, but it's worth it. So many purple crystals, ha ha ha. It's so satisfying. I've never earned so many purple crystals in a single day in my entire life. This feeling is too blissful. Fourth uncle, what are you talking about? There are 2 problems with your words. Chu Yang raised 2 fingers. What are the 2 problems? Chu Fian was stunned. Firstly, these purple crystals were earned by me in a day, not by you. Secondly, most of these purple crystals are mine. So, I should say that I'm blissful, but you can only say that it's satisfying. I'll strangle you, you little brat. Chu Fian was furious and was about to pounce on Chu Yang to teach him a lesson. Stop. Chu Yang raised his hand. Fourth uncle, let's settle the accounts first and see how much we earn today. The uncle and nephew pounced on the huge pile of purple crystals like money grubbers. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 50 pieces, 100 pieces, 100 pieces, 100 pieces, 180 pieces. 355 pieces. Chu Fian gasped, complete purple crystals, 470 pieces. My God. This is the Chu clan's income for half a year, and it's much more than that. This is the income of thousands of people in our clan. Chu Yang snorted and said, can those incomplete ones be used? There's no effect when the purple crystals are cut. Only a lot of spiritual energy will leak out from the cut, but it's not a big deal, Chu Fian said, but it's hard to swallow this. Indeed. Chu Yang agreed. As he spoke, he kept all the purple crystals into a big bag and beamed with delight. Then, he took out 10 pieces of broken purple crystals to make up 5 pieces. Fourth uncle, take these and use them. Chu Fian looked at the mountain-like bag in Chu Yang's hands and then looked at the 5 pieces in his own hands. He was a little dazed. What? To split the loot? Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, fourth uncle, you've worked hard today. Use these purple crystals to nourish your body. Let's continue tomorrow. Chu Fian looked at him in a daze and then looked down at the purple crystals in his hands. Then, he raised his head and slowly opened his mouth. I only have these? Chu Yang had already picked up the bag and walked to the door. Fourth uncle, don't think it's too much. We'll have a lot of money in the future. Then, he left. Chu Fian was stunned in the room. After a long time, he rushed out furiously, bastard. Stop right there. Do you really think that I'll drink the soup while you eat the meat? You only gave me 5 pieces of this much. I'm your King uncle. Do you think I'm a beggar? After shouting furiously for a while, he realized that Big Boss Chu had already disappeared. Chu Fian panted heavily and walked back and forth in the courtyard. He jumped back and forth and scolded, little bastard. You've gone too far. Little bastard. You've gone too far. I'm so pissed off. Don't let me see you. As long as I see you. I'll. Yes, you'll go and confess in front of grandfather. Say that you found me but didn't bring me back. Big Boss Chu walked out of his room with a smile on his face. He looked elegant and at ease. Chu Fian stared at him. After a long time, he sighed and wanted to cry. You'll continue to bully me. I didn't even cry when Xiao Yulong humiliated me earlier. Now, I actually want to cry. He really wanted to cry. Including the broken purple crystals, there were 100 of them. They flew away from his hands just like that. He only had 5 pieces, and they were broken defective ones. Chu Yang sighed, fourth uncle, I took them because I can. And I have a reason to. If you take them, you can only hand them to the clan. But if we hand them over, what about Luer's illness? Chu Fian suddenly realized. Chu Yang was right. He had just arrived at the upper 3 heavens. Even if he made a fortune, no one would have the nerve to take advantage of him. Moreover, the entire clan felt indebted to Chu Yang. At this time, the clan had not arranged any tasks for Chu Yang. In other words, Chu Yang did not have any income now. Even this medical center was given to the clan by Chu Failing according to the market price. It was equivalent to Chu Yang's personal property. Of course, this was Chu Yang's insistence. However, facts were facts after all. On the contrary, if this wealth was in his hands, it would be different. Chu Failong only needed to obey the clan to take over the purple crystals in his hands. Then, what would he use to buy medicine for Luer in the future? These purple crystals seemed to be a lot, but if he wanted to buy the 8 medicinal herbs that Chu Luer needed, it would not be enough to buy even one of them. And, what would Chu Yang use to cultivate in the future? Chu Fian sighed dejectedly, what you said makes sense. I'm just a shop assistant. These are also a lot. But Luer's illness can't be delayed. Why don't you take back these 5 crystals? Chu Fian's words seemed to be said in a fit of pique, but they were sincere. He really wanted to do this. Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fourth uncle, we'll use these cut-open purple crystals for cultivation in the future. Anyway, the energy is the same, and the spiritual energy is the same. Moreover, it's impossible to use them after they've been cut open. That's true. Chu Fian nodded and scolded, little brat, if there's anything in the future, tell me first. You should have told me first, mother asterisk cur. You make fourth uncle angry every day. You're really unfilial. Chu Yang lowered his head. Are you tired today? Chu Fian said, go and rest. Tired? How can I be tired? Chu Yang raised his head, amused. Tell me the truth. How long would it take to treat these people? Chu Fian was always curious about this point. Chu Yang came out exhausted every time. Although he knew that it was fake, Chu Fian's heart still shrank. This guy's acting was too realistic. It should. Chu Yang frowned and calculated, it shouldn't take more than 2 hours. Chu Fian was speechless. You were able to treat more than 10 people in 2 hours, but you dragged it out for more than an entire night, tormenting those people until they were half dead. He even received a mountain of wealth. At this moment, Chu Fian looked at his nephew with admiration. Fourth uncle, with these funds in our hands, we can basically start looking for the medicine. Chu Yang tapped the purple bamboo beside him with his finger and said slowly, the information and the rewards. Fourth uncle, I'll leave this to you. Isn't this too little? Chu Feiyan was shocked. What's the use of this? Chu Yang said, you don't have to worry about this. More will come. I just need you to release the mission first. And I know that to issue a mission, you need to pay a commission. 7 missions. These 400 purple crystals are only for the initial commission. It's more than enough. Chu Feiyan said, you're right. Which organization are you going to use? What channels do you use? Use blood payers. Chu Yang said heavily. Blood payers. Chu Feiyan was shocked. Blood payers are the most expensive to issue a mission. No matter what the mission is, you need to pay 50 purple crystals as commission. And, after the mission is completed, you'll take 30% of the reward as commission. Finally, when you hand over the mission, you'll need to pay 10% of the reward as the final reward. This, if it's just one mission, it's fine. But these are 7 medicines. That's 7 missions. These are all heavenly treasures. The cheapest one is at least 3,000 purple crystals. The most expensive one is at least tens of thousands of purple crystals. If you want to complete all of them, you'll need more than 100,000 purple crystals. How can we afford to hire them? Chu Feiyan frowned. Even the Yi clan, the number 1 dominant clan, may not be able to take out so many purple crystals. You don't have to worry about purple crystals. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with blood. I just need to issue the mission first. The earlier the better. He smiled deeply. Although blood payers are expensive, they're the fastest and most efficient. Chu Feiyan was speechless for a long time. Finally, he sighed, this is a dare. It's enough to make our Chu clan lose all our assets and be removed from the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang said lightly, when the time comes, you can issue the mission anonymously. After issuing the mission, everything will be mine. It won't have anything to do with the Chu clan. Chu Feiyan was puzzled. You can just say that a senior asked you to issue the mission. A sinister smile appeared on Chu Yang's face as he said, you still want to say that this senior's cultivation is unfathomable. In addition, I also have a treasure for you to use as collateral. After you issue the mission, I will disguise myself and go to ask about the completion of the mission. At the same time, I will resolve this matter. How are you going to smooth things over? Chu Feiyan groaned, do you think everyone is blind? I have my ways. Chu Yang said decisively, fourth uncle, if you want Lu to get better quickly, you'll have to do what I say. I won't implicate the Chu clan, and I won't put myself in danger. Chu Yang looked deeply at Chu Feiyan, fourth uncle, you, just trust me this time. Chu Feiyan was silent and conflicted. Finally, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, okay. I'll go crazy with you this time. Chu Yang nodded and looked into the distance. As he enjoyed the morning breeze, he couldn't help but think of the ancient legend, supreme martial artist Chen Feng. He sighed slightly, fourth uncle, if a person doesn't have great ambitions, he won't have great achievements. These hundreds of thousands of purple crystals must be obtained within 2 years. Furthermore, the amount must be more than this to ensure that nothing goes wrong. This is a heavy pressure. But it's also an unparalleled motivation. Chu Yan took a deep breath and said, as long as you're not overwhelmed by this pressure, all miracles are actually created by people. Who knows if we can't create another miracle in our hands? Chu Feiyan was full of pride and said loudly, yes. He gritted his teeth, let's do it. That's my fourth uncle. Chu Yang chuckled. Chu Feiyan smiled helplessly and shook his head, little rascal. He pondered for a while. He said, Chu Yang, do you feel it? You've changed into someone else? Chu Yang sat on the stone stool between the purple bamboos and stroked the purple bamboos. Oh? Both of us are here, so let's not talk like we're strangers. When you were in the lower 3 heavens, you controlled everything. You were the king of Hell Chu in black robes and black clothes. You were cold and stern. As you chatted, millions of Diwu Qingrou's troops were annihilated. At that time, you were so steady and magnanimous. Chu Feiyan pondered and said carefully, but now, you've become slippery and a little out of tune. You make others think that you're a child. I don't believe that this is your true love. Chu Yang looked at Chu Feiyan with interest. Fourth uncle, do you mean that my true love is like the king of Hell Chu in the lower 3 heavens? Yes, Chu Feiyan said sincerely, the king of Hell Chu is a legend. Chu Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. Fourth uncle, you're wrong. He stroked the purple bamboos with his hand and looked far away. He said softly, times have changed. In the lower 3 heavens, I had to be like that in order to complete my tasks. Now, in the upper 3 heavens, the king of Hell Chu who used to be all-powerful is just a nobody who can be bullied by anyone. If I were to show my steady and magnanimous attitude now, who would I be? Who would I show my authority to? Even in the Chu clan, no one would fall for it. They would try their best to reject it. Chu Yang was obviously in pain. Moreover, once this gets out, it would give people the impression that the Chu clan has just found a new Grand Duke. He's scheming and shrewd. He's a scary person. He needs to be taken care of. Chu Yang smiled, then, I'll be in danger. I might even become a pile of bones before I can grow up. But I'm not willing to be lonely. Chu Yang's slender fingers stroked a piece of bamboo. So, since we're all seniors here, what's wrong with me showing off? Any external appearance is just a performance. What's really important is the result. What I can achieve by being a hooligan, I might not be able to achieve by being a righteous ruler. Similarly, I'm calm and steady in the lower 3 heavens, but I have to tuck my tail between my legs in the upper 3 heavens. I've always been very accurate about my position. In the lower 3 heavens, no one can do anything to me. So, in front of everyone, I have the image of someone who has great foresight and great foresight. Because that's the only way people will believe me. But in the upper 3 heavens, I become calm and steady. Because the upper 3 heavens is different from the lower 3 heavens. The martial world in the upper 3 heavens is chaotic and frivolous. Now that I'm in the upper 3 heavens, I know how big the world is. So, I immediately changed my position. I'm just a teenager who's about to turn 10 years old. That's all. Everyone is guarding against someone who's full of schemes and schemes. Who would care about a slick teenager? Chu Yang turned back lightly. Now, it's not the time for me to be arrogant. Chu Fian was dumbfounded. He said repeatedly, I see, I see. After thinking for a while, he didn't give up and asked, then, in the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens, which one of you is the real you? Chu Yang tilted his head and thought for a while. Finally, he smiled, it's all me. Because no matter where I am, no matter what corner I am in, I will be able to enjoy the fun of that corner very quickly. Thus, I can devote myself wholeheartedly. In the lower 3 heavens, what I enjoy is power. It was the exhilarating feeling of starting from nothing, of starting from scratch, of turning the tables on adversity, and of turning the tides. In the upper 3 heavens, what I enjoy is secretly planning and advancing step by step. The winds and clouds of the world move for me. What I enjoy is brotherly love and friendship. But in the upper three heavens, what I enjoy is freedom and recklessness. It's a kind of frivolity after I've completely let go. Actually, during this period of time in the upper three heavens, I've been frivolous and sly. It's a kind of fun that I haven't enjoyed since I was young. Chu Yang said deeply and contentedly, although there are schemes and conflicts here, there's a home, a father and mother, a root and a reliance here. Chu Fian didn't speak for a long time. At this moment, he suddenly felt the desolation in Chu Yang's heart. Outside the door, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded and rushed in like a gust of wind. Hearing the sound of horses galloping towards them, both uncle and nephew knew that they were here for divine Dr. Chu. But both of their expressions didn't change. Have you kept the purple crystals well? Chu Fian asked. Don't worry, it's much safer with me than with you. Chu Yang smiled, of course, they still have to be spent through your hands. So, if someone comes to me for treatment, I'll go alone. And you, set off from here to issue the mission. You'll go alone? Chu Fian looked at him with uncertainty, can you? Chu Yang smiled and pointed to his mouth and hands, my medical skills can determine life and death, and my words are comparable to 100,000 soldiers. Fourth uncle, I'm the king of Hell Chu. Chu Fian laughed, I believe you. King of Hell Chu is indeed the king of Hell Chu. You're really capable. Hurried footsteps came from the door. But the sound of footsteps was consistent. Although the footsteps were hurried, one could clearly hear the calmness of the person. Chu Fian heard the footsteps and smiled, your father is here. Sure enough, Chu Failing's voice sounded before he finished, Yang, where are you? Chu Yang replied, I'm here. He asked curiously, fourth uncle, you can tell from the footsteps? Chu Fian smiled, your father has always walked like this since he was young. When I was young, your third uncle and I would lie down at the door and listen. We bet that we wouldn't mistake the footsteps of your brothers. Chu Yang replied with an O, and his heart couldn't help but be moved. Just by the footsteps, he could tell who it was. How attentive were they? It was enough to show the deep friendship between his father and his brothers. Chu Fian said sadly, actually, your second uncle was originally very cute. Before he finished, Chu Failing rushed in, Yang, come back with me. Many people in the clan are injured. No wonder our people only came now. It turns out that my second uncle went to ask for help, Chu Yang smiled. That's not the case, Chu Failing said, your second uncle isn't at home at all. I don't know where he went. After those people were sent home, the old ancestor was alerted. The old ancestor treated them for half a night, but to no avail. Only then did he hear that you could treat them here. But at that time, you were too busy here. If our Chu family transported it over, I'm afraid there would be a fierce conflict on the spot. So the old ancestor ordered us to wait until you were done with your work. Chu Yang frowned. But that way, I'll have to endure another night of pain. If we don't suffer one more night of pain, countless lives will be lost once the conflict breaks out. Which is more important? Chu Failing said, what's more, the Chu clan is not stable now. It's not good to have a conflict at this juncture. Chu Yang thought for a while. That's true. Then he said, I have some matters to discuss with fourth uncle, and then I'll go home with you immediately. Chu Failing readily agreed. Chu Yang pulled Chu Fian to his room. He dug under the bed and took out a big parcel, fourth uncle, go quickly. Chu Fian was almost angered to death, you said that it would be foolproof, but you just put it under the bed so casually? Chu Yang widened his eyes. What's wrong with it? Chu Fian was so angry that his stomach was full of shit. He snatched the parcel, changed his clothes, put on his clothes, and jumped over the wall. Then, the sound of horse hooves sounded outside, and he went far away like thunder. Of course, Chu Yang didn't really put it under the bed. That was just a gesture. In fact, he took it out from the tribulation space. But this matter couldn't be explained. Seeing Chu Fian go far away, Chu Yang smiled and went out with Chu Failing. Chu Failing cursed loudly and was flustered. This bastard. He rode my horse away. Doesn't he know that there are so many people in the family waiting for you to save them? The older he gets, the more unreliable he is. Chu Yang was stunned. It turned out that the horse that Chu Fian rode away was Chu Failing's horse, The next moment, Chu Yang only felt his body shake, and he was already in the air. The scenery on both sides was constantly moving backward. It turned out that he was already on Chu Feiling's shoulder and running forward. "Father, you run so fast," Chu Yang praised. Chu Feiling slapped his buttocks. "Don't call me that." Chu Yang was depressed. He stretched out a hand and rubbed his buttocks. He was extremely sad. Being a person wasn't as good as being a sworn brother. Back then, he was so enthusiastic and fearful. Now, he scolded and hit him as soon as he opened his mouth. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh. "Why are you sighing?" Chu Feiling asked sensitively. "I'm thinking about what happened in the three heavens. Things really change quickly." Chu Yang sighed. Chu Feiling immediately shut his mouth and ran forward with a flushed face. But he turned Chu Yang's body over, and his shoulder pressed against Chu Yang's stomach. The whole journey was bumpy. "Little brat, who asked you to poke at my scar?" Chu Feiling thought fiercely in his heart. Big Boss Chu's stomach was overturned by Chu Yang's shoulder, and he vomited all the way to the Chu clan. "I shouldn't have been greedy for a moment of pleasure." Minister Chu was extremely regretful. He didn't expect this old man's temper to be so fiery. He actually managed to get back at him without leaving a trace. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feiling landed in the courtyard of the Chu clan like a meteor. His body flashed twice, and he was already in the hall. Chu Yang's martial power hadn't recovered yet, and he was carried so far. When he landed, he immediately felt dizzy. He spun 3 rounds like a top, and only felt that the sky was full of stars and the galaxy was shining in front of him. After vomiting for a while, he woke up from his heavy state. Then, he heard screams in the hall. "You're Chu Yang? Feiling's child who was left outside?" An elegant voice asked lightly. Chu Feiling's voice sounded, "Why aren't you greeting your elder?" Chu Yang turned his head and saw an old man in front of him. He had a thin face, wore a green robe, and had a slender figure. He looked like he was in his 70s. His eyes were looking at him calmly, and he was sizing him up. "Elder." Chu Yang stepped forward, knelt down hurriedly, and kowed out a few times. He knew that although this old man looked like he was in his 70s, he was estimated to be at least 300 or 400 years old. He was the Chu clan's stabilizing force, and their last pillar of support. He was also the top expert in the entire clan. "No need for formalities, get up." The elder sized him up carefully and frowned, saying, "Treat their injuries first. After you're done, let your grandfather send you to me." After he finished speaking, he flicked his green robe and mysteriously disappeared from the hall. Only then did Chu Yang realize that the hall was full of people. His grandfather, Chu Xianxia, was standing not far away from him, looking at him with eyes full of gratification. When he came in just now, all his attention seemed to have been attracted by the elder's words, and he didn't notice anything else. It was as if that green figure was the core of the whole world. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chu Yang was shocked. "What kind of cultivation is this?" the sword spirit exclaimed in Chu Yang's consciousness space, and said, "This elder of your Chu clan has a pretty good cultivation. Why is your Chu clan curled up here?" Logically speaking, with such a cultivation base, he should be able to own a larger territory. "Huh?" Chu Yang asked. "The cultivation base of this old ancestor of yours is more than 10 times the cultivation base that Dukyu is displaying right now." The sword spirit said heavily, "Your elder is about to break through the heavenly man realm, and reach the level of martial saint. And this kind of unintentional and soul-stirring aura is the precursor to his breakthrough." The sword spirit said, "Actually, he didn't do it deliberately, but at such a moment, he couldn't control the leakage of his aura." "How can a real expert be so aggressive?" "I see." Chu Yang was shocked. "Level of martial saint?" In other words, he's already at the peak of the 5th stage of martial saint. Chu Yang was puzzled. Dukyu is said to be at the peak of the 2nd stage of martial saint, but the elder is only at the 5th stage of martial saint. How can there be a difference of more than 10 times? The sword spirit snorted and said, 10 times is still too little. When one's cultivation reaches the level of martial saint, he can sense the heaven and earth, and comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth, as well as the principles of martial arts. Or should I say, a beginner of the third stage of martial saint is twice as powerful as a peak of the second stage of martial saint. There's actually such a big difference. Chu Yang was surprised. It turns out that at this level, the higher one goes, the harder it is, otherwise, why would a martial saint expert be trapped in a bottleneck for hundreds of years without being able to break through? And he could only die of old age with hatred in his heart. The sword spirit said indifferently, the higher you go on the path of martial arts, the harder it gets. But the harder it is, the greater one's achievements will be after a breakthrough. That makes sense. Chu Yang asked, but why are you so vague? If I remember correctly, you said Dukyu's current strength, and not Dukyu's current strength. Why is that? The sword spirit sneered. Dukyu is the last elf of the heavenly realm after all. Do you think that the race's secret technique is worthless? He doesn't dare to reveal his true strength now. Once he reveals his true strength, he'll be hunted down by the dominant clans and the law enforcers. He can even ignore the laws of the heavenly realm when he's hunting down a foreign clan. Even if there are thousands of Dukyu, he'll only die tragically before he's fully grown. So, he'd rather be crippled and recultivate than reveal his true strength. I see. Chu Yang nodded seriously. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of trust, because Dukyu didn't hide his identity in front of him. Chu Yang didn't dare to delay. With the help of Chu Xianxia and the rest, he immediately treated the 10 injured people of the Chu clan. This time, the speed was much faster, and the pain wasn't very great. Although these people were Chu Feilong's men, they were still part of the Chu clan. Before they shed all pretense of cordiality, Chu Yang wouldn't be ruthless. He had been alone for 2 lifetimes, and had finally acknowledged his ancestors and had his own home. No one could understand how much Chu Yang valued the word home. Seeing that everyone had been treated, Chu Xianxia was elated. The more he looked at Chu Yang, the more he liked him. He patted Chu Yang's shoulder and said, let's go, I'll send you to see the elder. This is the first time that he's taken the initiative to ask to see a junior of the clan. You must grasp this opportunity well. As he said this, Chu Tinghu, who had been keeping his head down, quietly raised his head and glanced at Chu Yang. Then, he lowered his eyelids again. This gaze was filled with hatred and jealousy, and it was as cold as a knife. Although Chu Yang's cultivation hadn't recovered yet, his divine sense had almost completely integrated with the divine soul of the first tribulation sword master. He could indeed be called the best in the world. Of course, he had sensed the source of this gaze, and also sensed the unfriendliness of this gaze. But why would Chu Yang care about him now? He turned around calmly and placed Chu Tinghu and his 2 brothers behind him. I don't even care about your old age, let alone your young age. After informing Chu Feiling, Chu Yang followed Chu Xianxia into the inner hall under Chu Feiling's proud and smiling gaze. After they left, they turned into a quiet path. Yang, you're very skilled in treating the injuries just now. Chu Xianxia's broken eyebrows twitched and looked at Chu Yang with a faint smile. Of course, I wasn't skilled at the beginning. But after a night of practice, I'm finally familiar with it now, Chu Yang said cautiously. He cleverly said that he treated the injuries of other clans as practice. If Chu Xianxia asked, he would say, I wasn't very good at that time, and I wasn't confident. He would block the path in advance. Chu Xianxia didn't expect this grandson to play tricks. He asked in a low voice, I don't care if you're practicing or not. I only want to ask you, were you involved in the incident 2 nights ago? The incident 2 nights ago? What incident? Chu Yang was surprised. Then, he suddenly realized, Grandfather, are you talking about the incident of the big clans being attacked? Chu Xianxia stared at him with eagle-like eyes and asked in a low voice, were you involved? Chu Yang felt wronged and shouted, Grandfather. If I did it, would I still hide it from you? This is a matter of life and death for the clans. I really didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. He thought, I really didn't do it. It was the sword spirit who did it. Chu Xianxia snorted and said, then how did you know about this treatment method? When I was in the lower 3 heavens, godly Dr. Du Shiqing once gave me a copy of the medical sage's medicine canon. In the lower 3 heavens, in the northern wastelands, I accidentally broke into a cave. The stone walls of the cave were engraved with the methods to break and neutralize all the sinister techniques from the past 10,000 years. Yang did not even blink. He spoke sincerely with a heart-wrenching tone and an aggrieved face. It was the kind of depression that came from being suspected after doing a good deed. In fact, his eyes were about to burst into tears. Old Master Chu couldn't bear it anymore. Sigh, look at what I've done to my grandson. Looks like it really isn't him. Since it's not you, you should lie low for the time being. Even if someone is suspicious, this old man will stand up for you. Yang said naively, don't tell me that they don't feel the least bit grateful that I saved them? Are you going to deal with me instead? Old Master Chu stroked his beard and sighed, what a pure and innocent child. How can things be so simple in this world? Receiving a drop of water from someone should be repaid with a gushing spring. Repaying the debt of saving a life for a lifetime doesn't exist anymore. The way of the world now is strength. Yang said angrily, this is too unfair. Patting his shoulder, Old Master Chu said earnestly, when you grow up, you will understand. Young Master Chu muttered in a daze, how can it be like this? How can it be like this? How can they be like this? Old Master Chu sighed deeply. He felt that he was a failure. The reality that he said had polluted Sun Xiaochun's pure and innocent heart. This was a huge blow to this child's pure and innocent nature. Hopefully, this child will be able to recognize the evil ways of the world as soon as possible. The path gradually became desolate. Wild grass grew on both sides of the path, and wild flowers swayed in the wind. Rows and rows of all kinds of tall trees stood upright. Each tree was as thick as a few people hugging it. The branches were lush and full of birds' nests. The ground was covered with a layer of birds' nests. Walking on it, one could hear rustling sounds. It was unknown how many years it had been since it was cleaned. Walking on this desolate path, one couldn't help but feel that everything was quiet and tranquil. It was as if one was far away from the mortal world. In this wonderful feeling, the two of them didn't want to talk. They walked forward in silence. Only the sound of their own footsteps could be heard. The two of them had a feeling that this frequency could extend to the ends of the world. The sword spirit sighed somewhat disappointedly and said, see, this is the place where the strong should live. Away from the ostentatiousness, away from the hustle and bustle. Alone, accompanying the world day after day, year after year, painstakingly comprehending the mysteries of life, martial arts, and the heavenly Tao. Until one's own flesh and blood wither along with the flowers and trees, turning into soil and wind, and returning to the earth. Everyone knows that the strong can move unhindered in the world. They can turn their hands over and create clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. They are unrivaled and unrivaled. How majestic and domineering is that? But who would have thought that behind this majestic and domineering aura, there's 1,000 years of loneliness that can't be dispelled? Yang felt bitter and disappointed in his heart. He asked softly, don't tell me, they don't have wives? They don't have lovers to accompany them throughout their lives? They don't have unforgettable feelings? They do. The sword spirit sighed deeply and said, but they're just like everything on the ground. The only thing that can accompany them is some memories that will never fade from their hearts. Otherwise, why is it said that it's lonely at the top? Yang was silent. So, before this, among all the strong people, only a very small number of couples can reach the peak together. Such a couple may not appear even once in tens of thousands of years. The sword spirit seemed to be on guard against something, and also seemed to be sighing. So, usually, such strong people walk the emotionless path. Because, if they're obsessed with love, after their loved ones have passed away for so long, just the deep feelings of love in the past are enough to drive them crazy. How can they survive the long hundreds of years that follow? So, the emotionless pathmaster is in charge of everything in the Chongtian continent. The sword spirit was a little worried. But you practice the emotionless path and go against the tradition of tens of thousands of years. I hope that you don't know that you. As he spoke, the sword spirit couldn't continue. He could only let out a long sigh. I look at the world with my eyes and my heart. I'm willing to be bitter and happy. If I don't become the moon in the Chongtian continent, I won't be afraid of the difficulties of reincarnation. Yang said quietly. The sword spirit was silent. He let out a long sigh. I'm willing to indulge myself, and I'm willing to be with my loved ones and my brothers regardless of the difficulties and hardships in the world. Even if I end up as high as the moon in the Chongtian continent, as long as my loved ones pass away, I'll accompany them in reincarnation. This was Chu Yang's answer. Who doesn't know that love is priceless? But, the heavenly Tao is emotionless. You're so sentimental. What will happen in the future? The sword spirit thought silently. The two of them came to the end. It was a small courtyard. It was very simple and crude. The surrounding walls were full of withered grass. There were layers of yellow and green grass. It was so crowded that the soil on the walls couldn't be seen. Cracks were opened by the grass roots. It looked as if the wall was about to collapse. The grass on the top of the wall was even more lush. It actually sprang up a few feet and swayed in the wind. The two wooden doors were obviously made of red sandalwood. Seeing these two wooden doors, Chu Yang was sure that this elder was probably more than 300 to 400 years old as he had guessed. He should be at least 700 years old, because some parts of this hard red sandalwood couldn't withstand the wind and frost, and there were large traces of decay. And Chu Yang knew that if this red sandalwood was used carefully and placed in a room, it wouldn't change even after 1,000 years. Although these wooden doors had been tempered by the wind and rain outside, to be able to reach such a state, it was enough to show that they had been here for a long time. There was only one thing that was very strange. If this elder could live for such a long time, why was there no one below him? Chu Xianxia finally said, I'll send you here. You can go in by yourself. The elder only wants to see you. Chu Yang said, yes. He stretched out his hand and knocked on the wooden door. It was silent inside. Chu Yang exerted some force and the wooden door opened with a creak, revealing a courtyard full of weeds. Then, Chu Yang walked in. He turned around and closed the wooden door with another creak, leaving Chu Xianxia outside. He also closed the 1,000 years of loneliness outside the door. Chu Xianxia stared blankly for a long time before he turned around and left. Chu Yang turned around. The withered grass in the courtyard was very thick. The newly grown weeds were very tall. On average, they could reach the height of his waist. Chu Yang pushed them aside carefully. He tried his best to step on the withered grass and walked forward. There was a soft voice inside, step on the green grass, don't step on my withered grass. Chu Yang was startled and did as he was told. He suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. Step on the green grass, don't step on my withered grass. From this sentence, it could be seen that this elder was a sentimental person. Perhaps, in his heart, these dead, withered grass without vitality were just like his loved ones and brothers who had passed away in the prime of his life. Chu Yang suddenly understood the real reason why the elder didn't let anyone clean the courtyard. It was because he couldn't let go. The green grass under Chu Yang's feet creaked and fell. After Chu Yang walked over, they stood up again. Although they were a little slanted, they didn't affect their vitality. There were 3 thatched huts in the courtyard. The wooden door was wide open. The stone steps in front of the door were full of moss. On the left, there was a big green rock that was densely covered with moss. On the right, there was a big vat that was filled with rainwater. No one knew how many years it had been since it was cleaned. The vat had turned dark green and tiny red worms were rolling around in it. Come in, the voice said faintly. Chu Yang finally stepped in. He stepped into this place that was full of mysteries and legends to a young martial artist. It was a place where martial saints lived. It was full of the fragrance of grass and wood. It was very clean. There was a bed, a table, and a chair in the room. Obviously, the elder didn't plan to entertain guests here. So there wasn't even a place to sit. This place belonged to him alone. On the side wall, an ancient painting was hanging quietly. On the painting, there was a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were full of affection as she silently watched everything in this thatched hut. The elder was dressed in green. He was standing quietly in front of this painting, looking at the person in the painting. His back was facing Chu Yang. He was motionless like a statue. His back view revealed infinite desolation and loneliness. Could it be that he had spent these hundreds of years looking at this painting? You're here. The old ancestor stood in front of the portrait and seemed to sigh as he spoke. That's right, the old ancestor said with a sigh. I'm here. Chu Yang knew that there was no need to reply, but at this moment, He felt a little uncomfortable under the oppressive atmosphere in the room, so he spoke to break the silence. Because when the old ancestor spoke, even his voice was one with the atmosphere. If Chu Yang did not speak, he would be silent here. And Chu Yang dared to bet that as long as he did not speak, this old ancestor would be silent again. The old ancestor nodded and fell into deep thought again. Suddenly, he asked brainlessly, "Do you know who this person in the portrait is?" Who is the person in the portrait? Chu Yang was suspicious. He thought to himself, is it not the Chu clan's ancestor? Why do I have to guess? But, what was the meaning of the ancestor's question? After thinking for a while, Chu Yang said carefully, the person in the portrait is the heart. The person in the portrait is the heart. The old ancestor seemed to unconsciously repeat this sentence. Suddenly, he turned back and looked deeply at Chu Yang. He said sadly, the person in the portrait is the heart. This sentence makes a lot of sense. Chu Yang said indifferently, yes, I'm painting a person of my heart. It's also a person I can't forget. Even if thousands of years have passed, even if the beauty back then has already become an old woman, I can't forget her. I often meet her in my dreams. She's still in her budding years. She's still as charming as before, even if the years have passed, even if the bones have turned to ashes, but the freshness of the memory has condensed thousands of years into a portrait of the heart. It will never fade. Chu Yang sighed softly, I don't know who the person in the portrait is, but I know that this portrait is the heart. From the moment Chu Yang started to speak, the elder ancestor slowly turned around and looked at him quietly. The divine light in his eyes changed. In the end, he seemed to be a little moist. Those eyes that had dried up for hundreds of years actually seemed to be tearing up again. Hundreds of years of worries, hundreds of years of longing and sadness, were all stirred up by Chu Yang's words. He listened attentively and tilted his head back. She fiercely held back the tears that were about to flow out. A cloud of mist rose from the corner of his eyes. The room fell silent again. After a long while, the old ancestor said softly, it seems that you have experienced a lot in the outside world these years. Chu Yang's words had stirred up his worries. But, his words had evoked the joys and sorrows of Chu Yang's two lives. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh and said, I'm all alone and helpless. I'm like a lonely shadow drifting around the world. I don't see my home. The days of rootless duckweed, it's a long story. The old ancestor nodded gently. You've also experienced many life and death situations? Yang admitted frankly. And you once had a lover who would never leave you? The grand ancestor asked again. Yes. The elder ancestor did not speak. After a long time, he sighed softly. No wonder. Then, he turned around and no longer stood in front of the portrait. He sat down on a chair and faced Chu Yang. He sized him up carefully and finally said, You're not bad. Chu Yang stood still and did not say anything. Your injury is in your spirit. But it's not that your spirit is damaged. Instead, your spirit is overflowing and has affected your meridians. The old ancestor looked at him and said softly, This is not an injury, but a blessing. As long as it can be digested, all the disadvantages will disappear immediately. And you will have a strong spirit from now on. The other book friends are reading. It seems that you've obtained some unknown inheritance and fortuitous encounter. You're not injured. The old ancestor lowered his eyelids and said, Is that right? Yes. Chu Yang was surprised. He did not expect the old ancestor's eyes to be so sharp. He could see the crux of his problem at a glance. This time, I came out of seclusion to treat your injury. But, although you don't need treatment now, I'm not disappointed. The old ancestor's eyes flashed with satisfaction. To be able to see such a talent in the Chu clan, I've gained a lot from my seclusion this time. It's a great relief. Chu Yang smiled slightly. You think too highly of me, old ancestor. The latest chapter of the Saint Hall. You're not worthy of my praise. The old ancestor snorted and said, It's been 510 years since Chu Tsunghuan's descendant. Finally, another talent has appeared. Chu Tsunghuan. Chu Yang remembered that he had seen this name on the memorial tablet when he was worshipping the ancestors. He was the first-generation ancestor of the Chu clan. I only hope that you won't be as arrogant and unyielding as Chu Tsunghuan. It's the best thing that you can understand. The old ancestor sighed. Old ancestor, please guide me. Xianxia bowed and said. Sit. The old ancestor smiled slightly. Xianxia looked around and could not help but wonder, where should I sit? I can't sit on the floor anyway. Xianxia frowned and suddenly smiled freely. He sat cross-legged on the floor just like that. The old ancestor's eyes were smiling. He picked up the teapot from the table, opened the drawer and took out a wooden box. Xianxia glanced at it and was shocked. This wooden box was dotted with stars, as if the whole universe was shining on it. This was actually starwood. Legend had it that even a little powder was thousands of times more valuable than purple crystals. Starwood was recognized as the #1 treasure in the heavens continent. It would take 1,000 years to grow an inch, but not 10,000 years. This was starwood. It would take 1,000 years to grow an inch, but not 10,000 years. If one wanted to use it, they would need starwood that was hundreds of thousands of years old and above. And other than not rotting after 10,000 years, the biggest specialty of starwood was that it was magical. This was because a container made of starwood could be used as a spatial container. It could contain everything. Furthermore, the older the starwood, the more things it could contain. Even the powder of starwood, if it fell into the hands of a supreme martial artist, could be refined with the supreme martial artist's swallowing rivers and mountains technique. So, the preciousness of starwood could be imagined. After so many years, starwood had long disappeared from the heavens continent. He did not expect to find such a big wooden box here, and it was actually used as a tea box. This box was half the size of a head. Its preciousness was really rare in the heavens continent. As if sensing Xianxia's surprise, the elder master smiled indifferently. You're quite knowledgeable. But don't think that I'm rich. In fact, my most precious thing now is this box. Xianxia laughed. When the wooden box was opened, a burst of tea fragrance rushed out. The elder master took out a small pinch and placed it in the teapot. Then, he waved his hands, and a gust of wind blew outside. But looking carefully, even the grass did not move. The elder master waved his hand, and a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth flew in from the room. It condensed in the room and then turned into a ball of clear water. Fine and silent, it poured into the teapot. Then, the teapot in the elder master's hand emitted a faint steam, and slowly boiled. And that refreshing tea fragrance also became stronger and stronger. The elder master's face was very calm, and he was concentrating on doing all this. But Xianxia looked at his face through the rising steam, and at this moment, he actually felt a little illusory, as if there was some distant sadness. Only then did he notice that although there was no bench here, and only one teapot, there were 5 teacups. This tea is from 700 years ago. The elder master lowered his eyelids and looked at the tea in the teapot, which had turned from dry to tender green. His eyes were full of love as he said, in order to preserve this tea, I got this heavenly starwood box. For this wooden box, I killed 17 people from the Ling clan, and also caused the Chu clan to be content with their territory. Xianxia secretly clicked his tongue. For a wooden box, he killed 17 people from the Ling clan, one of the dominant clans, and was still alive. It seemed that this elder master was also a lawless person in the past. Don't think that I'm very powerful. It's just that at that time, the dominant clan signed an agreement with the law enforcement officers, and all the supreme martial artists and 7th-grade martial saints and above rushed to the law enforcement hall. And at that time I had a chance to take advantage of it. The elder master laughed. Xianxia curled his lips and thought, you dared to steal from the Ling clan, and the Ling clan didn't retaliate against you. Instead, they let you live until now and didn't take back the item. This proves a lot. What's the use of being modest? This tea was left behind by this elder master of yours. The reason why I stole this box was to store this tea. I thought that if I didn't succeed, I would die there, but I didn't expect it to succeed. The elder master played down the story and didn't go into detail about the process. Xianxia sighed. He knew what this meant. His beloved wife was dead, and he had nothing to live for. Therefore, he wanted to steal this box to preserve what his beloved wife had left behind. If he didn't succeed, he would follow her. What kind of deep love was this? The elder master's eyes were full of memories as he smiled indulgently. At that time, her family had a tea garden. When I first met her, it was at the tea garden. She was picking tea leaves, and her white robes fluttered with golden hoops, the fragrance of the tea lingered in the air, and the elder master's face was heavy. At that time, I asked her if the tea was fragrant, or her. She said. At this point, he suddenly woke up and laughed. I'm old, I'm so annoying when I'm old. I was very touched when I heard that. Xianxia laughed. Then, in order to preserve these tea leaves, you caused the Chu clan to be in such a state. Do you regret it? The elder master shook his head and sighed. What's there to regret when my heart is at peace? Xianxia laughed. The elder master lifted the teapot and poured the tea into the teacups. The tea was green, and its fragrance filled the air. He seemed to have forgotten, and he seemed to be absent-minded. He actually filled all 5 teacups to the brim. Then, he took a teacup for himself. After hesitating for a long time, he picked a teacup and handed it to Xianxia. I used to have 3 brothers, and they often drank tea here. Every time, my wife would sit beside me and personally brew tea for us. The teacup you're using now is my second brother's. The elder master looked at the teacup with some reluctance. There's a small chip on the teacup, and my second brother used his fingernails to remove it. Now, he's gone, but the teacup is still here. With the teacup, it's like my beloved wife and them are still here. The old man said softly as he looked at the book with a gentle gaze. At this moment, there was actually a feeling of being in high spirits. The other book friends were reading as well. It was as if at this moment, those long-lost brothers had gathered here again. They were chatting and laughing, calling each other elder brother and sister-in-law. They were having a joyous gathering. The way he looked at Xianxia was as if he was looking at another person. Xianxia knew that the old man was not looking at him at all, but his second brother. Xianxia listened quietly. Suddenly, a sour feeling rose in his heart. If one day, Mo Qingwu left, Gudu Xing, GMO, and the rest also left one after another, and he was the only one left in the world, would he be like this old man? The years were long, and he had to spend alone. Lonely, and cold. Only the long time and the memories that were engraved in his heart would accompany him. If that was the case, how could he endure it? 10 years before your ancestor passed away, she had personally brewed 3,000 caddies of tea for me in the tea garden. She knew that I was not used to drinking tea that was brewed and picked by others. So, she personally brewed it for me. The old man chuckled and said, her last request was, if I am going to die, I must finish drinking this tea before I die. I am only allowed to drink 1 cup of tea a day. If I die before I finish, she will not care about me in the underworld. The old man pointed at the teacup in Xianxia's hand. I have already drunk a pot of tea today. Since you came, I brewed another pot. So, tomorrow, I will not drink any more. If I drink too much, she will be angry. With a smile, he pointed at the wall behind him. She is watching. Xianxia's throat moved a little. He looked at the tea in front of him quietly. He suddenly felt that this tea was love. He could not bear to drink it. He didn't know why the old ancestor had called him here. Right now, he only wanted to be a qualified listener, to read a good novel. He wanted to be a witness and be influenced by this love and brotherhood that would never change in life and death, that would always be new even after thousands of years. The two of them were silent. Time passed just like that. Why are you not drinking? The old man asked after a long time. Tea is like love. I can't bear to drink it. Xianxia raised his head and said softly. Tea, like love, must be drunk. The old man looked at him solemnly. If you don't drink it now, it's not because you can't bear it, but because you're cruel. This is blasphemy. Yes. Xianxia's whole body trembled as he came to a realization. Tea is like life. The old man calmly said, when it's time to drink, we must drink. Don't wait for the tea to turn cold. If you drink it again, it won't have the same taste. At that time, there will only be regret. He looked deeply into Xianxia's eyes and asked, do you understand? Xianxia pondered for a long time, and a trace of enlightenment appeared in his eyes. I understand. He suddenly realized that the old man was using this cup of tea to impart to him the truth of life, the comprehension of the heavenly Tao, and the realm of martial arts. However, in order to assimilate into this realm, one had to enter the story and experience it personally. Then, at the last moment, he used this sudden and unexpected method to shout at the top of his head, to let him have an epiphany, as if he had become a Buddha. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel respect and admiration. The old man didn't use a high level of cultivation. Everything was like a small bridge and flowing water. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. He inadvertently led Chu Yang into an epiphany. It was effortless. This kind of realm and technique was miraculous. Seeing that Chu Yang understood, the old man's eyes were filled with gratification. Chu Yang picked up the teacup and slowly drank a mouthful of tea. The tea was still warm, and it tasted great. Chu Yang only felt a clear stream of fragrance flowing from his throat into his throat and into his stomach. Everywhere it passed, there was a smoothness. He couldn't help but praise sincerely, "Good tea. Ancestor is indeed worthy of being called the tea sage." The old man instantly became happy and even a little proud. He said, "Your ancestor is called the tea sage." His voice was filled with self-satisfaction. It was as if a person praising his wife's tea was already the highest achievement in his life. He was extremely proud. "It's worthy of its name." Chu Yang said sincerely, "If ancestor is willing, I would like to." "Don't even mention it." The old man said discontentedly, "You wish." Although he was discontented, he couldn't hide his pride anymore. "What a pity." Chu Yang sighed. The old man laughed and said, "I asked you to come today because, firstly, you're young. Secondly, your cultivation is still passable. Thirdly, you're a blessed person. Fourthly, I like you. Fifthly, I'll fulfill your wish this time." Chu Yang said, "Oh? You're young, but you're already a first-stage martial emperor. If you subdue the power of the divine spirit that's troubling you, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "There might not even be one in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if there is, their intelligence will be destroyed by the huge divine spirit and they'll become stupid. How can such an ancient divine spirit be passed down until now be ordinary? But you've withstood it. Once it's digested, your divine spirit will be number one in the universe. If this isn't great fortune, then what is?" The old man said. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart, "If you know how much I've suffered for this. You won't think that this is fortune. You're young, not even 10 years old, and a first-stage martial emperor. The other readers are reading. Of course, it's nothing if you're only a first-stage martial emperor at 10 years old. Your brother Chu Tinghu is already a third-stage martial emperor, and he's even younger than you." The old man said, "However, he's been raised in a greenhouse and hasn't seen much wind and rain. Although he's scheming, he only uses it on his own people. He's not a hero. But you've become a martial emperor in the lower three heavens, barehanded, single-handedly, and without anyone to rely on. This shows that you're smart, intelligent, and calm. In this aspect, the other juniors of the Chu clan will never be able to catch up to him." His tone was full of disdain. Chu Yang smiled and remained silent. It seemed that whatever he said wouldn't be appropriate. But the old man didn't let him go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him, asking softly, "King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu, Pavilion Master Chu, what I said, is it?" Chu Yang almost jumped up. The old man pointed out his 3 identities in one sentence. King of Hell Chu was his nickname, Minister Chu was his official position in the lower 3 heavens, and Pavilion Master Chu was his heavenly armament pavilion master in the lower 3 heavens. How did he know these things? Besides Chu Failing and Chu Fian, who knew half of these things, the others, including Chu Xianxia, didn't know. And Chu Failing and Chu Fian would never confront each other face to face. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "I've heard what you said to Chu Fian. You should know that in this house, I can hear whatever I want to hear. There's no hindrance. And you've just returned, but you're the person I'm most interested in." Chu Yang was surprised. The old man continued, "I've also heard some of what you said to your father." Chu Yang was stunned. The old man laughed. "I've seen you in the northern wastelands of the lower 3 heavens before. And I've also met Elder Ning once." He smiled. "You should also understand now. When I killed the Ling clan's people and stole their things, the person who protected me was Ning Tianya, Elder Ning. Yang suddenly understood. So that's how it is. When I was in the northern wastelands, there were countless experts, and I didn't meet many of them. It turns out that this elder was also there at that time. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, fortunately, you only called me King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu, and Pavilion Master Chu, and didn't call me Sword Master Chu. Otherwise, I'd really be shocked to the point of fainting. The old man looked at him quietly. You don't have to worry that I'll reveal anything for you. If you want to keep a low profile, if you want to endure silently, if you want to accumulate strength, that's your business. But since I know about you, I know that the future of the Chu clan is on you. Yang blushed with shame. Elder, you're exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. The old man smiled coldly. So, when it's time for you to kill the Chu clan's people, don't be soft-hearted. Yang was shocked, and he suddenly raised his head, only to meet the old man's penetrating eyes. Remember, the old man said solemnly, the clan is your backing, but, more often than not, the clan is a hindrance. If you can't forge the clan into a solid block of iron, then don't rely on the clan for anything. Don't tell the clan any secrets. That will be the beginning of your failure. Do you understand? Although the old man was talking about the Chu clan, his words were cold and murderous. I understand. But... Yang's face showed that he was struggling. No buts. The old man cut him off. Some people can't accomplish anything, but they're good at spoiling things. What's wrong with killing them? He said coldly, maybe you're worried that after you kill them, your parents will be sad, and your grandfather will be sad. But let me tell you, if you don't want them to be sad, then you'll have to sacrifice the future of the Chu clan, your own life, and even the lives of your entire family. Yang shivered. I understand. When you leave here, I'll give you something. Then, you can give it to Chu Xianxia, and he'll understand what I mean. The old man closed his eyes slightly. Yang Dao suddenly remembered something and asked. May I ask, old ancestor, how many years has it been since your ancestral mother? 703 years, the old man said softly. May I ask what elder ancestor's cultivation level was 703 years ago? Yang asked. When I was young, I had a fortuitous encounter and ate a golden ginseng. The old man smiled. 703 years ago, I was already at the peak of 4th stage martial saint. Yang was shocked. Then you, the old man smiled and said, you want to ask about my current cultivation level? Haha. I'm now at the peak of 5th stage martial saint. Yang was silent. What he wanted to ask was, why did you only break through one stage after so many years? Now that he had said this, he didn't hide anymore and asked directly. The old man's face was full of disappointment. If I wanted to break through, I would have broken through to Supreme Martial Artist. I can't go up to 3rd stage Supreme Martial Artist, but 2nd stage Supreme Martial Artist is stable. But I tried my best to suppress my cultivation and not break through. Even this breakthrough was to extend my lifespan, so that I could finish the task of drinking 1,500 kilograms of tea. I had no other choice. If I break through again, I'm afraid I won't have any tea to drink in the future. But now, I'm actually going to break through the bottleneck that I've suppressed for 450 years. It's really distressing. Yang was shocked and sorrowful. He finally came to his senses. Could it be that you're cultivating the path of sentiment? Yang stood up in shock. At this moment, he actually lost his composure. His eyes were wide open as he stared at this elder. His heart was in turmoil. The sword spirit in Yang's consciousness couldn't help but shudder. He opened his eyes and looked at this elder of the Chu clan through Yang's body. His eyes were full of surprise. Even he didn't expect this elder of the Chu clan to actually cultivate the heaven-defying path of emotions. The current Yang still didn't really understand what the real path of emotions was and how difficult it was to cultivate it. But the sword spirit had experienced the ups and downs of the human world for 10,000 years. He knew very well that the path of emotions was harder than ascending to heaven to cultivate it, but this elder of the Chu clan cultivated the path of emotions and actually broke through all the way to the peak of 5th grade martial saint. Moreover, he was still desperately suppressing his cultivation. Otherwise, he would have already reached 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist. He had been here for 703 years. From what he said, his wife's cultivation didn't seem to be high. That meant that he was at most 1,000 years old. Then, how did he cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time? The path of emotions was filled with inner demons at every step. The path of emotions. The elder raised his head. His expression was full of disappointment. Chu Yang could clearly see the wind and clouds changing on his face at this moment. It was as if thousands of years had turned into white clouds and light mist, quietly flowing past his face. At this moment, his thin face was full of longing, no regrets and deep feelings. The only thing that wasn't there was sadness and despair. Chu Yang looked at him in a daze. At this moment, there was a sudden illusion in front of his eyes. It wasn't clouds or fog. What he saw was the passage of time. Life, old age, sickness, death, the vicissitudes of life. Vaguely, Chu Yang seemed to see him meeting his wife in the tea garden. At that time, he was young and handsome. His beauty was alluring, gentle and affectionate. He was surrounded by green grass and green tea garden. The breeze blew gently and the white clouds were intoxicating. Just by looking at each other, their hearts fell. It was love at first sight. From then on, their feelings were deeply rooted and they never left each other. From then on, they depended on each other in life and death, helping each other in times of need. It was as if he could see him reuniting with his brothers. From then on, he would ride his horse and roam the pugilistic world, repaying his debts of gratitude and vengeance as he rebuked the world. When they were happy, even if they had to travel to the ends of the earth, they would travel day and night to get drunk together, just to share their joy with their brothers. When they were in danger, they would be the king's shield, pushing left and right to persuade, but none of them would leave, sharing life and death together. When they were in pain, the brothers shed tears together. If he was happy, he would laugh. He would laugh at the changes in the world. If he was angry, he would go berserk. He would battle the world and dye the Jianghu red with blood. He would kill until the heavens and earth were turned upside down. He would stir up tsunamis and landslides, because with you and him by my side, I am fearless. It was as if he had seen the death of his beloved wife. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His brothers had come to accompany him, grieving together. It was as if he could see his brothers growing old one by his side, closing their eyes one by his side. They went from vigorous and lively to silent, and in the end they turned into a pile of dirt. His heart was torn apart again and again. Faintly, it was as if a few tombs full of green grass had appeared in front of him. The sun was setting in the west, and it was silent between heaven and earth. In front of the tombs, an old man in green stood for a long time, looking sentimental and melancholic. Chu Yang's eyes were moist. At this moment, he suddenly felt the same way. The sorrow and melancholy in his heart could not be suppressed. Pa, 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 in the silence, the sound of teardrops falling to the ground could be heard softly. It was so clear and so shocking. Chu Yang suddenly woke up. Only then did he realize that his face was already covered in tears. His tears were dripping to the ground, making soft sounds. He looked across and saw that the old man was still sitting quietly. His eyes were filled with infinite wisdom and depth, looking at him. Chu Yang wanted to speak, but he only felt a lump in his throat. He could not say a single word. He wanted to stop his tears, but no matter what he said, he could not stop them. The sorrow in his heart became more and more intense. For a moment, sorrow came from his heart and could not be cut off. After a long, long time, Chu Yang finally calmed down a little. He rubbed his eyes embarrassedly. He did not understand why he would cry in such an embarrassing manner here. Ever since Mo Qingwu died in front of him in his previous life, Chu Yang was in extreme pain and cried bitterly. At his last moment, when he thought of Mo Qingwu, other than crying, Chu Yang did not know how many things he had experienced since his rebirth, but he had never cried like this. But at this moment, Chu Yang felt that he was crying like a baby. "You're awake?" The old man's voice came. He was clearly in front of him, but his voice seemed to have crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. It came from the clouds and mist. It was so ethereal that it seemed to be full of illusions. "Yes." Chu Yang lowered his head. "I'm a little ashamed. I actually felt the same way just now and cried in embarrassment." "Cried in embarrassment?" The old man smiled. "I used 1,000 years of cultivation to create an illusion of the vicissitudes of life. I condensed 1,000 years into this moment, turned the past into the present, and brought you into my world. I let you see the joys and sorrows of my life, the joys and sorrows of my life, the loneliness and heroism of my life, the love and infatuation of my life, he said slowly. You're actually crying because you're embarrassed? Xianxia raised his head in shock and looked at the old man in disbelief. Elder? For a moment, it was like an illusion and also real. Could it be that what I saw just now was actually real? Was it actually an illusion created by the ancestor with his all-powerful divine power? So that he could put himself in it? So that the real past could be seen again? The old man nodded gently, but clearly confirmed Xianxia's guess. You've cried. Do you feel better? The old man looked at him quietly. Ever since Mo Qingwu's death in his previous life, Xianxia had always felt suffocated in his chest. He could not vent it out. Even in this life, it was still the same. His heart was heavy and there was no way to relieve it. In addition, in this life, he had too many secrets that he could not tell others. After suppressing them in his heart for a long time, it became heavier and heavier, but at this moment, after hearing this sentence, he suddenly realized that the heavy and suffocating feeling in his chest had unknowingly dissipated by more than half. Xianxia could not help but wonder. What was going on? Tears are good things. Crying is even better. The old man looked at him with some affection. Child, you have too many things on your mind. You've suppressed yourself. This time, you've shed tears to your heart's content. You've vented a lot of your pressure. Xianxia lowered his head and pondered. Could crying reduce the pressure? Why do people cry? It's to relieve their emotions. When you don't cry when you cry, you'll suppress it in your heart. You think that things have passed, but they haven't. The more you accumulate, the stronger the backlash in the end. The old man said, when I was young, I always thought that men shed tears but not blood. Shedding tears is the behavior of a coward. So, even if you stab yourself with a knife and let the pain replace your tears, you're not willing to let your tears flow and maintain the image of a tough man. Actually, this is the stupidest thing. Because although these will not erupt at the time, when you're old, human nature will make you nostalgic. And at that time, as you grow older, you'll become more and more nostalgic. The things that you've been suppressing in your heart will come one after another. It will become the most painful torture for you. In terms of martial arts, it's the demon of the heart. The old man said, and this demon of the heart can't be controlled. So, the cultivation of a martial artist stops here. So, the lifespan of an ordinary person stops here. Xianxia seemed to understand something. He murmured, I see. So, in a person's life, he needs to indulge himself. When he's proud, he needs to laugh wildly. When he's heartbroken, he shouldn't be stingy with his tears. When he should cry, he should cry. When he should laugh, he should laugh. That's living a truly free and easy life. The old man looked at him with a smile. Xianxia, actually, the image of a so-called tough man that you deliberately maintain is not worth much. It's too worthless. A real tough man is one who swallows rivers and mountains and dominates the world. He's sincere and genuine. That's the tough man of the martial world. Yes. Xianxia was sincerely convinced. He said, I'll remember it. Xianxia pondered. Regarding his past and future, he carefully sorted out the many things that he had done in the past. Now that he thought about it, his pretentiousness back then were really somewhat childish and laughable. It was a common problem of young people. When Xianxia raised his head, his eyes were already clear and bright. The old man smiled with gratification. The old man didn't know that his illusionary past this time, the evolution of the world and his teachings, had changed Xianxia's attitude towards life completely. Xianxia sat where he was respectfully, waiting for him to speak. This was the first time that his arrogant heart of 2 lifetimes was so impressed by someone. The old man smiled slightly and said, Xianxia, you may not know my name. My name is Chu Xiaoxin. He laughed. Xiaoxin, a homonym for be careful. My brothers used to joke with me and would always shout to each other, be careful. Be careful, it's coming. He recalled and laughed. Xianxia laughed too. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Gu Duxing. When GMO and Luo Kadi were joking and fighting, they would always tease each other, "Take care of your little brother. Old Gu." And at that time, Gu Duxing would always fly into a rage, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. When I was 20 years old, I left home for the first time and wandered the martial world. It was at that 1,000 acres of tea garden that I saw her. He laughed and his eyes actually seemed to still have the amazement of the past. He said contentedly, "That's your great-grandmother." Chu Yang smiled knowingly. He could imagine his happiness and contentment at that time. At the same time, he also sensitively noticed that the elder ancestor finally started to talk about his cultivation of the path of emotions after giving him a heads-up, transforming his life and clearing his inner demons. All the mysteries must be in the story that he was telling, so Chu Yang relaxed all his mind and focused all his attention on integrating himself into the story. At this moment, the old man's sharp eyes shot out. Chu Yang was startled. He felt that although this gaze was sharp like a sword, it was also full of warm power and a kind of wonderful consciousness, as well as a kind of mysterious attraction. Under the help and attraction of this gaze, Chu Yang actually felt that he seemed to have transformed into Chu Xiaoxin and entered that place of time and space 1,000 years ago, but the wonderful thing was that his mind still remained clear, the path of emotions. She was just the daughter of the owner of a tea plantation. Although her life was very rich, it could not be compared to our Chu clan. Moreover, she wasn't from a martial arts family. She was just a very, very ordinary woman. So, at that time, my father flew into a rage and forced me to cut off all contact with her. He even arranged a marriage for me. The old man smiled proudly. At that time, I was the first successor of the clan. But at that time, I only said one sentence, "If you dare, I will die." My father was so angry that he left. Then, I lowered my status and gave my position to my second brother. Seeing that I was so resolute, my father could only accept it. The old man smiled calmly. Chu Yang clicked his tongue. Although he said it calmly now, Chu Yang could completely imagine how shocking it was at that time. Then, I was immersed in happiness. Other than practicing martial arts, I was with him. Occasionally, I would bring him out to the pugilistic world to relax. Then, we became brothers. We searched for treasures together, fought together, and laughed proudly in the pugilistic world. From youth to old age, the old man smiled calmly. So, my cultivation improved day by day. No matter what I did, my heart was always calm. I did not have the time to be heartless. I also did not have the opportunity to cultivate the heartless way. The old man smiled faintly. But it was only a long time later that I realized that my cultivation method had already deviated from traditional martial arts. Or rather, it was already the opposite of all martial arts. So, for 15 years, my cultivation did not improve at all. I was always vexed. Should I change? The old man smiled and reminisced. It was at that time that I met Xianxia for the first time. At that time, I did not know his identity. I only thought that he was an old man. When he saw me sitting on the mountain peak, he asked me what was the matter. At that time, I had no one to talk to and thought that he was just an ordinary old man. So, I told him everything. The old man chuckled. After Xianxia heard everything, he said, "Did you kill those who should be killed?" At that time, I said, "Why didn't I kill those who should be killed?" He said, "Since you can kill, are you heartless or sentimental?" I said, "If we don't kill bad people, are we going to keep them around to harm good people?" He laughed and said, "This is the path of sentiment." Chu Yang was immersed in this. When he heard these words, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A long time after he left, I still couldn't react. It wasn't until 3 years later that I understood that there was no such thing as the path of emotion or path of heartlessness in this world. It all depends on why you cultivate, why you kill, and whether your heart is at peace, happy, or ruthless after killing. The so-called path of ruthlessness is to kill for the sake of killing. If there is a disagreement, you will draw your saber. In this way, as time goes by, you will naturally train your heart to be as cold as ice. Everything is considered from the perspective of life and death. Everything is based on strength, and the strong will be respected. Over time, he became arrogant and egotistical. Everything he does is based on himself, and he has lost his sense of self. 3. 35,888 The sentient path will also kill and plunder, but their motives are different. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I have no qualms about killing them. In this way, they are both egotistical, but this egotistical includes many things. So from here, we started to differentiate between the sentient path and the heartless path. Once they are separated, there will be differences. The arrogance, egotistical, and bloodthirsty of the heartless path is the inner demon. But this has a great advantage, which is to cut off all attachments and only care about walking towards the peak. So, the cultivation of the heartless path is faster. But there is a limit. Although I don't know where this limit is with my current cultivation, I can feel that such a heartless path will definitely not develop endlessly in the future. Because it doesn't conform to the heavenly Tao. And the reason why no one has been able to reach the peak of the sentient path is because sentient path needs to have an eternal spiritual sustenance in the depths of one's emotions. Some people lose it halfway, or break down, or have their true feelings worn away by time. They forget about the past, and stop for life. The old man smiled proudly. The reason why they can't cultivate the sentient path is that they don't love deeply enough. They don't love deeply enough. So, once a partner dies, they can still recall it for a short time, but after a long time, they will forget. Time and forgetfulness are the most terrifying things in the world, and since you cultivate the sentient path but forget your own feelings, how can you reach the peak? Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. He was on the path of sentiment, yet he had forgotten his past. After my wife left, I always thought that she was still accompanying me. Her teacup, her tea, her breath, her gaze, are all the same as before. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. So, when I live here, you may feel sad and feel that I live in pain, but I am enjoying myself. Because no one comes to disturb us. I have a peaceful mind and don't pay attention to cultivation, but my cultivation naturally improves by leaps and bounds. The old man sighed tiredly and said, "This is my sentient path. My sentient path is because of deep love. But the sentient path that you cultivate is your own sentient path." Xianxia had left the cottage for a long time, but he had been wandering alone in this desolate forest outside the courtyard for a long time. What the old man had said was his sentient path. And it was very vague, causing Xianxia to be unable to see clearly in that illusory realm. He couldn't understand it at all. He seemed to have realized something, but also didn't. It was hazy, and he could see clearly, but he couldn't feel it. Sentient path. Heartless path. Xianxia stepped on the dried grass under his feet, deep in thought. The sky darkened, and night fell. The moon rose in the east and set in the west. The sun rose, and the world was bright, and so on. When Xianxia finally felt tired, he had already stayed in this forest for 3 days. When he fell, he only felt numbness and pain in his legs, as if they were about to break off from his body. It turned out that he had been deep in thought for the past 3 days and 3 nights, unconsciously walking in circles in this forest, and his footsteps never stopped for a moment. He really didn't know how many thousands of miles he had walked in these 3 days and 3 nights, and he couldn't use his cultivation now, and was equivalent to an ordinary person. It would be strange if he didn't feel pain. Although he sat down, he was still thinking. Suddenly, he said, "Sword Spirit, do you understand?" The Sword Spirit smiled. "You need to comprehend this realm yourself. If I tell you, your sentient path will be ruined. I can't comprehend it for now." Xianxia shook his head. "I've thought a lot, but I feel that it's too troublesome. It's not my sentient path." He let out a long breath. "I finally understand what the old ancestor said. Without reaching a certain realm, one can't differentiate between sentient path and heartless path. The current me may not have reached that realm yet." The Sword Spirit didn't speak. Xianxia smiled and said, "This can't be forced. Maybe when the time is right, success will come naturally. Now, I'd better follow my heart and walk on. True feelings are the true self. I can't change my true feelings for anyone or for any reason. That's it. In the future, I'll comprehend it. But I also have to remember the old ancestors' words. I can't suppress myself in the future. Haha, I'm a real hero who laughs and cries, a real man who loves and cries." How can I, Chu Yang, be locked down by myself? As he spoke, he seemed to have completely let go. His body relaxed as he fell backwards onto the dried ground. He groaned and said, "That really hurt. I'm so tired." The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "You're still in the dark. How dare you say that you haven't comprehended anything? After experiencing Chu Xiaoxin's life and witnessing his path of sentiments, you can still maintain your true self. This is the beginning of your path of sentiments. You've already stepped one foot into it, but you say that you don't know anything, and, I can't suppress myself in the future. Haha, I'm a real hero who laughs and cries, a real man who loves and cries. How can I, Chu Yang, be locked down by myself? If you can really do this, you'll have already let go of the shackles on your true self. After getting the essence of your sentient path, you actually still want to comprehend it in the future. I really don't know what you'll comprehend in the future." But the sword spirit didn't say anything. This kind of muddle-headed cultivation was actually a very good thing for Chu Yang. When he finally understood this layer of truth, there would definitely be a new breakthrough that would allow him to be reborn. The sword spirit was looking forward to seeing what kind of enlightenment King of Hell Chu would have when the time came, even though he had always been smart. Or, it would be unexpected again? In the thatched cottage, the elder standing in front of the portrait suddenly smiled. Then, as if he was relieved, he sat on the chair and brewed a new pot of tea. He still filled the 5 teacups completely. He smiled and said softly, "Little tea, brothers, please. Try my skills and see if there's any improvement." The beautiful eyes of the portrait on the wall were deeply focused. A breeze blew, and the portrait moved slightly. The clothes of the person in the portrait fluttered, as if she pitied the loneliness of the man below and was about to step down. Chu Xiongqing and Chu Feiling stood quietly outside the forest, looking at Chu Yang. The two of them had been standing here for 3 days and 3 nights. Their faces were full of hardships. Since Chu Yang started to comprehend, the two of them had been standing here without moving. They were worried, but they were also afraid of disturbing him. Further away, under a tree, Yang Rulin was hiding behind it. She stood quietly and secretly looked at her son from afar. Her eyes were full of heartache. She didn't dare to go forward, because a mother's heart could easily erode a hero spirit. If her son knew that his mother was by his side, his heart wouldn't be so firm. He would feel that he had someone to rely on. So, Yang Rulin could only watch secretly. Seeing that Chu Yang finally stood up and walked towards his father and grandfather, Yang Rulin bit her chin and hurriedly left. She couldn't let her son know that she had been here. It would affect his martial arts heart. "Let's go back." Chu Feiling looked at his son and Chu Xiongqing looked at his grandson. They said this in unison, but didn't mention anything else. "Okay." Chu Yang's heart warmed. When Chu Xiongqing received the small wooden sword from Chu Yang, Chu Xiongqing's mouth was as wide as a hippopotamus, and he didn't close it for a long time. He looked at Chu Yang in shock and didn't say anything for a long time. The Chu clan has a killing order. If one day, it passes from someone's hand to your hand, that person will have the power to decide the life and death of all the members of the Chu clan. This is the ancestral order. Remember, it can be anyone. In his memory, the elder said this coldly. Chu Xiongqing only felt that his head was in a mess. "Clan Master, there are 2 law enforcement officers from the law enforcement hall requesting to see you. They want to ask you some questions." At this moment, a warrior came to report. Chu Xiongqing frowned. Chu Yang was also shocked. Could it be that the matter has been exposed? Chu Xiongqing suddenly turned around and looked at Chu Yang. The two of them looked at each other silently. They must be here because of what happened that night. After all, the appearance of a divine doctor like you is too coincidental. Old Master Chu frowned and said, "And this matter was done by the enforcers. The clan can't interfere. You have to depend on yourself." "I know," Chu Yang said lightly, "they can't blame me for something that I didn't do." "Grandpa, don't worry." Old Master Chu sighed, "Can't you blame me for something that I didn't do? You're too naive, aren't you? You can kill someone based on a suspicion, let alone such a big matter. To the enforcers, what's the big deal if they wrongly kill half a person? Go. Be careful." Old Master Chu sighed. His expression was gloomy. Don't tell my mother about this first, Chu Yang said. I'm afraid she already knows. Chu Xianxia smiled bitterly. The enforcers never hide their actions. Since he came to the Chu clan so brazenly, how can your mother not know? Chu Yang's face darkened and he said heavily, damn the enforcers. Following the two enforcers out of the gate of the Chu clan, Chu Yang couldn't help but turn back. His mother was right behind him. She almost couldn't stand. Her face was pale and she was swaying as if she was going to fall. She was only standing there with the help of his father. Chu Yang stood upright and said seriously, Mother, I'll be back. His words were resolute and decisive, and they were filled with convincing power. Yang Ruolan's nerves, which were on the verge of collapse, seemed to have gotten a little support after hearing this sentence. She gazed deeply and said softly, I'll wait for you to come back. Chu Yang nodded, turned around resolutely and strode away. At the gate of the Chu clan, Chu Tinghu and the other brothers revealed a trace of joy in their eyes. Chu Xianxing's face was full of worry. Chu Feiling's face was solemn, and his temples were throbbing faintly. The two enforcers, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Chu Yang. Their backpacks were filled with purple crystals that Chu Xianxing had stuffed into their backpacks. Master Chu gave a heavy gift. Please take care of your grandson, second law enforcers. Xiao, you still want to go back? The two enforcers clearly snorted at Chu Yang's words. How many people can come out unscathed after entering the law hall? Those who uphold the second law cannot be unreasonable. On the contrary, although the Hall of Justice has a terrible reputation, it's the only place in the Chongtian continent that talks about right and wrong. Chu Yang said lightly, if I didn't make a mistake and didn't violate the heavenly laws, why can't I come back? It's not up to you to decide whether or not you've made a mistake. It's up to us, the Hall of Law Enforcers, to decide. The Hall of Law Enforcer on the left said lightly. Of course. Chu Yang's voice was also very indifferent. As he walked forward, he turned a corner, and the Chu clan behind him was already out of sight. On this street, a person was walking with big strides. Suddenly, this person let out a sound of surprise. Then, he stopped in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang? Why is it you? Where are you going? Chu Yang looked at him fixedly and said indifferently, don't you know where I'm going? My second uncle? This person was Chu Feilong, who had been missing for 4 days. To think that he would suddenly appear here at this moment. But his appearance confirmed the worries that Chu Yang had in his heart. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't hold back when he spoke. When Chu Feilong heard this, he seemed to be startled. Then, he looked up at the two people beside Chu Yang. His pupils contracted. May I ask the two Hall of Law Enforcers, what crime has my nephew committed? The two Hall of Law Enforcers looked at Chu Feilong and said, Chu Feilong, we still have to decide what crime your nephew has committed. Chu Feilong was startled. Then, he took a step back and said, may the Hall of Law Enforcers impartially enforce the second law and give my nephew justice. My nephew has just returned home. He doesn't know much about the upper three heavens. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The Hall of Law Enforcers smiled insincerely and said, Chu Feilong, you talk too much. Chu Feilong stepped aside and said to Chu Yang, Yang, don't worry. I'll go back home to take a look at the situation. Then, I'll go to the Hall of Law Enforcers to pick you up. Chu Yang said lightly, thank you, second uncle. The three of them walked past Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong seemed to be in a daze for a while. Then, he suddenly stood up and rushed back to his clan. Thought. The sword spirit said, it seems to be Chu Feilong's doing. Chu Yang sneered, definitely. Chu Yang was thinking. Chu Yang finally understood what Chu Feilong had been doing these days when he had disappeared. Chu Yang reckoned that Chu Feilong had been investigating this matter ever since it had happened. And that night, Chu Yang had immediately started the treatment, and Chu Feilong had disappeared at that time. He must have gone to the Hall of Law Enforcers. Then, this matter was undoubtedly done by him. Chu Yang's only suspicion was, it's unreasonable for Chu Feilong to appear here now. Is it just to say something that doesn't hurt me? It's obviously impossible. With Chu Feilong's scheming mind, it's obviously impossible for him to do something so childish as to gloat over Chu Yang's misfortune. Then, the only possibility is that, there's some information in the few words that he said just now. But Chu Yang didn't discover anything even after analyzing each sentence. Everything was said in a very ordinary manner. This made Chu Yang very uncomfortable. It was as if all the hall of law enforcers in the world were as gloomy and heavy as this one. All the furnishings were dark and gloomy, giving people a feeling of oppression. It was as if they were in the legendary hell, which was full of gloom and terror. It made people tremble with fear the moment they entered this place. The two iron plate enforcers brought Chu Yang to this place, and then retreated. There were two people inside. Chu Yang looked over and saw a person sitting on a chair. His face was a little pale, and his left shoulder was hanging limply. He was motionless. The other person was a bald old man. His white beard fluttered in the wind. His eyes were as fierce and cruel as the vultures in the desert. Both of them were looking at Chu Yang. They were closely watching Chu Yang's movements. Chu Yang stood 10 feet in front of them and looked at them innocently. Heroes indeed come from the young. The bald old man laughed wildly like an owl and said, I didn't expect young Master Chu to be such a great divine doctor at such a young age. Sorry for the disrespect. Chu Yang looked at him with some fear and said hesitantly, This, elder, called me here. I don't know. He seemed to be so scared that he couldn't continue. What are you afraid of? The bald old man looked at Chu Yang and stared at him intently. A quiet aura also locked onto Chu Yang's whole body. Including his heartbeat, pulse, sweat pores, eyes, even the contraction of his pores and other minute situations were all under the observation of this bald old man. The sword spirit quietly began to respond. Sweat rolled down Chu Yang's face. He said somewhat incoherently, How can I not be afraid? This is the hall of law enforcers. The moment I came in, I felt afraid, he said intermittently. His pulse, eyes, and heartbeat were also constantly changing according to his fear. His heart was beating like a drum. He was a coward who suddenly became an archduke from the grassroots, but he could not avoid the inferiority complex in his bones, as well as some pride that he forced himself to feel. You don't have any cultivation? The bald old man frowned. After this observation, he found that the other party didn't have any Xian cultivation. This was strange. Could it be that this young master of the Chu clan was just an ordinary person? No, I have. Chu Yang said loudly. He seemed to be full of resentment. Then, he lowered his head dejectedly. It's a pity that it was crippled. With a swoosh, this bald old man had already reached Chu Yang's side and grabbed his wrist. Chu Yang's body seemed to subconsciously retreat. He tried to dodge, but he didn't. His face showed pain and annoyance. In the eyes of these two great experts, it was, I could have dodged, but my cultivation was crippled and I couldn't. It was such a desolate look. The bald old man snorted and said, You can't dodge my technique as long as you're not at the monarch level or above. You're so young. Could it be that you were at the monarch level before you were crippled? This sentence was obviously mocking. But then, his expression became serious and he said, You were indeed crippled. The person who crippled you was very clever and overbearing. The sword spirit had quietly blocked Chu Yang's dantian and meridians. Cooperate with his investigation. Do you know who crippled you? The bald old man asked with burning eyes. At the same time, he looked at Qin Baoshan and nodded slightly. Qin Baoshan seemed to be relieved. I don't know, Chu Yang said dejectedly. Who's your master? The bald old man asked. Dusher Qing, Chu Yang answered fluently. Dusher Qing? The two were surprised. What kind of person was Dusher Qing? My master is known as the #1 divine doctor in the lower 3 heavens. He can revive the dead. His medical skills are earth-shattering. Chu Yang puffed out his chest proudly. If you don't believe me, you can ask around in the lower 3 heavens. There should be very few people in the lower 3 heavens who don't know my master. The #1 divine doctor in the lower 3 heavens? The eyebrows of the bald old man and Qin Baoshan twitched. In their eyes, how awesome could a doctor in the lower 3 heavens be? To think that this little guy worships him to this extent and is so proud. Not only is my master's medical skills unparalleled, but his cultivation is also very high. He's already a first-grade martial king. His skills are outstanding. Chu Yang continued to be proud. First-grade martial king? stand out from the crowd. The bald old man and Qin Baoshan were speechless. If your master is outstanding as a first-grade martial king, then what about us two fifth-grade martial monarchs? Celestial beings? I really have nothing to say to this bumpkin, ahem, ahem. The bald old man finally could not help but cough twice. He cleared his throat and suppressed the urge to burst out laughing in his heart. He continued to ask, the technique you used to treat the injuries of the dozen people that night, was it also taught to you by your master? Chu Yang seemed to be conflicted for a while. After struggling for a while, he finally said reluctantly, no. Part 7 Chapter 41, pointing at a monk and scolding a bald donkey innocent. The old man's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, who taught you this? Chu Yang struggled and said with difficulty, this is my personal secrets. Can I not say? The old man's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly roared, if you don't say, I'll kill you. With a boom, an incomparably strong aura pressed down, as if heaven and earth had suddenly collapsed. The aura at this moment was really unparalleled, moreover, it had a strong spiritual bewitchment. This was the most effective method of interrogating prisoners in the law hall, and it had never failed. Chu Yang sat on the ground with a boom, and his consciousness seemed to have collapsed and been destroyed. His eyes turned white, his mouth foamed, his hands and feet spasmed, and his whole body trembled. He shouted incoherently, I'll say everything. I'll say everything, then hurry up and say it. The bald old man let out another loud roar. His expression was ferocious, but he increased the power of his mental bewitchment. It was a bright and beautiful spring morning. I went out and came to a mountain. Chu Yang's eyes stared blankly, and he began to narrate unconsciously. The old man had been using his spiritual power to lock on Chu Yang's consciousness, heartbeat, and pulse. He smiled proudly. He was very sure that Chu Yang's consciousness was under his control. In such a state, even a deity would not be able to lie, but with Chu Yang's narration, the old man and Qin Baoshan slowly widened their eyes, and they revealed an incredulous look. Yes. Because what Chu Yang had said and what they had heard were undoubtedly worlds apart. It was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. I found a cave, went in, and then fell down. It turned out that there was a stone chamber below. Chu Yang's eyes were misty, and he said in a muddle-headed manner. That was the residence of an elder. When I went in, I saw 4 words, it's fate to come here. Pass on my legacy, and save the world. The old man and Qin Baoshan's mouths were crooked, and they listened blankly. They're all healing methods of martial arts that have long been lost. There's the 5 ultimate yin killing skill, the 7 poison meridian severing hand, the yin yang heavenly kick, the hell palm, the king of hell's soul locking poison skill. The bald old man and Qin Baoshan had a headache listening to Chu Yang's long-winded explanation of a series of martial arts names. What the F***ck is this? Stop. The bald old man stopped him in exasperation. How did you come to the upper 3 heavens? What have you done before? Tell me again. If he couldn't find any clues from his sect, then he would ask about his background. There were always clues to be found. This was the real method of taking drastic measures. Qin Baoshan nodded repeatedly. I'm in the lower 3 heavens. I've suffered. I've been bullied. Chu Yang wiped his snot and tears as he began to narrate his tragic life. Today he was beaten up by Hooligan Li, tomorrow he would be blackmailed by Hooligan Zhang, and the day after tomorrow he would be beaten up by Hooligan Sun. This young man's life was really bitter. He was almost beaten up since he was young. He rambled on for more than an hour, and the names he mentioned were definitely not few. There were at least 100 names, and they were all unimportant people in the lower 3 heavens. The most awesome one was actually a hooligan boss on the street. The bald old man and Qin Baoshan's faces turned green, but they couldn't interrupt him at this time. They could only force themselves to listen. I met my master. Although Chu Yang's eyes were dull, he was still eloquent, so I finished my apprenticeship and traveled around. Finally, one day. His voice suddenly became heavy with grief and indignation. What happened? The bald old man couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He felt that there was a great turning point. I cured the illness of Squire Lu's daughter. He said that he would betroth his daughter to me, but he changed his mind. Not only that, he even beat me, drove me away, scolded me. Later, he even knocked me out and threw me into the forest. I was beaten up every time I went back. Boo-hoo, the bald old man and Qin Baoshan looked at each other. They could hear that this matter was obviously more stimulating for Chu Yang. So when he spoke till here, his emotions became agitated and he even cried. His snot and tears flowed down his face. Then, Chu Yang's emotions became even more agitated. He muttered curses and kept talking about the unfair treatment he had encountered. In the end, he gnashed his teeth, his face turned red, and his eyes shone fiercely. His voice was sonorous, and his mouth was full of old bastards, and old bastards. And it was two old bastards. And when he spoke, he looked at the bald old man and Qin Baoshan fiercely and scolded, "You two old bastards. You two old bastards." The two of them were extremely depressed. Those who knew would know that he was scolding that Squire Lu and Squire Lu's wife. Those who didn't know would think that we were being scolded. Damn it, Chu Yang became even more agitated when he spoke of the most infuriating part. He suddenly jumped up and grabbed the bald old man's lapel. His expression was extremely agitated, and he spasmed and twisted. He scolded loudly, "Motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur. You old bastard with 1,000 green hats on your head. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? You old bastard, I'll F asterisk king curse your grandchildren." Chu Yang roared, scolded, and spat his saliva. He was so angry that he looked like he was about to explode from anger. Chu Yang's saliva sprayed all over the bald old man's face. It was as if there was a rainstorm on the bald old man's head. He pulled Chu Yang's hand away from his chest, and wiped his face in a flurry. His old face turned into a cigar, and he muttered curses, "Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. This is really an unexpected disaster. I've been in charge of interrogation for 200 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. Motherf asterisk cur, I'm so unlucky." Although he was so angry that he almost wanted to destroy the world, he knew that Chu Yang was definitely not scolding him deliberately. How could it be possible that Chu Yang's mind was controlled by him? He could only suffer in silence. Motherf asterisk cur, I've controlled a person's mind and made him scold me. If this were to be spread out, I'll definitely lose my reputation as a cheap bastard. The bald old man was extremely depressed. He turned his head to look at Qin Baoshan. Although Qin Baoshan's shoulder was still in great pain, he couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh. Motherf asterisk cur, this is really too satisfying. This little bastard had unconsciously taken this bastard as his biggest enemy and scolded him so happily. This really makes me happy. The bald old man looked at Qin Baoshan fiercely. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. "Don't tell anyone." Qin Baoshan laughed in pain. He nodded painfully and wiped the tears from his eyes. Suddenly, he spat them out again with a puff sound, and then laughed loudly. The bald old man flew into a rage. On the other side, Chu Yang didn't care whether he laughed or not. He was still staring blankly and rambling on. Sometimes he scolded, sometimes he begged. Then he finally talked about how he entered the cave. Then after a while, he talked about how his parents found him. Then, he went to the upper three heavens. Then he talked about how he didn't have any skills in the Chu clan, so he had to beg and open a clinic. Who knew that he would encounter so many people who were injured? Then Chu Yang excitedly put the blame on Chu Fian. Fourth uncle said that he could take this opportunity to earn a large sum of purple crystals to supplement his family. He was right. These people were all rich. Earning some purple crystals would be helpful for my cultivation in the future. Then, when he talked about the treatment, he exclaimed excitedly, "I'm rich. I've really struck it rich, ha ha ha. So many purple crystals, sparkling purple, piles upon piles. Wow. Ugh. I really don't know who that expert is. If he comes to fight every once in a while, then I'll be so happy, ha ha ha. Earning purple crystals is so easy, ha ha ha." Chu Yang was dancing with joy. He was extremely excited. His saliva was splashing everywhere. It was obvious that his spirit was in a very excited state. Generally speaking, a person who had suddenly become a nouveau riche would have this kind of moral integrity. The entire morning had passed by the time Chu Yang had finished his nagging. The bald old man and Qin Baoshan looked at each other with black lines on their faces. They didn't expect such a result even in their dreams. The bald old man was especially depressed. I spent so much spiritual energy to control this little one's mind, but in the end, I only heard stories for the whole morning. A story of a difficult childhood, a story of the law of the jungle, a story of being bullied, a story of, and then a story of the rise of a nouveau riche. All the times, places, and names were clear at a glance. Not to mention a person whose mind was controlled. Even a normal person wouldn't be able to fabricate such a flawless story without any preparation. Although this story was very ordinary, it was definitely not fabricated. Because it wasn't fabricated, the bald old man was even more depressed. What the hell is this? I can't hit him or scold him. Am I just going to suffer in silence? Someone pointed at my nose and scolded my mother, cursed my ancestors and cursed my grandchildren. Am I just going to let it go like this? I'm really so wronged. What should I do? The bald old man looked at Xianxia angrily. He couldn't wait to swallow Xianxia up, but his words were directed at Qin Baoshan. What else can we do? Qin Baoshan said angrily, quickly wake him up and let him treat my injuries. Don't tell me you want to kill him? I've accompanied you for the whole morning. Don't you know how many times I've almost died? Am I just going to let go of this scolding? The bald old man roared and pointed at his bald head. Look. There's even saliva on it. If you don't let it go, what else do you want to do? Qin Baoshan said angrily, this little one has all kinds of insidious treatment methods, and he's not suspicious at all. For the upper three heavens, such a person is a treasure wherever he goes. Besides, he's not scolding you. Part 7, Chapter 42, Blackmail. Part 7, Chapter 42, Blackmail. When Xianxia woke up, he saw a bald man gnashing his teeth and glaring at him fiercely with his eyes as big as a donkey. He was shocked and stepped back in a flurry. Then, he sat on the ground and wailed, I didn't do anything. This sentence was really a stroke of genius. The bald old man was so angry that his nose became crooked. You've already scolded all my ancestors, and you still say such a sentence. But he couldn't flare up. He grunted as if he had a toothache and said, yes, you didn't do anything. When he said this, he almost wanted to slap his own face a few times. It's the first time in my life that I've spoken against my conscience. To suffer such a loss in silence, to be forced to swallow blood and lose teeth, was something that had never happened before. He felt that a mouthful of blood had reached his throat. He couldn't swallow it down, nor could he spit it out. His face was red from holding back his anger. Actually, it was no wonder. The interrogation technique of law enforcement officers was the #1 technique in the heavens. It had never failed before. For ordinary people, even people with similar cultivation as this bald old man, as long as they fell into his hands, they would also find a way to deal with him. At most, it would take a little more effort. But he was extremely unlucky. The person he interrogated this time was actually the master of the tribulation sword, and since the master of the tribulation sword had appeared, then the sword spirit was naturally in the master of the tribulation sword. This meant that there were two souls in one body. How could he not suffer a great loss when he only controlled one, and this point was not recorded in the law enforcement headquarters. After all, the law enforcement organization was established to help the master of the tribulation sword. Who would think of interrogating the master of the tribulation sword? Who would be so daring? In this way, it was reasonable and logical for him to swallow this grievance in silence. Then, can I leave now? Xianxia looked at him pitifully. His voice was trembling. Obviously, he was still extremely scared. But in the eyes of the bald old man, it was natural. In such a place, except for law enforcement officers, no ordinary person would want to stay here for even a blink of an eye. You're too kind. Divine Dr. Chu, I haven't entertained you properly yet. Against his conscience, the old bald man swallowed his saliva and scolded himself for being useless in his heart. He forced a fake smile. To tell you the truth, Divine Dr. Chu, I've invited you here because I have something to ask of you. You have something to ask of me? Xianxia blinked his eyes in bewilderment and said, May I ask, what is it? This old man's friend, cough cough cough, was also injured that night. The bald old man finally brought up the main topic. His face was full of depression. Originally, he had planned to capture this little boy and bring Him here to solve the case and treat his illness. Who would have thought that reality and imagination would be completely twisted, and he had no choice but to lower his voice and beg for help. This was truly an unprecedented encounter. Oh, so that's how it is. The cold sweat on Chu Yang's face lessened. He slowly calmed down. From fear and uneasiness, he slowly and gradually regained the bearing of a divine doctor. He even glared at the bald old man with resentment, fully expressing his dissatisfaction. This little boy really knows how to take advantage of the situation. The bald old man only felt that he was about to spit out blood. It's not that I want to say this. Chu Yang obviously still had some scruples. But when he heard that the other party actually had something to ask of him, he gradually became a little arrogant. Old man, what you're doing is wrong. How can you invite a doctor like this? You actually forced your way here to capture people, and even asked for bribes from my clan. As Chu Yang spoke, he finally relaxed. His anger gradually rose and gradually became furious. He seemed to have adapted to his current role. He finally realized, oh, so you're asking me for a favor. Such a mentality. So, he climbed up from the ground and simply threw a tantrum. Aren't these bastards? You law enforcement officers can't be unreasonable. You actually asked for bribes when you asked for help. How can there be such logic in this world? The bald old man's and Qin Baoshan's faces instantly turned red. This matter was really not done properly. Those two bastards. They actually dared to ask for bribes. Qin Baoshan flew into a rage. How dare they? Chu Yang was furious. Not only did they ask for bribes, but they even threatened me. They're extremely arrogant. They escorted me here like a prisoner and kept a straight face all the way here like a corpse. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. I'm not going to treat any more. I can't treat any illness, and I don't know how to treat any injuries. Let's go home. Slow down, slow down. The bald old man really wanted to cry. If he really let Chu Yang leave, Qin Baoshan and the rest would definitely skin him alive. Divine Dr. Chu, this can be discussed. What's there to discuss? Chu Yang scolded, look at what you've done. In this world, there was actually such a thing as confusing right and wrong, calling a deer a horse, being completely unreasonable, and inverting right and wrong. I'm a good citizen. I've been cautious and careful all my life. I've always taken pleasure in helping others. I've always been merciful and benevolent. I've always been kind and benevolent. I've always been afraid of harming the lives of ants when I sweep the floor. I've always been protective of moths when I cover gauze lanterns. I've contributed a little strength to the suffering of the world, but I've actually met with such misfortune. Heavens, please open your eyes. What kind of world is this? Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit spurted out a mouthful of blood. Qin Baoshan's face turned pale, and the veins on the bald old man's forehead were throbbing. He didn't dare to get angry at Chu Yang, so he could only roar and stomp his feet. Bring those two bastards here. Not long after, the two iron plate law enforcement officers came here with puzzled faces. As soon as they came in, the bald old man rushed over and gave each of them a dozen slaps to the face. He slapped them until their heads swung back and forth. Before the two of them could even react, their heads had already swollen into pig heads. Bastards! The bald old man scolded and winked at them. Didn't I tell you to be polite when you invite Divine Dr. Chu? Serve him carefully? You two bastards, how dare you treat Divine Dr. Chu like this? If I don't skin you alive today, how can I face Divine Dr. Chu? The two iron plate law enforcement officers in front of him were already stunned by the slaps. Now, they fainted after being scolded. They only reacted when they saw the bald old man blinking his eyes. The two of them hurriedly knelt down. Yes, Commander, you're right. It's our fault. The bald old man breathed a sigh of relief and continued scolding. You two even asked for bribes. Where are they? Hurry up and take them out. What are you waiting for? Damn thing. Yes, yes. We were muddle-headed. Commander, please forgive us. The two iron plate law enforcement officers were extremely embarrassed. They thought, didn't we do things like this before? Besides, we've already secretly placed half of the purple crystals in your room. Do we still have to steal them? It's absolutely impossible to steal them. We can only pay for it ourselves. The two of them felt extremely wronged. They had no choice but to say, yes, we'll go back and get the purple crystals immediately. There's a total of 10 purple crystals, not one less. What 10 crystals? It's obviously 300 crystals. Xianxia immediately flew into a rage. He pointed to the sky and scolded the earth. He was so indignant that he stomped his feet. How can there be such a shameless thing in the world? After receiving 300 purple crystals, you actually have the cheek to say that it's only 10 crystals. What kind of world is this? Law enforcement officers are actually so evil. I want to cry but have no tears. I'm so indignant. I'm going to vomit blood. 300 crystals? We're the ones who are going to vomit blood. The two iron plate law enforcement officers wanted to cry but had no tears. It's obviously 10 crystals. How did it become 300 crystals in the blink of an eye? Where are we going to get the other 240 crystals? Xianxia was still unforgiving. Oh my god, I really can't believe the greed of the human heart. 300 crystals. Your 2 big bags are already full. Now, it's actually become 10 crystals in the blink of an eye. He rushed in front of Qin Baoshan in indignation. Elder, did you hear that? 300 purple crystals actually became 10 crystals. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit said doubtfully, it's obviously 10 crystals. In his mind, Xianxia roared at the sword spirit, get lost. Then, he faced Qin Baoshan and said tearfully, how can there be such injustice in the world? Elder. It's not that I don't want to treat your illness, it's just that my mind is already in a mess. Elder, please find someone else. I'm powerless. Qin Baoshan flew into a rage. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, he flashed forward and kicked the two fellows up like rubber balls. He roared furiously, what are you waiting for? Go and get the purple crystals. Bastards. 300 purple crystals. If there's even one less, I'll wipe out your entire clan. If you delay this old man's treatment, both of you and your clans will die. The two people were kicked quite seriously, but not to the extent of fainting. But when they heard this sentence, they rolled their eyes and fainted completely. This time, it's over. How can there be such shameless people in the world? We've obviously received 10 crystals, boo-hoo, and even gave the commander 30 crystals. Where are we going to get 300 crystals? Why aren't you going? The bald old man roared fiercely. The two people then climbed up in a daze. Just as they were about to walk out, they heard Divine Dr. Chu say dejectedly, Elder. I'm really not in the mood to take back the clan's property. Hey, can you please let me rest for a while? The two iron plate law enforcement officers were stunned as if they were struck by lightning. They wailed in their hearts, you're forcing us to our deaths. I've never seen such a black-hearted person. Qin Baoshan was also speechless. You're not in the mood, but I'm in pain all the time. He was so angry that he jumped over and kicked them twice. Listen, the two of you, if you don't come back in 15 minutes, the two of you can just kill your entire clan and commit suicide. The two people ran away as if they had lost their parents. Divine Dr. Chu murmured, where's the justice in this world? Where's the justice? Where's the conscience? Where's the justice? Is this still the world ruled by law enforcement officers? Oh my god. I'm going to collapse. The bald old man covered his face with his sleeves. I'm really going to collapse. Damn it, I actually caught such an excellent person. These few days, I've been extremely depressed. I always feel that I've missed out some plot. I'm always trembling with fear when I'm writing, for fear that I'll overdo it. But I just can't think of it. What did I miss out? Everyone, help me think. Damn it, I'm so flustered. The old bald man wanted to cry but had no tears. With his experience, how could he not see that the two iron medallion wielders had actually collected 10 purple crystals? Besides, you've just returned to the Chu clan and have lost all your martial arts. Will the Chu clan take out 300 purple crystals for you? Is this a joke? But the other party is blackmailing us, and we're not only in the right, but also in need of help. Don't return it? what to do. Not only did he see it, Qin Baoshan was also not stupid. He could see it as well, but seeing it was one thing, and giving it to him or not was another thing. Now, they were forced to the edge of the cliff. They had no choice but to give it to him. The two looked at each other and shook their heads gloomily. The old bald man's lips moved slightly and he transmitted his voice to Qin Baoshan. Old Qin, we've fallen into a trap this time. We've been completely blackmailed by this immature brat. The only thing I don't understand is that this bastard was still in fear and trepidation just now. How did he change his role so quickly? Once he heard that we have a favor to ask of him, he immediately turned hostile? He's simply a hooligan. Qin Baoshan sighed and transmitted his voice. You still can't figure it out? Listen to his childhood, he grew up in a hooligan's nest. Those hooligans' ability to pull strings is not limited to this. It'd be strange if he didn't do this. The old bald man nodded repeatedly. You're right. Brother Qin is really observant. Then he asked, now, we can only take the purple crystals to stabilize this brat, let him treat your injuries, and then, eh? Qin Baoshan sighed slightly. Let's take one step at a time. If he were to treat his injuries and accept the other party's kindness, then fall out with them, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Let's not talk about other things. How can we overcome our own inner demons? The old bald man's eyes flashed fiercely and he said, we'll talk about this later. Qin Baoshan had guessed what he was going to do, but he sighed and said, do as you see fit. At this moment, Qiyang finally recovered from his emotions and said, Elder, why don't I take a look at your injuries first? This way, we'll know what your injuries are. Qin Baoshan was overjoyed and said, then I'll really trouble you, Divine Dr. Chu. Qiyang sighed and said sanctimoniously, a doctor has the heart of a parent. After all, I can't bear to see you in pain like this. The old bald man turned his head and covered his mouth to cough. Mother ****. Your heart of a doctor's heart of a parent was exchanged for 300 purple crystals. Even the high priests of a medicine. Senior, please relax your entire body and disperse your protective Xian technique. Otherwise, this junior's Xian technique will be crippled and I won't be able to diagnose you, Qiyang said indifferently. Qin Baoshan's injuries. There was really nothing to be afraid of in his own territory. Seeing that Qin Baoshan had unbuttoned his clothes, Qiyang stretched out his hand and pressed down on the wound with 2 fingers. Qin Baoshan groaned. He only felt that the 2 fingers were directly buried in his flesh as if they had entered one of his internal organs. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that the fingers didn't even break his skin. It was as if his tendons and bones were pinched and pulled by Qin Baoshan's 2 fingers. Although Qin Baoshan's cultivation was excellent and his endurance was much higher than ordinary people, he still groaned. His face turned snow-white, and soybean-sized beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Qiyang finally retracted his fingers and frowned. Seeing Qiyang's serious face, the bald man and Qin Baoshan felt uneasy and asked, Divine Dr. Chu, is there a problem? It's quite troublesome. Qiyang frowned and looked at Qin Baoshan who seemed to be angry but didn't dare to flare up. Finally, Qiyang sighed and said, how can you mess around? Mess around? Qin Baoshan asked puzzledly. Elder's injuries were originally caused by a very insidious martial art. According to this injury, it's definitely the meridian smashing finger. Even his shoulders and arms were completely sealed. And the pain is unbearable. If it's not unsealed after a day, the surrounding meridians will start to crack. If it's not unsealed after 2 days, it will start to crack. After 3 days, it will start to disintegrate. This is the horror of the meridian smashing finger. Then, the whole shoulder will be crippled. Qiyang said with great familiarity. Yes, that's right. Qin Baoshan's eyes brightened and he became excited. This guy can really cure it. If you came to find me immediately and I unsealed it for you, it wouldn't be a big problem. But your injuries have been delayed for at least 3 days. Qiyang said. Yes, it's been almost 5 days, Qin Baoshan said shamefully. It's fine if it's only delayed. After I unsealed your broken meridians, I'll use a secret method to make medicine and take it for half a month. Then, you'll be able to recover, but you actually, Qiyang shook his head and sighed. The more Qin Baoshan listened, the more uneasy he felt. He couldn't help but ask nervously, how? But you actually found a doctor to take a look at you, and unsealed it for you. But it's completely unreasonable. Chu Yang glared at him angrily. He actually unsealed it for you according to the treatment method of the meridian smashing palm. This is simply the behavior of a quack and a bastard. Qin Baoshan's face suddenly turned pale. He found an internal doctor and treated him once. According to the doctor, there was no doubt that this was the meridian smashing palm and treated him for a while. At that time, he really felt relieved and even gave a big gift to the doctor. Then, he came back excitedly, only to find that it was even more painful after a day and a half. When he found the doctor again, he was at a loss again. Divine Dr. Chu, what's the consequence of this? The bald old man was also frightened. He was the one who introduced that doctor to Qin Baoshan. What's the consequence? Chu Yang said angrily, there's no consequence. It's just that I can't remove the root of the problem even after half a year. And now, it seems that it's not just that. This is the consequence. Do you understand? Ah? Even though the two of them were extraordinarily calm, they couldn't help but exclaim. Move your shoulder. Don't be afraid of pain. Yes, lift it up. Press your right chest with your hand and press it down with all your strength. Yes. With all your strength. Chu Yang waved his fingers indifferently. A finger was placed on his wrist without exerting any strength. Qin Baoshan lifted his left shoulder and pressed his right hand on his right chest. At the same time, the sword spirit's spiritual power had unknowingly entered Qin Baoshan's body through Chu Yang's hand. Then, the spiritual power was dormant in Qin Baoshan's right chest, ready to explode. Qin Baoshan exerted his strength and suddenly screamed. He felt as if a piece of his flesh had been ruthlessly cut out by a knife. Instantly, he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He sweated profusely and almost fainted. But he was also in so much pain that he couldn't breathe or speak. He could only squat on the ground and gasp for cold air. What's wrong? The bald old man was shocked. Nothing. It's just that he was badly treated by that quack. Not only did he not heal his left shoulder, but his meridians were also twisted. The treatment method of the meridian breaking palm is actually to reverse the meridians in the opposite direction and then twist them back. To put it plainly, it's to perform the meridian breaking palm in the opposite direction. His meridians weren't twisted originally, but after the treatment of the meridian breaking palm, it was equivalent to bearing the meridian breaking palm without any resistance. Instead, his meridians were twisted and broken. Chu Yang said lightly, the most powerful thing about the quack you found is that he performed the meridian breaking palm on top of the meridian breaking finger injury. Immediately, the meridians of your entire upper body and shoulders were affected. Moreover, with the power of the meridian breaking finger, it became a strange injury that was neither the meridian breaking palm nor the meridian breaking finger. He looked at Qin Baoshan with pity. Fortunately, you found me now. Otherwise, your right shoulder would be finished after one more day. And it's closely followed by your heart meridians. Alas, I forgot that even if you found me, you still have injuries without medicine. Qin Baoshan opened his mouth wide and made some noises. I say, does the doctor you found have a grudge against you? Isn't it obvious that he's trying to kill you? Besides, if he can't treat an injury that he's not confident in, then he shouldn't treat it. Now, you're in big trouble. Damn it. Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. Qin Baoshan was dumbfounded. The bald old man was also dumbfounded. In an instant, both of them had the same expression. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Then, Qin Baoshan grabbed the bald old man's lapel furiously and roared fiercely, Xianxia. Damn it, you found such a good doctor for me. You've harmed me. What kind of grudge do I have with you? I hate you for harming me like this. Qin Baoshan was extremely indignant. The bald old man, Xianxia, was so anxious that his tears almost fell down. He hurriedly explained, Brother Qin, Ghost Qin. This has nothing to do with me. Then whose business is it? Qin Baoshan roared like a thunderbolt. My injury wasn't serious at first, but the quack you introduced caused me to become like this. I'm about to lose my life, and you still say that it has nothing to do with you? This sentence reminded Xianxia. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Chu Yang and said in a pleading tone, Little brother, you see. Brother Qin. can he still be saved? Xianxia snorted and said, why are the two of you still arguing? Elder, you've been driven to a dead end by the quack, but this Elder Shah. There's a black aura between his eyebrows. It's obvious that he's been seriously injured, and he's poisoned by yin and yang. Then, he's been treated unlawfully, and the poison has entered his internal amine. He only has 3 to 5 years of life left. If the two of you, you'll probably die at the same time. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Xianxia's body shook and his face turned pale. He said blankly, what did you say? How do you know that I've been seriously injured? I've been poisoned by yin and yang? All kinds of terrible consequences surged into his mind at the same time. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more scared he became. The facts proved that the divine doctor he introduced to Qin Baoshan was a quack. Or rather, he was a second-rate doctor. And my injury was treated by him. What if he treated me like how he treated Qin Baoshan? The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He couldn't even stand up. With Qin Baoshan as an example, how could Xianxia still believe in the divine doctor who was in charge of the Hall of Justice? And Chu Yang's medical skills were so brilliant, how could he be wrong? Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and sighed deeply, the two of you have met a quack. Chapter 44, Little Brother, you're really open and aboveboard. This situation was naturally the result of Chu Yang's instruction to the Sword Spirit. And the result was very different from the one given by the Sword Spirit. In fact, after the Sword Spirit checked Xianxia's situation, he said to Chu Yang like this, although Xianxia's meridians are deep, they're weak at the foundation. He must have suffered a serious injury that damaged his foundation. Moreover, his heart meridian is a little hyperactive, but his face is dark. Obviously, he's been poisoned by both yin and yang. But he didn't get rid of it completely, and it's left in his body. Although it's harmless and doesn't affect his lifespan, it's still a problem in the future. This simple sentence, after being changed by Chu Yang, suddenly became different. Xianxia was almost scared out of his wits. I only have 4 to 5 years of lifespan left, I don't want to die. Seeing the two people like this, Chu Yang smiled sinisterly. He wasn't so kind-hearted to heal these two people. But, he had no foundation and no backing at the moment. In this flat mountain ridge, he really didn't have much confidence. Now that he had a heaven-sent opportunity to tie these two people to his belt, it would be too convenient for him to do things in the future. These two people weren't ordinary people. One was the person in charge of the law enforcement auction hall here. The other was the first commander of the law enforcement hall here. There were a total of 3 halls for law enforcement officers here, and the other one was the bloodpayers hall. If Chu Yang had these two people under his control, it would be equivalent to having a high position in the flat mountain ridge. So, from the beginning, Minister Chu had never thought of letting these two old things go. Damn it, even a street gangster needs to find a Yamen officer to protect him. No matter what, he's still the young master of the Chu clan. If he wants to find someone, he should find someone who's important enough. Looking at Xianxia, Chu Yang sneered and said, how do I know? Let me ask you, before you got injured, even if your face was dark, it shouldn't be so dark, right? Look for a mirror and see if the dark color between your eyebrows is far beyond the color of your cheeks. This was pure nonsense. After an ordinary person grew old, would his skin still be as fair and tender as when he was a teenager? Moreover, Xianxia was a law enforcement officer who stayed in such a ruthless place like the law enforcement hall every day. If his skin became more and more like that of a gigolo's, that would be a strange thing. As for the area between his eyebrows, that was even darker. Motherf asterisk Kerr, which person in the world wasn't darker here than anywhere else? Of course, if we were in the 21st century, we would all know about this. But in the Chongtian continent, where could he find such a profound theory? Xianxia's legs went soft at once, and he sat down on the ground. His head was full of cold sweat, and his bald head was shining in an instant. The two of them broke out in cold sweat and were dumbstruck. Seeing the two of them like this, Chu Yang made a stunned expression. The two of you, don't tell me you found the same divine doctor? The two of them nodded with teary faces. Now, they even had the thought of chopping that godly doctor into pieces. Really, really. I'm speechless. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. You two are really brothers in distress. You even found the same quack to kill yourself. I was also speechless. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit was full of admiration for this Lord Sword Master's ability to deal with people. He's too awesome. He had obviously dissolved some of the force of the meridian smashing finger and alleviated some of the symptoms. Although it couldn't be cured completely, it was still going in a good direction. But in Chu Yang's words, it became a murder for money, and he was about to die, and this Xianxia, he was fatally injured, and his foundation was hurt. It was already very good that Chu Yang could save him. What's more, how could this kind of injury that damaged the foundation be healed? Especially at his age, it's even more impossible, and that poison. As long as he didn't take heavy pills, there would definitely be some residue of the yin and yang poison. Besides, it's not life-threatening. Can't it be reduced to a level that the human body can bear? But in Chu Yang's words, it became another case of murder. Alas, it seems that I'm also an accomplice. Actually, Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan couldn't be blamed for being stupid. On the contrary, the two of them were not stupid, but very smart people. How could they be stupid when they were able to cultivate to the monarch level? But how could they treat this matter with a normal heart when it concerned their own safety? Moreover, Chu Yang's title of Divine Doctor had already been deeply ingrained in their hearts, and everything he said was clear and logical. How could they dare to doubt him? We were even more speechless. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan looked at each other and wanted to cry. Both of them were ruined by the same quack. It wasn't enough for them to be fooled once, and they even dragged their sworn brothers to be fooled for the second time. Xia Xinliang sighed and pulled Qin Baoshan's hand. Brother Qin, I didn't expect that both of us would fail in this same ditch. Qin Baoshan was a little speechless. If it weren't for you, would I have failed in this small ditch? Damn it, I wanted to look for this guy so badly that night. Wasn't it because of you that I was dragged to look for a doctor? But what's the use of saying this at this moment and place? Qin Baoshan could only sigh deeply. If I can see that bastard again in this life, I'll definitely eat him alive. Xia Xinliang's facial muscles twitched and his face was hideous. The next moment, both of them were startled and turned to look at Chu Yang at the same time, as if they had seen a living bodhisattva. At the same time, they asked, Divine Dr. Chu, can my injuries still be cured? Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did I say that it can't be cured? Both of them immediately screamed and felt as if flowers were blooming at the same time. They almost hugged Chu Yang and spun a few rounds, and their eyes were filled with tears. Damn it, it turns out that there's still hope for old people. It's just that. Chu Yang was extremely distressed. His it's just that immediately made the two people on tenterhooks. Chu Yang continued, both of you have been treated badly by mediocre doctors. It's as difficult as ascending to the heavens if you want to reverse it. It's not something that can be done overnight, and it involves a few elixirs. I can only be responsible for controlling your injuries first. As for your complete recovery, it depends on whether the elixirs can be found. If they can be found, I'll be responsible for the treatment. Elder Qin will be fine within a year, and Elder Xia will be able to recover completely within 2 years. Even your damaged primordial qi can be replenished. Both of them were overjoyed at the same time. Really? Chu Yang waved his hand miserably. Don't be happy too early. I haven't finished yet. But if the elixirs can't be found, there's nothing I can do. The two of them immediately felt their hearts in their mouths. They looked at Chu Yang anxiously. What elixirs? They prayed secretly in their hearts that it shouldn't be those rare treasures. That would really cost them their lives. Purple crystals. Purple crystals are here. At this moment, the two Iron Plate law enforcement officers ran in, sweating profusely. Each of them carried a big parcel in their hands. Oh my God, we borrowed from almost everyone and kowtowed like pounding garlic. Only then did we manage to gather 300 purple crystals, and hurriedly sent them over. These two unlucky bastards interrupted at the most crucial moment of the conversation. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan turned back at the same time and glared at the two law enforcement officers angrily. It was as if he wanted to swallow the two of them alive. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, bastards. The two Iron Plate law enforcement officers were stunned at once. They didn't know what was going on. What's wrong? Put down the purple crystals and get out. Xia Xinliang shouted angrily, quickly disappear in front of me in the blink of an eye. With a whoosh, the two of them disappeared instantly. Who has the patience to be in front of you? Damn it, do you even need to blink for such a long time? Xianxia strode forward and carried the two big parcels over. With a smile, he bent down slightly and said to Chu Yang in a humble tone, "Divine Dr. Chu, cough cough cough. Your purple crystals." There was actually a hint of flattery in his voice. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Elder Shah, I've gone overboard in this matter. Haha, we're all sensible people. The two of them came to my house and only asked for 10 purple crystals. But since the situation has changed, of course I have to teach them a lesson and ask for 300 purple crystals from them. Haha. Please don't take it to heart. That's right. This kind of scum should be taught a lesson like this." Qin Baoshan nodded repeatedly and agreed. Yes. It's only satisfying to teach this kind of scum a lesson. Xia Xinliang clenched his left fist and smashed it into the palm of his right hand. It's really satisfying. The two of them looked at Chu Yang and praised at the same time, "Little brother, you're really an open and aboveboard person." In the tribulation space, the sword spirit opened his eyes wide and was already speechless. How did this matter develop? How did Chu Yang confess voluntarily in the blink of an eye, and even act as if he's confiding in them? And in the eyes of these two old men, Chu Yang actually became an open and aboveboard person? How is he open and aboveboard? Why don't I see it? Of course, it's better to share it with others than to share it alone. Come, two brothers, let's give each of us 100 purple crystals. Chu Yang greeted them enthusiastically. The distance between them shortened rapidly, and they had already become brothers. The two of them shook their heads together and said unhappily, "Little brother, you're simply insulting us. How can we take your things?" If Chu Yang had said the same sentence before, not to mention 100 purple crystals per person, he might not even be able to get a single piece, and might even lose his life here. But now that he said it, not only did he win the favor of the two of them, but the two of them also wouldn't dare to accept these 100 purple crystals. What if they fall out with them after accepting them? What should I do? His life was still in the other party's hands. Then the medicine. Xia Xinliang rubbed his hands. Yes, I almost forgot. Do you have any medicine? Chu Yang patted his forehead, put the 2 bags of purple crystals under his buttocks and sat on them. Xia Xinliang went to get the medicine personally, and Chu Yang started to write rapidly. "Old brother Qin, this is your prescription. You must find these herbs within 2 months. Of course. Chu Yang earnestly exhorted as he wrote at a high speed. I know. Qin Baoshan looked at the names of the medicines with great concentration. 500-year-old golden Ganoderma, snow ginseng, 500-year-old snow lotus, golden blood ginseng. Jade petal Ganoderma. Qin Baoshan was relieved. Only the jade petal Ganoderma was difficult to get, and the others were very ordinary. But this jade petal Ganoderma shouldn't be difficult for me. Last night, I stayed up all night and didn't write a single word. From the book reviews, mobile book reviews, and Tieba book reviews, I browsed a few pirated websites with book reviews and made a bunch of records. Finally, I understood what I had forgotten. Well, fortunately, it's not too late to mend the pen after a sheep is lost. I should also rejoice. Chu Yang smiled and said, Elder brother Qin, look carefully. There are a total of 37 medicinal herbs here, and most of them are in urgent need. And this jade clover Ganoderma should be more difficult to get. He frowned and picked up the brush to write. As he wrote, he said, although this jade clover Ganoderma is precious, it doesn't have much benefit for your injury. But I was thinking that your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. If you can find it together with other medicinal herbs, you can break through your meridians and break through the bottleneck. But it's quite troublesome, so I'd better write it off. Break through the bottleneck? Qin Baoshan's eyes immediately widened. Ignoring the piercing pain in his left hand, he stretched out both his hands and hugged the prescription like a hen protecting her eggs. He shook his head like a rattledrum. No, it's not troublesome at all. I've been stuck in this bottleneck for 30 years. I thought it was hopeless, but now I finally have a chance. If I let it go, won't I regret it for the rest of my life? I mustn't miss it. Since elder brother Qin insists, I'll accept it respectfully. But, if I can't find it within 2 months, I'll have to give up my advancement and save my life first, Chu Yang said seriously. Elder brother Qin, this isn't a trifling matter. I hope you won't be disappointed because you can't find the jade clover Ganoderma. Yes, I know. Qin Baoshan refused to let go of the prescription and promised repeatedly. He secretly made up his mind, even if I have to risk my life, I'll find the jade clover Ganoderma within 2 months at all costs. Chu Yang nodded helplessly and smiled. He turned his head and met Sha Xinliang's fiery eyes. Elder brother Sha, I just took a look at you and I'll take your pulse again. Chu Yang stretched out his hands. Now the relationship between the three of them had improved by leaps and bounds. They were already very intimate with each other. If Chu Yang said, "Why don't we become sworn brothers?" these two old men who were discussing about killing Chu Yang just now would definitely agree. Sha Xinliang stretched out his hand cooperatively and said gratefully, "It's all thanks to you, little brother." Chu Yang felt Sha Xinliang's pulse, and the sword spirit took the opportunity to enter Sha Xinliang's body. Now, Sha Xinliang's condition had unknowingly become like what Chu Yang said. Really, it's more serious than I thought. Divine Dr. Chu frowned, shook his head and sighed, I didn't expect quacks to harm people so uniformly. Sha Xinliang gritted his teeth so hard that his teeth could be heard. This is infuriating. This old man was so grateful to him and treated him as a close friend for so many years, but this guy actually treated this old man like a fool for so many years. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. Not only was it for revenge, but it was also for his life. Just thinking about it made him so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. What a joke. It was as if this old man had recognized a thief as his father, and had provided for that bastard for so many years. Old brother Sha, feel the lower left corner of your dantian and press it hard. Also, press it hard 1 inch above the heart meridian. Also, press it hard 1 finger in front of the Baihui acupoint on the top of your head. Press it hard. Chu Yang instructed as he loosened his hand. Sha Xinliang followed her instructions and pressed his dantian. He only felt as if he was suddenly stabbed by a knife. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming pain, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Half of it was because of the pain, and the other half was because of the shock. When he reached an inch above the heart meridian, he felt as if thousands of steel needles had pierced into his body. He couldn't help but scream in pain. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Groping Tu went to the front of the Baihui acupoint and pressed down hard. Ow, Xian, Sha Xinliang screamed miserably. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then, he fell backward and the back of his head hit the ground with a bang sound without any sound. Qin Baoshan was shocked. What's wrong with Lao Sha? His internal injuries have been turned into abscesses by mediocre doctors. Chu Yang said sympathetically, it's all right. You can wake him up if you pinch his lower body. This is only a temporary coma caused by pain. It's not a big deal. Qin Baoshan followed Chu Yang's instructions. He pinched Sha Baoliang's lower body hard. Ah. Wah. Sha Baoliang roared and woke up. But after he woke up, he sat on the ground in a daze. His eyes were dull, and his spirit seemed to have been drawn away by someone in an instant. He also seemed to have aged a lot. Even the light on his bald head seemed to have dimmed a lot. After a long time, he suddenly said in a daze, as if he was in a dream, it's real, Lao Sha. You have to face reality. We still have little brother Chu. Qin Baoshan persuaded him worriedly. The next moment, Sha Xinliang jumped up like a giant bear that was trapped in a cage. He scolded angrily, Tong Wu Xin. You're really heartless. I'll *ck your mother, I'll *ck your mother, I'll *ck you. I'll *ck you. I'll *ck you. Countless 3-character scriptures gushed out of his mouth like a surging river, cursing that divine Dr. Tong Wu Xin to the point that if his ancestor was still alive, he would be jumping in his coffin at this moment. Chu Yang coughed. It was as if Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had heard an imperial edict. They stopped cursing and came over, calling Chu Yang affectionately, Brother Chu, little brother, Brother Sha, there's no time to lose. I'll give you a prescription first. Chu Yang truly looked like a divine doctor. He bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind as he said, this injury of yours. It can be said that it's really troublesome. Alas. Xianxia was trembling with fear as he stood behind Xu Yang's shoulder and watched him write. His bald head was full of sweat. Xu Yang's brush moved like dragons and snakes. He finished the prescription in one stroke and blew on it, saying, Brother Xia, this injury of yours, it's an old injury, and you've been framed, so it's more troublesome. Please note that the 20 medicinal herbs on the prescription are more precious and rarer than Brother Qin's. So, you have to hurry up, because you only have half a year's time. In another half a year's time, the poison will enter your bone marrow and hurt your lifeline. By then, there'll be no way to save you. The medicinal herbs that Xu Yang had prescribed for. The two of them were the ones that Xu Yang needed to restore his cultivation and solidify his spirit. And the Jade Clover Ganoderma and Heavenly Jade Elixir were the ones that Xu Lu'er needed. Everyone was not stupid. Xu Yang naturally did not dare to mix poison into the prescription. So, he could only add these two tonics. Xianxia took the prescription with trembling hands. He was full of gratitude and almost couldn't speak. Thank you so much. Only then did he have time to look at the medicinal herbs on the prescription. When he saw the first one, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Although it's hard to find, it's not too difficult. When he saw the second one, it was still the same. The third one could still be found. After looking at the names of more than 20 medicinal herbs, he felt relieved. Although it's precious and rare, it's not a problem for me at all. When he saw the last one, Xianxia finally shivered and blurted out, Heavenly Jade Elixir? Yes, it's Heavenly Jade Elixir. Xu Yang said seriously, this is the root of treating your injury. Your foundation is damaged. Apart from the great medicinal herbs, only Heavenly Jade Elixir can help you recover. If we can't find this, even if we find all the previous 25 medicinal herbs, it'll be in vain. Xianxia's lips trembled, and he said firmly, Little brother, don't worry. I'll definitely find the Heavenly Jade Elixir within half a year. Xu Yang held his hand tightly, and said, Brother, I won't say anything else. You have to take care of your own illness. During this period of time, think more about happy things. Try to make yourself happy first, and then maintain this state of mind. Don't let anything happen to you. This is beneficial for your illness. Xianxia almost cried and nodded, second brother is going to die soon. How can I be happy? I'll treat the two of you first to relieve your pain. Xu Yang sighed deeply, and said, that medicine. You have to hurry up. You must hurry up. This is. He wiped his eyes, and said, why are the three of you so congenial? Although I've returned to my clan after coming to the upper three heavens, but, there aren't many people in my generation who are so close to me. Brothers, I don't want to lose the two of you. The two were greatly moved. They held Xu Yang's hand tightly and said solemnly, Little brother. Good brother. Don't worry, with us here, even thunder won't be able to touch you in the upper three heavens. That's hard to say. Xu Yang sighed, and said, for example, today, alas, the two elders laughed and said, Little brother, don't worry. This kind of thing will never happen again. Xianxia squinted his eyes, and said, not only that, if little brother wants to punish anyone in this flat mountain ridge, I'll definitely do my best till the day I die. Really? Xu Yang asked emotionally with tears in his eyes. I swear to the heavens. If I violate this oath, I'll be struck by lightning and pierced by thousands of arrows. After I die, my body and soul will be destroyed, and I won't be able to reincarnate. Xianxia raised his hand and swore solemnly. Xu Yang seemed to be so moved that he was stunned. His tears flowed down, and he even forgot to stop him from swearing. He finally reacted, and his whole body shivered. Then, he grabbed Xianxia's hand, and said, Brother Xia. Brother Xia. You mustn't do this, mustn't do this. Little brother. I'm not worthy of such a heavy oath. Little brother. I'll really go. This is nothing. Xianxia said straightforwardly, you and I treat each other with utmost sincerity. It's natural for me to take care of my little brother. Even if the second law enforcer and the Dharma Supreme were here, they wouldn't be able to say anything. Xu Yang was extremely moved. He pulled Xianxia's hand and shook it continuously, and said, Brother Xia, please sit down. I'll relieve your pain right away. After Xu Yang's treatment, Xianxia's body really didn't hurt anymore. Qin Baoshan's injury was also under further control. Although there was still some pain in his mouth, it was already much better than before. Both of them were instantly more convinced of Chu Yang's methods. They pulled Chu Yang's hand even more affectionately. "What's the matter?" "After thinking for a while, I think it's better to explain it. I feel uneasy if I keep it in my heart. Everyone can tell that I haven't exploded in the past few days. In fact, I'll confess to everyone that I've received a notice the day before yesterday that this month's issue will be proudly promoted. As we all know, it's customary for a promotion to be promoted. So, I've been in a hurry these few days. I write 3 chapters a day. Except for yesterday, when I was sorting out the outline, I didn't write any more. I write 2 chapters and saved 1 chapter, waiting for the promotion to be promoted. Well, I've saved 2 chapters so far. I'll try to write 1 more chapter today. I believe that everyone will be very satisfied when the issue is released. If I don't say it, I'll directly explode in the future. Perhaps I'll get more votes. But I feel uneasy, as if I've been cheated. Everyone has followed me for so long. If I play such petty tricks, it seems that I'm letting everyone down. I might as well make it clear in advance. I hope that everyone can understand me, and I hope to get everyone's support when the time comes. Those who haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Those who can't subscribe, please click on the issue and give a few recommendation votes and comments. Thank you in advance." Finally, Chu Yang finished treating the 2 of them. He was exhausted and sweating profusely. He sat down on the ground and panted. His face was pale. Seeing that he was so tired for them, the 2 of them felt even more apologetic. This little brother is really an honest person. Chu Yang rolled his eyelids weakly and said, "Brothers, cough cough cough, I have something to remind you." "Don't blame me for speaking too much," the 2 of them said in unison. "Little brother, just say what you want to say. There's no need to be so polite between us." Chu Yang panted and said, "These 2 prescriptions must not fall into the hands of that quack. Otherwise, brothers. I'm too worried. People in the martial world are unpredictable." Cough cough cough. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan nodded at the same time. "Little brother, even if you don't say it, we also know the pros and cons. How can we let others know about this? Not to mention that bastard already has ulterior motives. Besides, we have many enemies in the martial world. If they know that we're seriously injured, they'll flock to us. It'll be very bad." Chu Yang nodded and coughed continuously. He seemed to be so tired that he couldn't breathe. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan each took one side and helped him to massage his back considerately. They used just the right amount of strength. "After you've gathered all the herbs, hand them to me immediately, or call me here. I'll use my secret technique to refine medicine." Chu Yang's breathing became smoother. "Take note that these herbs must be well preserved. It's best if they're freshly picked herbs with the best efficacy." "Of course. Once we've gathered all the herbs, we'll hand them to you immediately," the 2 of them vowed. "No need. There are many people in the Chu clan. It's not good to reveal your secret. After all, after taking the medicine, you'll still be in a weak state for a period of time. As long as the tear stain water seal is here, I'll bring the medicine furnace here and refine the medicine on the spot." Chu Yang was extremely considerate. He revealed all the dangers to them and avoided them. "At that time, I'll stay close to you until you recover. Only then will I be at ease." The 2 of them held Chu Yang's hands at the same time and shook them vigorously. They felt so sad that their eyes were filled with tears. They didn't know what to say. This was the problem that the 2 of them were most worried about, but Chu Yang had already solved it for them. What a good person. Xianxia suddenly felt ashamed. He thought to himself, "I'm really not a human. Just now, I even wanted to kill such a good little brother and take back the 300 purple crystals. Alas, compared to his open and aboveboard heart, I'm really worse than a beast." Then, Chu Yang began to pant and rest. At the same time, his eyes flickered a little. It seemed that he had something to say, but couldn't say it. His expression was a little hesitant and startled. How experienced were Xianxia and Qin Baoshan? How could they not see Chu Yang's abnormality? Although the 2 of them were in a hurry to find the medicine, they still felt uneasy when they saw Chu Ji's expression. At the same time, they asked, "Little brother, you seem to be worried about something?" "Yes, I am indeed worried." Xianxia seemed to be in a trance. So, he blurted out this sentence. Then, he suddenly realized something. No, I'm not worried. Haha, I'm not worried at all. Haha, his smile was extremely forced, and anyone could tell that he was panicking, or perhaps, extremely terrified and full of misgivings. The two of them felt very strange. They frowned and pretended to be angry. "Little brother, since we call each other brothers, could it be that you're hiding something from us? If that's the case, how sad and disappointed would we be? But, this is only my conjecture. The watermark of setting sail isn't accurate. And it's a matter of great importance. It's related to the Hall of Justice." Nothing. I don't dare to say. Xianxia said aggrievedly. A matter of great importance? It's related to the Hall of Justice? The two of them looked solemn at the same time and said, "Little brother, it's okay to say it. Even if it's wrong, it's okay. Only the heavens, the earth, you and I know this place. There's no fourth person here." Xianxia was conflicted, struggling, and hesitating. Finally, he said, "This is what the two of you said to me. It's not what I want to say. If I have to bear any responsibility in the future, I can't bear it. That's for sure." The two of them also realized that it was probably really a matter of great importance. They couldn't help but raise their spirits. "Since that's the case, I'll be frank. Actually, I'm very curious." Xianxia frowned. "Don't you two find it strange? You're the Hall of Justice. What kind of people are the Hall of Justice? What kind of organization is the Hall of Justice? How did this happen? This kind of quack doctor who specializes in harming people." No, calling him a quack doctor is too unfair. He's really a top-notch doctor. Because this brother harms people silently. He's doing it flawlessly. If I didn't have that fortuitous encounter, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do anything. Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. How can there be such a doctor in the Hall of Justice? The two of them looked solemn. They couldn't help but look at each other. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Xianxia said, "As everyone knows, the Hall of Justice is in charge of the Hall of Justice in the heaven-level continent. That is to say, the Hall of Justice has the greatest authority. It's even higher than the big dominating clans. And there are no authorities here. Even if there were, they would be helpless against immortal-like people like the Dharma Enforcers. But, there are still people who can disintegrate the Dharma Enforcers, and that is, a doctor." Xianxia said heavily, "This is just my speculation. A doctor's killing is even more difficult to guard against than a professional executioner. Moreover, he can delay the recovery of your injuries until you don't suspect him at all. Until now. If there's really some rebels. During a large-scale battle, the Hall of Justice collectively fell ill," Xianxia said sincerely. "I won't hide it from you two old brothers. I have this kind of ability. Moreover. Haha. So I'm worried that even if you two old brothers are cured, your life in Jianghu is full of dangers at every step. How can you not look for a doctor?" The two's faces suddenly became as black as the bottom of a pot. Both of them had been suspicious about this matter. Now that Xianxia had pointed it out clearly, the more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Qin Baoshan twisted his beard and frowned. "Is there a conspiracy? Or is it an organization that's attacking us Hall of Justice?" Xia Xinliang shuddered and thought of something. His face suddenly became as white as a sheet of paper. His lips trembled and his eyes stared blankly. He said, I remember. So it's like this, Qin Baoshan asked, "What did you remember?" Xia Xinliang's lips trembled. This Tong Wuxin was originally a doctor consecrated by the Shi clan. Last time when our doctor died suddenly and we couldn't find a suitable candidate, the Shi clan recommended him to the Hall of Justice. This. It's been so many years, a total of 13 years, if it's really like this, then this matter is serious. Xia Xinliang shuddered all over. Qi Yang's heart thumped and almost jumped out in an instant. Hypocrite, this is a huge gain. I originally wanted to sow discord among the quack doctors to increase my own status and get myself a stable source of income. But I didn't expect that one of the big clans, the Shi clan, was involved in this matter. This doctor was actually sent by the Shi clan. Since this is the case, I might as well detonate the heavens directly from here. In these 13 years, are there many casualties among the Hall of Justice? Chu Yang turned his eyes and frowned. He kindly reminded Xianxia. This sentence was really nonsense. The Hall of Justice was in charge of everything in the heavens. Things happened almost all the time. How could there not be many casualties? Sure enough, casualties? Big. Why not? Extremely big. There are too many people who died for no reason. Xianxia stared and cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. Right now, he was sweating a lot more than before. No wonder, no wonder. I didn't kill him. What a despicable plan. Suddenly, he felt that the casualties among the Hall of Justice were all because of this quack doctor. The two looked at each other with lingering fear. Damn it, we didn't die because of this insidious bastard after so many years. We're really lucky. If this is really the case, could it be a conspiracy of the Shi clan? Qin Baoshan frowned and pondered deeply. The Shi clan definitely has something to do with this. Xianxia said fiercely. But this matter can't be said casually. You and I can't afford to be implicated in this matter. We can only report to the Chief Hall of Justice as soon as possible. Let him decide. Qin Baoshan said. It's just that. Tong Wuxin has become familiar with us after so many years. He calls everyone his brother. If you and I rashly, no one will believe us, and I'm afraid we'll be harmed instead. Xianxia paced back and forth with a heavy heart. That's right. This matter is of great importance. How can the #1 doctor in the southeast region be convicted just because of our words? Qin Baoshan also frowned, but if we keep this person, the longer we keep him, the greater the danger will be, Xianxia pondered deeply. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Little brother, can you do me a favor after some time? Fearing that Chu Yang would refuse, Xianxia said fervently, as long as little brother agrees, I can guarantee that the Chu clan and little brother will be here forever. There'll be no changes. And the entire flat mountain ridge will belong to the Chu clan. Chu Yang said cautiously, What favor? Brother Xia, I'm just worried about the safety of my 2 brothers. That's why I'm talking nonsense. I'm already very satisfied that my 2 brothers are magnanimous and don't blame me. Besides, you should also know that I shouldn't say or hear what I've said just now. To me, this is equivalent to the collapse of the sky. I'm afraid. I don't want you to be in any danger. Xianxiliang's eyes were sincere and urgent. He pleaded, when the Chief Hall of Justice of the Southeast region comes over, little brother, can you take a look at his body? Qin Baoshan cheered loudly, great plan. Sure you didn't sleep. When he was writing, he would think about the plot and list the plots that he was going to write. This list was not important, but it actually went from 1 to 53. I'm buying cakes. That is to say, I have to write 53 plots in a short period of time and push forward gradually. Thinking about it gave me a headache. Chapter 47, The Triumphant Returns. Deception. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan both knew that 12 years ago, the law enforcement master went through a lot of hardships to hunt down a Marshal Saint bandit. Although he killed the bandit in the end, he was also badly injured and almost died. It was Tong Wuxin who healed his injuries. This was also the reason why the law enforcement master protected Tong Wuxin and valued him so much. But if Tong Wuxin really had other plans, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. So, as long as Chu Yang investigated and found out something, this Tong Wuxin's good days would really come to an end, and the lively days of the Shi clan would also come. It was imaginable that if the law enforcement master knew that he had been fooled by the Shi clan and Tong Wuxin for 13 years, with his temper and cultivation, how big of a mess would there be? Furthermore, if this matter were to be reported by the law enforcement master, then, this would be a matter of life and death for the entire law enforcement organization. Not to mention other matters, other than taking revenge on the Shi clan, all the internal doctors of the law enforcement organization might be investigated. By then, the entire law enforcement organization would be in chaos. It was imaginable that the entire martial world would be in a bloodbath. I understand what you mean, elder brother Xia. Chu Yang also became serious. He solemnly and powerfully said, I don't dare to make any guarantees. But, I assure you that I'll do my best. I'll do my best to sow discord in the world. It's best to involve all the big clans. We'll fight to the death. It's best if all of them die. Good brothers. Both of them were so touched that their eyes were brimming with tears. Both of them let go of their worries. If the law enforcement master was fine, they would at most not look for Tong Wuxin to treat their injuries. But if something happened to the law enforcement master, this would be a great contribution. Once something happened, this matter would definitely be a super conspiracy. Everything was ready, and the only thing they lacked was confirmation. And looking at Chu Yang's current means, such peerless medical skills would definitely be able to tell, once this matter was confirmed, and this matter was discovered by both of them, how could this great contribution run away? His promotion was a matter that was set in stone. The reward was also obvious, and it would be a heavy one. Furthermore, there was another point. Because of this matter, as long as there was a storm, the doctors within the law enforcement officers would definitely be replaced. This brother Chu was young and had a clear background. Furthermore, the Chu clan was not very powerful and was easy to control. His medical skills were outstanding, and he was the one who uncovered the conspiracy. Therefore, it was unquestionable that brother Chu would be valued by the law enforcement officers. In fact, it was not impossible for him to be the chief physician. When the time came, the three brothers would be as one. Wouldn't that mean that there would be someone on the outside, someone on the inside, someone in the medical field, and someone in the martial arts field? They would simply be the golden partners. At that time, the three of them would rise to the top together. Wahahaha, the two of them looked forward to a bright future. Golden light flashed before their eyes. It was as if a path completely paved with purple crystals had been laid out in front of him, while the two of them were daydreaming. Divine Dr. Chu was also daydreaming. Chu Yang's harvest this time was really too big, too big, too big. Firstly, he had freed himself from suspicion. He had gone from being the most serious suspect to being completely innocent. Secondly, he had gained two powerful backers for himself. Thirdly, he had collected the medicine that he needed to recover his martial arts. Although he had not gotten it yet, Chu Yang was sure that it would be done very soon. Fourthly, he had obtained 2 of the 8 medicinal herbs that Chu Luer needed. This was a huge harvest. Fifthly, he had planted a bomb for the law enforcement officers. Actually, Chu Yan did not expect that Dr. Tong Wuxin was actually sent by the Shi clan, one of the dominant clans, to curry favor with the law enforcement officers, but now, Chu Yan had turned this bargaining chip into a bomb that was enough to turn the Shi clan upside down. Furthermore, he had faintly paved another path for himself in the future. When the time came, as long as there was chaos, he would be able to attack or retreat. He would definitely be highly sought after by the law enforcement officers. And at that time, there would definitely be a lot of injured people, and he would be able to make a fortune. If there was really no other way, he could become the chief physician within the law enforcement officers. This was also something that he could consider. As for the internal problems of the Chu clan. Humph, Chu Filong, I'll immediately let you see how powerful these 2 new brothers of mine are, he. Minister Chu's heart was filled with joy. Under Xia Xinliang's and Qin Baoshan's endless gratitude, Chu Yang still pretended to be worried at heart, and repeatedly said, "Take care of yourselves." This moved the 2 brothers so much that their eyes glistened with tears. Before they left, Xia Xinliang took out a large plate of 200 purple crystals. And Qin Baoshan also took out a bag, which contained a total of 200 purple crystals. He had to give them to Chu Yang. Chu Yang desperately refused to accept them, and said sternly, "I know that the 2 brothers are doing this for my own good. And the 2 brothers also know that my martial arts have been destroyed, and I need the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth from the purple crystals to break through my meridians and recover my martial arts. Otherwise, I would not have extorted 300 purple crystals from the 2 law enforcement officers. To be honest, I'm very greedy for money. But the 2 brothers have treated me wholeheartedly, and did not look down on me because of my lowly status. Instead, you treat me as equals. I'm already sincerely grateful. But, how can I treat you wholeheartedly for the sake of purple crystals? The two brothers are looking down on me too much. He said righteously, although I lack purple crystals to the point of no return, I am still a human being if I still charge fees for treating your two elder brothers' illnesses. In the space of tribulation, the sword spirit was already twitching all over. UF***Cur, to think that you can say that. You're saying that you're short of purple crystals, and you're greedy for money, but you still insist on refusing, you're just digging a hole for yourself. Even if you don't want them, they'll still insist on giving them to you. If they don't give them to you, they'll feel guilty. Indeed, Xianxia was displeased, and said, "Little brother, you're wrong. Do you think that our purple crystals are the medical fees for you to treat your illness? We're not afraid of being laughed at by you, but the two of us are respectable people. Do we still need to spend money for treating your illness? Besides, even if you're a high priest of the Medicine Valley, it's not worth 200 purple crystals for treating your illness. We're giving these to our little brother, and it has nothing to do with treating your illness." He actually said angrily, "No matter if you're a divine doctor or a quack, since the two of us have taken a fancy to you, we'll definitely give you purple crystals. Little brother, do you understand?" Xianxia said, "Elder brother, your words make me ashamed to death. The more it's like this, the more I can't accept them. Not only that, if I have more purple crystals in the future, I'll definitely be filial to you two elder brothers. As a younger brother, how can I take things from my elder brothers?" Xianxia was displeased. He pretended to be angry and glared at Xianxia, "Little brother, you're wrong. As a younger brother, if you don't take things from your elder brothers, how can you take things from other places? Besides, little brother, if you insist on not accepting them, are you looking down on the two of us?" Xianxia was stunned. "Elder brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean it like that. If you don't mean it like that, then accept them." Xianxia roared and glared at Xianxia. "I thought that you're looking down on us because we're old." Xianxia's face was full of sweat, and he stuttered, This is simply a joke. This? I really. Alas, since this is the case, I'll accept them shamelessly." "Alas, what do you think this is?" Divine Dr. Chu looked melancholy. "That's more like it." The two old men put the 2 bags of purple crystals in Xianxia's arms and smiled contentedly, like 2 blooming chrysanthemums. "I'll keep them first. When the 2 elder brothers need them, I'll immediately send them back." Xianxia said sadly, "Elder brothers, don't be in a hurry to reject them. It's also good to let me enjoy them. My heart will also feel more at ease." Xianxia and Qin Baoshan were greatly moved. "Little brother is really a kind person." They said, "All right, we'll let you keep them for the time being." The two looked at each other and smiled. They thought, "We'll never borrow money from little brother. He, we've already given them to you." Xianxia nodded guiltily and sighed. Then, he cupped his hands, bowed deeply and bade farewell. His face was full of hesitation, as if he had received a big gift from the 2 elder brothers. The young man felt very upset. It's inconvenient for little brother to carry so many purple crystals by himself. "Guards!" Xianxia shouted, "Use my special carriage. It's clean inside, and send my little brother back to the Chu clan. For iron plate martial artists and 2 silver plate martial artists will escort him. If anything happens to my little brother, you don't have to come back." Xianxia bowed and bade farewell. He said sincerely, "Elder brothers, you have to hurry up with the medicine." "I'll wait for your good news." The two nodded repeatedly. When Divine Dr. Chu sat in the carriage, the side of the carriage began to sway silently, and it went all the way out of the law enforcement hall. Looking at the trembling carriage, the coachman felt strange. There's only one person inside. Why is the carriage shaking? But he didn't know that Divine Dr. Chu was laughing silently in the carriage with his mouth wide open. His eyebrows danced in exultation, and he rolled back and forth, venting his excitement. Divine Dr. Chu returned with a fruitful journey, escorted by attendants. This law enforcement officer used the special carriage of Xianxia, the leader of the law enforcement hall, to escort him. Even the masters of the Chu clan, Bao clan and Liao clan had never enjoyed such an exceptional treatment. This visit was actually more fruitful than the one that he had spent the whole night on that day. A total of 700 purple crystals were right in his arms. Making money requires wisdom, Minister Chu thought. Divine Dr. Chu reclined in the spacious carriage and crossed his legs proudly. With a flip of his hand, all the purple crystals disappeared without a trace. These are all mine, 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 mine. Second update for today. Tomorrow's update will start from the early morning. Brothers and sisters who are still online at that time, please give me a few recommendation votes. Thank you. This time, Chu Yang had made a fortune. In addition to the 300 purple crystals that Chu Yang had extorted from Qin Baoshan, Chu Yang now had a total of 1,000 purple crystals in his space. And there were 200 pieces that had been cut open. This was Divine Dr. Chu's private property. In addition to the 400 purple crystals that Chu Fian had used to issue missions, there were close to 1,700 purple crystals. And these were only the income of Divine Dr. Chu in the past 5 days since he opened his medical center. And in these 5 days, there were 3.5 days where he didn't go to work. Such speed was simply the world's #1 money-making master. As for the whereabouts of these purple crystals, return them to the clan? Making a ruckus was definitely not a viable option. How could a rabbit grow wings and fly away? Could a rabbit grow wings? Obviously, it couldn't. So Divine Dr. Chu had to fill his own pockets, and Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had already started to get busy after Chu Yang went out. How could they not be busy? This involved the lives of 2 people. After handing over the task of collecting medicinal herbs to their subordinates, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, the 2 of them weren't completely brainless. They messed up the list of medicinal herbs that they needed, and let their subordinates search for them with 1 or 2 medicinal herbs. Of course, they first extorted as much as they could from the nearest few big clans. Those that couldn't be extorted were the things that required more effort. After they were busy with their own interests, the 2 of them finally wrote a letter. They didn't say clearly in the letter, but only said that a major matter had happened in the flat mountain ridge, and they earnestly requested for Lord Fa to come and deal with it personally. It was a big conspiracy that concerned the life and death of their subordinates, and could even cause the heavenly layer to be overturned. The details couldn't be explained in the letter. In short, he made it sound as serious as it could possibly be, adding 2 pounds of weight. In short, they thought, if Lord Fa doesn't come, it'll be really terrible this time. Maybe even the Dharma Supreme won't be able to see the sun next year. Then they passed the message out. Of course, the only thing left was to wait. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were very excited. Chu Yang didn't know about all these, and he didn't care. He was now sitting in a luxurious carriage, crossing his legs and humming a tune. He walked step by step towards the Chu clan that was dozens of miles away. He even had time to take a nap in the carriage. He had no idea that the Chu clan was in a complete mess right now. 2 flowers bloomed, 1 on each side. Not even 4 hours had passed since Chu Yang had been taken away. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves could be heard on the main road of the flat mountain ridge. The sound of horse hooves was extremely loud. It was enough to show that the riders on the horses were burning with anxiety. The people on the streets of Wujing town craned their necks to look at each other. Just as they raised their heads, the sound of horse hooves approached them. A large group of warriors draped in bright red cloaks. Every one of them looked ferocious and murderous. There were a total of 200 of them. Their blood-red cloaks fluttered in the wind as they ran. Like a blood cloud, they rushed into Wujing town in the flat mountain ridge with a loud boom. Then, he galloped on the wide street, heading straight for the Chu family. This group of people had no scruples at all. They were simply charging forward without any restraint. Along the way, they overturned the Bao family's grain store and kicked away the Liao family's signboard. A few people who had just come out wanted to argue with them. However, when they saw this group of blood-red figures, they shrank back inside. The 2 people leading this group of blood-red cavalry were dressed in white robes that were not tainted by a speck of dust. The person in the lead had a beard that was almost the same color as his cloak. He was an old man with a square face and a wide mouth. He had a lion's nose and tiger's eyes. He had a strong back and a bear's waist. His eyes seemed to have an aura of disdain for the world. At this moment, his face was filled with excitement and anxiety. He beat his horse crazily. Giddy up! Giddy up! Giddy up! The person in white beside him was a man in his prime. Judging from his face, he seemed to be a father. However, this man looked to be in his 40s. His face was full of curly hair that almost covered his eyes. His body was especially huge. He was even more muscular than his father. Riding on the horse, he looked like a black iron tower. Fortunately, this horse was a one-in-a-million dragon steed. If it was an ordinary warhorse, it would have collapsed on the spot. There were actually 3 large carriages in the group. The group was galloping like thunder. However, the carriages were extremely stable and did not shake much. It could be seen that the coachman's driving skills had already reached the peak. There were also a few fierce-looking blood-red cavalry beside the carriages. As long as there was a ravine, a few of them would reach out their hands and the carriages would soar into the air. Even the horses would fly over the ravine steadily. Then, they would land on the ground and continue galloping without stopping. This kind of cooperation really made people gasp in amazement. Wherever the carriages passed, a fragrant wind would float out. It could be seen that the people in the carriages were women. The old man in the lead had a heroic air about him. He looked around and laughed loudly. "Little bear. Tell me, this old man has come with enough face this time. What do you think? Maybe he can let my poor nephew hold his head high in his house?" Well, the big man next to him who was as strong as a bear was actually called Little Bear. This name was really worthy of the name. However, it was more or less a little too useful. That big man laughed like thunder, of course. Then, he lowered his voice. "Father, in front of so many people, can you not call me Little Bear?" The old man suddenly became angry. The horse galloped wildly and glared at him. "Your mother's fart. If I don't call you Little Bear, should I call you Father? Little Bear is Little Bear." The big man shrank his neck and stopped talking. However, someone in the carriage could not stand it. An old woman's voice scolded in dissatisfaction. "Old bastard. If you want to discipline your son, then discipline him. How can you make him fart? What the hell did he do to you?" A gentle voice persuaded. "Granny, don't be angry. Father has such a violent temper. He has such a violent temper." The old woman in the carriage snorted and said, "Why is he so violent? He doesn't dare to be violent after being scolded by me? Old bastard who bullies the weak and fears the strong." The old man at the front of the troop did not dare to be violent anymore. He just kept shouting, "Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. You bastards, why are you so slow? Hurry up for old Woo. Faster. Faster. Motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur, motherf asterisk cur." Instead, he vented all his anger on others. Therefore, the blood-red clothes troop was like a gust of wind, sweeping past. The troop of horses galloped with a power that could split heaven and earth, leaving behind a trail of smoke and dust that went straight to the sky. It filled the entire sky of Wujing town. A person by the roadside looked at the troop of horses that were far away and said, "What an elite troop. Where are these crazy people from? So arrogant?" A well-informed man next to him sneered and said, "You don't even know this? You're really ignorant. This is the Yang family's blood-red clothes troop of Aspen Valley. It's the world's top elite force. Do you see it? The old man in the lead is the head of the Yang family, Yang Bao. The man behind him is Yang Bao's son, Yang Ruoxiong. He's also the commander of the blood-red clothes troop. So they're from the Yang family. No wonder they're so powerful." The man from before stuck out his tongue. When they were about 3 to 4 miles away from the Chu family, Master Yang Bao suddenly roared, "Old bastard Chu Xiongqing, come out and welcome your in-laws. What are you waiting for?" His voice was like thunder, spreading out in all directions in an instant, echoing between heaven and earth. "Old bastard, bastard, live, 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 live." Everyone who heard it laughed in their hearts. "If your in-laws are old bastards, then what are you?" In the Chu family, Master Chu, who was frowning, was so angry when he heard this thunderous roar. This old hooligan is here again, and this bastard is still the same as before. He purposely added the echo sound technique to the words old bastard, making these words float in the air and echo for 3 days. I've never seen such a boorish person. Motherf asterisk cur, it's really bad luck to have such a relative. Master Chu was furious and roared, "I was wondering who's coming. So it's old Yang, you old bastard." As he spoke, he ordered, "Go and invite first young master, first young mistress, and all the relatives of the Chu family to welcome them at the gate. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked out. Master Chu knew very well that his in-laws had a bad temper. If he didn't hurry out, he was afraid that this old bastard would really rush into the Chu family's gate. As he walked, he cursed. After 5 steps, he suddenly let out an ah and was stunned on the spot. Yang Bao, this old hooligan, definitely came here today to see his grandson. This old bastard must have received the news sent by his men and couldn't wait to see his grandson, so he came here directly. In these 18 years, the number of times Yang Bao came here could be counted. Every time he came, it was because of his grandson's disappearance. He would scold Master Chu, and then the two of them would fight for a while. After that, Master Chu would return to his room to heal his wounds, while Yang Bao would return with a bruised nose and a swollen face. This old bastard didn't even think about it. You're heartbroken because you lost your grandson, but do you think I'm not heartbroken because I lost my biological grandson? This time, he had found him. Yang Bao had definitely come in high spirits. Moreover, judging from the time, this old man had definitely rushed over after receiving the news. It was easy to imagine how excited Master Yang's heart was. This might be the only time the two of them didn't fight since they met. But, where's my grandson? Where's my grandson? He was taken away by the Hall of Justice. Oh my God, why did such an old bastard come out to mess things up at such a critical juncture? How am I supposed to deal with this? Master Chu was like an ant on a hot pan. This time was different from the past. If they couldn't find him in the past, then so be it. Everyone knew that there was nothing they could do about it. But this time, he finally came back. But at this critical juncture, he was taken away by the Hall of Justice. The side that was in the wrong was all on his side. Yang Bao originally came here in high spirits. If Master Chu were to throw cold water on him, with this old bastard's temper, it would be strange if he didn't tear down the Chu clan alive. Old Master Chu sighed, but he didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly walked towards the door. Halfway through, Chu Filong hurriedly came to report. Old Master Yang, together with Yang Ruoxiong, the ladies of the Yang clan, including Old Lady Yang, and 200 members of the blood-clothed troop, had come to visit. Master Chu's face turned pale on the spot. Old Master Chu Xianxia wanted to find a hole to hide in. That old woman was even scarier than Yang Bao. Back then, he and Yang Bao were rivals in love. At that time, they were almost irreconcilable. But fortunately, he lost in the competition for love in the end. Otherwise, if he really married her, it would be even more difficult for him to live. Ever since that old bastard Yang Bao found a wife, his leg skills had become even more powerful. That was trained by kneeling on an iron abacus. Who would have thought that the delicate little beauty back then would be so valiant after marrying someone else? Ever since old Master Chu heard that Yang Bao did not lead a good life after marriage and was repeatedly abused, he was so excited that he got drunk for a few days. Every day, he would say, "That was close. Luckily, I managed to escape." Hearing about that bastard Yang Bao's experience really made me feel good, but now, the two of them came together. Old Master Chu wanted to run away in an instant. But it was too late. He was already surrounded by his son and family members and walked towards the door. Along the way, old Master Chu's eyes darted around. He wanted to find a place to fool them. But before he could think of a reason, they had already reached the door. With a loud rumble, the Yang family's horse team rushed over from a distance of a stone's throw away. That rapid speed was about to trample the Chu family to the ground. But when they were 10 feet away from the door, old Master Yang Bao shouted, "Stop." All of the horses stood up at the same time. With a long neigh, they actually stopped in an orderly manner with a bang. A cloud of dust, like a tornado in the desert, poured into the Chu clan's main gate with a bang. None of the people who came out to greet the guests were an exception. They were all covered in dust from head to toe. Their shiny long robes suddenly turned into the attire of refugees. Their faces were covered in dust, and everyone had sand in their mouths. They stared angrily at the evil guests in front of them. Old Master Chu was caught off guard. He swallowed a mouthful of dust and was furious. "Yang Bao. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of my Chu family?" Old Master Yang Bao's snow-white beard straightened. He was overjoyed. "Wahahaha. Old bastard Chu. I haven't seen you for so many years. you're still alive. Chu Xianxia said angrily, even if you do, I don't know how to do that. A voice in the carriage snorted and said, Chu Xianxia, are you cursing me to be a widow? Chu Xianxia was stunned and his face was full of sweat. You're here too? Master Yangbao looked at Chu Xianxia with a victorious look. He laughed happily and said, Chu Xianxia, you didn't expect my wife to be here, did you? Old Master Chu's chest felt stifled as he retorted sarcastically, all these years, how many iron abacuses have been ruined? Kneel on your balls. Yang Bao was hit where it hurt. He was instantly enraged and was about to flare up. At this moment, Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan rushed over. Yang Rulan shouted from afar, Father, Mother, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? I didn't tell you in advance just to give you a surprise. Yang Bao shook his head, now that I've found my grandson, I won't be angry with all of you. Chu Xianxia, if you don't let the guests in, what are you waiting for? Old Master Chu snorted resentfully. He stepped aside and said, Please. Please come in. Yang Bao jumped down from the horse and laughed out loud. He strode through the door and asked with a loud voice, Where is my grandson? Why didn't you let him come out to greet his grandfather? Wahahaha, I haven't seen that little thing for 18 years. It was only a foot long then, but now it's a foot long. Chu Xianxia's face was instantly filled with yellow veins. Under the escort of the Chu clanspeople, the Yang clanspeople were finally welcomed in. Someone went to greet the 200 blood-clothed troops, and the important people came to the Chu clan's meeting hall. The important relatives came. Old Master Chu, Chu Feiling and his wife, Chu Feilong and his wife, the few grandchildren of the Chu clan, Duan Shui and her children, and Chu Fian's wife and her children were all present. Chu Fian was helping Divine Dr. Chu to look after the shop, so he naturally wasn't present. As for the Yang clan, Old Master Yang Bao and his wife, Yang Ruoxiong and his wife were present. Besides, there were two young men who looked like Yang Ruoxiong. They were tall and strong, but lacked the beard. Besides, there was also a young girl in red clothes with bright eyes and white teeth. She was Yang Ruoxiong's daughter, and Chu Yang's cousin. Chu Feiling sat on his seat obediently. Every time he saw the appearance of his father-in-law and uncle, Chu Feiling couldn't help but be speechless. He even had to thank the gods in his heart. Fortunately, Rulan doesn't look like her father and brother. Otherwise, how can I live on? The housekeeper asked someone to serve tea, and the whole hall was filled with the fragrance of tea. Chu Feiling's eldest uncle, Yang Ruoxiong, sat down on a chair in the hall. Everyone heard a creaking sound from the chair. The chair almost fell apart when this burly man sat on it. Picking up the teacup, he didn't care if it was hot or not. Gulping, he drank the entire cup of tea along with the tea. After chewing and swallowing, he said, Bah, this isn't good tea. It's so bitter. The young girl in red was at a loss. Father. Don't speak if you don't understand. Even the tea is bitter. Yang Ruoxiong opened his mouth. Good girl, how can I not know that tea is bitter? Chu Feiling rolled his eyes and thought, why did you say that when you know? I finally understand now. Today, I asked you to come here purely to play the fool and see what you're up to. Master Yang Bao parted his mustache and poured the tea into his mouth. Then, he slowly put down the teacup and said, Chu Xianxia, is this your welcoming lineup? Master Chu had ulterior motives. He smiled and said, In-law, have some tea first. Why are you drinking tea? Yang Bao stood up. I've seen these people before, but my grandson hasn't. But there's no one here. He laughed weirdly. Why? Do you want to give me a surprise? He's not a treasure. Hurry up and ask him to come out. I want to see how he's grown after being outside for 18.5 years. Chu Xianxing's face twitched. He forced a smile and said in a low voice, This Yang isn't at home now. He might be at the clinic. Then why aren't you calling him? Yang Bao stared. Chu Xianxing looked at old Mistress Yang for help. In-law, old Mistress Yang looked very blessed. She had a kind face and white hair. She was still beautiful between her eyebrows. One could still vaguely see the supreme elegance she had when she was young. She looked at Chu Xianxing and sighed. Xianxing, we haven't seen each other for many years. Chu Xianxing was stunned and sighed. Yes. He recalled the memories of his youth. Where are my two younger sisters? Old Mistress Yang sighed and asked, why don't I see them? Master Chu sighed and pointed to the ground under his feet. He said sadly, they've already gone down. Sigh, you've been alone for so many years? Old Mistress Yang said sympathetically, you've had it tough. A young couple will accompany each other in old age. Master Chu looked up and sighed, it's a long story. He thought to himself, even if I'm an old bachelor, it's still much easier than marrying you back then. Otherwise, I'd be the one using the iron abacus to practice the iron knee divine technique. I'm better than Yang Bao in that I know how to protect myself. But of course, he didn't dare to say this out. Master Yang Bao looked at this and that. He opened his mouth and swallowed his words. Then, he opened his mouth again and felt a sense of jealousy rising from his heart. He roared, let's talk about serious matters. Let's talk about serious matters. As he said, he muttered, damn it, I didn't ask you to come here for a blind date. I'm a little worried. What did you say? What do you mean by a little worried? Old Mistress Yang slammed her walking stick on the ground. With a loud bang, 5 of the bluestone tiles in the Chu residence cracked. She stared at her husband angrily. Master Chu looked at the cracked tiles. The corner of his mouth twitched, and twitched again. I didn't say anything. Master Yang tilted his head and stiffened his neck. How dare you? You still dare to talk back to me? Old Mistress Yang's roar was like a lion roaring from the east. Master Chu Xianxia covered his ears and moaned, oh my god. Luckily, Yang Bao was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He glared at them for a long time before he finally admitted defeat. Like a defeated rooster, he said, I saw the two of you exchanging glances with each other. You seem to have the intention of rekindling old feelings. This old man had to be on guard. If someone were to steal her away at such an old age, it wouldn't look good. Seduce your grandma. Old Mistress Yang was furious. She smacked him with her walking stick. Master Yang didn't dodge. With a bang, the crutch smashed into his back, producing a metallic sound. After a muffled groan, he actually acted as if nothing had happened. Chu Xianxing's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, looking at this situation, not only does he have to practice the iron knee divine technique, he also has to practice the iron back divine technique. This Yang Bao seems to have practiced it to the peak. I wonder how many beatings he has to take to reach this level. When he thought of this, he felt refreshed. Yang Rulan hurriedly went forward to persuade her mother, Mother, we're in public, and we're here. Can't you leave father some face? Old Mistress Yang said angrily, am I not leaving him any face? Look at your father, this old bastard. What kind of green turtle is he talking about? Master Yang Bao snorted softly, if I become a green turtle. I can't blame anyone else, he said this sentence very softly. Old Mistress Yang didn't hear it clearly. She shouted, what did you say? Say it again. Master Yang Bao stroked his long beard and pretended to be sage-like. He looked down and didn't say anything. Yang Rulan wanted to persuade him again, but Yang Ruoxiong said in a low and muffled voice, Sister, don't persuade him. You know that our father can take a beating. Furthermore, although Mother's strike looked scary, she didn't use any strength at all. It was all skillful. Who couldn't tell? As he said this unbearable uncle snorted in disdain, but he didn't forget to add a few words. Moreover, this kind of scene is played out at least 8 to 10 times a day in our family. The two elders are flirting. Before he finished speaking, 2 figures pounced on each other. Crackling sounds could be heard, mixed with angry roars. I'll let you flirt. You unfilial son. I'll flirt with you. After a while, old Mistress Yang stood up and returned to her seat gracefully. She picked up her teacup and drank tea gracefully. Old Master Yang stroked his beard and walked back to his seat. He looked down, as if he was meditating. In the middle of the Chu clan's hall, there was a pig-headed man whose face couldn't be recognized. Then, the pig-headed man got up and rubbed his face. He patted the dust off his body as if nothing had happened. He sat back on his chair and picked up his teacup. With a gulp, he drank the tea in one gulp. Then, he blinked his swollen eyes and looked at everyone. After a long time, no one spoke. The pig-headed man wondered, why aren't you talking? The girl in red covered her face and shrank into her chair. Young Rulan held her forehead and was speechless for a long time. Chu Feiling was speechless. On the Chu clan's side, not to mention the others, even Old Master Chu and Chu Feilong, who had the best composure, widened their eyes. They were speechless as they looked at Chu Feiling's valiant uncle. Although Old Master Chu was shocked, he also felt refreshed. Fortunately. Otherwise, even my sons would have suffered a calamity. He glanced at his eldest daughter-in-law and thought, it's really not easy for Rulan to produce such a daughter in such a family. Old Master Yongbao suddenly said, you've already beaten them up and seen the joke. Why aren't you sending someone to call my grandson? Rulan. Quickly, call your son back. There were guests at home, so why bother with the clinic? I think he's just hanging a sheep's head to sell gourd meat to blackmail two people. It had to be said that Old Master Yang's words had thoroughly explained the original intention and purpose of Divine Dr. Chu's medical center. Yang Ruolan's face turned pale and she was about to cry. Yang, What's wrong? Old Master Yang Bao instantly sensed that something was amiss and widened his eyes. What's wrong with my grandson? Chu Feiling saw that things were not going well. He braced himself and stood up. Father-in-law, Yang, shut up. Yang Bao glared at him. I haven't taught you a lesson for the past 2 years, but you actually started a fight with the 5 people in front of Old Wu. Move aside, let Lan speak. Yang Ruolan's tears flowed down. She had been holding it in for a long time. Now that her parents were in front of her, how could she hold back the grievances and concern in her heart? Yang Ruolan's tears streamed down her cheeks as she thought about how her son's birth was still uncertain. Yang Bao and old Mistress Yang's expressions also became more and more unsightly. The atmosphere was heavy. Yang Bao asked again and again. Yang Ruolan was sobbing. What's wrong? Hurry up and tell me. Old Master Yang Bao was so anxious that he flew into a rage. He pulled his hair with all his might and shouted, do you want to make your father anxious? What's wrong with the child? Why don't you fart? Cough cough cough. In-laws. This matter, it's like this. Chu Xiongqing saw that things were not going well. He could only force himself to put on a smile and stood up. He lowered his voice and stammered as he explained. Old Master Yang looked at him fiercely, what's going on? Tell me. Have you become AF*** kingwoman too? He can't even let out a fart? Old Master Chu Xiongqing took a deep breath and said, it's like this. Brother Yang, as everyone knows, didn't a short and fat man with strong martial arts come to the flat mountain ridge that day? He injured a lot of people. What does that have to do with my grandson? Yang Bao raised his eyes and asked, I know that there was a short and fat man who caused trouble, but I left home that day. I don't know anything else. Does this matter have anything to do with my grandson? Could it be that my grandson is actually a short and fat man? He looked at Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan and frowned for a moment. He shook his head and said, look at them, they can't be short and fat, right? If that's the case, then it's like a camel coming out from a herd of horses. I don't believe it. Old Master Chu smiled bitterly and stammered, it has nothing to do with it. Of course, the short and fat man isn't your grandson. But this is what happened. Yang opened a clinic at that time. Among the people who were injured by the short and fat man, there were people from the Chu clan, the Bao clan, the Liao clan, and even people from the Shao clan. There were even people from the Shao clan. And this short and fat man used his unique martial arts. No one else could treat the people he injured. Old Master Yang Bao was confused. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with my grandson? Old Master Chu said with difficulty, but Yang just had to open the clinic the day before that. Furthermore, he was able to treat this injury. Old Master Chu sighed. It would have been fine if he was able to treat it, but because Yang was injured, he needed purple crystals. Hence, the medical fees were a little higher. This aroused the suspicion of the law enforcers. Yang Bao opened his eyes wider and wider, and the violence in his eyes became more and more intense. He was about to lose control of his breathing. Seeing that the situation was not good, this old man was about to explode. Old Master Chu waved his hand and shouted, all of you, leave. Instantly, Chu Feilong led his family members and disappeared like a whirlwind. He knew that these two old men were about to meet for real today. After sending Chu Le, Chu Tinghu, and the rest out of the hall, Chu Filong hurried back. Yang Bao's emotions suddenly calmed down. With a strange and dangerous calmness, he tried his best to control his voice and said lightly, "And then?" Although his voice was calm, anyone could tell that this old man was on the verge of exploding. He had already reached the point of exploding, and his anger was still rising. Old Master Chu Xianxia actually felt a little scared. He knew that he couldn't avoid this matter, and said with a long face, "Then, those people came to ask for Yang, and said that they wanted to go back and investigate. Then Yang left with them, he left with them just like that." Yang Bao opened his eyes wide, and looked as if he was going to swallow old Master Chu alive. "As a grandfather, you just watched as your grandson was taken away by those people?" The people of the Yang family immediately exploded. They didn't expect that when they came to see their nephew excitedly, they would discover that the Chu clan had caused his nephew to disappear again. Yang Bao suddenly jumped up and jumped in front of Chu Xianxia. His face was full of saliva, and he spat at Chu Xianxia, "You old bastard, old bastard, old bastard, old coward. You've been a coward since you were young, and you've actually been a coward until you're old. Even my grandson is a coward." Old Master Chu's face turned red, and he finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stomped his feet and scolded, "What can I do? That's my grandson. How can I not want to stay? He's AF** King Law Enforcer. Do you know what a law enforcer is? Ah? Can you afford to offend him? Bullsh** T. Even if I can't afford to offend him, I still have to." Yang Bao's voice became louder. "There are too many forces in this world that you and I can't afford to offend. Don't tell me that I'll just hand over my grandson to anyone who comes to ask for him. So what if he's a law enforcer? Bullsh** T. Chu Xianxia was so angry that his whole body trembled. "It's not like you don't know what a law enforcer is capable of. Don't tell me that I have to sacrifice my entire family for a grandson. It's not a big deal for a law enforcer to destroy a clan like ours. Besides, I've already bribed him, and Yang's only going there to clarify the truth. You want me to sacrifice the lives of my entire family just like that? If it's you, can you do it?" "I can do it." Yang Bao roared angrily. "Even if all the big aristocratic families gather, the law enforcers and the 3 Stars Divine Clan join hands, if they want to take my grandson, they'll have to kill everyone in the Yang clan first." He roared, "Chu Xianxia. You don't have the guts." "I don't have the guts?" Chu Xianxia was furious. "You dare to scold me? You're asking for a beating." Yang Bao was furious. "Yes, my grandson has just returned to the clan, but you didn't give him the purple crystals that he needed. You actually let him open his own medical center to earn money at such a young age. You're just discriminating against him. Since when did you treat him as your grandson? You even keep calling him your grandson. Don't you think that you're looking down on him, you bastard?" He roared thunderously. "My grandson has been mistreated by your Chu clan for 18.5 years. Now that he's finally back, your Chu clan still wants to do this. Not only did you mistreat him again, you didn't even protect him and gave him to the law enforcer. Chu Xianxia. Good job. You're a good grandfather, a good clan master." His face turned red. He tore off his cloak and threw it on the ground heavily. "Chu Xianxia, I've known you for decades, but I've only seen you clearly today. Come. Today, I'll fight you to the death. You mother***cur, you mother***cur. Old Master Chu was furious. "Unreasonable bastard, you think I'm afraid of you? You don't know right from wrong, you don't understand reason, you only know how to act recklessly. Come. If I let you walk out of the door today, I'll write my name Chu upside down." Everyone hurried forward to mediate, but the 2 old masters had already rushed forward. In an instant, there was a loud bang as the 2 of them collided with each other. Everyone cried out in alarm as the entire hall collapsed. The 2 masters were like hidden dragons soaring into the sky as they flew out from the big hole in the roof. They fought fiercely in the sky, throwing punches and kicks back and forth while cursing at the same time. "If I can't beat you, I'll also let down my wronged nephew. Bastard, I'll beat you, you unreasonable bastard. Take this, you old bastard." Both masters had fiery tempers. In comparison, Master Yang had a fiery temper that didn't care about anything. However, Master Chu was still able to consider the big picture. Now that they were fighting for real, both of them attacked ferociously and didn't dodge at all. The onlookers below were shocked and dazzled. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Both of them fought from the east to the west, from the west to the east, from the south to the north. Everywhere they passed, the scenery below was destroyed as if it had been attacked by a storm. Two rumbling sounds could be heard at the same time. Chu Xiongqing punched Yang Bao's left shoulder, while Yang Bao was kicked by Chu Xiongqing on his right shoulder. Both of them lost their balance at the same time and fell from the sky like meteorites. They slammed onto the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble. Then, they jumped up again and continued to fight. After dozens of punches, both of them returned to the sky. Then, a dazzling fight ensued. Countless Old Master Chu and Old Master Yang appeared out of thin air. Then, all of the figures disappeared at the same time. The two of them grabbed each other's hair and pulled each other's beard. They rolled around each other and landed on the ground like a street brawl. After landing, they didn't separate from each other. They rolled around on the ground, punching and kicking each other. As they beat each other up, they scolded each other. In the end, they pulled out all the grudges of the past decades. They became angrier and angrier. It was as if they couldn't live under the same sky. You didn't have the guts back then, and you still don't have the guts now. You snatched my wife back then, and today, you bullied my grandson. You and I can't exist under the same sky. Yang Bao shouted. I let you go back then because I wanted you to kneel on the abacus. You cow worm, henpecked coward, a coward who is afraid of your wife. You used to wash your wife's feet every day. How dare you come to my house and behave atrociously? I'll *King beat you up. I'll make you explode. I'll make you explode. I'll make you explode. Bang 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 bang, in just a blink of an eye, the two masters who were originally sanctimonious were bruised and swollen. The onlookers' eyebrows twitched and their faces twitched. Old Mistress Yang's face was gloomy. She couldn't restrain her anger and suddenly roared, Yang Bao. Didn't you eat? Beat this old bastard up. When Old Master Yang heard this, he turned around. Old Master Chu saw the opportunity and ruthlessly punched Yang Bao's eye socket. Yang Bao didn't show any mercy. With a loud roar, he punched Old Master Chu's nose, causing blood to flow from his nose. Sometimes, Yang Bao was on top, raising his fist and smashing it downwards. Sometimes, Chu Xiongqing was on top, riding on Yang Bao and slamming it downwards. In an instant, dozens of holes appeared on the flat ground. Countless cracks slowly appeared on the surrounding walls. It seemed that after this fight, the Chu clan would have to renovate the house. Suddenly, Chu Xiongqing, who was below, kicked hard on Yang Bao's stomach. Yang Bao was thrown out like a cloud. Chu Xiongqing leaped up and caught up with Yang Bao in midair. Both of them fell into the garden and rolled into the fish pond. Instantly, the water splashed everywhere. Both of them were fighting in the water, then, it flew out and rolled on the ground. Both of them didn't use any weapons. They only fought with their fists and feet. They punched and kicked each other. There was no pattern. Although Old Master Chu was tough, Old Master Yang was even tougher. Seeing that Old Master Chu was about to lose, Chu Feilong was about to attack. Yang Ruoxiong laughed loudly, Chu Feilong, I'll fight with you. Chu Feilong was stunned. He was about to say, I don't want to fight with you. But Yang Ruoxiong had already rushed over like a bull. His fan-like hand smashed towards Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong tried to block it, but a huge force came over. He was caught off guard and retreated 7 or 8 feet as if he was on a skateboard. Yang Ruoxiong shouted. His sturdy body flew up into the air and pounced on Chu Feilong ferociously. Chu Feilong didn't want to be outdone. He focused all his attention on his enemy. Another battle instantly broke out. In an instant, the entire courtyard of the Chu clan became a battlefield. The guards of the Chu clan and the bloody clothes team of the Yang clan rushed up at the same time. Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan shouted anxiously, Don't attack. Kill anyone who dares to attack. Instantly, hundreds of big men stood there in a daze, as if they were watching a show. Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan looked at each other and saw the anxiety and contradiction in their eyes. what should we do? Old Mistress Yang was holding a cup of tea. The girl in red was serving her by her side. Although she was anxious, she didn't dare to speak. Are you done yet? Old Mistress Yang roared when she saw that the fight was almost over. If it were any other time, the two old men would have stopped after hearing such a shout. But now, both of them were enraged. They actually didn't listen to the command and continued to fight without paying attention to it. Clumps of dirt flew into the air. The sky was originally blue, but in an instant, it was as if it was covered with dark clouds. Old Mistress Yang felt embarrassed. She wanted to teach them a lesson. At this moment, she actually felt embarrassed. At this moment, there was an exclamation at the gate. A voice said in surprise, "What's going on? Who dares to behave atrociously here?" Following the voice, a figure walked in slowly. His face was full of surprise. Yang Ruolan cried out in surprise, "Yang Yang?" She rushed over as if she was flying. Both parties were fighting fiercely here, and the culprit who caused this fight actually came back safe and sound at this moment. The person who came was Chu Yang. He came out from the law enforcement hall. Before he walked halfway, he saw that the Chu clan was in full swing. Dust filled the sky. He was shocked and urged the coachman to speed up. After all, the special carriage of the law enforcement officers was extraordinary. Not only was it comfortable, but it was also fast. As he sped up, he quickly arrived at the Chu clan. When he reached the gate, he saw that it was a mess inside. The original splendor was completely gone. Chu Yang was shocked. He took a closer look and saw that his grandfather Chu Xiongqing was fighting with an old man who looked like a leopard. Chu Filong was also fighting with a big man who looked like a bull. And the rest of the Chu clan, including his own parents, were actually just standing aside and watching the fight. Even though Chu Yang was intelligent and quick-witted, he was also confused at this moment. Wasn't this situation a little too bizarre? He couldn't help but exclaim. Then, Yang Ruolin came over and hugged Chu Yang. She said as if she had received a treasure, "Yang Yang, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Actually, the seniors from the law enforcement hall just asked me to see a doctor." "What can happen?" Chu Yang naturally wouldn't tell her the whole story. "I see," Yang Ruolin was instantly relieved. "Not only that, after the fight, that senior Shah specially sent me back in his own carriage." Chu Yang pointed and smiled, "This big brother is a law enforcement officer. He specially escorted me back." Yang Ruolin was even more delighted. Her son was really too promising. Even the enforcers would think highly of him. She felt a sense of glory. Chu Yang went up to greet them and invited them to have some tea. How could the law enforcement officers not know that he was just being courteous? Besides, the Chu clan now, why would they still drink tea? It was more like drinking dirt. One of them glanced and said, "Young Master Chu, do you need our help?" This person had been instructed by Sha Xinliang to listen to Chu Yang. Now that he saw that someone was actually making trouble in the Chu clan, he immediately wanted to do something. Chu Yang looked at his mother inquiringly. Yang Ruolin was shocked and hurriedly waved her hands. "Yang Yang, that's your grandfather. He blames your grandfather for not protecting you well and being caught by the law enforcement officers." "So they fought," Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "So that's what happened." This law enforcement officer also smiled and said, "Since it's a family matter, it's not convenient for us to intervene. Young Master Chu, we'll take our leave now." Chu Yang didn't dare to neglect. He smiled and said, "Big brothers, take care." The two's faces couldn't help but twitch a little. They said, "Goodbye." They thought, "We're about the same age as your grandfather, but you actually called us big brothers." They didn't say anything more. They bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Yang Ruolin clicked her tongue in wonder and said, "Yang Yang, you're really capable. I haven't seen law enforcement officers being so polite to others for a long time. They're actually so respectful to you. They even called you Young Master Chu. Even your father didn't receive such treatment." Chu Yang showed a proud expression. "Needless to say, don't you know what kind of person your son is? Besides, with my father's age, it's not appropriate for them to call him Young Master Chu." Yang Ruolin smiled and patted him gently. She said dotingly, "Shameless." Then, she pulled his hand and said, "Come and greet your grandmother." He pulled Chu Yang over to old Mistress Yang and introduced him gleefully. Mother, this is your grandson. Take a look, he's not bad looking, right? There was a hint of old Wang praising himself for selling his melons. Old Mistress Yang immediately threw the fight at the side to the back of her mind. A smile bloomed on her old face as she scrutinized Chu Yang carefully. She said, this little fellow is really good looking. Look at this nose, these eyes, these eyebrows, this mouth, these ears, this face shape, this skin. One look and I can tell that he's Lanlin's child. He looks exactly like your mother when she was young. Come over and let Grandma take a look. Chu Failing secretly rolled his eyes at one side. He thought, he looks exactly like your daughter and has nothing to do with me at all? This little guy obviously looks like me. Chu Yang put on a sweet smile on his face. He leaned over and called innocently, Grandmother. In his heart, he vomited at his own cuteness. Old Mistress Yang was elated. She laughed and said, what a polite child. She turned and shouted, come, bring up the gift I prepared for my nephew. There was actually no response to her shout. She saw that the father and son were still fighting fiercely. Old Mistress Yang was furious. She shouted, are the four of you blind? Can't you see that he's back? With this shout, Chu Failong and Yang Ruoxiong were the first to stop fighting. Chu Yang paid special attention. This bull-like brawny man had a lot of bruises on his face, but Chu Failong's face was completely unscathed. The two old masters were far away, so they didn't hear him. They were still fighting fiercely, punching and kicking each other. Old Master Chu's eyes were sharp. He quickly turned back and saw Chu Yang standing in front of old Mistress Yang. He was overjoyed and said hurriedly, he's back, he's back. In his surprise, he was distracted for a moment and was instantly punched twice by Yang Bao. He shouted angrily, F***ck your grandma. Your grandson is back, why are you still hitting him? Yang Bao was stunned and said, it's great that my grandson is back, but you and I are in-laws. You can't F***ck my grandma. He punched again. Chu Xiongqing knew that he had scolded the wrong person. He could only dodge left and right. Yang Bao didn't give up and chased after him. Old Mistress Yang was so angry that she couldn't breathe. She shouted angrily, go. Drag the two of them away. At his command, Chu Failing and Yang Ruoxiong led hundreds of guards and rushed forward at the same time. They dragged the two masters apart and dragged them to the sides like dragging dead dogs. Master Yang struggled and kicked Chu Failing, and Master Chu also kicked Chu Failing back, not to be outdone. Their bellies were attacked at the same time. Then, they separated and lay on the ground, panting heavily. Old Mistress Yang was furious. She stood up and pointed her dragon-head walking stick at them. She lectured them righteously, what a scandal. What a scandal. Are you still in-laws? How can you behave like this when visiting your relatives? Aren't the two of you ashamed? You're almost 200 years old, but you're still fighting like children every day. I'm going to spit on the two of you. Today is my grandson's wedding day. If the two of you spoil my mood, I'll skin the two of you alive. Old Master Chu scolded, you're only saying this when your grandson is back. You didn't say anything just now and even asked your husband to teach me a lesson. What a black-hearted woman. Old Mistress Yang continued scolding, Chu Xiongqing, we're also guests. As the clan master of the Chu clan, is this how you treat your guests? I've traveled thousands of miles to get here and I'm starving, but you actually bully old Yang first. Chu Xiongqing was so angry that he was about to die. His mouth twitched and his eyes slanted, I bullied old Yang? Your words are so heartless. It's clearly your Yang clan who came knocking on our door. Old Mistress Yang said furiously, if you're not wrong, would he have hit you? I hit you for your own good. Chu Xiongqing was stunned. Damn it, I've seen people who are protective of their loved ones, but I've never seen someone who is so protective of their loved ones. Damn it, who asked me not to be your husband? But, it's also fortunate that I'm not. Old Mistress Yang kicked old Master Yang Bao's butt and scolded, you're so embarrassing. How could a mere Chu Xiongqing beat you up like this? Master Yang cried out in pain. He jumped up and opened his swollen mouth. I was just teasing him. Chu Yang's mouth was crooked, his eyes were slanted, and his stomach cramped. Damn, it seems that this grandfather's family is a nest of high-quality goods. I finally understand where my nonsensical and shameless personality came from. It seems that I've inherited it from him. You can't blame me for this. On the other side, Old Master Chu shouted, clean up a room and entertain the guests. Ask the kitchen to slaughter the pigs and goats, and prepare good wine. The two masters looked at each other with hatred. Suddenly, they burst into laughter at the same time. Old Master Yang Bao pointed at Chu Xiongqing, look at how you look now. Ha 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 ha, you look like a wild bear. Chu Xiongqing laughed, look at how useless you look now. You look like a wild donkey whose fur has been roasted. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chu Yang looked at all this with goosebumps. He didn't notice that a strong man had already walked to his side. Suddenly, he felt darkness in front of him, and a sense of oppression hit him. He looked up and saw that the strong man, who was as tall as a leopard, was already standing in front of him. The man was looking down at him. Chu Yang thought that he wasn't short. How could a 183 tall man be considered short? But this strong man was actually 2.5 heads taller than him, and 1.5 times thicker than him. Standing here, Chu Yang suddenly felt that the heaven and earth had lost their beauty. The strong man, Yang Ruoxiong, stretched out his big hand and patted on Chu Yang's shoulder. He laughed and said, Chu Yang? I'm your uncle, Yang Ruoxiong. What happened to you? It turned out that this slap had slapped Chu Yang so hard that he was sitting on the ground. His martial power hadn't recovered yet. How could he withstand such a huge slap? Yang Ruoxiong stretched out his hand and grabbed Chu Yang's hair. Chu Yang's feet were off the ground, and he looked at Chu Yang from head to toe. He said suspiciously, why do you look like a bean sprout? You fell down with just a slap? Your body isn't strong enough. Yang Ruoxiong was still holding Chu Yang like a salted fish. His other hand turned Chu Yang's face over, and he clicked his tongue repeatedly, your little face is really not bad. You look like me when I was young. Everyone says that nephews look like their uncles. If you don't, then... Nephew, come and smile for your uncle. Poor Chu Yang's breathing was stagnant. His feet were hanging in the air, and his face was purple. He couldn't even speak, let alone smile. He only said angrily in his heart, luckily, I'm not like you. If I'm like you, it's hard to find a wife. But your name is Yang Ruoxiong. This name is really wonderful. I don't know who's so awesome to know that you look like a bear from the moment you were born. Yang Ruolan's shocked and angry voice came, Yang Ruoxiong, let go of my son. She rushed over like a tigress. Yang Ruoxiong hurriedly put Chu Yang down, and habitually patted his shoulder again, your body is too weak. You should practice with your uncle in the future. Why did you fall down again? She slapped Chu Yang's buttocks again, and he fell to the ground with a plop sound. His face was deathly pale. Yang Ruolan rushed over angrily, and slapped her elder brother to one side. She said angrily, your nephew's body is weak, and his meridians are sealed. He doesn't have any martial arts. You want to kill him? Yang Ruoxiong scratched his head and laughed dryly, I see. No wonder he's like a bean sprout. He was embarrassed and was about to slip away. Suddenly, he came to his senses and said angrily, who sealed my nephew's meridians? How dare you? Is it Chu Xiongqing, that old bastard? Yang Ruolan was embarrassed and angry. She scolded, get lost. Yang Ruoxiong was afraid of his sister since he was young. He muttered and left resentfully. There was strength in numbers. Although the Chu clan was badly damaged, with over 1,000 people working together, they were able to clean up the mess quickly. Of course, the reception hall could not be used. Since it was neither too hot nor too cold, they set up a banquet in the courtyard. The two masters returned to their own territories to nurse their wounds, nourish their bodies, change their clothes, and deal with the bruises on their faces. After that, they put on their bright robes and swaggered out to the scene with their heads swollen like pig heads. Chu Yang began to pay his respects to his maternal grandparents, uncle and aunt. He kowtowed repeatedly like a worm, and received a lot of gifts in the process. First, old Mistress Yang gave him a sword. It was said that it could cut through iron like mud. Old Master Yang gave him a dagger. It was said to be an ancient divine weapon. When these two gifts were taken out, the entire Chu clan was filled with envy. This is a rare treasure, only Chu Failing and Yang Rulan smiled bitterly. Their swords and sabers were given to them by Chu Yang. They were much better than the swords in front of them. Moreover, they were things that Chu Yang could give away casually. How could Chu Yang be interested in these two things? With Chu Yang's taste, he naturally wouldn't be interested in the sword and the dagger. But this was the first time that Chu Yang received gifts from his blood relatives. Therefore, he was still quite moved. He thanked her politely and played with it for a while. In fact, she was trying her best to restrain her emotions. Yang Rulan and Chu Failing saw this and suddenly felt sour in their hearts. They understood why Chu Yang was acting like this. So, the husband and wife felt as if they had broken a bottle of mixed feelings. They felt ashamed and regretful. What their son needed wasn't any treasured swords or divine weapons. What he needed was a gift of sincerity. But as his parents, they only cared about being happy and forgot all of this. This sword is called Blowing Snow. It is said that it was the sword monarch Dongfang Weishu 1,000 years ago. It can cut through hair and cut through iron like mud. Old Mistress Yang saw that her grandson liked her gift very much. She couldn't help but feel comforted. Her eyes narrowed and she said with a smile, "Granny, thank you for your generous gift." "I won't let this sword down," Chu Yang said emotionally. He knew that although such a sword was nothing in his eyes, it was still a rare divine weapon in the heavenly continent. For the Yang clan to be able to get it, they must have done something. Legend has it that this dagger is called Evil Dragon. It's made from the horn of a 10th grade spirit beast, Evil Dragon. It's extremely sharp and has its own cold air. As long as it cuts a person's skin, it can cause the blood vessels of the enemy to stiffen and die in an instant. Yang Bao chuckled and said, "This old man has always been open and aboveboard. I like to use my fists, and I like the thrill of punching people even more. Just like when I punched your grandfather just now, cough asterisk, so I don't like this kind of sinister little weapon. But I saw that you looked like you could use it, so I brought it." Everyone laughed. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Is this a gift? What do you mean by look like you can play with people? Besides, have you seen me before? She even brought me here because I look like someone who can have sex." Chu Yang pinched his nose and accepted the gift. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit said thoughtfully, "This evil dragon dagger is still useful. For now, you can use this dagger to play with people and assassinate people. When your strength matures, you can directly absorb the cold air of the evil dragon dagger and turn it into your own cold air." Chu Yang made a sound of agreement. In comparison, it was actually his uncle's gift that Chu Yang liked the most. His uncle was the most direct. 500 purple crystals. How practical this was. Someone summed up the 4 chapters in one sentence. Chu Yang's grandfather and his whole family came to see Chu Yang. They fought with Chu Yang's grandfather. While they were fighting, Chu Yang came back and drank. Actually, these 4 chapters could have been written as such. Actually, I think that the book World-Defying Heavens can be written in one sentence. Chu Yang became the master of the tribulation sword. After going through untold hardships, he slowly obtained the entire tribulation sword. He reached the peak, found a wife, made up for his regrets, and became the #1 expert. An eternal legend. Part 7 Chapter 53, I have a wife. His cousin's name was very cute, Xianxia. She even gave him a peace buckle. Chu Yang thought, looks like grandfather's family isn't very sophisticated. Even their names are rustic. Their naming standards are a little inferior to my teacher Meng Chaoran's. Like Chu Yang, Tan Tan, such good names. Yang Ruoxiong laughed. He wanted to pat Chu Yang's shoulder but held back. He could only pat his own thigh and said in a rough voice, "I don't have any treasures. I feel that silly treasures aren't as practical as purple crystals. Nephew, if your grandfather doesn't give you purple crystals, I'll give you. I'll give you as much as you want. Take these first. If you want a concubine or something, give me purple crystals directly. If it's not enough, I have more here." Everyone was dumbfounded. Concubine? There's such a straightforward uncle. This is the first time they met, and he's already prepared for his nephew to take a concubine. Yang, who gave you this name? It's a good name. Yang Bao grinned and looked at his grandson. He felt that his grandson was good in every way except for his thin and weak body. Of course, it'd be better if he could be as strong as his uncle. Thinking, he sighed regretfully. Old Chu's son isn't good enough. It looks like that's all there is to it. My teacher gave me this name, Chu Yang said carefully. What's so good about this name? You also know how good this name is? Hey, you didn't know your background at that time, right? How did your teacher know that your father's surname is Chu and your mother's surname is Yang? Master Yang was surprised. This person isn't simple. Chu Yang, Chu Yang. Ha ha ha, isn't it just our two clans? And his nickname is Yang Yang. Obviously, more than half of it belongs to our Yang clan. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood what was so good about this name. This master thought that it was Yang from Yang Tree. It's Yang from Sunshine, Chu Yang corrected. Anyway, it's Yang. Yang Bao waved his hand. A sheep brought to the donkey shed is still a sheep. Not a donkey. Chu Yang was surprised. How is it? Good nephew, are you satisfied with the things I gave you? Master Yang Bao laughed out loud and looked around proudly. We're not like a certain family who is so stingy that he keeps the purple crystals in his ass and is unwilling to take them out. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Chu Xianxia and sneered. Chu Xianxia turned his head away angrily and snorted in his heart. I just don't want to expose your background. How can our Chu clan be as rich as your Yang clan? Do you think that this old man doesn't know that your Yang clan obtained a purple crystal mine many years ago? Otherwise, where did the purple crystal jade essence come from, taking out 500 purple crystals in one go? How extravagant. Although this is already half a year's income for our Chu family, but to your Yang family, it's just a drop in the ocean. Otherwise, how did you nurture the blood-clothed team, which is made up of emperor-level experts? Old bastard, do you really think that I'm a fool? It's because of the relationship between the two clans that I'm unwilling to publicize it for you. Otherwise, with just a word, I'll have your entire clan annihilated. Yang Bao laughed and said, now that my grandson has finally returned home, I can finally put down one of my worries. Back then, my father was only born when he was 70 years old. It could be said that he went through a lot of hardships. Cough, cough, cough. Old Mistress Yang coughed repeatedly. Everyone was stunned. What does the return of your grandson have to do with your father giving birth to you at 70 years old? But that old master is really something. He's already 70 years old and he's still having children. Hearing the coughing, Yang Bao's tone immediately changed. Without blushing or panting, he said that, at that time, Yaya and Yang Yang were about to be born. My father happened to get a piece of purple crystal jade essence, so he asked an expert to craft 2 jade pendants. One of them has Chu written on it, and the other has Yang written on it to represent their identities. Yang Bao turned his head. Nephew, where's your jade pendant? Chu Yang hurriedly took it out and handed it over. The girl in red beside him also took out a jade pendant and handed it over. Holding the 2 jade pendants, Yang Bao was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He said, these are the 2 pieces, ha ha ha. Chu Yang faintly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, he heard Yang Bao say, at that time, there was also an agreement. That is, if these 2 children are both boys or girls, then it's fine. But if one is a boy and the other a girl, then they'll be husband and wife. Ha ha ha. This is really a match made in heaven. Chu Yang's head exploded with a boom. He suddenly felt dizzy. The girl in red beside him was also stunned. Then, she blushed and stomped her feet. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Obviously, she didn't know about it beforehand. Yang Bao was overjoyed. He said, Yang Yang, come over and see how your wife is. Yang Ruoxiong patted Chu Yang's shoulder and beamed with delight. Nephew. Quickly go and see how my daughter is. You can't call her nephew anymore. Ha ha ha, my son-in-law. Ha ha ha, my son-in-law, quickly go. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Yang Rulin and Chu Failing were also stunned. The 2 remembered this at the same time. There was indeed such a thing in the past. They immediately felt that things were bad. My son is back, and I was so happy that I actually forgot about this. What should I do? Others might not know, but how could the two of them not know? Chu Yang's heart had already fallen in love with someone. In the lower three heavens, an emperor's wife had given birth, and an empress's wife was still waiting for him. This guy, here came another person who was betrothed before he was born. What was certain was that Chu Yang would never accept it. Even Wu Qianqian was so beautiful that Chu Yang didn't accept her even after spending so much time with her, let alone this cousin whom he just met for the first time. No. Before Chu Yang could decide on how to answer, Xianxia had already said angrily with tears in her eyes, I was still wondering why you wanted me to come. So this is the reason. How can you do this? The little girl pouted with grievance. She was very indignant. A girl's marriage depends on the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. It doesn't matter what you say. If I say it's okay, it's okay. Yang Ruoxiong waved his hand. Moreover, it's decided by your grandpa. It can't be changed. Xianxia was angry, anxious, and aggrieved. Finally, tears streamed down her face. Yang, what do you say? Yang Bao stared at his nephew. Chu Yang touched his chin and said, my cousin is so pretty. This is of course a good thing. But I already have a wife. You have a wife? Not only Yang Bao's family, but even Chu Xiongqing's family was dumbfounded when they heard this. Even Yang Rulan and Chu Feiling felt as if they were struck by lightning. This sentence was too shocking. You. Yang Bao stared at Chu Yang and pointed at him with his finger. He was so agitated that he even trembled a little. Then where's your wife? He wanted to question Chu Yang, but he thought that this guy had been away for so many years. How did he know that his family had already arranged a marriage? He really couldn't be blamed. My wife went to learn martial arts from her teacher, Chu Yang said calmly. Left with her teacher? Yang Rulan was the most concerned. She said, what's your wife's name? How does she look? Are you married? Chu Yang's face revealed an awkward expression. He leaned close to his mother's ear and said, Mother, this marriage can't be cancelled. Not to mention our family, even the Yi family, which is the #1 clan, can't afford to cancel this marriage. How cunning was Chu Yang? He could tell at a glance that no one else could cancel this marriage except for his mother. So, he might as well work on his mother. However, he didn't lie. Ning Tianya and Beluqing were the younger brothers of the two supreme martial artists. Even the Yi family wouldn't dare to cancel this marriage. If he were to infuriate the two supreme beings, that would truly be a calamity for him. Besides, the younger brother of the two supreme martial artists. If it was the Yi family, not to mention a great beauty, even if it was a sow, they would marry her and worship her. How could there be any talk of cancelling this marriage? Yang Rulan was surprised and happy. She asked in a low voice, whose daughter is it? Chu Yang said mysteriously, this matter can't be said here. Yang Rulan glanced at Chu Feilong and suddenly realized. She said, yes, it can't be said here. As she said, she turned to Yang Bao and said, Father, since Yang already has a wife, why don't we just drop this matter? Yaya is my favorite niece. She's the pearl of the Yang family. No matter what, she can't be a concubine. Old Master Yang Bao stroked his beard and said, actually, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. At one side, Yang Ruoxiong's wife approached old Mistress Yang and pleaded, Mother-in-law. Old Mistress Yang snorted and said, since Yang has already found a wife, what's there for us to worry about? Old man, let's just drop this matter. Old Master Yang was still a little reluctant. He said, I'll see if this young wife is suitable for this matter. If not, we can just cancel this marriage and marry Yaya. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So, this matter was gently dropped. Next, the Chu family held a big banquet. Delicacies and wine were served up. Instantly, the fragrance of wine wafted from the Chu family. Yang Bao's father drank to his heart's content. Not long after, he was drunk. Old Master Yang Bao even scolded Chu Feiling at first. He said that Chu Feiling was a useless son-in-law. But he forgot about this matter later on. When they were drunk to their heart's content, the 2 bruised masters held each other's shoulders and were extremely intimate. They laughed and scolded each other as they drank. There was no clear winner on the battlefield, but there was a clear winner on the wine table. They were determined to get the other party drunk, each of them pointed a finger and sealed the other's vital energy. Then, they picked up the wine jar and drank. After drinking for a while, the two masters' stomachs were swollen like drums. They staggered, and their eyes were slanted. Finally, they both collapsed with a loud bang. They were carried into sleep. At this time, the moon was already in the sky. Young Rulin was still worried. After they were done, she called her into the room and asked about her daughter-in-law's situation. Thinking of her grandson in the lower three heavens, young Rulin was very anxious. More importantly, where are the monthly votes? Are there still recommendation votes? Young Ruolan was very melancholic and conflicted. This rascal, why is he so worrisome even though he has only been back for a few days? My little junior sister is such a good person. She even gave birth to a son for you. You actually, whose disciple is your wife? Young Ruolan stared at her son. Ning Tianya. Chu Yang sighed. Who? Young Ruolan was confused and didn't react. He doesn't seem to be a famous person, and Bulu Qing. Chu Yang continued. Ning Tianya? Who is this? Why does this name sound so familiar? Bulu Qing? Also. Young Ruolan thought for a while. Then, she suddenly shouted loudly. Her eyes opened wide, Ning Tianya? Bulu Qing? Shu. Lower your voice. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Young Ruolan sat straight on the chair. Her eyes were dull, her body was stiff, and her mouth was trembling. She asked in a soft and nervous voice, are those the two supreme martial artists of the legendary land? It seems to be the two of them. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In the northern wastelands, the two supreme martial artists appeared and saw your daughter-in-law. They recognized her talent and insisted on taking her as their disciple. They almost fought over this. In the end, the two of them decided to take her as their disciple. Young Ruolan's expression changed as if she had heard an incredible fairy tale. For a long time, she even forgot to breathe. This was really too shocking. My daughter-in-law is the legendary disciple of the two supreme martial artists, Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing. Moreover, she is the disciple that the two supreme martial artists fought over. Such an identity is definitely thousands of times more noble than the identity of a princess. No wonder my son said, we can't afford to regret this marriage. Indeed, we can't afford to regret it. Young Ruolan also heard that the two supreme martial artists had appeared in the northern wastelands. Now that she compared it with what Chu Yang said, she immediately believed it. My son has no reason to lie to me. Then, what about Tian Tian, my poor little junior sister, my poor little grandson? Young Ruolan's heart was in a mess. Mother, what are you thinking about? Seeing young Ruolan in a daze, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask. No, nothing. Young Ruolan sighed deeply and said, Yang, this girl, do you like her? Then, he added, I mean, your girl, who was taken away by the two great masters. Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Mother, she's the woman I love the most in my life, so. Young Ruolan was disappointed and frustrated. She then said, so, you didn't accept Wu Qianqian because of her? Chu Yang stared blankly for a moment. He frowned and asked suspiciously, Mother, how do you know Wu Qianqian? Only then did young Ruolan realize that she had misspoken. She forced a smile and said, I've heard of it. Chu Yang grunted. It seemed as if he was replying, but also seemed as if he was pondering. Young Ruolan had a guilty conscience, so she didn't dare to continue speaking. Changing the topic, he asked, then, how does that girl look? Chu Yang nodded heavily. Peerless talent, the fragrance of the nation. Young Ruolan was slightly relieved. She said, how's his temper? Does she listen to you? Chu Yang slapped his chest and said, if I tell her to go east, she won't dare to go west. If I tell her to beat a dog, she won't dare to scold a chicken. Young Ruolan laughed and said, how's her figure? Chu Yang fantasized endlessly and said, she has a good figure, a good butt, a good figure. Yes, I'm talking about when Qinggu grows up, young Ruolan murmured, looks like she can give birth to children. Chu Yang was stunned. After Master Yang Bao brought his family to the Chu clan, he actually took over the place and stayed there. For a while, he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. As a result, the Chu clan immediately became lively. Every day, the two masters' angry curses could be heard. Suddenly, they would jump into a fight. Then, the two bruised men would gather at the same table to eat, drink, get drunk, and sleep. Every day was incomparably comfortable. Chu Yang's life returned to normal. He insisted on staying at 2 o'clock every day. Clinic, home. The next day, when Chu Yang arrived at the clinic, there was a little tail following behind him, Chu Le-er. Chu Le-er, who had completely gotten rid of her pain, seemed to be getting better day by day. In just these 4 to 5 days, there were obvious changes. Her face was rosy and pale, and her hair was smooth and shiny. She was no longer as dry and yellow as before. Her figure was also growing. The only thing that remained the same was her calm demeanor. She was too calm and composed. She often had a gentle smile at the corners of her mouth. When she walked, she was quiet, like an orchid in a deep valley. Not a speck of dust could be seen, but she also had her own connotation and beauty. Only in front of Chu Yang would this little girl become lively. After being intimate with her mother for a few days, the little girl started to follow Chu Yang and became a little assistant in Chu Yang's clinic for free. Normally, Divine Dr. Chu's clinic was really unsightly. It was really a waste for such a fairy-like little girl to be in there. But Chu Le-er didn't care. Even when she was busy, she looked quiet and gentle. The next morning, when he arrived at the clinic and finally saw Chu Fian, Chu Yang got a shock. Fian walked with a limp. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was cleaning up the mess. It was a mess inside and outside the clinic. There were broken furniture everywhere. A few medicine cabinets had long been smashed into smithereens. Chu Le-er, who was following behind Chu Yang, couldn't help but exclaim, "Fourth uncle, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yang was instantly enraged. Looking at the situation, there must be someone who came to destroy the clinic. And it was a kind of revenge, otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. "Fourth uncle, are you okay?" Chu Yang hurried forward. Chu Fian sighed and said with a face full of shame, Yang, I'm really useless, why are you still talking about this now?" Chu Yang lowered his voice and said word by word, "It's the Xiao clan?" Chu Fian nodded and said, "It should be." He sighed and said, "Although the other two clans also have experts who are better than your fourth uncle, I know most of them. But I don't know these people. Other than the Xiao clan, there shouldn't be anyone else." Chu Yang said, "Yes." Chu Fian said, "They might come again tonight." "They'll come again tonight?" Chu Yang frowned, "Are you sure?" It turned out that when Chu Yang returned to the clan that night, Chu Fian immediately went to the Blood Payers Hall to issue a mission to collect all the purple crystals that Chu Yang handed over. When he came back that night, he found that Chu Yang hadn't returned yet. Chu Fian was worried and stayed here to look after the clan for a few days. He didn't expect that in the middle of the night, the door would suddenly be smashed open with a loud bang. Then, a few masked men rushed in. Chu Fian was a 5th-stage martial emperor, but these 5 masked men were all martial emperors. He couldn't resist at all and was even caught and beaten up. These men also knew Chu Fian's identity and didn't dare to treat him too harshly. They only beat him until his face was bruised and swollen, and interrogated him about the whereabouts of the purple crystals. How could Chu Fian hand over the purple crystals when the mission had already been issued? Besides, even if he had the purple crystals, Chu Fian would rather die than surrender. The purple crystals were the hope of his niece. How could he hand them over? Seeing that they couldn't force him to hand over the purple crystals, the masked men flew into a rage. Before they left some harsh words, "You have 1 day to hand over the purple crystals. If you can't do it tonight, you can wait to collect your niece's corpse." Chu Fian was beaten black and blue. Although his muscles and bones weren't injured, he still rested for half the night. He only got up in the morning. He wanted to go back to the clan to ask for help, but he couldn't make up his mind. This matter was a little embarrassing. While he was in a dilemma, Chu Yang came slowly. When he entered the courtyard, Chu Yang was even more furious. Dozens of his favorite purple bamboos had also been cut off. The others weren't damaged. It seemed that the masked men couldn't find the purple crystals and left. Chu Yang frowned and said with a sullen face, "Fourth uncle, there's something wrong with this matter. If the Xiao clan wants the purple crystals, they shouldn't have delayed for so long, right? Why did they only take action 3 days later? Chu Fian rolled his eyes and said, 3 days later, is already very fast. Otherwise, they would come knocking on your door right after you finished treating your illness and earned so many purple crystals from the Xiao clan. Isn't that deliberately provoking a war with the Chu clan? Although the Xiao clan is rich and powerful, the Chu clan is the local tyrant of the flat mountain ridge. It's not easy to provoke them. After 3 days of buffer, all the big clans have recovered their strength. If they do it now, all the big clans will be suspicious. Even if the Xiao clan is suspicious, they won't be too suspicious. That's why they're so brazen. Chu Yang nodded and said thoughtfully, I see. His eyes flashed and he said, Fourth uncle, have a good rest. Tonight, I'll prepare a big gift for them. Chu Fian said worriedly, You? Can you do it? Chu Yang smiled and said, If I can't do it, then no one else can. He reached into his clothes and took out a small bottle. Inside it was white spring water. Fourth uncle, drink this. It's good for your injuries. Chu Fian was experienced and knowledgeable. He opened the bottle cap and exclaimed, Vitality spring water? Where did you get such a good thing from? Chu Yang smiled, Someone gave it to me in the past. I still have some left. Chu Fian held the small bottle of Vitality spring water and was reluctant to drink it. He said, My injuries are only superficial. It's okay. Let's wait for third brother to drink this spring water when he comes back. All these years, he's been running around outside. He's really tired from all the internal and external troubles. Chu Yang said, I still have some here. I've already prepared it for third uncle. Chu Fian said reluctantly, Then I'll drink half of it and leave the other half for your fourth aunt. Chu Yang said angrily, Fourth aunt has drunk it too. Just drink it when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Chu Fian rolled his eyes and finally drank it. Chu Yang let Chu Fian go back to the inner room to treat his injuries. Then, he cleaned up the shop. The medicine cabinet was smashed, so he simply threw it out. He instructed Chu Luo not to run around and to watch the door. Then, Chu Yang went out from the small door in the backyard. He changed his appearance and disappeared without a trace. A burst of hearty laughter sounded, and Xianxia's shiny bald head appeared in front of Chu Yang. He hurriedly ran down and held Chu Yang's hands. Little brother, ha ha ha, why did you come back in such a short time? Come, let's go in and have some tea. We'll have lunch here in the morning. Let's have a good drink. As he said, he didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak, and pulled Chu Yang's hands enthusiastically into the house. The eyeballs of the 2 law enforcement officers who were on duty at the door popped out immediately. Is this still our cold-faced and black-hearted Commander Xia? Commander Xia had always been black-faced. He was indifferent to everyone. Even if the clan masters of the 3 big clans came, Commander Xia would still be arrogant. Why did he act like he saw his own father when he saw this young man today? Even when the law enforcement master came last time, Commander Xia was also like this, right? Hearing the news of Chu Yang's arrival, Qin Baoshan, who had been recuperating, also came out to greet Chu Yang with a smile. He hugged Chu Yang tightly and said with a surprised tone, Brother. Ha ha ha, my little brother, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. Chu Yang had goosebumps all over his body. I've just left this place for less than a day and a night. Xianxia had already set up the tea and said smilingly, Little brother, come and sit. I'm playing chess with old Qin. This old bastard reneged on his debt after losing the game. It's really boring to play with him. Qin Baoshan said angrily, It's obviously you who stole my carriage. Chu Yang hurriedly waved his hands to interrupt their quarrel. He frowned and said worriedly, My 2 brothers, why are you like this? You're in such a hurry to get your medicine, and you still have the mood to play chess at home? This. Chu Yang was a little flustered and exasperated. He stamped his feet and said, This is improper. He was actually bristling with anger. Qin Baoshan and Xianxia saw that Chu Yang was really anxious for them. They looked at each other and were touched. Qin Baoshan said gently, Little brother, don't be anxious. Haha, with our status, why do we need to do it personally? It's already been arranged. Xianxia smiled and said, if the arrangement isn't good, we won't be in the mood to play chess. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He was really surprised this time. He said, that jade Ganoderma and heavenly jade. You found the spiritual liquid too? Qin Baoshan nodded and said, those two herbs are indeed hard to find, but we still have some channels. He smiled proudly and said, the jade clover Ganoderma and celestial jade elixir are both heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. The two of us contacted the Medicine Valley and the Zhuge family overnight. And the Medicine Valley just so happened to have heavenly jade elixir. The Zhuge clan has been preparing for the medicine banquet all these years, and among the medicinal herbs that they have collected, there are 2 stalks of jade clover Ganoderma. Xianxia sighed and said, speaking of which, the two of us went to buy the medicine under the name of the law enforcement hall using our power and authority. The other party had to give some face to the law enforcement hall, and that's why things went a little smoother. Otherwise, how many years would it take to find them on their own? I see. Chu Yang nodded and said with a relieved smile, then I'm relieved. The two of you must have spent a lot of money, right? Spent money? You can't spend money. Xianxia said with some heartache, those are all purple crystals. The jade Ganoderma was slightly better as it only cost 5,000 purple crystals. But my celestial jade elixir, those bastards from the Medicine Valley asked for 10,000 purple crystals for the spiritual liquid. No matter what, they refused to lower the price, and it was 10,000 purple crystals. All these years, I've used up all my purple crystals and borrowed 3,000 purple crystals from old Qin. Xianxia gritted his teeth and cursed the black-hearted Medicine Valley. He sighed and said, I'm already heavily in debt now. Qin Baoshan rolled his eyes at him and said, look at what you're saying. I didn't ask you to pay me back. Besides, in front of little brother, how can you say that you've used your power to corrupt and bend the law? Little brother, you're an upright and honest person. Xianxia laughed and said, it's precisely because you're not an outsider that I'll say it directly. If not, you can ask anyone else to say that the two of us only get 300 purple crystals a year. Don't tell me that we don't need them? If so, where can we get 10,000 purple crystals? Chu Yang laughed and said, you're right. Brother Qin, you're indeed overthinking. To be honest, law enforcement officers have been in charge of the heavenly continent for so many years. How many of them are not greedy? Besides, this thing is really normal. Everyone is well aware of it. Why is there a need to hide it? Not to mention that the two of you are my elder brothers. Don't tell me that I don't know the ways of the world in Brother Qin's eyes? Qin Baoshan laughed and said, it's my fault. I've said something wrong. I'll punish myself with a jar of wine later. The three of them laughed at each other. But Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Jade clover Ganoderma, 5,000 purple crystals. Heavenly jade liquid, 10,000 purple crystals. This was much higher than the price that he had estimated. One must know that the price of the remaining poisons was definitely much higher than that of heavenly jade liquid. There was still a long way to go to collect elixirs. How did the two of you contact each other so quickly? Chu Yang suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be tongue-tied. This Medicine Valley and the Zhuge clan should be very far away. Even if it's the fastest messenger eagle, it'll also take a few days, right? Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. Little brother, if we rely on that to pass the message, not to mention a few days, we might not even be able to receive it in a few months. We might even be beaten down and roasted on the way. The law enforcement hall of us law enforcement officers has branches everywhere. And they're all in contact with the big clans. At the entrance of every branch, there's a jade mandarin duck. And we rely on the jade mandarin duck to transmit messages. In this way, even if the message is sent tens of thousands of miles away, the other side will receive it in less than 2 hours. Jade mandarin duck? What's this? The world is really big and full of strange things. Chu Yang exclaimed, the more I'm with the two of you, the more I feel like a frog at the bottom of the well. I don't know anything at all. This time, he was really surprised. Xianxia laughed and patted himself, saying, the jade mandarin duck is a strange kind of jade, and it has its own connection. It's a strange thing in the world. Even if they're tens of thousands of miles away, there's still a connection between the two pieces of jade. As long as a few 8th stage martial saints and above are transferred to the Jade Mandarin Duck, they'll be placed in the headquarters. The other pieces of jade will be placed in different places. When they're in use, they only need to transfer a little of their martial arts into the jade to achieve the effect of communication. He smiled slightly, saying, "This thing is unique to us law enforcement officers. We all use this. And the Bloodpayers Hall also uses this kind of thing. Or else, how can the message be transmitted tens of thousands of miles away within a day? Isn't that bullshit? T? Ha ha ha." Chu Yang was sincerely convinced. "This is really good stuff, little brother. Please know that our purple crystals are already in place. That is to say, the money and goods have been settled. The Jade Clover Ganoderma and Heavenly Jade Elixir are being escorted by Bloodpayers and are on their way here." Qin Baoshan smiled and said, "Our request is very urgent. Otherwise, how can we have the mood to play chess?" "That's really fast," Chu Yang exclaimed, and then asked, "But the two of you are still here. How did the purple crystals arrive?" "That Jade Mandarin Duck, it shouldn't be possible to transfer the purple crystals over, right?" "Little brother, you're really naive and cute." Sha Xinliang was overjoyed. "Don't the two of us have any brothers who have gone through life and death together? Let them pay for it first, and then we'll pay back the debt." This time, the Bloodpayers are escorting the elixirs over, and the purple crystals are also being escorted back. So that's how it is. Chu Yang finally came to know another secret, mother of Mandarin ducks. This was really good stuff. Being able to transmit messages tens of thousands of miles away was much faster than anything else. If this thing was supplied to Mo Tianji in large quantities, and Mo Tianji used this thing to set up an intelligence network, how scary would that be? Chu Yang secretly remembered this in his heart. The three of them chatted for a while, and Qin Baoshan saw through it. He said, "Little brother, you didn't come here today just to catch up with us, right? You have a worried look on your face. Could it be that something has troubled you?" Hearing this, Sha Xinliang also became concerned and said, "Little brother, if there's something, you can tell us directly. As long as we can do it, we'll do it." Chu Yang sighed and said, "It's really hard for me to talk about this matter." "What's hard for you to talk about in front of us?" Sha Xinliang waved his hand and said, "One. Brother's matter is our matter. Don't hesitate to talk about it." Chu Yang said sadly, "The two of you should also know that I'm very short of purple crystals, so I opened the purple crystals Huichun Hall." The two of them nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang said, "But when I went to the medical center today, I suddenly found that my shop had been smashed into pieces. Even my fourth uncle, who was looking after the house, was seriously injured." "What?" The two of them immediately jumped up in anger. "There's actually such a lawless thing in our jurisdiction?" Chu Yang sighed and was disheartened. "I also didn't expect." Qin Baoshan flew into a rage. "This is too much. This is too much. Bullying my little brother is simply a slap to my face. This is intolerable." Sha Xinliang was furious. "It's also a slap to my face. What kind of bastard is so daring? I also don't know who they are. These people's cultivations are very high." Chu Yang said distressedly, "And after smashing my shop last night, they said that if I came again tonight and couldn't get the purple crystals, the Chu clan would have to wait to collect my corpse." Chapter 50, digging a hole for you to jump into these damn things. They're simply cutting off our way of life. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan had this thought at the same time, and they couldn't restrain their anger anymore. If Chu Yang dies, wouldn't the two of them follow, and do that? Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, "I can tell this to the clan, but I've just returned to the clan, and I've already caused so much trouble. In the future, how am I going to survive in the clan? But I have no one else to rely on here, so I can only shamelessly come to you too." The two of them stood up angrily and patted their chests. "Leave this matter to us. If we don't kill this bunch of bastards, we're not human." Chu Yang said gratefully, "Will it be too troublesome for you too?" "What's so troublesome about it?" "It's no trouble at all." Sha Xinliang said straightforwardly. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit rolled his eyes. "If you die, the two of them will die too. The three of you are now in the same boat. They have to risk their lives for their own lives. Why would they be afraid of trouble? And you're still so hypocritical. It's so disgusting." "Ugh." Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "I have another worry." "What worry?" The two of them asked at the same time. I'm worried that these people are likely to be from the big clans. He took a deep breath and said, except for the big clans, I'm afraid no one dares to mess with the Chu clan. Brothers, if you interfere, won't it affect your enforcement of the law here? Absolutely not. The two of them laughed. If so, I have an idea. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, in this way, not only can we avoid future troubles, but we can also get back some of the purple crystals that you paid for the medicine. Haha, oh? There's such a good thing? Xianxia and Qin Baoshan's eyes lit up. The two of them had just paid a large sum of purple crystals, which was almost half of their lifetime savings, and they were feeling the pinch. Even in their dreams, they wanted to make up for the deficit. Hearing Chu Yang's words, they were instantly energized and focused their attention. Even their ears stood up. Chu Yang smiled strangely and said, we only need to do this. The two of them slapped their thighs hard at the same time and laughed heartily. Little brother, what a brilliant plan. In the morning of the same day, Chu Yang couldn't resist the two's hospitality, so he ate and drank to his heart's content in the law enforcement hall. Xianxia was actually quite interesting. He called two girls to accompany him to drink and sing. After singing and dancing for a while, Divine Dr. Chu went out drunkenly and took a detour back to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. Along the way, Chu Yang laughed sinisterly. If he were to send the Sword Spirit to deal with this matter, he would definitely be able to wipe out all the invading enemies one by one. However, how could Chu Yang be willing to settle things so simply? Wouldn't that be letting them off too easily? Since he wanted to stir up trouble, he naturally had to do it in a big way. These people in front of him were obviously sent by Xiao Yulong of the Xiao clan. Chu Yang was just worrying about how to drag the Xiao clan into the chaos. How could he let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity? As long as the law enforcement officers fought with the Xiao clan, and it would be best if a few of them died, then, no matter what the Xiao clan came for, it would be like yellow mud falling into their pants. Even if it wasn't sh*t, it would still be sh*t. Humming a tune, Divine Dr. Chu entered the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. As soon as he entered, he was met with the little girl's bright and calm eyes. No customers came in this period of time, right? Chu Yang touched his nose and stroked the little girl's hair with his other hand. It was soft and smooth, and felt very good to the touch. Chu Lu'er curled her lips and said, just look at your shop. Even if it wasn't smashed, no one would dare to come in. Chu Yang laughed and said, what a sharp-tongued girl. Chu Lu'er sniffed and immediately pouted, big brother, you drank again, right? What a strong smell. Why, Lu'er doesn't like me to drink. Chu Yang tilted his head and teased her. Sigh. I've told you long ago, don't treat me like an ordinary child. Chu Lu'er frowned her thin eyebrows and sighed, saying, which girl doesn't hate men drinking? But I'm different. Why are you different? Chu Yang was also gradually getting used to it. This sister of his was indeed much more mature than other children because of the pain in her body. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously. When men drink, there's a strong smell in their mouths. Most women love cleanliness, so disputes between husband and wife often arise because of this. Chu Lu'er said quietly. The way she spoke was like a quiet and mature young lady in her 20s, and not like a little girl who was only 12 years old. But every time my father comes home, even if he's alone, he'll drink. I know that he's suffering in his heart, and he's worried about me. I can't make him not worry, and I can't resolve his worries. And every time my father drinks at home, I always cherish that time very much, because he's at home after all. Chu Lu'er said somewhat miserably, so, every time that time, no matter how much my head hurts, I'll lean on my father's side. For every cup he drinks, I'll pour a cup for him. I'm afraid that after pouring wine for my father this time, he'll go out to look for medicine, and I won't be able to hold on at home until he comes back. Then, I won't be able to pour wine for my father anymore. Every time my father comes home, he'll be so worried that he'll frown. But every time he sees me, every time he drinks with me in his arms, he'll smile. So every time he comes home, I'll lean into his arms. But every time he goes out, I won't send him off. Because every time he sees me, he'll be even sadder. The pressure will be even heavier. Chu Lu'er smiled and said, so, I like to watch my father drink, but every time I have to pretend to be unhappy, he'll come and coax me. After coaxing me for a while, I'll smile, and then he'll smile sincerely." Xianxia was dumbfounded. He really didn't expect, and almost didn't believe, that such words would come out of the mouth of a 12-year-old girl. "So, I don't dislike you drinking, big brother." Chulu revealed a gentle smile. She raised her head and said, "You're the same as my father. You're not someone who drinks as much as your life. Perhaps it's because you have no choice but to drink, or you drink because you can't get rid of your stress. But no matter what, if it's not because you have to drink, then it's because alcohol can reduce your psychological stress. So, it's only right for you to drink." She tilted her head and looked at Xianxia. It was only at this moment that she showed a trace of innocence that matched her age. She said, "Big brother, in the future, if you want to drink, I'll not only pour wine for you, but also accompany you to drink." Xianxia was stunned for a while and said, If you're not my sister, I'll definitely not bear to marry you off." Chulu's face turned red. She spat and said, "Big brother, you're really shameless. I'm only 12. Besides, I don't know if there's a man in this world who can catch my eye." "Haha, I don't know if there's one." Xianxia said seriously, "You're not young anymore." In his heart, he thought, "Your future sister-in-law seems to be a few months younger than you." Chulu snorted and glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. She said, "Big brother, if you continue to talk like this, I'll tell Auntie that you're taking liberties with me. If this little girl were to complain about him like this, divine Dr. Chu would be worse than a beast." He even took liberties with his own sister. Xianxia's weakness was immediately grasped. He was completely defeated and raised his hands to surrender. "It's Big Brother's fault, I'll change," Chulu giggled. She took a duster and carefully swept Xianxia's body. She said considerately, "Big brother, you've drunk wine. Quickly go in and lie down for a while." Xianxia agreed. Chulu continued, "I heard that wine is also called a broom to sweep away worries. If Big Brother didn't drink because of social interaction, could it be that you're feeling lovesick? Thinking of my sister-in-law?" Xianxia glared at her and threatened, "Little girl, why don't you know how to watch your mouth? Be careful, I'll spank you." Chulu wasn't afraid at all. She curled her lips and said, "It's no wonder. One is trapped here, while the other is learning martial arts from a master. The pain of lovesickness is also very difficult to bear." Xianxia glared at her. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chufian took the vitality spring water and meditated until the sun set in the west. He finally recovered completely. When he got up, he saw Xianxia drinking tea and talking with 10 masked men in black in the courtyard. Chufian was startled. He said, Yang, you're not the experts from the clan?" Xianxia smiled mysteriously and said, "These helpers of mine are more in charge than the people from the clan." Chufian looked at these 10 people doubtfully. He thought, that's not right. The highest cultivation among these 10 people is about the same as mine. Xianxia said that he'll take care of everything. Could it be that he found these 10 people? But I've clearly said that they're all martial emperors. Xianxia alone is enough to deal with these few people in front of me. Xianxia seemed to have seen through Chufian's doubts. He laughed and said, "Fourth uncle, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to do anything at night. You just have to protect Lu'er and watch the show." "What? Lu'er has to stay here too?" Chufian was shocked. Chulu'er squinted her eyes and said, "With fourth uncle here, I'm not afraid of anything." Chufian felt a headache coming on. "My little ancestor, in such a battle, I can't even take care of one little ancestor. Now there's another one." Chulu'er blinked her eyes and sighed. She said, "Fourth uncle, you're too careful. Big brother obviously knows the strength of the other party, but he still made such arrangements. If I said that Big Brother didn't have a plan in mind, you probably wouldn't believe it." Chufian suddenly realized and felt ashamed. He laughed self-mockingly and said, "Sigh, I'm old. I can't even see things as clearly as a 12-year-old girl." Chula raised her head proudly and said, "It's not your fault that you're old. It's just that there are too few geniuses like me." Xianxia and Chufian were speechless. This little girl's narcissism is quite similar to my old brother's. Xianxia thought. That night, Xianxia booked a sumptuous banquet from a nearby hotel and drank with everyone. Chu Fian became more and more puzzled. These 10 people didn't say a word. They didn't even take off their masks when they drank and ate. They drank all the wine in their cups in silence. Chu Yang became more and more worried. He waited for a long time, but there were no new reinforcements. He sighed and thought, damn it, these 10 reinforcements are purely here to die. Although they don't dare to kill me, they shouldn't be soft-hearted to kill these 10 people. It rained heavily for 3 consecutive days. Ditches filled the river. There was a power outage 3 or 4 times yesterday. The district informed us that there would be a power maintenance inspection this afternoon. But there was no movement until now. I don't know what's going on. Could it be that they're fooling us? Chapter 57, I want to report a case, I'm being wronged. While 4th Elder Chu was worrying, it was already late at night. Outside the door, there was a gentle breeze. Everything was quiet, the clock had already struck the 3rd watch. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the clinic was kicked open by someone. The broken door turned into sawdust and flew into the air. With a loud laugh, a black-cloaked masked man swaggered in. His eyes swept over everyone present. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. 4th Elder Chu, 4th Elder Chu, these are the reinforcements you found? Chu Fian snorted and said, do I need a huge army to deal with people who hide their heads and show their tails? The leader smiled sinisterly, what a stubborn mouth. 4th Elder Chu, don't provoke me. Otherwise, although I won't take your life, if I accidentally cripple you, it won't be pleasant. Chu Yang snorted and said, 4th Uncle, quickly go into the room behind with Lu-er. Chu Fian was still talking, but Chu Lu-er had already pulled him into the room with her short legs. Stop them. Other than these few people from the Chu clan, kill everyone else without mercy. The leader of the black-clothed men shouted. The 10 reinforcements that Chu Yang had invited roared and jumped up at the same time. They actually charged over without saying a word, as if they were mutes. One of the masked men laughed sinisterly. He unsheathed his sword and charged over just like that. To them, the 10 people in front of them were really not enough. It was just a single charge, but a few screams rang out. Among the 10 people, there were already people who were injured. Blood splattered all over the ground as they screamed and fell down. Chu Fian watched from the door and was very anxious. He was about to jump out, but was held back by Chu Lu-er. Since the appearance of the masked men in black, Chu Yang had been hiding in a clump of purple bamboo. At this moment, no one noticed that his expression had become cold and desolate, and his gaze was sharp and ruthless. He was ready to deal with any unexpected situation. The one standing here now was no longer Chu Yang, but the sword spirit. Chu Fian, do you want to use such trash as reinforcements? The leader of the black-clothed men shouted proudly. Although he gave the order to kill without mercy, he was afraid that this was a trap, so he didn't kill them. If there were important people inside, as long as they didn't go too far, there would still be room for negotiation. As he punched and kicked, he kept an eye on his surroundings. If there was really an ambush. Humph, as long as the old ancestor of the Chu clan didn't come, the others. Even if Chu Failing came, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape even if they couldn't beat him. There would definitely be no traces left behind. After waiting for a long time, no one came out. The man in black laughed and said, Chu Fei Yan, do you really not want your nephew's life? At this moment, a voice with obvious anger and boundless killing intent roared, take down these audacious bandits. His voice was like thunder. The entire night sky seemed to tremble for a moment. Chu Yang smiled inwardly. The sword spirit instantly cancelled the mission and returned to the tribulation space. The black-cloaked man swung his sword and took a step back. He looked up and saw that the 4 roofs of this small medical center were full of people. There were a total of 20 to 30 of them. They were tightly surrounded. Suddenly, he panicked, the cultivation of these people is not low. Where did so many experts come from in the Chu clan? Just as he was wondering, footsteps sounded from the broken door of the medical center. In the night, 2 figures walked in slowly. One of them had a long beard, while the other was bald. In the night, his beard was actually shining. Their faces were as cold as water, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. One had a long beard, while the other was bald. They were simply 2 famous trademarks in the flat mountain ridge. If they didn't know who these people were, they wouldn't be able to stay in the flat mountain ridge anymore. Oh no, we've been tricked. The leader of the black-clothed masked men suddenly changed his face. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Why did these two people appear here, and why did they come to meddle in our Xiao clan's business? Xianxia walked forward slowly. His eyes were cold and his face was as cold as iron. He clasped his hands behind his back and shouted, "Do you still want to resist after seeing me?" The leader of the black-clothed masked men sighed and said, "It's Elder Xia. Since Elder Xia is here, we won't make any more trouble. Elder Xia, please be magnanimous and let us go." "Let you go?" Xianxia sneered angrily. "Then, who will let you go?" The leader of the black-clothed masked men thought, "What's wrong? Who dares to force you?" And he actually let you off the hook. He took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Elder Xia, I'm from the Xiao clan. If Elder Xia lets me go today, the Xiao clan will definitely repay you tomorrow." After a pause, he said, "Since Elder Xia is here to protect us, we won't make any more trouble in the future." He thought, this isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Once these words come out, the great crisis will definitely disappear. This Xia Xinliang is usually a very tactful person. But he didn't expect that Xia Xinliang had already glared at him and scolded impartially. "I don't care if you're from a small clan or a big clan. I enforce the law impartially. No one can get away with it after messing with the laws of heaven. All of you, take off your masks. Everyone, listen to my orders. Seal their cultivation and tie them all up." The leader of the black-clothed men was surprised and almost dropped his chin on the ground. He said confusedly, "Elder Xia, what are you?" Xia Xinliang scolded and slapped the leader of the black-clothed men heavily. The leader of the black-clothed men spun on the ground like a spinning top and scolded angrily, "Motherf asterisk cur. You actually want to cut off my way of life. You even want to make things difficult for the law enforcement officers. You're something that came out from the crotch of a prostitute." He snorted angrily and said, "I've sent 10 iron-plate law enforcement officers to guard here, but you actually injured one of them. You're really bold. I admire you." At this time, the 10 law enforcement officers had already stood up. They pulled down their masks and took off their black robes, revealing their law enforcement robes. It was just that their robes were stained with blood, and there were holes here and there. Obviously, they were all seriously injured. The heart of the masked men sank to the bottom of the valley. "We're done for. We're really done for this time. The so-called robbery is a small matter, but killing law enforcement officers and resisting law enforcement officers are the most taboo things in the entire law enforcement organization." This was clearly a trap that had been dug beforehand. It's waiting for us to jump in. And after everything went smoothly last night, we actually jumped in so stupidly and got caught red-handed. If we resist now, we're definitely not their opponents with Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan here. And our crimes will be heavier, and we'll die in vain. The crowd didn't dare to resist anymore. They stood there honestly and dejectedly. Their cultivations were sealed and they were tied up. There was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, we're from the Xiao clan. Xia Xinliang can't be so ruthless, right? After staying in the law enforcement hall for a while, we'll be brought out by the clan. At this time, Big Boss Chu jumped out and said anxiously, "Law enforcement officer, I want to report a case. I've been wronged." Upon hearing this, Fourth Master Chu, who was hiding at the door and peeping, rolled his eyelids and almost fainted. "This is obviously arranged by you. Who can't tell? And you're even acting so realistically." Xia Xinliang pretended that he didn't know Chu Yang and said righteously, "Oh? You're the boss of this medical center? What grievances do you have? Tell me in detail. I've always been impartial in enforcing the law. I'll definitely seek justice for you." Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, "Thank you, law enforcement officer. I'm just a doctor. I've made a living with my medical skills. How would I know that I've encountered such an undeserved disaster?" Wiping his snot and tears, he said, "This afternoon, I saw these 10 law enforcement officers patrolling on the streets. I was very grateful. The law enforcement officers worked hard without complaint for the peace of the world. They were really too tired. So, to express my gratitude, I specially invited them in for a cup of tea." who knew that at this moment, an unexpected disaster would fall from the sky? He revealed a frightened expression and said, "Sir, you didn't see it. This person rushed in and destroyed the shop first. Then, he destroyed all my precious medicinal herbs and even seriously injured my fourth uncle. I'm afraid that his life is in danger." I begged him bitterly, but he still couldn't stop him. The law enforcement officers went forward to stop him. But I didn't expect that these people were heartless and unscrupulous. They didn't even care about the law enforcement officers. They kept saying, "The law enforcement officers are nothing. We don't care about him." Speaking till here, that person had already widened his eyes. When did we say that? Even if you want to cheat us, you shouldn't cheat us like this. Chu Fian's jaw dropped. My life is in danger? I didn't even move my fingers from the beginning to the end. So, the law enforcement officers angrily took action in order to protect me. However, these evil bandits were truly deranged. They even seriously injured the law enforcement officers. If you didn't come in time, I'm afraid that these 10 law enforcement officers would have already died in the line of duty. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation. Finally, he finished speaking, "Sir Shah. This guy was just spouting nonsense. Don't believe his nonsense so easily." One of the people who were tied up said with grievance, "There's no such thing. Sir, you should know what's right and what's wrong. Even if he invited the law enforcement officers in to drink tea, how could he drink till midnight?" "An?" Qin Baoshan shouted and stepped forward. He swung his arm and gave a heavy slap on the face. The person who was speaking raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed miserably, and all his teeth were knocked onto the ground. Looking at the shape of his face, it was deflated directly. Qin Baoshan then shouted angrily, "The law enforcement officers are investigating the case. All of you, shut up. Whoever dares to speak rashly will be killed without mercy." The rest of the people were shocked by this violent method, and they felt that something was wrong. At this time, Sha Xinliang turned his head and said, "Book, have you recorded the case that Boss Chu reported this time?" Chu Yang almost laughed out. This guy actually brought a book with him when he came out to handle a case. He's really well prepared. I want monthly votes. I want recommendation votes. I want monthly votes. I want recommendation votes. I want evaluation votes. Behind Sha Xinliang, a young man was holding a pen and paper, and was writing furiously. Obviously, it was Shu. He said respectfully, "Commander, I've recorded everything. This is a major case." Sha Xinliang said majestically, "Don't forget a single word wrongly. It must be consistent with the facts." Shu said loudly, "Not a single word is correct, Commander." Sha Xinliang nodded satisfactorily and said, "Continue recording." "Yes." Sha Xinliang was majestic and impartial. Then, he asked the 10 law enforcers who arrived first, "Let me ask you, is what Boss Chu said true?" The 10 law enforcers stood at attention at the same time and said loudly, "Boss Chu is not wrong at all." Sha Xinliang asked seriously and responsibly, "Did you really just come in for a cup of tea?" "Yes, Commander." The 10 people answered in unison, as if they had rehearsed. It was in the afternoon, and Boss Chu saw that we were sweating profusely. So, he welcomed us warmly, not to mention that person cursing in his heart. Even Chu Fian almost laughed on the spot when he heard this. Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan also frowned. "You're all martial emperors, but you're actually sweating profusely just from walking? And it was in the afternoon then, but it's already the 3rd watch period now. You've been drinking tea from the afternoon till the 3rd watch period? Even martial emperors would have their bladders swollen from drinking so much. You're really dressed like this, and they actually dared to attack you? And they attacked you immediately?" Sha Xinliang quickly changed the topic, and his voice became colder and colder. Now, even a fool could tell that something was wrong. "When you, Sha Xinliang, came in, these people were still dressed in black. Are you blind? And you still ask?" The 10 people said loudly, "Yes, Commander." After we dissuaded them, we not only wore this set of clothes before we attacked them, but also showed our waist tokens. These evil bandits didn't retreat, but became more aggressive and fought with us. The 10 people said guiltily at the same time, "We're not skilled enough, and we've embarrassed you." Xinliang nodded and said, "Did they really say that law enforcers are nothing? Did they really say that?" The 10 people said indignantly, "Yes, Commander. This person is extremely vicious and evil. He is heartless and unscrupulous. He is unpardonable. I'm so angry." Xinliang roared, "You're all injured." Did they do it? The 10 of them immediately replied with grief and indignation, "Yes. Commander, please check carefully. Out of the 10 of us, some of us have been injured by swords and sabers. All of us are in danger of losing our lives. The remaining one has suffered internal injuries from the shock and is on the verge of death. So serious. How dare these bandits be so lawless? You've really rebelled." Xinliang was furious, "Your injuries are actually so serious." "Yes. Commander, please uphold justice for us. We must protect the inviolable reputation of the law enforcers." The 10 life is at stake practitioners puffed out their chests at the same time and said with a loud voice and shining eyes, "Wasn't it just one stab? But this time, he would definitely be able to extort a lot of things from the Shao clan. That would be worth more than 10 stabs. It's over." The man lowered his head at the same time, his heart filled with despair. Xinliang said solemnly, "Report all your injuries to the Shu. I must get an explanation for this matter. If we don't punish them severely, where will the prestige of the law enforcers be? Where will our dignity be? To kill a law enforcer in broad daylight, this kind of behavior is simply inhumane and deranged." "Yes, Lord Enforcer." The 10 of them became even more excited. "I know that you've been wronged, and I also know that you're loyal. You don't have to hide your injuries. Just tell me the truth about your injuries." Xinliang's accent was very heavy. "Hence, Shu, I've been stabbed in the heart. My injuries are extremely serious." A guy who had a cut on his shoulder said excitedly. "Shu, both of my legs are broken." Another guy who had wounds on his buttocks said excitedly. "Shu, I've been stabbed in the Baihui acupoint on my head and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of my feet. I've been hit 103 times on my back and 10 of my ribs are broken." A guy who had a piece of scalp cut off said. Shu, I've been hit by 30 venomous sand palms, 72 deadly kicks, and 351 finger strikes. I'm already covered in wounds, and there's not a single piece of unharmed flesh on my body." The last person who wasn't injured at all said while blinking his eyes. "That's too evil." Xinliang roared, and his face turned red. He wasn't angry, but ashamed. "Damn it, these bastards really dare to say that I've been stabbed in the heart. 103 palms on my back? 10 of my ribs are broken? Come, let them sign their names." Xinliang cut the Gordian knot. It seemed that the trial of this case would end here today. Hence, the 10 law enforcers who were fatally injured and were about to die rushed up fiercely. That guy was full of despair and desperately refused to admit his guilt. But his cultivation was sealed, and the 10 people wouldn't be polite to him. After a few kicks, he rolled on the ground like a gourd. Then, they took out their knives and slashed their bodies fiercely. They dipped their fingers into the blood and then pressed it on the case record fiercely. "The witnesses and evidence are all here. The criminal has confessed, and the case is irrefutable. Come, bring this vicious bandit back to the law enforcement hall. Serve him in the death cell." Xinliang shouted with high spirits, "We must prevent them from committing suicide by biting their tongues. Dislocate their lower jaws first. After we go back, we'll organize an elite team to interrogate them overnight. We must find out the culprit behind this at all costs. To warn the others." Chu Yang coughed at the side. Xinliang understood. He turned his head and instructed Shu seriously, "Ask Boss Chu about his losses, how many heavenly treasures and earthly treasures he lost, how many purple crystals he lost, and how serious Fourth Master Chu's injuries are. Record them down carefully for me." Shu said loudly, "Yes, I'll definitely do it properly." Xinliang turned back and looked at Chu Yang. He said seriously, "Boss Chu, I'm very sorry that such vicious bandit actually appeared in my jurisdiction. Such an earth-shattering case. Don't worry, Boss Chu, I'll handle this case impartially and give you justice." As long as the culprit behind this case is found out, I'll definitely compensate you for all your losses. Xianxia was so touched that he cupped his hands and said in a tearful voice, although it's my first time meeting you today, I can tell at a glance that Commander Xia is really a good official who upholds justice for the people. With Commander Xia here in the flat mountain ridge, it's really a blessing for us commoners. Heaven has eyes. As the ancient saying goes, good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. Once Commander Xia is here, both good and evil will be rewarded. Xia Xinliang's bald head turned red from all the compliments. He coughed twice and said, Boss Chu, you're flattering me. Xu had already come to Xianxia and said kindly, Boss Chu, what losses do you have? I'll record them down. Xianxia sighed deeply and said with infinite pain, the losses are too great. He was filled with endless grief and indignation. Hating the heavens and the earth, he said, my spiritual herbs are all gone. These are the spiritual herbs that I plan to use to help the world, benefit the people, nourish the common people, and save the world. These are the treasures of more than 70 generations of my ancestors, and they're all gone just like that. Mr. Chu was about to cry. Xu hurriedly said, Boss Chu, please restrain your grief. Let's talk about your losses first. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, your Chu clan in the upper three heavens has a total of more than 70 generations. Boss Chu wiped his tears and said, the losses are too great. There were 10 pieces of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5 pieces of 2,000-year-old golden ginseng, 5 kilograms of 1,000-year-old Solomon's seal, 5,000 years purple lotus. 3 pieces of 2,000-year-old snow glossy Ganoderma, 1 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum, 1 piece of formed floating illusion essence, 1 stalk of cold grass from the sea of fire. 250 kilograms of 10,000-year-old snow essence. Xianxia spoke eloquently for a quarter of an hour. Finally, he let out a breath and said magnanimously, these are all the valuable things. As for the others, it's fine if they're lost. They're all small matters. Xu's face also twitched. My dear mother. Your bill alone is enough to empty the Shao clan's base in the flat mountain ridge. I don't know if it's enough to compensate, there's also the loss of the medical center's facilities. But these aren't worth much, so forget it. Xianxia sighed and said, my fourth uncle's injuries are very serious. My fourth uncle's head was hit and his head was severely concussed. His eyesight is already bad. His chest was stabbed by a sword and he was hit by a palm. His internal organs are already ruptured. His legs were hit by 7 knives and 3 swords. I'm afraid his legs are also. Sigh, the most serious one is my younger sister. She's frightened and she can't think clearly now. Xianxia sighed and said sadly, although I'm not injured, I was hit by a few palms. When you came, I was vomiting blood. I vomited a basin of blood. The muscles on Xu's face twitched as he recorded meticulously. His head was full of sweat, and his handwriting was actually a little messy. Of course, there's also some losses. The 2,000 purple crystals stored in our shop have disappeared. Xianxia said with grief and indignation, they're simply not letting us live, you're not letting the Shao clan live. Xia Xinliang sighed at the side and said, they're really a bunch of goddamned people. They're too black-hearted. He really didn't know if he was talking about Xianxia or that person. Xu asked, Boss Chu, are there any other losses? Xianxia rolled his eyes and thought for a while. Finally, he said reluctantly, no. Yes, there's also the loss of our reputation. We've only opened the shop for a few days, and we've already attracted robbers. Anything else? This time, there's really nothing else. It was finally over. Xu wiped his sweat and put the case file in front of Xianxia, saying, Boss Chu, take a look. Are these the correct ones? Xianxia nodded repeatedly and praised, you've written it very correctly. These are the correct ones. Then, Boss Chu, please sign and make a mark. Xu almost couldn't bear it anymore. I've written it exactly as you said, how can it be wrong? Today's first update. Today, I have something to do and need to go back to my hometown. Our custom here is that 5 to 7 days after a person's death is a very solemn day called Fiery Fifth Day. Today is the day that my second uncle's Fiery Fifth Day, so I worked overtime for a while. Originally, I wanted to rush out 2 chapters for today's update. But until now, I've only written a little more than one chapter, so I've published it first. When I come back in the afternoon, I'll write the second chapter. Chu Yang took the writing brush, signed his name and pressed his thumbprint on it. He said emotionally, "Thank you very much, sir." Xianxia laughed and said, "You're welcome. It's the responsibility of us, the law enforcers, to get rid of the evil and bring peace to the people. Number 3, please check the injuries of Boss Chu, fourth elder Chu and sister Chu Wu." The three of them strode out of the ranks. Chu Fian was perturbed. "I'm not injured at all. What's there to check? Won't I be exposed if I'm checked?" Number 3 walked over with a serious face. Chu Fian lowered his head and took a look. Number 3 said loudly, "Fourth elder Chu's head is seriously injured. It seems that he was injured by the autumn wind palm. It may affect his eyesight and hearing." Chu Fian was dumbfounded. "You're really talented to be able to see the Shao clan's autumn wind palm from my head that's intact." Chu Yang only mentioned his eyesight, but this guy actually added his hearing. Number 3 continued, "Fourth elder Chu's chest was stabbed too. 3 inches deep. His internal organs have been injured. There's also a palm print on his chest. There's no doubt that his internal organs have been ruptured." Chu Fian blinked and felt dizzy. He felt that he was dreaming. Fourth elder Chu's leg injury is very serious. His tendons and vessels have been injured. I'm afraid that his legs can no longer walk. That's all. Number 3 stood at attention. Xianxia said gratifyingly, "Number 3, you're getting more and more skillful." Number 3 was praised and immediately became excited. He said loudly, "It's all thanks to the cultivation of Commander." At this time, Number 3 also reported, "Sister Chu Wu is a little frightened. It's very serious. It's caused her to have difficulties in speaking and thinking. She may lose her memory. If it worsens, her limbs may also be affected and atrophied." Number 3 reported, "Boss Chu was hit by 3 palms. His internal organs are damaged. He vomited too much blood and is suffering from severe blood loss." Xianxia sighed, "These people are too much." Then he said, "Boss Chu, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." Chu Yang said politely, "Sir, do you want to have a meal before you leave?" "No need." Xianxia rolled his eyes in his heart. He thought, "It's almost midnight now. What's there to eat?" But his mouth was very serious as he said, "We, as practitioners of the law, never accept invitations." He waved his hand and shouted, "Withdraw." He said to Chu Yang, "Boss Chu, if we have any information about the mastermind behind this, we will need your cooperation in the investigation." Chu Yang laughed and said, "That's my honor." Xianxia nodded with a smile, turned around and whistled. With a crashing sound, the spell-bearers on the roof jumped down at the same time. Looking at the first 10 spell-bearers, everyone's eyes were filled with jealousy. F***ck, why can't such a good thing happen to me? Under the leadership of Xianxia and Qin Baoshan, the law enforcers escorted this wanted criminal and left triumphantly. Chu Yang stood at the door and waved his hands to send him off. He sighed, "You're indeed worthy of being called a Taoist. You're really a good person." When he turned around, he saw that his fourth uncle Chu Fian and his younger sister Chu Lu were already standing behind him. Both of them had the same expression: collapse, contortion, convulsion, disbelief, as if they were in a dream. Chu Yang laughed dryly and said, "Today's weather is really good." Chu Fian finally lost his temper. He grabbed Chu Yang's collar and growled, "Damn you. How many things are you hiding from me?" Chu Yang said innocently, "Fourth uncle, why do you say this? Aren't you watching over everything?" Chu Fian hugged his head and sighed, "I think I already know you very well. But now I realize that I don't even know a single strand of your hair." Chu Yang laughed dryly, "Fourth uncle, you're exaggerating." That, I'll go and pack up. Seeing that it's going to be daybreak soon, we're going to open for business. This food is the most important thing for people." Then he turned around and said angrily, "You're a little girl. Why don't you sleep and stay up all night? What do you want to do at such a young age?" He turned around and wanted to leave. But Chu Fian grabbed him by the back of his neck and pulled him back. "Don't run." Chu Fian leaned forward and asked fiercely, "My head was hit hard? Has my head become a ripe melon? Where is it?" Chu Fian said aggressively, my internal organs were all shaken and I won't live long? Chu Fian kicked his legs, my legs were hit by 7 sabers and 3 swords? Are they crippled? Are my legs a lackey now? Chu Lu'er burst into laughter. Chu Yang said bitterly, that's because I want more compensation. The enforcers are so reasonable. If we don't accept it, it won't be right. Chu Fian snorted and finally couldn't help but laugh. He scolded, isn't the compensation yours, big boss? My partner didn't get anything at all, and he's even being criticized so miserably. Chu Lu'er jumped over and raised her finger, big brother, I don't care about other things, but I'll definitely get my compensation. She blinked, I'm so scared that I can't think clearly. Chu Yang was speechless, the enforcers were indeed fast. They caught him in the middle of the night, and the results were out in the morning. So, the flat mountain ridge was in a mess. When Xiao Yulong received the news, he staggered a few steps and sat on the ground. Xiao Yulong had always felt that he was very lucky and very capable. As a distant relative of the Xiao clan, he was smart and capable since young. And he had dabbled in all kinds of martial arts. What he was most satisfied with was his talent. He was considered one of the best among the younger generation of the Xiao clan. Before he was 20 years old, he was already a 7th-stage martial king. He was assigned to be a small steward. After 3 years of training, he climbed up step by step. Now, he was only 45 years old, but he was already a 4th-stage martial emperor. Moreover, the clan valued him very much. In the flat mountain ridge, he could be said to be in charge. Not only was his power increasing day by day, but his income was also rising. Moreover, the flat mountain ridge was relatively stable, and there weren't any major issues. The most wonderful thing was that the 3 big clans there kept each other in check. This was a lucrative position. In the 2 years that he was here, the Xiao clan's income from business had increased by 30%. The clan also greatly rewarded him. Xiao Yulong felt more and more complacent. In fact, this person was capable, but he was a little narrow-minded and couldn't take any losses. Moreover, in the flat mountain ridge, he relied on the power of the Xiao clan and proclaimed himself as the local tyrant. In a word, he was used to being in the limelight. Once he suffered losses, he couldn't take it. Therefore, when he saw that the small Chu clan's medical center dared to accept purple crystals from him, he couldn't help but feel unhappy. So, he cut off 200 purple crystals and humiliated Chu Fian in front of everyone. But he still felt suffocated in his heart. Even though he cut off, he still paid 200 purple crystals. That night, Xiao Yulong investigated all the information about the Chu clan's medical center and felt relieved. Then, he waited for 3 days before sending people to snatch the purple crystals back. He also wanted to teach Chu Fian and his nephew a lesson. He wanted them to know that he was the one who did it, but they didn't have any evidence. This kind of thing was the most suffocating. Who knew that the people who went didn't see the purple crystals or Chu Fian's nephew? Xiao Yulong was even more unhappy. He continued to send people the next day. These people all had the cultivation of martial emperors. They were the men of sacrifice trained by the Xiao clan. He thought, even if the Chu clan is prepared, they can still escape if they can't beat us. Moreover, even if they don't move, would the Chu clan dare to kill people from the Xiao clan? Therefore, Xiao Yulong was unscrupulous. In fact, he didn't really want those 200 purple crystals. He just wanted to vent his anger. At the same time, he wanted to establish his authority. With me, Xiao Yulong, here, no one can be arrogant. He drank his wine confidently. 2 maids served him attentively on his left and right. He waited for the people he sent to return triumphantly so that he could vent his anger. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, that person still didn't come back at dawn? Xiao Yulong felt that something was wrong. He slept restlessly for a while. Seeing that the sun was high in the sky, he still didn't come back. He was a little anxious. He was about to send people out to find out when suddenly, the rumbling sound of horse hooves could be heard at the door. 8 fast horses came over arrogantly. The riders on the horses were dressed in black. On their chests, there was a blood-red word law. It was dazzling to the eyes. The 8 riders all had gloomy faces and cruel gazes. Xiao Yulong shivered. Why did the law hall send 8 high-level law enforcers to my place? What's going on? Who is Xiao Yulong? Among the 8 law enforcers, the leader, a hook-nosed man, asked with cold eyes. Xiao Yulong hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, I am. I didn't know that the law enforcers were coming. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Sirs, please come in and serve tea. The hook-nosed man waved his hand. His voice was as cold as ice, no need. Xiao Yulong, you've committed a crime. Come with us. I've committed a crime? Xiao Yulong was confused, what crime? The hook-nosed man's face became more and more gloomy. He looked at him fiercely and said cruelly, don't you know? Xiao Yulong said, what crime could I have committed? He looked left and right and suddenly forced a laugh, saying, as the Xiao family's steward, in charge of the flat mountain ridge, I've always been law-abiding. How could I have committed a crime? Ha ha, ha ha. The hook-nosed man said indifferently, I advise you to save some strength. It won't be too late for you to laugh when you reach the law hall. His eyes turned sharp. He waved his hand and shouted, take him down. Tie him up. Take him away. Xiao Yulong and the dozens of Xiao family experts who came after hearing the news were shocked. They almost couldn't believe their ears. It was actually, take him down, tie him up, take him away? What kind of crime did he commit to be treated like this? Xiao Yulong immediately panicked and shouted, I'm not guilty. You can't treat me like this. The 2 law enforcers sneered and approached him. Xiao Yulong said angrily, you dare to touch me. I'm the steward of the Xiao family, one of the big dominating families. If you want to take me, show me evidence. Evidence? Evidence your grandmother. The 2 law enforcers' eyes turned cold. They suddenly attacked at the same time. With a few slaps, Xiao Yulong's face was bruised and swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. They didn't expect that the law enforcers would really attack. The people of the Xiao family immediately became restless. Who dares to move? The law enforcers shouted. Their eyes were fierce. The law enforcer with a hooked nose raised a black token. On the token, there was a blood-red word law. He said loudly, under the orders of the law enforcement hall, we are here to arrest the evil bandit Xiao Yulong. If anyone dares to obstruct us, we will kill them. We will punish them for obstructing the law enforcement. The law enforcers drew out their swords and swords. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They looked at the hundreds of experts of the Xiao clan with sneers on their faces. They were not afraid at all. Net. Obviously, if the Xiao clan dared to make a move, the law enforcers would dare to kill them. Moreover, the law enforcers were not guilty of murder. If the Xiao clan made a move, it would be considered resisting the law enforcement. Even the entire Xiao clan would not be able to escape the responsibility. Xiao Yulong did not dare to bear such a heavy crime. He hurriedly shouted. No one is allowed to make a move. This steward will make a trip with the lords. This matter is just a misunderstanding. Everything will be fine once it is clarified. Xiao Yulong would not dare to openly oppose the law enforcers. This would bring immeasurable trouble to the Xiao clan. If the clan knew, no matter who was right or wrong, they would immediately skin Xiao Yulong alive. The Xiao clan slowly retreated. Xiao Yulong put on a calm expression and walked forward. He put his hands behind his back and smiled, law enforcers, please make your move. The 2 law enforcers smiled and suddenly kicked his legs at the same time. Xiao Yulong was kicked 5 feet away and knelt on the ground. He was sweating profusely from the pain. One of the law enforcers strode over. He grabbed Xiao Yulong's hair with one hand and slapped him with the other. He scolded as he slapped him, F***CKU, the elders are here. Why are you still acting like this? You still want to act like a gentleman at this time. You really don't know what death is. I will beat you to death, you idiot. One slapped him, and the other kicked him wildly. His face was full of anger. After that, he took out a rope made from the tendon of a spirit beast soaked in water and tied Xiao Yulong up like a pig. Xiao Yulong had just recovered from the shock and severe pain, and was about to open his mouth when a smelly ball of cloth was rudely stuffed into his mouth. Immediately after that, he was hit hard on the back of his head, and fell to the ground headfirst. Once again, he was dragged up. The rope used to tie him up had a length of 20 feet left, and it was tied to the horse's tail. The hook-nosed enforcer scanned the Shao clan members with his sharp eyes and said sternly, "Other than Xiao Yulong, there are a few other accomplices. When I call out their names, they will stand out automatically. If you don't come forward, everyone here will be implicated." Then he shouted loudly, "Xiao Zhangyu, Li Zhuifeng, Lu Meng." He called out the names of 3 more people. The 3 of them walked out of the crowd with gloomy faces. The law enforcement officers pounced on them like wolves and tigers and treated them the same way they treated Xiao Yulong. In the blink of an eye, the Shao clan members who were tyrannical in the flat mountain ridge were brought to justice. They were all tied to the horses' butts, waiting for them to set off. The leading law enforcer with a hooked nose whistled, "Let's go. Retreat." One whip lashed at the horse's back, while the other lashed at Xiao Yulong's back. He urged his horse to gallop. The other 3 law enforcement officers did the same. Each of them lashed twice. The strong horses neighed in pain, and the people screamed in pain. Their skin and flesh were torn apart, and scraps of cloth were flying everywhere. Xiao Yulong and the other 3 people were dragged behind the horses' butts, and their cultivations were sealed. They were pulled to the ground after 2 steps. They screamed all the way as they were dragged out. They were dragged for less than 200 feet, and there were clear bloodstains on the ground. The sound of the horses galloping disappeared with a rumble. The rest of the Shao clan members looked at each other. Everyone was shocked and terrified. What did Xiao Yulong do? He was actually treated like this. The law enforcement officer's treatment just now was completely based on the treatment given to prisoners on death row, and even exceeded it. What did Xiao Yulong do to anger the heavens? How did he cause the law enforcement officers to be so furious? But everyone knew that no matter what, the situation must be extremely serious. Otherwise, the law enforcement officers would not be so violent. After all, this was the Shao clan's territory, and the Shao clan still had some face. If it was not that kind of intolerable crime, how could the law enforcement officers not know the severity of the situation? Everyone had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Maybe Xiao Yulong's crime this time. Even the clan can't protect him. Hurry and inform the clan. One of them shouted anxiously. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream and ran in one after another. Everyone was nervous and sweaty. They were really frightened. "Xiao Yulong, no matter what crime you committed, don't implicate us." Xiao Yulong was caught by the law enforcement officers. Net. This news spread like a whirlwind throughout the flat mountain ridge. When Xiao Yulong was caught, it was in the morning, when there were the most people on the streets. The law enforcement officers rode on their horses and even took a detour. They purposely dragged Xiao Yulong through the most crowded places, as if they were dragging a dead dog. How could the people not be in an uproar? Instantly, the 3 big clans all received the news. Each of them carefully sent people out to find out, what crime did Xiao Yulong commit? It's actually so serious and so shameless. Hence, there were many discussions on the streets. Some said that Xiao Yulong raped the law enforcement officers' daughters. Some said that Xiao Yulong raped the law enforcement officers' wives. Some said, all in all, everyone was in high spirits. Humans were always like this. When they saw the big shots that they used to look up to being dealt with in such a way, they would feel very happy and gloat happily. Moreover, Xiao Yulong was really not popular here because he was abusing others. At this moment, people came one after another to hit him when he was down. Many people who had been bullied by Xiao Yulong directly went to the law enforcement hall to lodge a complaint. Who wouldn't want to hit a drowning dog that made people extremely angry? What was completely different from Xiao Yulong's treatment was that the big boss of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall, Divine Dr. Chu Yang, had already been politely invited over by the law enforcement officers early in the morning. He was currently sitting cross-legged in the hall of the law enforcement hall, drinking tea leisurely. As for the detour, it was naturally Boss Chu's idea. At that time, Boss Chu said, "Brother Sha, if you want to attack a person, it's best to make him lose his face first. Peel off his self-confidence and pride first, then he'll be easy to deal with." Sha Xinliang deeply agreed. As a result, Xiao Yulong suffered a lot because of this one sentence. The sound of horse hooves came from afar. Sha Xinliang immediately put on a straight face. He walked out with Chu Yang and went straight to the interrogation hall. Chu Yang reminded him in a low voice, "Xiao Yulong is still in the dark now. It's better to separate the two crimes, this way, he. Xianxia understood tacitly. He beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang naturally knew how to behave. He turned into the interrogation hall and stood at the side door at the corner. He put on a look of fear and trepidation, and stood at the side with his hands hanging down. His face was full of grief and indignation. The sound of horse hooves stopped. A few muffled groans came in. Then, as if the gag was removed from the mouth, a voice shouted, "I'm innocent. I'm not guilty. You're disregarding human life. I want to report back to my clan. I want." With a puff sound, it seemed that its mouth had been punched or kicked, and it stopped making any more sounds. Then, a few law enforcement officers dragged Xiao Yulong and the other 3 people in like dragging dead dogs, and threw them to the ground fiercely. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang's expression didn't change. He glanced sideways. The current Xiao Yulong was totally different from the Xiao Yulong that night. That night, Xiao Yulong was so arrogant, well-dressed, and handsome. But now, his clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, his eyes were bruised, his face was bruised, and some places were even bleeding. His nostrils were like 2 bloody holes that couldn't be stopped. His mouth was also dripping with blood. His body was even more unsightly. His back and chest were almost worn to the point that his bones were exposed. How could the word miserable be enough? The other 3 people were also in a miserable state. "Xiao Yulong, do you admit your crime?" Xianxia asked expressionlessly. "May I ask Commander Xia, what crime did I commit?" Xiao Yulong trembled. Although his words were a little unclear, he finally made himself clear. "You don't admit your crime?" Xianxia's eyes were cold. "Commander Xia, please enlighten me." Xiao Yulong raised his head stubbornly. "Ha ha ha. You asked people to pretend to be bandits to rob the Chu clan's medical center. Do you admit to this?" Xianxia asked slowly. "This?" Xiao Yulong never expected that he was caught here because of such a trivial matter. He almost vomited blood. "How many times have I done such a thing before? Every time, it would be settled with 20 to 30 purple crystals. Why did you treat it as a big case this time?" Knowing that he couldn't deny this matter, Xiao Yulong simply admitted, "It's true." Xianxia asked, "It's said that you once said that it's enough to injure Chu Fian. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, you can also cripple him. As long as he's alive, it's okay to kill the young master of the Chu clan who treated you like a worker? Is that what you said?" Xiao Yulong knew that that person had already sold him out. He simply nodded, "I did say that." He thought, this isn't a big deal. After he finished this sentence, he instantly felt that the atmosphere in the hall was different from just now. The whole place became gloomy and cold. His heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw Xianxia's face as black as the bottom of a pot. His chest was heaving up and down, and his eyes were radiating killing intent. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xianxia is related to that little bastard? Xianxia said with a cold face, "So, you admit it?" "Yes, it's true." Xiao Yulong said, "Since Commander Xia is here, I'm willing to compensate." Xianxia said coldly, "The verdict of this case is that the purple crystals Huichun Hall healed the injuries of Xiao Yulong's subordinates first." Xiao Yulong not only didn't feel grateful, but also robbed them. He repaid kindness with ingratitude. He's cruel and unscrupulous. He's even worse than pigs and dogs. His behavior violated the heavenly laws and violated the heavenly morals. If he's not severely punished, it's not enough to alert the world. He took a breath and said, "Xiao Yulong and his accomplices will be punished with 40 strokes of the cane. Also, they'll be compensated for all the losses of the purple crystals Huichun Hall and their reputation. They'll be compensated for the injuries of the medical center's assistant Chu Fian and the mental compensation of the other assistant Chu Lu Er. Xiao Yulong, are you convinced by my verdict?" Xiao Yulong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'll be responsible for the compensation." Xianxia said majestically, "Since you've admitted your guilt, then sign your name and make your mark." Xiao Yulong signed his name happily and pressed his thumbprint. He thought, this bastard Xianxia is simply unreasonable. He actually made me like this for such a small matter. "Humph, in the future, I'll definitely," Xianxia said, "bring the victim to the court." Big Boss Chu then made his grand entrance. Xianxia said, "Boss Chu, you can tell us about your losses. This steward Xiao has promised to compensate for all your losses." Moreover, he signed his name in the name of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yulong was stunned. When did I sign my name in the name of the Xiao clan? Instantly, he knew that he had been tricked by Xianxia. He didn't look at it carefully just now. He only knew that the matter was over, so he signed his name. Now, he was dumbfounded. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, "Thank you very much, Lord Enforcer." "I'm really wronged." Xianxia pretended to be impatient. "Just tell us your losses." "Who's interested in hearing you say that you're wronged?" Chu Yang said in fear and trepidation, "I've lost a lot of things in my medical center. Most of them were passed down from my ancestors. Let me think. 10,000-year-old snow ginseng, 5,000-year-old golden ginseng, 3 kilograms of 1,000-year-old Solomon's seal, 5,000-year-old purple lotus." Just as he started to speak, Xiao Yulong had already spat out a mouthful of blood. He shouted with grief and indignation, "Commander Xia! This is blackmail. This was utter nonsense. This is nonsense. How can a small medical center have so many heavenly treasures? This is simply asking for too much." Xiao Yulong's heart turned cold. "Shut up!" Xianxia shouted, "Continue speaking." So, Chu Yang continued to blabber. Until he reached the 47th medicinal herb, he finally finished speaking. He said with some embarrassment, "Lord Enforcer, these are the losses of the herbs. Let's forget about the rest. It's not easy for everyone. I'm also embarrassed to ask for more from our neighbors, lest others say that I'm blackmailing them. Isn't this blackmail? This is blackmail." Xiao Yulong roared. His eyes were bloodshot with grief and indignation. "You're still embarrassed? If you're not embarrassed, how ruthless would you be? Wait for me, when I get out, I'll kill you," Xianxia said impatiently. "Are there any other losses?" Chu Yang was so sorrowful that he wanted to cry. He said, "My fourth uncle is seriously injured. I'm afraid. Ah, my younger sister is frightened. I'm afraid. I'm also seriously injured. I vomited a basin of blood. I'm afraid." In addition, the 2,000 purple crystals that were placed in the shop were also snatched away. "I don't know where they are now." Chu Yang bowed deeply. "Lord Enforcer, please uphold justice for me." Xianxia nodded and said, "You step aside first." Behind him, Shu Shu wrote swiftly. Xiao Yulong and the other three were shocked speechless. Looking at the numbers and the names of the medicines that the owner of the clinic reported. Damn it, those who didn't know better would think that we had robbed the Medicine Valley. Xiao Yulong, you've robbed so many things. As long as you return them to them and pay some fines, you'll be able to bear this crime." Xianxia sighed. "Xiao Yulong, why do you always create so much trouble for me? It's not easy for me to manage the flat mountain ridge in an orderly manner. I've put in so much effort. Now that you've done this, where can I keep my face?" Xiao Yulong looked at him with his mouth agape. Finally, he shouted, "Commander Xia! This little bastard is obviously talking nonsense. When did we rob so many things from him?" Speaking till here, he only felt that his chest was stuffy, and he almost vomited blood. Xianxia said lightly, "At first, I didn't believe it either. So after Boss Chu reported the case, I immediately detained him and personally went to the Chu clan to verify with Clan Master Chu Xiongqing. I found that it was indeed the case. Clan Master Chu even signed his name on it." As he said, he took out a piece of paper and shook it. On it were the names of the medicinal herbs, Chu Xiongqing's signature, Xianxiliang's seal and the enforcer's seal to prove that it was correct. Of course, this was also made by Big Boss Chu himself. And the Clan Master Chu who signed his name was now at home in confusion, and didn't know anything. Xiao Yulong was dumbfounded. Xianxiliang snorted and said, "Steward Xiao, there's a witness and material evidence. You can't deny it even if you want to." Xiao Yulong's face turned pale, and he lowered his head. After a long time, he raised his head and said with hatred, "May I ask Commander Xia, if I compensate according to the price, this case will be closed?" Xianxiliang said coldly, "Since you've compensated, you'll naturally be dealt with lightly. Although this robbery case won't be erased, I don't think you'll be punished too severely because of this robbery." Xiao Yulong heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't know why Xianxia went crazy today, the purple crystals that he had plundered over these years, together with all the purple crystals in the clan branch, should be enough to compensate. As for revenge or other matters, I'll settle this first. As long as I'm still alive, I won't have to worry about not having enough purple crystals. Thinking till here, he said, I'll be responsible for the compensation. When he said this, his heart was really bleeding. After working hard for decades, he was back to the point where he was rich overnight. And he even misappropriated a huge amount of public funds. How could the word hate be enough? Since this is the case, I'll make a decision and let you, Xiao Yulong, get some benefits. How about a total of 13,000 purple crystals as compensation? Do you admit it? Xiao Yulong said in despair, since it's come to this, what else can I say? I admit it, Xianxia said pleasantly, since this is the case, you can sign your name and I'll send someone to collect it. Xiao Yulong was also a straightforward person. Since it had come to this point, and he could obviously see that Xianxia was partial to the other party, there was nothing he could do if he didn't admit it. He signed his name quickly, wrote a letter, gave his seal, and explained in detail who was going to find the accountant and where the purple crystals were hidden. Xianxia winked at the two enforcers, and they took these things away. Then, they went out and called a few people to drive a carriage towards the Xiao clan branch. They went to collect the purple crystals. The trial of Xiao Yulong's joint robbery case has come to an end, Xianxia announced majestically. Xiao Yulong was overjoyed. He finally recovered some energy and said, thank you, Commander Xia. He glared at Chuyang fiercely and thought, when I go back, I'll make this little bastard spit out all the purple crystals that you want me to take out. Next, we'll begin the trial of Xiao Yulong and his subordinates for intending to rebel, resisting the law, and injuring the enforcers, which resulted in the death of 10 enforcers. Xianxiliang's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth and said, Ah. Xiao Yulong was instantly dumbfounded. Not only him, even the other 3 people also raised their heads in disbelief. Robbing a medical center was not a big deal. But resisting the law and killing the law-bearers was truly a heinous crime. Xianxiliang said coldly, Xiao Yulong, you sent people to rob the medical center last night, and the victim's family reported the case. You sent people last night, and I also sent people last night to stop you. I just wanted to stop your evil deeds, but I didn't expect you to be so deranged as to brazenly attack those who wield the Tao. And you clearly said that you were the one who sent them. In last night's battle, the 10 enforcers were all seriously injured and almost died. Fortunately, I arrived in time and apprehended the culprit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you get away with it. Xianxiliang said sadly, but it's a pity that the 10 enforcers are all seriously injured and dying. This is all your fault. Xianxiliang roared, Xiao Yulong. How dare you? There's no such thing. There's no such thing. Xiao Yulong was really desperate and panicked at this time. He knew that once this crime was confirmed, he would definitely not leave any of his lives behind even if he had 10,000 lives. Xianxiliang snorted and said, there are both witnesses and material evidence. This is an ironclad case. Not to mention that I and Chief Steward Qin of the Enforcer Auction Hall are at the scene. How can we allow you to deny it? His eyes were red and he shouted, bring them up. Immediately, pairs of black-clothed men carried stretchers in pairs and solemnly walked over. On the stretchers, there were many human bodies. They were all wearing the clothes of the enforcers. Everyone seemed to be on the verge of death. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and it was too horrible to look at. Of course, this was Divine Dr. Chu's masterpiece. With his means, it was not difficult for him to make these people pretend to be seriously injured. These are all my good brothers. Xianxiliang looked at Xiao Yulong, they're also the masterpieces of you and your subordinates. He turned his head and roared, bring up their testimonies. The book was hurriedly brought over. Xianxiliang threw it on Xiao Yulong's face and said coldly, Xiao Yulong, what else do you have to say? Xiao Yulong fainted after taking a look at it. It was written how he arranged for people to rob the purple crystals Huichun Hall, how he said it, how he arranged it, how he used his means and how he started the operation. Everything was written clearly, as if that night had reappeared. Even the tone of every sentence that he said was marked on it. The most terrible thing was that someone once asked him, what if the enforcers intervene? At that time, Xiao Yulong said, "Enforcers? Why should I care about them when it can be settled with a few purple crystals?" Now, this sentence was also marked with emphasis. It was written all the way until the next night when they set off. However, after they arrived, how they saw the enforcers, how they fought against the enforcers in order to complete Xiao Yulong's task, how they fought and how they caused casualties. Although the process was written clearly and orderly, it was all fake. Of course, Xiao Yulong didn't know that these were all fake. Now, he was already in despair. After seeing the real situation in front of him, he instinctively no longer doubted this testimonies. It was stained with blood, which showed how difficult it was to obtain this testimonies. A basin of cold water was poured on Xiao Yulong's face by Xia Xinliang's martial arts. Xiao Yulong woke up and met Xia Xinliang's cruel eyes. He suddenly shouted hysterically, "I want to see them. I want to see them. They can't do this to me. Woo woo woo." He actually burst into tears, snot and tears running down his face. He was extremely heartbroken. Xia Xinliang's eyes were cold as he said, "Xiao Yulong, did you say these words? Did you say anything wrong?" As he roared, his eyes suddenly shot out that kind of blazing radiance. It was firmly locked onto Xiao Yulong's eyes. Xiao Yulong's nerves were already on the verge of collapse. Now that his cultivation was sealed, how could he resist this kind of soul-sucking technique? He was instantly restrained. Then, he began to recount the whole story. Everyone listened and compared it with the confession. Surprisingly, it was almost the exact same thing. The three people who were caught together with Xiao Yulong's side at the same time. They knew that they were completely finished. They didn't even have the chance to retract their testimonies. Moreover, the Xiao clan would also be in big trouble. Who would have thought that dealing with a small clinic in the flat mountain ridge, which had just arrived in the upper three heavens, would actually cause such a big trouble? Then, Xia Xinliang gave each of them a testimonies and signed them. It was useless to deny it now. Besides, Xia Xinliang still had that kind of divine skill that could control people's minds. He could still do it even if he drugged them. Although that skill couldn't completely drive a person to do difficult movements, it was still easy for him to sign a testimonial and press his fingerprints. Holding this stack of testimonies, Xia Xinliang's eyes were as cold as ice. Take these people away and lock them up separately in the death prison. Every day, he made them feel comfortable. How can we let them off so easily since they wanted to cut off old Wu's life? As for the original one, just do whatever you want. It's convenient for him to die. He snorted heavily and said, "This case is as solid as a mountain. I'd like to see what kind of explanation the Xiao clan is going to give me. Can the Xiao clan kill us, the law enforcers, as they wish? Is going against the law enforcers openly the Xiao clan's way of doing things and rules?" The four people blacked out and fainted at the same time. Seeing these four pitiful people being taken away, Xia Xinliang waved his hands and dismissed the people around him, leaving only the 10 seriously injured and dying law enforcers and Chu Yang. Then, after the people left, he said softly, "Get up." The 10 of them got up at the same time. Xia Xinliang said, "In the future, after you've received your compensation, please settle down your family members properly. If anyone wants to become a secret guard, you can also make a request now. I'll give you a case record of an untreatable death, and you can join the secret guard." The 10 of them were overjoyed. After being busy for a long time, Xia Xinliang finally finished his work and had time to talk to Chu Yang. "Little brother, how's it going?" "Brilliant." "It was too high. As tall as a mountain." Chu Yang couldn't stop praising him. He raised his thumb and said, "Elder brother's methods are really very crafty." His methods were clean and efficient, and he killed decisively. Little brother was amazed. Xia Xinliang smiled. Chu Yang deliberated and said, "But, this seems to be going a little overboard. I'm afraid that you will offend the Xiao clan." Xia Xinliang sighed and said, "Little brother, you don't understand that there aren't many good people among us who are in charge of laws. Or it can be said that among us who are in charge of laws, there are many greedy and lecherous people. Taking bribes and bending the law was not uncommon. But that depends on the situation. Even if we're bad, after all, we have to wear this uniform and perform this duty. Naturally, the heart has responsibilities. Moreover, every district will have an assessment every year to determine the results and promotion. The assessment is to ensure the stability of the district. Even if it's not for the interests of the commoners, for the sake of our own promotion, we must at least maintain the stability on the surface. So, before this, if there's anything wrong, it's fine to just wipe it off. Xianxia smiled bitterly, but this time, Xiao Yulong has gone overboard. Coupled with the matter of the short fatty, there's no more hope for my district this year. Since there's no more hope, then what's there for me to worry about? It's better to use the Xiao clan to establish my authority. This way, I may be able to recover some of the influence of the higher-ups. So, it's no big deal to offend the Xiao clan. If the secret guards never offend anyone, they will be disqualified. Qiyang nodded and said thoughtfully, I see. Xianxia said, I'll send this matter together with the case file to the chief executive of this district, Mr. Fa. Mr. Fa will be responsible for negotiating with the Xiao clan. All in all, the prestige of the secret guards can't be humiliated. The blood of the secret guards can't be shed in vain. Qiyang said, what if the Xiao clan comes to ask for the secret guards? Xianxia smiled faintly and said, little brother, you're simple and honest, and you don't know much about the world. I'll give you a piece of advice. Qiyang said respectfully, elder brother, please tell me. I'm all ears. Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said, when you hit a snake, you must kill it. If you've offended someone, don't think about apologizing. You might as well offend him again. Offend him to the end. If you want to mend your relationship and apologize, then you'll be the one to die. Between ordinary people, there may be forgiving and turning hostility into friendship. But between martial artists, it's absolutely impossible. Qiyang thought for a while, and finally said gratefully, elder brother, I'll definitely remember your priceless advice. Xianxia smiled faintly and said in a low voice, to tell you the truth, I definitely won't let Xiao Yulong and the others live until they can go out. So, the Xiao clan won't let them go out alive. He squinted his eyes and said, if he really goes out, you'll be in danger. Then he smiled and said, if you're in danger, we're in danger too. The two looked at each other and smiled. Qiyang said, I still feel that this matter is like a trap. Will Mr. Fa blame you for this? Xianxia smiled and said, little brother, the whole world is a big trap, and we're all living in this big trap. Although this is a trap, if Xiao Yulong doesn't send people here, what's the use of the trap? Since he's here and injured people, then the trap is no longer a complete trap. It's a fact. It's irrefutable evidence. He sneered, there are so many clans in the flat mountain ridge, why can't the trap others? Qiyang was relieved and said, elder brother, you're right. At this time, the people who went to the Xiao clan's branch also came back. 2 big boxes were carried in. When the boxes were opened, purple gas filled the air. They were all purple crystals. Lord Commander, your subordinates have finished counting the 13,000 purple crystals. The cultivator with the purple crystals knelt on one knee and reported. Xianxia said lightly, you can leave now. Go to the cultivation method hall to receive your reward. That cultivator thanked him and got up to leave. Xianxia turned around and said smilingly, little brother, these are all compensation for you. I'll send them back to you in my carriage later. Haha, you're already one of the richest people in the flat mountain ridge at such a young age. Yang's face turned serious and he said seriously, elder brother Xia, I can't accept these purple crystals. Xianxia was surprised, why? Yang smiled and said, elder brother Xia, you're also clear that my loss isn't that much. If I take these purple crystals, I'm afraid I'll feel uneasy. He didn't wait for Xianxia to speak and said, elder brother Xia and elder brother Qin can share these purple crystals equally. He smiled sincerely and said, didn't I say earlier that as long as elder brother acts, this little brother will be responsible for getting back the purple crystals that elder brother used to buy the medicine? That's why I dared to report such a huge loss. Now, how can I accept these purple crystals? Xianxia was displeased and said, little brother, you're slapping my face. As he said, Qin Baoshan also walked out to persuade Qiyang. But Qiyang only shook his head and refused. In the end, Xianxia and Qin Baoshan were almost angered, but Qiyang still insisted on not accepting. While the two were appreciating the purple crystals, they couldn't help but feel a little speechless. They really wanted Chu Yang to accept the purple crystals so that they could further confirm their relationship and buy a protective talisman for themselves. But Chu Yang also really wanted them to accept the purple crystals so that he could lay a good foundation for his future success. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. In the end, the three of them sighed. Chu Yang had no choice but to say, "Since this is the case, I have an idea." "What idea?" the two asked at the same time. "Here are 13,000 purple crystals. I'll take 1,000 of them. The rest will be divided equally between the two brothers." Chu Yang said, "If the two brothers still don't agree to my proposal, I'll have to turn around and leave." Xianxia and Qin Baoshan shook their heads and sighed, "Little brother, you're really going." In the end, the two of them still accepted 5,000 purple crystals each, and gave the remaining 3,000 to Chu Yang. Xianxia said, "If little brother still refuses, I'll smash all the 13,000 purple crystals. Everyone doesn't need them anymore." So, when Chu Yang, the victim, came out of the Hall of Justice, he had an additional 3,000 purple crystals. So, Big Boss Chu did business for 5 days and skipped work for 3.5 days, and earned close to 5,000 purple crystals. Everyone was happy, and this time, Xianxia and Qin Baoshan were even more enthusiastic than the last time. They were accompanied by Xianxia and Qin Baoshan in Xianxia's special carriage. The three of them chatted as they sent Chu Yang back to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. After sending Chu Yang off the carriage, the two of them didn't even show their faces, and went back the way they came. The front of the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall was already full of people. The Yang clan and the Chu clan had almost all held a meeting here. In addition, not far away, there were also people from various big clans who were secretly inquiring about the news. After such a long time, everyone naturally knew that the incident originated from here. Seeing that Chu Yang was sent back by Xianxia's carriage, almost everyone stared with their eyes wide open. What happened? Yang Bao was the first to rush up and grab his grandson's lapel. Then what happened? Chu Yang immediately felt relieved. The matter has been settled. And the Hall of Justice is fair and impartial. He punished the villains, and specially sent me back after seeing that I was frightened. That's actually what happened. Ha ha ha, the matter is over. The matter is over? It's so understated, everyone looked at each other. It was a tragedy yesterday. There was a power cut in the morning, and there was no water in the afternoon. There was still no water even after midnight. I felt that my stomach wasn't comfortable since night. I couldn't hold it in until then. But there was no water, so I had to go out to look for a public toilet. I ran for a full 40 minutes before I found one. Only then did I realize that the people walking on the road were all from our community. I ran for another 40 minutes and found that there was water. So I couldn't hold it in anymore. Although there was water, it was very small, and I couldn't take a bath. I just wanted to take a bath before sleeping. I'm a clean freak, and I couldn't sleep because my body was sticky. So I just waited while writing. But, then this morning, the water supply was cut off again. I'm really helpless. I'm so sleepy that I can't stand it. Although I'm a clean freak. I can only sleep like this once, helpless. That Xiao Yulong? How did he deal with him? Chu Xiongchang's face was full of anger. This bastard actually dared to lay his hands on his grandson. He would definitely not let him off easily. Even if he couldn't take revenge openly, he had to beat him up secretly. Yang Bao immediately thought of something and asked, "That's right. What about Xiao Yulong, who was born without a fart? Damn it, where is he? I'm going to tear him apart alive." Chu Yang sighed and said, "Your wish is going to fall through." Xiao Yulong obstructed the execution of the law, scolded the execution of the law, beat up the execution of the law, and caused 10 execution of the law to be seriously injured. He's currently in the execution of the law's prison. He's awaiting the final verdict. Gasps of cold air could be heard from the surroundings. This Xiao Yulong really has guts. Yang Bao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Motherf *Ker, obstructing a practitioner of the Tao, beating up a practitioner of the Tao, even I don't dare to do this. Motherf *Ker, the people of the great Master Nozai family are really awesome. Everyone started to ask questions, but Chu Yang only said that the execution of the law was fair and that Xiao Yulong was despicable. Then, he told them the result. As for the process, he didn't know anything. When they were pressed, he pretended to be ignorant. I've just come. I really don't know about all these. Everyone was so stupefied that they didn't even manage to get a single detail out of Chu Yang. Yang, do you know Commander Sha? Chu Feilong's eyes flashed and he asked. Yes. Chu Yang smiled innocently. He was the one who asked me the last time he asked me a question. This time, he's the one who came to preside over the execution of the law for me. Commander Sha is a good person. Chu Feilong smiled and said, yes, but Yang Yang's fortune is really good. Chu Yang smiled shyly, second uncle, you're praising me. Chu Feilong smiled warmly, you're my nephew. If you're very lucky, I'll definitely benefit from it too, haha. Chu Yang said sincerely, second uncle, if I'm really so lucky, you'll definitely benefit from it too. Chu Feilong laughed heartily. His expression was full of love as he said, good child. Embarrassed, Chu Yang pursed his lips and smiled. He was slightly bashful as he said, second uncle, you flatter me. The uncle and nephew pair got along harmoniously, laughing and chatting harmoniously. What an enviable family. At the side, old Master Yang Bao was listening to the conversation between the uncle and nephew. Suddenly, he turned his head and transmitted his voice to old Mistress Yang. Strange, when the uncle and nephew are talking, they look so warm. Why do I suddenly feel gusts of chilly wind? I have goosebumps all over my body. Old Mistress Yang rolled her eyes at him and sent him a telepathic message. Something is indeed a little off. She pondered for a while and said, but I can't put my finger on what exactly is wrong. Old Master Yang Bao nodded and sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang. You said. Lon Lon previously mentioned that Chu Feilong is very suspicious. What do you think? Old Mistress Yang looked at Chu Feilong discreetly and frowned. For a long time, she didn't speak. Everyone felt relieved when they saw that Chu Yang was safe and sound. Moreover, they couldn't get anything out of him. Although they were still puzzled in their hearts, they knew that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. But, they couldn't do anything about it. Chu Yang found an excuse to stay in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. He was perturbed and thought, fourth uncle and the little girl better not let it slip. Once he entered, he saw that Chu Fian and the little girl were inside. They didn't leave with the rest of the group. We're preparing for a big banquet. Why didn't you go back? Chu Yang was stunned. Chu Fian smiled bitterly and pointed at Chu Lu. This little girl won't let me go. Huh? Chu Yang looked at Lu. Chu Lu wrinkled her nose and said, there are some things that we haven't confessed yet. This isn't good for you, brother. Confession? Chu Yang smiled and said, what confession? Chu Lu glared at him and said, don't be so cheeky. I'm talking about serious matters with you. Chu Fian smiled bitterly and said, this little girl is mischievous. When you didn't come back, she warned me to say that I don't know anything before I get an answer from you. Then, she said that you know everything and pushed all the blame to you. Even when your grandpa Wu asked me just now, she also pinched me behind my back. TSK, my waist is already bruised. Chu Yang was stunned and looked deeply at Chu Lu. He said softly, Lu has a bright future. He left a long note at the end of his sentence. The way he looked at his little sister was also a little serious, as if he was looking at someone of the same age. He didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. She was probably the only child in the world who could make Chu Yenwu and Wang Luwu show such an expression. Chu Yang's face was serious. He carried Chu Lu and placed her on his lap. He asked gently, Lu, why did you do this? Tell me the reason. Chu Lu was 12 years old. However, because of her small body, she started to have puberty later. Now, she looked like she was only 8 years old. Therefore, Chu Yang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with carrying the little girl on his lap. Instead, it was the little girl who felt a little awkward. She actually blushed a little and struggled slightly. Then, as if she had convinced herself, she sat obediently on Chu Yang's lap. She didn't say anything, but she first brushed her hair and said, of course, there's a reason for doing this. She stretched out a white and tender finger and said methodically, "Firstly, this matter was obviously planned by you. We don't know what you're going to do next, or whether you have a next move. So, before you answer, whatever we say will be wrong. Secondly, even if we believe everyone in our clan, there are still too many people. If this matter is spread out, it will become more and more ridiculous. It won't be good for you. Thirdly, this matter involves both the wielder of the law and the Xiao clan. It's very difficult for our Chu clan to be sandwiched between the two huge forces. Since you've arranged this, you must have a way to deal with it. No matter what we say, we may not be able to carry out your plan." Before Grandpa and the rest came, I told fourth uncle that Big Brother would definitely not say anything when he comes back. So, it's best that we don't say anything either. Chula raised her small face and smiled slyly. "I guessed right." Chu Fian was stunned by her words. Is this still a 12-year-old little girl? Even I didn't think of some of these things that she thought of. Chu Yang let out a long breath. His eyes were fixed on Chu Le, and he said sincerely, "Lu will definitely be very amazing in the future." He said softly, "With Lu in the Chu clan, even without me, the clan will be able to remain undefeated for 1,000 years. Chu Fian was shocked. The way he looked at Chu Lu also became a little strange, and even a little respectful. In the entire upper three heavens, perhaps only he understood the weight of Chu Yang's words, because these words came from the mouth of the king of Hell Chu. That king of Hell Chu, who overturned the lower three heavens in 1.5 years, overturned the upper three heavens in less than a year, and was about to stir up the big clans in less than 10 days after arriving in the upper three heavens. The next few days were a little peaceful. After the Yang clan came to see their grandson, they stayed for a few more days and finally left. Before they left, they kept reminding Chu Yang that he must go to Aspen Valley to stay for a few days when he had time. Chu Yang agreed readily. Everyone was very enthusiastic, except for cousin Xianxia, who looked at Chu Yang with a little apprehension and a little alienation. At first, Chu Yang wanted to ignore this kind of look. But later, he carefully analyzed it and finally determined that this seemingly introverted and shy cousin of his had someone in her heart. Naturally, Chu Yang told this to his mother without reservation. His mother also secretly told her sister-in-law about this, therefore, Chu Yang's aunt had one more thing on her mind on the way back. After the Yang clan left, the sword spirit said to Chu Yang, "Your grandfather's clan seems to be in trouble." Chu Yang was startled and said, "Trouble? This time, your grandfather brought the whole clan to see you. It's a little too grand. Moreover, it seems to be hiding something. In his blood cloak team, there are many people whose cultivations are much higher than the others. They are obviously important experts of the clan in disguise." The sword spirit said. Chu Yang pondered. "Moreover, I once heard your grandfather ask your uncle, 'Is it about time?' Then your uncle said, 'It's 2 days too late.'" After saying this, they said goodbye the next day. The sword spirit said, "The journey from here to Aspen Valley is not short, and the journey will take 5 days. In other words, he said that it's 2 days too late, and another day has passed, so the journey will take another 5 days. It can be said that it's very generous." Chu Yang pondered in silence, frowning slightly. "So I concluded that this time, it's not just to see you." The sword spirit said, "It's just that your return coincidentally provides a legitimate reason. That's all." Chu Yang was even more silent. After a long time, he said, "There will be a day when the truth comes out." The sword spirit said nothing. After the Yang clan left, Chu Yang continued to stay in his own medical center. Chu Fian was still an assistant, and Chu Lu was still a little tail that couldn't be shaken off. But this little tail was slowly stretching and growing. There was no news from the Hall of Justice. The Bao clan and the Liao clan also didn't make any moves. The Xiao clan didn't even have the time to react. Sha Xinliang's and Qing Baoshan's medicines were only missing the 2 heavenly treasures that were still on the way. Because of this, Boss Chu's medical center also seemed to have gained some fame, and customers began to visit him occasionally. Well, it must be said that there were a few nights when Boss Chu wasn't in the medical center, but went out to develop customers. As long as he wasn't in the medical center at night, there would definitely be a customer with strange injuries waiting to be treated at the entrance of the medical center the next morning. Because of this, Boss Chu's wallet gradually grew bigger, and he never got tired of it. Although there were only one or two customers every day, this big boss of the purple crystals Huichun Hall could definitely be said to be the person with the highest income in the entire street every day, exorbitant medical fees. It's really too black-hearted. In just a few days, King of Helchu once again received an inelegant title, Black-Hearted Saint. His skills in treating injuries were really good, and he could be called a saint. But this heart of his couldn't be any blacker than it already was. During this period of time, the upper three heavens appeared to be peaceful on the surface, but in the dark, a storm was brewing. The moment Li Xiongtu returned to the clan, he instantly became the treasure of the clan. Even Li Xiongtu himself didn't expect that he would receive such exceptional treatment the moment he arrived. From the looks of it, he was being groomed as the future core of the Li clan. Li Xiongtu was at a loss. After returning to the clan, he thought that he would be content with a caretaker arranging a quiet place for him. He would slowly work on the rest in the future. Who would have thought that after he returned, 3 generations of elders would come out of seclusion at the same time? Although Li Xiongtu was calm, he was also somewhat flattered. But there was one thing that made Li Xiongtu very unhappy. Because the attitude of the elders, including the clan master, towards him was a little strange. How should he put it? It wasn't cordial, nor was it distant. It wasn't even rejection. It was a kind of deliberate closeness. Moreover, some of them were more or less cautious. Li Xiongtu couldn't understand. What's going on? I'm just a small pawn who just came up from the upper 3 heavens. Any one of you can crush me to death with just a finger. Why are you still like this? Moreover, people often asked him some inexplicable questions. The most common thing they had in common was that they were all very interested in their friends. Li Xiongtu was extremely depressed. For so many years, he was obsessed with martial arts. Other than admiration for Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, where did he have any other friends? Later on, when he was asked more and more, Li Xiongtu wasn't the kind of person who would twist his words. He just directly said, I don't have any friends, much less any brothers who have gone through life and death together. But he didn't expect that after he said this, many people's attitudes became even more ambiguous. They actually nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is how it should be. I think so too. You don't have any friends, no brothers, ha ha ha. It's how it should be, how it should be. Li Xiongtu couldn't figure it out. He asked them why they asked this, but none of them said anything. They just smiled and looked at him meaningfully. The most ridiculous thing was that after an elder saw him, he said, as expected of, your aptitude is indeed not bad. As expected of, what? Li Xiongtu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Then, he would occasionally overhear other people talking about him, and it would be in bits and pieces. Li Xiongtu, this little one, is really. Haha, he's really scheming. Look at that silly look, those who don't know would really think that he's not. Haha, Li Xiongtu thought hard for a long time, but he became more and more confused. After that, everyone urged him to practice martial arts without holding anything back. As for techniques and resources, he had everything he needed. Li Xiongtu secretly observed and realized that the direct descendants of the other families only received 30 purple crystals per month. This was already an astronomical figure. Even Li Batian only received 50 purple crystals. Li Ju, who was the first in the family, received 80 purple crystals per month. As for himself, he actually received a terrifying 200 purple crystals per month. It was almost twice as much as Li Ju. Furthermore, there was actually no one who raised any objections. Even Li Ju, who was known as the number 1 among the younger generation, was a person who was neither servile nor overbearing when facing the old ancestor. He was even more so when facing those of the same generation. But when he saw him, he still greeted him with a smile. There wasn't much enthusiasm, but there was definitely no enmity. There was even a faint desire to mend relations. Even someone like Li Xiongtu was a little scared in the end. What's going on? Thus, he started his life in the upper 3 heavens with such confusion. It had to be said that Li Xiongtu's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, and he had the full support of the huge family behind him. Once he calmed down and cultivated, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. The faster his cultivation improved, the more gratified everyone was. They weren't surprised at all. Generally speaking, it was considered fast for an emperor to break through one stage in 3 years. If someone broke through one stage in a year, they would be considered a genius, and would definitely cause a commotion. But Li Xiongtu relied on a mysterious force in his body to increase his cultivation by one stage in half a month. This should have been something that would shock the world, but the elders of the Li clan all acted as if it was a matter of course. This made Li Xiongtu even more confused. What's going on? Damn it, are they trying to suffocate me? However, the number of people who came to chat with him had decreased recently. Furthermore, everyone was in a hurry with a heavy expression on their faces. It seemed that something big had happened. He could vaguely hear that the conflicts between the various major clans and the Li clan were gradually increasing. When Li Xiongtu asked, everyone smiled and told him not to worry, he would definitely be fine. Damn it, what am I worried about? What can happen to me, Zhuge clan? Fifth small courtyard. Diwu Qingru sat in the pavilion in the courtyard, holding a book in his hand and looking very relaxed. There was a cup of tea in front of him, and the fragrance of the tea rose in spirals. A gentle breeze blew, and the bamboo forest swayed and rustled. The whole courtyard was quiet and peaceful. A person appeared behind him silently. For a long time, Diwu Qingru didn't seem to have noticed at all. He focused on reading and smiled lightly. This person finally couldn't hold it in and said, so carefree. Diwu Qingru turned around and smiled. So it's seventh brother. The person who came was the seventh brother of the Zhuge clan's generation, Zhuge Yunwu. He was also the one in the Zhuge clan who was most compatible with Diwu Qingru. Actually, just from the fact that he was compatible with Diwu Qingru, it could be seen that this Zhuge Yunwu was definitely not a simple person. If he was an ordinary person, why would Diwu Qingru be compatible with him? Qingru, the big clans are already in turmoil now, and war is about to reach the heavenly layer. But you're still so carefree here. Zhuge Yunwu was dressed in plain clothes, and his expression was calm. There was a smile on his face, and his eyes were long and slender. His face was white and beardless, and he looked like a person who didn't care about the affairs of the world at all. Even though he was talking about the situation in the heavenly layer, he was still calm and casual, like a breeze brushing past one's ears. Even if the war reaches the heavenly layer, as long as seventh brother is here, nothing will happen to the Zhuge clan. Diwu Qingru smiled and said, but seventh brother must have something to tell me this time. I'm all ears. Yes, you're right. Seventh brother wouldn't visit without a reason. Since he's here at your house of wisdom, there must be something he can't decide. Zhuge Yunwu smiled gently. Seventh brother, please tell me. Diwu Qingru finally closed the book and raised his head to look at Zhuge Yunwu. Let's be frank. Qingru, I know you're capable. I'm here to ask you an answer. Zhuge Yunwu said directly. The answer? Diwu Qingru seemed to have guessed what Zhuge Yunwu wanted to ask. Before Zhuge Yunwu could ask, he frowned. Zhuge Yunwu sat down in front of him and said softly, now, the Zhuge clan is planning to gradually increase the friction between the Li clan and us. We're trying to cause a conflict and reveal that layer, Diwu Qingru replied with an O. Zhuge Yunwu took in a breath and said, Qingru, you must know that this is because, the Tribulation Sword Master. Diwu Qingru frowned and didn't say anything. Zhuge Yunwu looked at Diwu Qingru's frowning brows and his eyes flashed. He said quietly, the Li clan has recently received Li Xiongtu from the upper three heavens. Qingru, what do you think of this person? Zhuge Yunwu's eyes were like stars. He stared at Diwu Qingru's face and said, Li Xiongtu, 24 years old. He's from the Li clan of the upper three heavens. His aptitude has been outstanding since he was young. He had a foundation when he was 3 years old. He broke through to martial warrior when he was 5 years old. He broke through to martial master when he was 9 years old. He became a martial great when he was 13 years old. He became a martial revered when he was 17 years old. He became a martial king when he was 10 years old. However, before he came to the upper three heavens, during the battle at the Lake of Despair, he was a peak second-stage martial emperor when he was 24 years old. Moreover, his combat power was enough to defeat a normal fourth-stage martial emperor. He could even be on par with a fifth-stage martial emperor. Diwu Qingru grunted and said, Are you saying that he has directly advanced from a 4th-grade king-level expert to a 2nd-grade emperor-level expert within a year, or perhaps less than a year? Suspicious? Zhuge Yunwu nodded and looked at him. He was quiet for a while, as if he was giving him time to think. Then, he said, recently, there was news that ever since Li Xiongtu came to the upper 3 heavens, he had improved to a 3rd-stage martial emperor within half a month. Diwu Qingrou's eyebrows moved. Is there such a thing? Zhuge Yunwu smiled faintly. This speed is very fast, right? Diwu Qingrou didn't say anything and started to think. Also, before he came to the upper 3 heavens, someone gave him an elixir. At that time, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, after he took it, he immediately recovered. Zhuge Yunwu emphasized, and that person's move was. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? That elixir is a heavy elixir. Other than the heavy elixir, there's no other elixir in the world that can have such an effect. When Zhuge Yunwu said the words heavy pill, he obviously emphasized it again. Moreover, there was a hint of excitement in his voice. Diwu Qingrou smiled faintly and didn't comment. At that time, the people from the big clans and the law enforcement officers walked together and supervised each other. They almost never left each other. That person didn't seem to find a chance. So, when he was about to enter the upper 3 heavens, he took the risk to give the elixir. After exchanging a blow, he immediately disappeared. Even the law enforcement officers couldn't catch up with him. Zhuge Yunwu said softly, there's only one suspicious point in this matter. That is, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. If that person was really the master of the Calamity Sword, he should have appeared at the place where the strange phenomenon appeared, and not to give the elixir. However, according to the description of the power of that move and the way it changed, the few elders of the big clans all agreed that it was the fiercest move of the Calamity Sword Master's Calamity Sword technique. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? And, there's absolutely no mistake. Part 7 Chapter 10, Why Practice Saber. Part 7 Chapter 10, Why Practice Saber. Diwu Qingrou frowned and thought hard. If this person is not the same person as him, then, in this world, I am not just a worthy opponent. Although the indirect means are clever, the direct conspiracy is even more terrible. And it makes me feel threatened and scared. Is it or not? Diwu Qingrou was puzzled. He stood in front of the map for the whole morning. His small courtyard belonged to the Diwu clan. Outside of the Zhuge clan, the Diwu clan was attached to the Zhuge clan. After so many years, they finally got such a small place in the last few hundred years. And Diwu Qingrou was a direct descendant of the Diwu clan, so he owned this small courtyard. Unlike the others, there was not a single servant in this small courtyard. There were no maids or servants. This place belonged to Diwu Qingrou himself. Diwu Qingrou did not dare to trust anyone here. So, although he stood in a daze for the whole morning, no one disturbed him. After a long time, he trembled and woke up. He said quietly, although this is inexplicable. I believe there must be a reason. It's just that I didn't think of it. Everyone thinks that the Tribulation Sword Master is in the upper 3 heavens and can't come up. That's why everyone's defenses aren't really as tight as before. Diwu Qingrou smiled and stepped back. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the southeast direction of the map. His eyes were serious and meaningful. The Shao clan's territory. The Chu clan is here. The Chu clan is just a small clan. Diwu Qingrou looked at the grain-sized place on the map and murmured, Flat Mountain Ridge. Diwu Qingrou looked at the grain-sized place quietly. His eyes were a little strange. After a long time, he murmured, before the Double Heavens entrance closed, the last batch of people who entered was the young master of the Chu clan. He took his son. I heard that his son had been missing for many years. This time, he was finally found. He tilted his head and laughed. He murmured, I heard that the name of the young master of the Chu clan is Chu Yang. It's really interesting. He looked more confused. According to the vision of heaven and earth, the Tribulation Sword Master triggered the vision when he was comprehending the tribulation. And that place is still very far from the entrance of the upper 3 heavens. Since he's comprehending the tribulation, he can't appear in front of the world. Moreover, the Chu clan's eldest young master wouldn't have pulled over a person who was in the middle of comprehending, and then immediately returned to the upper three heavens. This is clearly too late. If Master Tribulation Sword is in the upper three heavens, and Chu Yang is in the upper three heavens. Diwu Qingro groaned. He felt as if his head was about to explode. What's going on? What was going on? The big clans never cared about the small clans within their sphere of influence. In the eyes of the leaders of the big clans, these small clans really didn't need to be valued. If the big clans didn't care, the law enforcers naturally wouldn't care either. Therefore, the law enforcement officers only recorded Chu Failing's return with his son in the records of the sealed heavens. Chu Failing of the Chu clan returned with his wife. That was all he said. Everyone forgot about it after seeing it. Only Diwu Qingro, after discovering this news, was triggered by the word Chu. He specially investigated it secretly. Only then did he realize that this return was actually a son who had been missing for 18 years. Then, Diwu Qingro inquired again and finally found out that the name of the missing descendant of the Chu clan was Chu Yang. When he saw the word Chu Yang, Diwu Qingro clearly remembered that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. His shock at that time was indescribable. Then, Diwu Qingro buried this matter deep in his heart. He even felt a little excited. Perhaps, the hope of the Diwu clan was about to really start, but the news of Master Tribulation Sword being sealed down below confused Diwu Qingro again. Should I make a trip there? Diwu Qingro raised his head and looked in the direction of the secret land of the Zhuge clan. He thought that there was still an extremely important matter waiting for him there. After delaying for so long, he couldn't help but frown and murmur, when this matter is over, I'll go to the southeast personally. In another place, two people were also scratching their heads in distress. Dong Wushang and Rui Badong. They had followed the law enforcement officers to the upper three heavens for more than half a month. The law enforcement officers didn't go back on their words. They did introduce a Saber Saint teacher to Dong Wushang. But this Saber Saint teacher immediately went into seclusion after meeting Dong Wushang. The reason was that Dong Wushang had a few words with him after meeting him. This conversation was supposed to be a test for Dong Wushang, but the result was unexpected. Saber Saint, why do you practice saber? Dong Wushang, because I like saber. Saber Saint was silent. Dong Wushang was silent. Saber Saint, where is the saber? Dong Wushang, the saber is in my hand. Not in your heart? No. If your heart doesn't have a saber, how do you practice saber? If there is a saber in your heart, the saber is the master of your heart. If there is a saber in your hand, you are the master of your saber. The conversation ended here. Because Saber Saint fell into deep thought and then announced that he was going into seclusion. With some resentment, some regret, some disappointment, he left a sentence, I don't deserve to be his teacher. Saber Saint's questions were actually about his understanding of the way of the saber. Why do you practice saber? No matter if you said it was for the world, for the people, for killing or for protecting, it was all in line with Saber Saint's understanding of the way of the saber. But Dong Wushang was a simple person. He just used a sentence, because I like it, to block all these questions. Yes, nothing could be compared to these three words, I like it. If you didn't like it, even if I told you clearly that the world would be yours if you mastered it, you wouldn't practice it. Because you didn't like it, if you didn't like it, it was useless even if you beat me to death. Therefore, Dong Wushang's simplest answer was instead the most basic comprehension. Saber Saint didn't achieve his goal. Instead, he was taught a lesson by Dong Wushang, although Dong Wushang didn't mean it. But Saber Saint clearly felt that Dong Wushang was reprimanding him, you have already deviated from the way you practiced saber. You practice saber not to kill, not to protect, and not for the people of the world. Because you were only 2 or 3 years old when you started practicing saber. What would a 2 or 3-year-old child know about killing and protecting the people of the world? You chose saber from all the weapons because you instinctively liked it. That's all. As you grew older, you gradually added more halos to your choices. However, when you move towards these halos, regardless of whether it is noble or sublime, there is no exception. You are no longer practicing the saber for the sake of that simple love, you have already betrayed yourself. Although you have already become great, so Saber Saint immediately became silent. Next, he wanted to turn the tables, so he asked, where is the saber? Dong Wuxiang gave him the simplest answer, "The saber is in my hand." Then, Saber Saint became the slave of the saber. Saber Saint lost all his face. At the same time, he was also given a severe warning and went into seclusion. The law enforcement officers were shocked. When Dong Wuxiang left, the law enforcement officers didn't want to let him go. But Saber Saint, who was in seclusion, actually cancelled his seclusion and came out to plead for Dong Wuxiang. Let him go. A free saber is a real saber. If you force him to stay, the saber will break. Dong Wuxiang didn't become a disciple, but he had a friend. Although this friend of his immediately disappeared after he said this sentence, he still didn't know what to do. So Dong Wuxiang brought Rui Budong and Mo Lei out of the law enforcement hall. But after coming out, Dong Wuxiang immediately knew that his choice was a little rash. Because in the upper three heavens, gold and silver were worthless. What was valuable were crystals. But the three of them lacked these things the most. They had gold and silver notes, but they realized that they didn't have any money. This feeling was very strange. But at this time, Mo Tianji's calculations were revealed. How could Mo Tianji not understand Dong Wuxiang's temper? So he deliberately arranged an assistant for Dong Wuxiang, Rui Budong. Rui Budong had always been low-key, but Rui Budong had a prominent identity. This master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was the successor of stealing gods and thieving ghosts. What did stealing gods and thieving ghosts do? Therefore, Rui Budong really had an unfathomable stealing skill. So, as long as Rui Budong was here, it didn't matter even if they were poor. Because, they would have it the next moment. In fact, although Mo Tianji's arrangement of these three people was a last-minute idea, it was really flawless. What to do when they just arrived and didn't have anything? Steal. Once they had some achievements and gained a firm foothold, they would have another outstanding leader in internal affairs, Mo Lei. This was the Black Devils, a huge assassin organization, and they could manage it so well. How could Dong Wuxiang, who had a little bit of money, not be able to manage it well? Once they expanded their territory and started to develop, Mo Lei would change into a commander-type talent. And the finance minister was naturally Rui Budong, who could steal from a thief. Rui Budong's stinginess and greed was well known among the brothers. In fact, he was second only to Ao Xieyun. Ao Xieyun was born stingy, and Rui Budong was nurtured, so with these three people together, Dong Wuxiang's only task was to fight fiercely. As long as you could fight fiercely, there would be people behind you who would wipe your ass clean. No matter how big your family business was, there would be people to manage it for you. Therefore, the three of them were only melancholy for less than an hour before Rui Budong went out for a stroll. When he came back, there were 20 to 30 pieces of blue crystals and 100 or so white crystals in his arms. After 3 days, Fourth Master Dong was too embarrassed to keep asking Rui Budong to steal. So, he covered his face and brought his brothers and wife to rob. The place where Fourth Master Dong robbed was quite interesting. It was in the city of law enforcement. As the name implied, the city of law enforcement was the place closest to the headquarters of law enforcement. Furthermore, 70% of the people living here were the family members of law enforcement. Dong Wuxiang picked a rich family and slipped in. Fortunately, he was lucky and didn't meet a tough opponent. After some effort, he asked for the location of the treasury and got a big bag. The next day, the entire city of law enforcement was turned upside down. When Dong Wuxiang found out who he had robbed, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. That was the home of a monarch-level law enforcer. Since the existence of the city of law enforcement, there had never been any record of someone daring enough to commit a crime here. It could be said to be the safest city in the upper and lower heavens. Because anyone with a brain wouldn't do this. This was equivalent to offending all the law enforcement in the world, who would be so stupid. Because of this, the vigilance of the people in the city of law enforcement was lower, not to mention that after Fourth Master Dong succeeded in the robbery, he actually brought his wife and brothers to play in the city of law enforcement with a large amount of purple crystals and enjoyed the feeling of being rich for a while. After knowing the whole story, the three of them were scared out of their wits. However, countless law enforcers scattered in all directions outside the city, and the three of them managed to avoid a calamity. After a few days, they slipped out of the city of law enforcement. But in these few days, the three of them also found out what happened during this period of time. All the passageways of the upper heavens were actually closed. Even supreme martial artists couldn't pass through. This made the three of them feel that something was wrong. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong were extremely depressed. Big Brother Chu and Second Master Gu couldn't come up. The three of them were equivalent to fighting alone in the upper three heavens. This was completely different from their previous plan. Therefore, the two of them groaned and groaned, feeling helpless, sitting and worrying about the city. What should we do? They can't come up and we can't go down. This is bad. Rui Budong squatted on a rock, his whole posture like a monkey pooping. What do you mean, what should we do? The three of us came up with a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Do you think you can do it if you rely on Big Brother and Second Brother for everything? Although Dong Wushang wasn't confident, he was very dissatisfied with Rui Budong's current state. I'm here. Dong Wushang was calm and steady, while Rui Budong was jumpy. Dong Wushang was imposing and majestic, while Rui Budong was a little shifty-headed. Dong Wushang actually wanted to teach this monkey a lesson. However, Rui Budong was extremely alert and did not let him find the opportunity. Then I'm relying on you now. You have the final say. Rui Budong winked. I'll listen to you. Dong Wushang glared at him, unable to say anything. It was fine for him to fight, but for him to play mind games, he was not cut out for it. The two of them stared at each other. Rui Budong was unperturbed. Anyway, you are older than me. You can make the decision. Dong Wushang panted heavily. The more he looked at this guy, the more he found him to be an eyesore. You go and think of a way. Dong Wushang said rudely. I'll do as you say. I will follow your lead. Rui Budong tilted his head. I've seen through you. You're depressed and want to beat me up to vent your anger. How can I fall for your trick? You want me to say I can't think of a way and then beat me up? I won't say it. What do you mean by following my lead? Dong Wushang directly exploded in an unreasonable manner. His thick and strong body pounced over, punching and kicking. You actually called me a horse. That works too? Rui Budong was beaten until his brain short-circuited. After venting his anger, Dong Wushang immediately felt refreshed. He said happily, now that the divine throne is on Baidu Tieba, let's think of a way. What should we do next? Rui Budong lay on the ground with bruises all over his body. He wanted to cry but had no tears. If I want to go back, it's better for GMO or Luo Kadi to take the beating. Why don't we become blood payers? Mo Layer suggested excitedly. Mo Layer was from a family of assassins. Assassins also killed people for rewards, and so did blood payers. It was the same nature. Therefore, Mo Layer was very interested in this line of work. What made Mo Layer the most excited was that this line of work was actually a legal organization. There were actually law enforcers protecting the rights of blood payers. Moreover, there would definitely not be a few cases of reneging on debts like in the third heaven. This made Mo Layer feel as if she had arrived in heaven. Blood payers? Dong Wushang frowned and said, that's good too. We have to find something to do anyway. However, even if we are blood payers, we have to do it well. We have to set up a goal so that it will be easier for them to find us when they come up. We can also set up a base for our heavenly armament pavilion. Then what should we name it? Rui Budong blinked and said, how about Budong Blood Payers Hall? Scram. Dong Wushang raised his thick eyebrows and spat. Why don't we call it Wushang Blood Payers Hall? Rui Budong protested loudly. Mo Layer covered her face and was speechless. She was really puzzled. With such smart people like Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, they actually didn't break down after being with these two for so long. I really admire them. The three of them discussed for a long time. In the end, Mo Layer still lost. Dong Wushang made the final decision, for Three People Hall. This name made Mo Layer twitch for a long time. Tears streamed down her face. Rui Budong was unhappy about Wushang Hall, but neither was Dong Wushang Hall. This was a matter of principle. Rui Budong couldn't win against Dong Wushang, but he didn't give in even when they were fighting S. Everyone came up together. Why should we use only your name? The two of them were at a stalemate for a long time before they came up with this name. Dong Wusheng was the fourth in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and Rui Budong was the oldest. It was exactly the fourth. As for the three-people hall, wasn't there still Mo Layer? Although Mo Layer didn't belong to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, she was Dong Wusheng's family member. Wouldn't that make three people? Dong Wusheng spoke eloquently, and Rui Budong was delighted. The two of them reached a consensus for the first time. Only Mo Layer argued with Dong Wusheng for a few days over this name. It was too unpleasant to hear. What for three-people hall? It was simply inappropriate. Such an inappropriate name made Mo Layer feel like she couldn't lift her head, but Mo Layer couldn't do it alone. Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong had the advantage in numbers, and they praised this name greatly. The minority obeyed the majority, so the matter was settled. Then, the three of them went to the Bloodpayers Hall to register and receive the mission. Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong rubbed their palms together, ready to work hard to create a name for the 4 three-people hall in the upper three heavens. From then on, the 4 three-people hall was established in the upper three heavens. The cultivation of the three of them was limited, so the first mission they received was only a small one. But Dong Wusheng and Rui Budong both had great enthusiasm. Both of them knew that without their brothers here, the situation in the upper three heavens had to be created by the two of them. Everything had to be done to the best of their ability. At the same time, they couldn't slack off on their cultivation, but it finally opened today. Rui Budong only raised a concern, and he was beaten up by Mo Layer until he ran away like a rat. At that time, Rui Budong was very worried inside. Dong Wusheng asked him what he was worried about, and Rui Budong said, "I'm just worried about the two of you. There are many things waiting to be done now, and the responsibility is heavy. The two of you have to be careful. If by any chance, the 4 three-people hall will become a 2 three-people hall, and then a 4 three-people hall, although there's one more person." Before he could finish his words, he was chased by Mo Layer, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. The upper three heavens. This was a world wrapped in silver. The two of them stood on the top of the mountain. Where is this place? Xia Danfeng wrapped the bearskin coat around her tightly, but she still felt cold. This is the land of exile. Also, the southernmost part of the heavens. Tan Tan looked at the silver world in front of him and said softly, "How did we come here?" Xia Danfeng was a little surprised. She had been unconscious for a few days, and when she woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar place. This feeling was very strange. "I brought you here." Tan Tan was silent for a moment. He wanted to say, "He brought us here." But after thinking for a long time, he finally swallowed these words back. "When are we going back?" "We're not going back. Let's practice here. This is the fastest way to progress." Tan Tan took out the divine chi gathering fish from his bosom. Then, he shook his hand and threw it into the snow. The snow suddenly melted under the divine chi gathering fish, and the spiritual energy in the air gradually formed into a storm. Finally, it turned into water droplets and dripped down. In this whole snowy land, there was actually a pool. It was a pool completely made of spiritual energy. It was 10 feet long, 10 feet wide, and 10 feet deep. In the future, when we drink water, we drink the water in here. If you want to take a bath, take the water out and wash. Then what do we eat? There are spirit beasts here. Moreover, under the snow, there are vegetables. Although it's not as diverse as on the mainland, it has its own flavor. Oh, and the inner cores of the spirit beasts here are very condensed because of the cold, which is also very beneficial for my cultivation. Tan Tan, where are we going to live? Right here. After a long while, a palace of ice and snow rose from the ground. After entering the palace, it was unexpectedly warm and cozy. I'll get some more spirit beasts fur to cover the surroundings. This place will be very warm. Tan Tan, are you Tan Tan now? Tan Tan finally became silent. After a long time, he said, "No matter what I become, I'll always be your Tan Tan." He said somewhat heavily, "Right now, I've just received some memories. So, my heart is very heavy. But, I'm still me. Do you understand?" Xia Danfeng nodded somewhat confusedly. Then, she pondered and probed, "Don't tell me, you're not worried about your brothers?" Tan Tan was silent. Finally, he raised his head in melancholy, Dan Feng, I know that you think I'm somewhat abnormal. But, I had a very clear intuition when I was at the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang. Du Xing, they are all fine, but I. Tan Tan suddenly grasped Xia Danfeng's hand tightly. There was helplessness in his eyes. I will awaken my strength again and again in the future. I will receive my memories again and again, and recover again and again. Every time I recover, there will be huge movements. I will be with them again. They will never abandon me and run for their lives if they find out. I will only implicate them, and they will die with me. He smiled bitterly. His voice sounded as if he was crying. I can't bear to leave them, especially Chu Yang. But, I can only leave. I don't know what I will become in the end. But, I'm afraid that I won't be myself. Tan Tan's hand that was holding Xia Danfeng was trembling, so, I brought you here by force. He looked deeply into Xia Danfeng's eyes. That strange face of his didn't look so strange at this moment. He then said in a somewhat imploring manner, I need you to remind me at all times, that I'm Xia Danfeng. Not that person. Not that thing. Xia Danfeng's eyes became moist. She tightened her grip on Tan Tan's hand. Her voice was as gentle as water. I will remember. I will remind you. I will never let you become someone else's. Tan Tan cracked a smile. Do you blame me for being selfish? I brought you to this world of ice and snow for myself. Xia Danfeng thought for a moment. She nodded and said, yes. So, you must protect me in the future. You must not become someone else's bully. This is your redemption. This is also my compensation. Tan Tan finally laughed cheerfully. His eyebrows began to jump up and down. He happily said, of course. This is something that doesn't need to be said. You are my wife. Shameless. Who said that I am your wife? Xia Danfeng's voice gradually became smaller. Even her neck had turned red. Ha ha ha. Tan Tan laughed foolishly and said, this is the most suitable place for me to practice. We will go out together and look for them when my strength reaches a certain level. He said with some longing, in fact, I like to be with them the most. Xia Danfeng nodded heavily. You also need to cultivate. Come, try this martial art. Back then, only the Holy Mother of the Three Stars Divine Clan was qualified to practice this martial art. 3. This was a dense forest. 7 or 8 people were running in the dense forest in fear, fleeing for their lives. With a schwa sound, a figure landed in front of him. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Oh, you bastards, you insulted the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and you still want to run? This person was wearing a strange mask. There was a wolf's head on the mask, and an eye-catching 5 was engraved on the wolf's head. He was the 5th Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Lord Wolf. He was also the former Wolf Sword Marshal King Luo Kudi. The 5 of them knew that they were doomed. They gritted their teeth and said, Lord Wolf, you've already eradicated our families. Do you really have to kill us all? Luo Kudi coldly snorted, if you had obediently tucked your tails between your legs, this king would have disdained to deal with you. The mistake was that you wantonly attacked the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. You deserve to die. The 5 of them roared at the same time and attacked from 5 different directions. Oh, what good timing! Luo Kudi roared. A bright light surrounded his body. His sword was already out of its sheath. With a flash of light and a clang, the sword was sheathed. Luo Kudi flew up like the wind and reached the top of a tree. With another flash, he had already disappeared without a trace. In the dense forest, the 5 of them stared in disbelief. They touched their throats. In the next moment, blood spurted out of their throats at the same time. They fell to the ground with a plop. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion was like the sun. Wherever the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's flag was raised, all the aristocratic families had to give way. Even the dark bamboo had to be courteous to them. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past 3 days. Beside the Lake of Despair, Gu Duxing crawled out of the lake. With a loud roar, he kicked a 10,000-kilogram boulder beside his feet into pieces. I still can't dive to the bottom. Gu Duxing squatted down in pain. Boss, where are you? Where are you? He sat beside the lake of despair and stared at the lake for a long time. When the sky turned dark, Gu Duxing finally stood up. With a shrill roar, Gu Duxing turned into sword light and flew up from the lake of despair. He rushed down the mountain at lightning speed. Mo Clan. Mo Tianji sat in front of his desk and frowned. In front of him, there was a piece of white paper. On it, there were a few big words written in ink. It was obvious that Mo Tianji had yet to complete a task. He was planning Heavenly Armament Pavilion's first-year cultivation goal. Gu Duxing, Grade Sword Sovereign. GMO, Grade 5 Martial Emperor. Ao Xieyun, Mo Tianji thought for a long time. He crossed out the goals that his brothers had reported. He changed Gu Duxing's Grade 8 Sword Sovereign to Grade 8 Sword Sovereign. Gmo's goal was changed to Grade 7. All of them increased by 2 grades. He muttered, even if I only reach Grade 7, it's still 1 grade higher than Grade 9. Following the Calamity Sword Master only has such a small goal. How can I have to increase my cultivation at all costs. Someone knocked on the door. Mo Tianji agreed. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. Uncle, how do you feel today? Mo Tianji raised his head. When he saw the person, he smiled. It was the Black Devil. It's better than yesterday. The Black Devil laughed and said, I know what you've been worrying about these few days. So, I thought of a secret technique of the Black Devil clan. I want to see if it can help you. Secret technique? Mo Tianji's eyes brightened. The reason why the Black Devil clan is strong is not because of killing people. It's because of hiding. The Black Devil laughed. He took out a book and placed it on the table. If you really want to rush up to the upper 3 heavens, then you'll have enemies everywhere. And they'll all be very strong. Hiding and invisibility will become a must-cultivate technique. He placed the book on the table and smiled. He limped out and said, I'm going to play chess with old Mo. Mo Tianji's eyes swept across the book. His expression turned serious. This was an ancient book. The paper was very fragile. It looked as if it would break with a touch. It was unknown how old it was. On the cover, there were 5 words, Assassination Manual. He carefully flipped open the cover and saw the words on the title page, Stealth must be traceless. Killing must be invisible. Clear water enters the sea. Golden dragon hides in the clear sky. Mo Tianji flipped through the pages. The more he read, the more excited he became. Finally, he hurriedly wrote a few notes and sent them out. In another place, Ao Xieyun and Xianxia were practicing. Both of them were sweaty and in a sorry state. The viburnum flowers danced in the air, brushing past him. Ao Xieyun couldn't dodge in time, and the clothes on his legs turned into butterflies and flew away. Xianxia suddenly screamed and looked at Ao Xieyun's legs. On Ao Xieyun's legs, golden scales had already attached to his calf and were shining. Xieyun, your dragon scales have grown so fast these few days. Xianxia said excitedly. Yes. I don't know why, but I've been dreaming of becoming a dragon every night. It's strange. Ao Xieyun said with some frustration and expectation. But this is still a good thing. Xianxia said. Yes. At this rate, if you don't stop, your dragon scales will reach your waist in half a year at most. By then, you'll be able to open the dragon vein treasure. So, I plan to send the news to Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing tomorrow. By then, everyone will come together to open the treasure. Ao Xieyun said. Xianxia hesitated for a while and said, this is something that the Ao clan has guarded for thousands of years. It's not good for all of us to come. Ao Xieyun smiled lightly and said, when Boss Chu was around, he never split the good things between us. Gu Duxing followed Boss Chu for the longest time, but I don't see Boss Chu giving him any special treatment. Everyone is the same. Do I, Ao Xieyun, have to take it all for myself? He sighed and said, besides, I also understand. If I don't have all of you, what's the point of me going alone? Not to mention the heaven-defying things in the treasure vault, even if all the powers of the upper 3 heavens were added together, they would be nothing in the upper 3 heavens. The people of the big clans are all here at the Lake of Despair. We also saw the demeanor of the big clans. But if they can stand firm in the upper three heavens, can't we? How are they stronger than us? Xianxia said angrily, that's why I want to charge forward with my brothers, especially Li Ba Tian and Chen Fei Chen, as well as those bastards from the Shi clan and Shao clan. We'll kill all of them. Xie Danqiong laughed loudly. At this moment, someone came to report, young master, clan leader Mo has sent a message. He wants you to go over as soon as possible. Xiaoyan and Xie Danqiong looked at each other. It seems like there's something. Let's go. Alright, this way, I won't have to inform them. We can just come over from there. Yes, bring some weights and train along the way. Don't let those freaks leave us behind, haha. You're right. At different locations, GMO, Gudu Xing, Luo Kudi and the rest all received Mo Tianji's message. The brothers gathered from all directions once again, in the far north wastelands, Dukyu's cave residence. Dukyu felt refreshed. He came out of the cave and waved his hands. The cave closed. He flew up and rushed in another direction. It's been so long. I wonder how Zhu's seclusion is going. Dukyu thought as he walked, that bastard Chu Yang can't have really drowned at the bottom of the lake of despair, right? That would be a joke. The Calamity Sword phenomenon has already appeared. This means that the Calamity Sword Master isn't dead. Since he's not dead, where did he go? He thought for a while and had no idea. He thought, I'll go and find Zhu first and settle the marriage between Lulu and me. I can't calm down if this matter is left hanging. During this period of time, Big Boss Chu was in charge of the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. In the blink of an eye, it had been close to a month since the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall opened. In the first few days, they relied on Divine Dr. Chu to go out every night and then continue to treat the fruits of their labor the next day to earn purple crystals. Happy face carrot online game, burning to waste because of a resurrection technique skill book. Ling offended one of the strongest guilds in the human kingdom. He was then banned and his level dropped to 0. However, an accident allowed Ling to obtain memories from the future. Dungeon strategies, hidden missions, locations of treasure chests and powerful players in the future, Ling knew all of them like the back of his hand. After starting over again, Ling wanted to change his profession to the best hidden profession, learn the best magic, get the strongest weapons and equipment, bring the strongest pets, find all the treasure chests in the world, get the first clear of all dungeons, recruit the strongest players and build the strongest guild. Then, he would destroy everything in his path as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Part 7 Chapter 10, The Chu Clan's Internal Strife. Forced abdication. It must be said that robbing once and collecting medical fees again was actually a fast way to earn money, but slowly, Divine Dr. Chu's black-hearted reputation spread out, but so did his superb medical skills. From the 10th day onwards, he actually didn't need to go out and rob people. The number of customers increased. And they were basically old injuries. Everyone was from the pugilistic world. As the saying goes, who wouldn't get stabbed in the pugilistic world? Once they got stabbed, who could guarantee that they could be cured? This batch of customers were basically old people. Their cultivations weren't very high, but they had important positions in their respective clans and had some real power. In fact, this matter was completely logical and reasonable. Those with high cultivations were basically suppressed by their profound cultivation, so their injuries weren't serious for the time being. Those with low status couldn't afford the huge medical fees here either. Only those who had been injured in the past, but for various reasons, did not get rid of the root cause, which then developed into chronic diseases. Moreover, these people lived like princes, and as their cultivation declined, these chronic diseases began to surface. And it was precisely this type of illness that gave all the doctors a headache. Who dared to say that they could be cured of the injuries from decades ago? At most, they could only be relieved and relaxed for a while. It was simply a fool's dream to get rid of this type of illness. Apart from these people, there were also some clan leaders and elders from small clans. Of course, they weren't clans like the Chu clan. The Chu clan wasn't big in the heavens, but in the flat mountain ridge, it was still considered very big. Such a change made Chu Fian widen his eyes. The little lowly Chu Lu also ran around energetically every day. Divine Dr. Chu was very busy now. His money was rolling in, but Divine Dr. Chu was annoyed again. Only 1 or 200 purple crystals entered his account every day. When would he be able to earn so much? Divine Dr. Chu looked up to the sky and sighed. He was extremely depressed. If he said this out, the Chu clan would beat him up into a pig's head. It should be known that such a big clan like the Chu clan only had a little more than 100 purple crystals left after deducting all expenses. St. Hall now, this guy was earning 1 or 200 purple crystals a day, and he actually thought that it was too little, so, Divine Dr. Chu learned from the painful experience and resolutely raised the threshold. If you want to see a doctor, you won't see a doctor if it's less than 100 purple crystals. This action attracted a lot of curses, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Boss Chu was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, they really couldn't do anything to him. The only clan in the flat mountain ridge that could control the Chu clan was the Xiao clan's branch, but it had been crippled by Divine Dr. Chu. The remaining Bao clan and Liao clan didn't dare to provoke Divine Dr. Chu, who had the backing of the Chu clan. Moreover, after the incident with Xiao Yulong, he didn't even dare to use any dirty tricks. They could only watch him act arrogantly. Although the price had been raised by 5 times, there were still many patients who needed treatment every day. Thus, Divine Dr. Chu felt at ease. He was so happy that he forgot about his duties. After a month, the net profit had already reached over 8,000 purple crystals. In addition to the 4,000 pieces that Chu Yang originally had, the number of purple crystals had broken through the terrifying 10,000. On this day, Chu Yang received 2 messages at the same time. The first one made Chu Yang want to laugh even in his dreams. There was a conflict between the Xiao clan and the Li clan. Currently, there was a serious conflict between both parties. The Xiao clan couldn't care about the matters here for the time being. To the Xiao clan, a mere clan in the flat mountain ridge was really nothing. If there was nothing going on normally, they would naturally treat it as a big matter. But now, there were so many things going on. The Li clan had a calamity. The Xiao clan wasn't far from the Li clan, so, the Xiao clan knew how to make a choice. For the conflict between the clan and the law enforcement officers, the Xiao clan had given enough sincerity to apologize, 20,000 purple crystals. To compensate the law enforcement officers of the law enforcement hall for their losses. And to express their gratitude to the law enforcement hall for dealing with Xiao Yulong's matter, they had helped them clean up the mess. Of course, no one knew what their real thoughts were. But at least on the surface, they were so harmonious. Sacred Hall. The Xiao clan's purple crystals were quickly handed over to the law enforcement officers. The law enforcement master of the law enforcement officers detained 10,000 purple crystals and allocated another 10,000 purple crystals to the law enforcement hall in the flat mountain ridge. Xianxia had secretly sent 1,000 purple crystals to Divine Dr. Chu. Of course, everyone was well aware of the reason behind this. As early as a month ago, Divine Dr. Chu had warned Commander Xia, no matter what, you can't tell others that I've treated your illness. That is to say, we're strangers in front of everyone. Xianxia agreed readily. So, he would do these things very secretly in the future. After receiving the reply from the Xiao clan, Xianxia beheaded Xiao Yulong and the others in public as a warning to others. So, the Xiao clan's matter came to an end. Divine Dr. Chu was most interested in the conflict between the Li clan and the Xiao clan. But he didn't know the details because the information was blocked and couldn't be circulated. Apart from this depression, Divine Dr. Chu was very satisfied with this matter. The second matter made Divine Dr. Chu want to kill people even in his dreams. The matter happened in the Chu clan. Seeing that Divine Dr. Chu's profits could no longer be described as earning a lot of money every day, and that his monthly profits had actually exceeded the annual net profits of the Chu clan, they immediately became envious. Everyone had worked hard for the Chu clan for so many years. You've just been found, and your position in the Chu clan hasn't stabilized yet. But you actually took such a big pie for yourself. And you didn't even express anything? You're too insensible, and you're even using the foundation that we've worked so hard for so many years. So, everyone suggested to Old Master Chu, take back this medical center. Or, let this medical center hand over half of its net profit every month. Someone was secretly manipulating this matter. The entire Chu clan was actually in an uproar. Everyone was dissatisfied. Chu Failong had been expanding his henchmen and taking in the clan's forces these years. His means were brilliant, and he was sensitive and deep. With his current strength, he had already formed a great influence. Hundreds of people came together to force Chu Failong to abdicate, and they were all outstanding talents from various industries in the Chu clan. There was no lack of martial arts experts among them. Old Master Chu was furious. In the hall of the Chu clan, Old Master Chu's temper was provoked, and he roared for the whole afternoon. But hundreds of people were still kneeling rigidly, and no one was willing to back down. Chu Xianxia was furious, and he finally became furious. That's my grandson. And he's my eldest grandson. He's the descendant of the Chu clan. Which of the Chu clan's younger brothers doesn't have an important position now? My eldest grandson is only in charge of a pharmacy, and it's my eldest grandson who bought it and turned it into his personal property. What right do you have to be unhappy? Others have the ability to earn purple crystals, and you're jealous of them? Why don't you go and earn it? You only know how to be jealous and covet other people's achievements? A bunch of bastards. Old Master Chu stomped his feet and scolded. These words were very satisfying, but it also aroused the anger of the crowd. Or rather, Chu Failong instigated everyone to do this just to force Old Master Chu to say these words. A malicious-looking man raised his head and said, "Master, do you mean that many of us are making trouble for no reason?" Chu Xianxia was furious. Why? Aren't we? That person let out a sorrowful laugh and said, "Honorable Patriarch, it has been 33 years since this lowly one joined the Chu clan. In these 33 years, this lowly one has been blessed by Honorable Patriarch. This lowly one can be considered to have worked hard without complaint. Starting as a martial warrior, I gradually became a junior deacon, then a deputy supervisor, then a supervisor, then a senior deacon. Until now, although this lowly one cannot be considered to be a part of the Chu clan, this lowly one has still put in some effort. In order to manage my affairs well and not disappoint you, I didn't even have time to practice martial arts. I buried myself in the accounts and dealt with the numbers. I started to curry favor with various people, and only hoped to make the Chu clan rich. Clan Master, perhaps you don't know, but 33 years ago, I was an 8th stage martial king. Now, I'm a 5th stage martial king. Haha, 33 years, and you've only risen by 1 stage. This man laughed, and he was filled with endless grief and indignation. I'm not talented, but 33 years ago, I was only 25 years old. Now, I'm 58 years old. The Chu clan's annual income is at most 2,300 purple crystals. But everyone was already very satisfied then. Because this is enough for the clan to nurture experts, protect the clan, develop its strength, and stabilize it. Now, there's obviously a chance for the clan to soar. The monthly income of a medical center is 8,000 purple crystals. The middle-aged man was almost shouting at the top of his lungs, "Master, 8,000 purple crystals. This is enough for the Chu clan's overall strength to rise by 1 stage. If it's 8,000 purple crystals a month for 2 years, the Chu clan can completely transform. Countless martial artists who are stuck in bottlenecks can break through with the energy of these purple crystals." The man hissed, "I'm now in charge of external affairs. I'm only a manager, and I don't have a high cultivation. How much of these purple crystals can I enjoy? Am I only doing this for my own benefit? Now, for your own grandson, you're indiscriminately biased. We're doing this for the Chu clan wholeheartedly, and we're being unreasonable." He said mournfully, "This lowly one also understands that Lord Patriarch feels that he owes his grandson and wants to make up for it. That's why you're doing this." Moreover, young Master Chu Failong did buy the medical center and gave it to his son. Logically speaking, it's indeed his personal property. But, even if he's your grandson, his surname is Chu. Even if he's a person, he should be the property of the Chu clan. Why does he still have personal property? He turned around and faced the crowd. Did we do anything wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Why are we being treated like this? Everyone's faces were filled with grief and indignation. The man turned around and knelt on the ground. He kowed out a few times to Chu Xianxia. Then, he raised his head and revealed a disheartened look. He said sternly, "Clan Master, I'm already old and mentally and physically exhausted. I can't bear this heavy responsibility. Clan Master, please allow me to return to my hometown and live out my remaining years. I have something to do today, and it'll take a long time. I might not be able to return at night. So, I stayed up the whole night and rushed out 2 chapters for today's update. I'll also ask for a recommendation. Chu Xiongcheng's face turned pale. Are you forcing me? As a steward, you should know what personal assets are and what clan assets are. Why are you still being so unreasonable? This person knelt down quietly and cowed out again. He revealed a disheartened expression and said, "It's all my fault. I only hope that Clan Master will allow me to retire and return to my hometown." St. Hall. Chu Xiongqing stared at him and his breathing became more and more rapid. Suddenly, he roared, "Since this is the case, why should I keep you around? If you want to retire and return to your hometown, I'll allow it." This person's face turned pale and he said, "Thank you, Clan Master Chu." He had already changed his address from Clan Master to Clan Master Chu. It was obvious that he didn't admit that he was from the Chu clan. Everyone's expression changed. Another white-bearded elder said hurriedly, "Clan Master, Steward Wu has always been responsible and diligent. Please take back your order." Chu Xiongcheng's anger couldn't be contained. He said loudly, "He wants to leave. What can I do?" Everyone looked at each other. Suddenly, a few of them gritted their teeth and stood up. "We also want to retire and return to our hometown. Please allow us to do so." With these few people taking the lead, the others knelt down at the same time. "We're also old and don't have much time left. We want to retire and enjoy the rest of our lives. Please allow us to do so." Chu Xiongqing was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His beard moved even though there was no wind. He was about to roar, "Leave, leave." Chu Feilong had been standing by the side. At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward and said loudly, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please listen to me, Chu Feilong, okay?" Everyone said, "Second Master, please speak your mind." Chu Feilong frowned and said, "Everyone is loyal to the clan. Everything you do is for the clan. Although your methods are a little extreme, I can understand that you're doing this for the good of the clan. I can understand that, but it doesn't make sense for you to be so intense. How can you be so forceful?" Chu Feilong's gaze was serious and he said righteously, "Since things have happened, there must be a solution. What's the effect of being forceful? If everyone goes their separate ways, it will be a huge loss for my Chu clan. But, everyone, I don't think you'll be any better off, right?" Everyone immediately calmed down. The chaotic situation just now suddenly became somewhat quiet, as if everyone was seriously thinking about it. Net-net, this fully reflected Chu Feilong's prestige in the Chu clan. "Then, in your opinion, how should this matter be resolved?" That grizzled bearded old man seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. He said, "That's right. This is the Chu clan's matter, and we only exist because we depend on the Chu clan. Who wouldn't want their family to be strong? Who wouldn't want to look down on all heroes? But, the old master's actions truly make us bitterly disappointed." Everyone sighed. Chu Feilong said angrily, "What are you talking about? My father's temper isn't good, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Besides, we've all known each other for so many years. Don't you all understand my father's temper? What's the reason for forcing me to do this?" Everyone looked ashamed and lowered their heads one after another. Only then did old Master Chu feel a little better. But in the next moment, everyone raised their heads at the same time. They said with some grief and indignation, "However, if we allow such a huge amount of wealth to be gathered in the hands of one person, we're still a little." Chu Feilong was instantly enraged. "That's my nephew's personal wealth. Besides, only he has this ability. If it's an ordinary person, not only would he not be able to earn so much, he would also suffer losses. There are countless medical centers in the flat mountain ridge, but which one can do this? Are you all really going to be entangled in this matter? It's not that we're unreasonable, but this amount of wealth is really too big. The entire clan has more than 20,000 people. If we include the outsiders and ordinary members, it's almost 30,000. It's only about 1,000 purple crystals a year. Now, just one person is occupying at least 100,000 purple crystals a year. Second Master, this matter, don't tell me. Chu Feilong snorted and said, then, in your opinion, what should we do? Take it back. Everyone said in unison. Net, Chu Feilong said angrily, do you think we can take it back just because you say so? If we take it back, who will take over the management of the clan? To practice medicine? Do you all have this ability? What if my nephew can't take it anymore and stops? He's just returned from outside and doesn't know much about the clan. If he's pressured like this, how can you bear to do this? Besides, wouldn't that be a huge loss to the clan? Everyone looked at each other. The white-bearded elder stepped forward and said, Second Master, I have an idea. Speak, Chu Feilong said coldly. Actually, no matter what, young Master Chu Yang is still a member of the Chu clan. This is an unchangeable fact. Since he's a member of the Chu clan, he has the responsibility and obligation to seek benefits for the clan. And not to fill his own pockets with profits. The old man spoke with conviction, since Second Master is also concerned about this aspect, it's not like I haven't considered it before. In my humble opinion, we can take the medical center back, and young Master Chu Yang will still be the chief doctor. However, for the sake of fairness, we can let Tinghu and Tingjiao assist young Master Chu Yang in managing the medical center. After all, they're all grandsons of the clan master. It's not good to be too biased. Besides, regarding the distribution of profits, young Master Chu Yang can monopolize 20% of the profits. Tinghu and Tingjiao can only share 10%. The remaining 70% will be given to the clan to develop its power. As long as we have these purple crystals, the Chu clan can become the #1 clan in the flat mountain ridge within a year. Furthermore, we can even develop into the #1 clan in the entire southeast region, excluding the Shao clan. This is the biggest duo of our Chu clan for generations. Chu Feilong was silent. He frowned and sighed continuously. The white-bearded elder said anxiously, Second Master, Clan Master, you can't hesitate. Now, the Shao clan is in conflict with the Li clan outside. Even when the branch here is destroyed, the Shao clan has no time to care about it. Now is the best time for us to develop. If the conflict between the Shao clan and the Li clan is over, we'll really lose this opportunity. These words were explained with emotions, moved with reason, and tempted with benefits. He explained it from all aspects. Especially towards the end, old Master Chu, who was the most stubborn, couldn't help but be moved. Chu Feilong pondered for a while and said, it's not impossible, and it's indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. He sighed, turned around, and said, Father, you also understand. This son thinks that this matter is actually a very good thing for our Chu clan. Although Yang is a little aggrieved, he can monopolize 20% of the profits. That's at least 1,500 purple crystals a month. Then, no matter how he cultivates, it'll be enough. Even if big brother and sister-in-law cultivate in the most extravagant way, it'll be more than enough. Chu Xiongcheng's face was solemn and he said, let me think carefully. Yes. Chu Feilong said respectfully. Then, he struck while the iron was hot and said, Father, there's also Steward Wu. He proposed to leave because of a moment of indignation. Actually, Steward Wu is very capable. Over the years, he has made great contributions to the Chu clan. This matter is all for the sake of the clan. Father, please consider it carefully. Forgive him for being rash and take back your order. These words not only affirmed Steward Wu's capability and showed his loyalty, but also gave old Master Chu a way out. Below, Steward Wu knelt down and kowtowed, saying, I was muddle-headed. Please forgive me. Chu Xiongqing sighed and said, forget it, if he insisted on being stubborn, the Chu clan would fall apart in front of him. This was the most unacceptable thing for a clan master and a person in power. But if he didn't insist, he would only mistreat his grandson, who had been mistreated for 18.5 years, Chu Xiongqing sighed. Does this grandson of mine only have the fate of being mistreated? Even I, the patriarch of the family, couldn't protect him? If this is the case, this child doesn't have much sense of identity with this clan. In this way, he won't feel any warmth. Furthermore, Chu Yang has the life and death order of the elder. If this goes on, is the division of the Chu clan really inevitable? After coming out of the hall, Chu Xiongqing went straight to Chu Feiling's courtyard with a heavy heart. In the hall behind him, Chu Feilong looked at the 100 people in front of him and smiled slightly. His square and dignified face suddenly revealed a trace of a smile, which actually looked very sinister. After Chu Xiongqing walked out of Chu Feiling's courtyard, an unprecedented war broke out in Chu Feiling's courtyard. Yang Ruolan gritted her teeth and fought with Chu Feiling crazily. Yang Ruolan was really going crazy. Is he only a descendant of the Chu clan? He's also my son. How can the Chu clan be considered a big clan when you go back on your words? Do you rely on despicable and shameless schemes to grow strong? Chu Feiling, you're such a good person. Will you only be satisfied after you're framed? I'll bring my son back to my parents' house tomorrow. Does the Chu clan want to earn purple crystals? Go and earn it yourself. What's the point of using my son? Could it be that a capable person is wrong? Is it a crime to be able to earn purple crystals? Your whole family is trash. You've lost money to him for 18 years. Now that he's just come back and is starting to improve, you actually start to bully him. Clan. You talk about your clan every time you open your mouth. I only acknowledge my son. Whoever dares to bully him, you can try. If they can bully my son, do you think that I, Yang Ruolan, am so soft-hearted that I don't dare to bully their son? If they can't beat him, we'll all die together. Chu Feiling, if anything happens to my son, I'll make sure that the Chu clan doesn't have any descendants. I'll kill them all one by one. Who do you think you are? This was the first time that Yang Ruolan, who had always been docile, was so angry that she was hysterical. She directly scolded without caring about the consequences. Her voice was so loud that the entire Chu clan could hear it clearly. Old Master Chu stopped on the road and heaved a long sigh as he listened to the angry roars coming from the courtyard. He was so conflicted that his intestines were all twisted together. Old Master Chu had always been puzzled. I'm not fit to be a clan master. I'm just an adventurer. I've always kept a respectful distance from these power struggles. I admit that I'm an idiot. But why did Elder Master appoint me as the clan master? It's a pity that I've been roasted on this raging fire for so many years. That morning, a clan meeting was held. There was no suspense at all. Chu Feiling and his wife's objections, as well as Duan Shuyi's and the rest's opinions, were all ignored. Almost unanimously, the resolution was passed. The core members of the clan didn't put a mere Chu Yang in their eyes in the face of such huge benefits. A person who just came back, who has exquisite medical skills, and whose martial cultivation has been crippled, is nothing more than a waste. Occupying more than 100,000 purple crystals every year? Some people couldn't be justified. Yang Rulan overturned the meeting table on the spot. She kicked the table in front of Chu Feiling and picked up the table beside her. She smashed it on Chu Feilong's head. After that, she slapped Chu Feilong's face a few times. She pointed at Chu Feilong and shouted angrily, "Chu Feilong, I know this is your idea. Let me tell you, I can tolerate what happened in the past. But, from now on, if you dare to touch a single hair on my son, I'll kill 3 of your sons." This action shocked everyone in the Chu clan who was present at the meeting. Chu Feilong couldn't dodge, but Yang Rulan was his sister-in-law. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is more important than a mother. He could only endure it in front of everyone. Chu Feilong wiped the sawdust off his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He laughed bitterly, "Sister-in-law, you're too aggressive. I have no choice but to do this for the sake of the prosperity of our clan." Yang Rulan snorted mockingly and said, "You know why I did this. If you don't want to have no descendants, you'd better behave yourself." Yang Ruolan kicked a few tables that were closest to her, and sent them flying. Then, she walked out with large strides, and left behind a few words, "You're just a bunch of rabble who are jealous of talents. You actually want to develop and strengthen your family. What a joke." This sentence actually scolded the entire Chu clan. Chu Feiling hurriedly chased after her. He was worried that something would happen to his wife in her rage. Silence reigned once more. Old Master Chu's face darkened. One of the deacons plucked up his courage and said, How can you say this? First Madam is so narrow-minded. Fighting for power and profit is not the way of a daughter-in-law. Master, I suggest that she..." Before he finished speaking, Chu Feilong had already stood up and slapped him across the face. He said angrily, "That's my sister-in-law. Whatever she does to me is what I should do. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in our family affairs?" That person's boot-licking had hit the horse's leg, and he was immediately battered and exhausted. That palm-sized slap made him see stars in front of his eyes, and he was at a loss. Chu Feilong wiped away his cold sweat. Asking Chu Yang to hand over the medical center had already made Master feel disgusted. If Chu Yang also proposed to punish Yang Ruolan at this time, Master would already feel sorry for Chu Yang. How could he deal with Chu Yang's mother? Perhaps the old master would explode on the spot, and everything would be ruined. Chu Feilong stopped him at the right time. The old master was about to explode, but he restrained himself because of Chu Yang's action. Chu Yang was in the medical center. He grabbed the hand of a shifty-looking old man, and was trying his best to steal purple crystals. The matter between the Shao clan and the Li clan really made Big Boss Chu very happy. So, he was smiling all the time today. Seeing that it was almost noon, Big Boss Chu had just sent away the last patient. He propped up his legs and was about to drink tea and hum a few songs. Then, he saw two people coming in. They were handsome, wearing a brocade robe and smiling. "Big brother, you're busy here." Chu Yang smiled instantly. "Why are you here?" "From now on, we'll be working under Big brother." Chu Tinghu smiled and looked at Chu Yang. "The clan has sent us here." Chu Yang's heart moved. He smiled and said, "Oh? The clan has other arrangements for this medical center." Chu Tinghu looked at Chu Yang with pity and said, "Big brother, after all, we're from the Chu clan. Everything we do is for the clan." Chu Tingjiao laughed and said, "Big brother, your place is really shabby. You don't even have a place to sit?" Squinting his eyes, Chu Yang smiled gently. "In other words, you're here to take up your duties today?" Chu Tinghu bowed. "We'll have to depend on you." Chu Fian couldn't hold back his anger and asked, "When did this happen? Why don't I know about it?" Chu Tinghu said, "Fourth uncle didn't go home these few days. This is today's decision." Chu Fian was so angry that his whole body trembled. "This is Yang Yang's property. Why does the clan want to interfere? What's the reason?" Chu Tinghu smiled. "The clan has decided to take back this medical center." "Bullshit." Chu Fian said angrily, "I'll go back and ask." "No need, fourth brother." Chu Feilong walked in with a few accountants and smiled. "This is father's decision. If you go back and ask, you'll only make him angry." As he said, he took out the clan warrant and showed it to Chu Yang. Chu Fian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He took 2 steps back and felt cold all over. Chu Feilong announced the clan's decision on the spot. The medical center would be taken back by the clan. Chu Yang would be appointed as the chief physician of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall and would have 20% of the profits. Chu Tinghu would be the shopkeeper and would have 5% of the profits. Chu Tingjiao would be the accountant and would have 5% of the profits. The remaining 70% would be taken back by the clan. The clan would also send 2 servants and 3 old doctors to fill up the shop. Such a decision was equivalent to making Chu Yang a mere figurehead. He wouldn't have any finance or power left in his hands. After the announcement, Chu Fian flew into a rage. Chu Luer pursed her lips and didn't say anything. "Chu Yang, did you hear that?" Chu Feilong looked at Chu Yang amiably. Chu Yang nodded slightly and smiled. "Of course, the clan's decision is right." "That means you'll obey the clan's decision?" Chu Feilong couldn't help but be stunned. "Of course, I'm willing to give up everything for the clan, not to mention a medical center," Chu Yang said seriously. "Second uncle, after all, my surname is Chu." "Very good." Chu Feilong felt that he had punched the air. Facing Chu Yang, who was extremely cooperative, he had nowhere to exert his strength. A very depressed feeling arose spontaneously. During this period, Chu Feilong had spent a lot of effort to investigate the relationship between Chu Yang and the law enforcer. But no matter what he saw or heard, he didn't feel anything unusual. Ever since Xiao Yulong's case was over, both parties had no contact. But Chu Feilong still didn't dare to lay his hands on Chu Yang. Then, he planned for a long time before coming up with this plan: use the clan's power to force Chu Yang. Even if the law enforcer intervened, this was still a clan matter. As long as Chu Yang was slightly dissatisfied, he could punish him according to the clan's laws. However, Chu Yang's current cooperative attitude had rendered all of his tricks useless. Could it be that his only gain was the shares and dividends that he snatched from Chu Yang? This made Chu Failong very unwilling. He always felt that Chu Yang's presence in the Chu clan was a huge hidden danger to him. A huge threat. Good. The future of this medical center is in your hands, Chu Failong laughed and was about to leave. Second uncle, wait a moment, Chu Yang said calmly. What's the matter? Chu Failong was delighted. Is this little one going to contradict me now? I just want to ask, now that this medical center has been taken back by the clan, who's the person in charge here? That is to say, under the condition that the clan doesn't interfere, who has the final say in this medical center? Chu Yang asked calmly. Chu Failong stared at him and didn't answer for a long time. Chu Yang's question was asked very calmly, but Chu Failong clearly knew that this sentence was Chu Yang's counterattack. And this counterattack put him in a difficult position. On the first day that Chu Yang woke up, he gave Chu Failong a warning. Chu Failong was more afraid of Chu Yang than anyone else in the Chu clan. If he said that Chu Yang had the final say, then Chu Yang would have obtained the clan's authorization. He would have countless means to keep the purple crystals. In that case, it would only be in the name of the clan. In fact, it would still be Chu Yang's own medical center. His two sons wouldn't be able to get any benefits and would even get into trouble. Compared to Chu Yang's scheming, the two of them weren't on the same level. If he said that his eldest son Chu Tinghu had the final say, then Chu Yang was afraid that he would bring endless trouble to this medical center. And any trouble could only be borne by the person in charge. Chu Yang could reject all of them with one sentence, I'm only a doctor, not a boss. I don't care about that. He could reject all of them. For the first time, Chu Failong felt that it was tricky. He was silent for a long time and finally thought, if this is the case, it's good. It's a good opportunity to train Tinghu's ability to take charge. If he can fight against Chu Yang and gain an advantage, or even not suffer a big loss, then he'll be considered to have really trained. From a certain point of view, this is actually a good thing. Humph, Chu Failong has always advocated benevolence, considering the big picture, and being righteous. His son shouldn't lay his hands on his own brothers. Moreover, I'll always be there to help him come up with plans. Thus, he said, it seems that the shopkeeper has the final say in the external affairs of the clan. Chu Failong would never have thought that it was this sentence of his that almost pushed his two sons into the abyss of eternal damnation. Chu Failong didn't know that Chu Yang was the king of Hell Chu. He didn't know anything about Chu Yang's past. And now that the double sky was closed, he had no way to inquire about it. If he knew, even if he was given the courage of the heavens, he would never dare to put his two children next to the king of hell who could swallow millions of troops with just one mouth. I took my wife out to play, for my small family and lifelong happiness. I'll make sure to write 2 chapters a day for the next few days, about 5 days, hee. Chapter 72, If you behave atrociously, I'll keep you company. Others may have compassion and compassion. But, King of Hell Chu doesn't have any compassion or compassion. As for brotherly affection, it depends on who you are with. If it were others, they would definitely cherish their home after wandering outside for 18 years. They would be well behaved and only hope that they could integrate into their family as soon as possible. But Chu Yang was different. He also cherished his home, but he wouldn't be well behaved, nor would he swallow his pride. And the consequence of him cherishing his home even more was, everyone who affected the peace of this family, no matter who they were, would be eradicated. If Chu Failong really knew about Chu Yang's past, he might not even dare to scheme for this medical hall. As someone who was always scheming and scheming, Chu Failong knew better than anyone else how frightening intelligence could be. He could kill millions of soldiers just like that. Why would he care about the two of you? How laughable would that be, placing the two of you by King of Hell Chu's side and taking the fruits of King of Hell Chu's labor? This was definitely 10,000 times more frightening than asking a tiger for its skin. After getting an affirmative answer, Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, if that's the case, I understand. Second uncle, don't worry. I'll do my best as the chief physician and assist second brother to bring our purple crystals Huichun Hall to greater heights. In the future, when the purple crystals Huichun Hall becomes famous and the Chu clan becomes stronger, second brother's name will also become famous. Chu Fei Long stared at him for a while and finally said, "The clan's punishment for cheating and scheming is also quite severe." Chu Yang smiled frankly and said, "Second uncle, do I look like someone who doesn't care about the big picture? After all, this is our clan's business. We're brothers whose blood is thicker than water." Chu Fei Long thought, "What do you mean by look like? You're definitely one." He snorted and said, "It's best that you think this way." He turned and left. "You're going too far." Chu Fei Yan was so angry that his whole body trembled. He didn't care about Chu Luer's persuasion and chased after him. Chu Yang stroked Chu Luer's hair lovingly and said, "Luer, I don't need you here. Go to the room inside and watch Le Xiang." Chu Luer looked at him strangely. Chu Yang's face was calm, but his smile was warm. After a long while, Chu Luer tiptoed and kissed Chu Yang's face. She smiled happily and said, "Big brother. I'll go and watch the show then." Chu Yang was talking about reading books, but the little girl was talking about watching a show. When Chu Fian came back, his face was bruised and his clothes were tattered. He cursed angrily. His expression was one of disappointment, pain, sadness, and disbelief. "Are you my second brother or not? Are you still the old Chu Filong? Where's your heart? Where did the previous Chu Filong go? Why did you become like this? Why?" Chu Fian thought about how he had only received Chu Feilong's cold and indifferent gaze when he asked Chu Filong over and over again. Chu Filong felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Chu Filong doesn't even feel guilty. Chu Fian, who was in a terrible mood, went back to the medical center. He ignored everyone and rushed into the inner courtyard. "Fourth uncle, aren't you going home?" Chu Tinghu smiled and asked. Yes, the clan had taken back the medical center. They didn't arrange for Chu Fian to work here. As a shopkeeper who had just obtained power, Chu Tinghu naturally felt that his fourth uncle was too much of a hindrance here. Chu Fian stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and smiled at Chu Tinghu. "Why, Tinghu, do you want to command your fourth uncle too?" Chu Tinghu's expression changed. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, fourth uncle. I'm just concerned about you." Chu Fian laughed weirdly and said, "When I want to go back, I'll go back. When I don't want to go back, it's not up to you to tell me what to do. Do you understand? This is the territory of the Chu clan. You can go wherever you want to go. Do you understand?" Chu Tinghu lowered his head and said respectfully, "Fourth uncle, you're right. I'm being presumptuous." But a cold light flashed across his eyes secretly. Chu Fian said angrily, "I'm asking you. Do you understand? You should answer understand or don't understand. You're not here to flatter me." Chu Tinghu's face turned red. He could only say, "I understand. If you understand, you'd better behave yourself. Don't learn from your father to be evil." Chu Fian snorted and left. After all, Chu Tinghu was his nephew. Although Chu Fian's last sentence seemed to be scolding him, even Chu Yang could tell how much earnest and sincere hope he had. The servants came in an endless stream, bringing in new tables and chairs. The place was densely packed. The head shopkeeper and the head accountant each carried out their duties. The two old physicians also sat in the hall to treat patients. Everyone was in their respective positions. Hence, the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall continued its business. Chu Yang sat calmly on his chief doctor chair. His expression was calm and natural. It seemed that this great change of power had no effect on him at all. It didn't even have the right to make his mood fluctuate. Such composure made Chu Tinghu's eyes flicker a few times. The fear in his eyes became more and more intense. His killing intent and evil thoughts also became more and more uncontrollable. If he didn't come back, the position of clan master of the Chu clan would have been my father. After my father, it would have been mine. But he came back. And judging from his scheming and shrewdness, he's really my biggest rival. You're just a bastard who has led a wandering life since young. What right do you have to compete with me? If I don't get rid of you, I won't be at ease." Chu Yang looked at the two brothers shouting and shouting. His eyes were full of smiles. However, after an entire afternoon, behind the smile in Chu Yang's eyes, there was a touch of coldness. Neither of the two brothers was a kind person. Just like their father, they were all evil things. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He lowered his gaze and looked at his toes. Although he wanted to deal with Chu Feilong, he didn't want to eliminate Chu Tinghu and the other Chu clan descendants. After all, they were born from the same roots. So he still needed to observe. Now, the two of them actually sent themselves to him. Chu Yang had only come into contact with them for a little while, but he had already understood the nature of these two people. Their contempt and rejection, their obvious gloating, and their viciousness to kill Chu Yang had all been seen by Chu Yang. When they occasionally turned their heads, the coldness in their eyes was like that of a venomous snake. All of this made Chu Yang's killing intent sore. I haven't had time to deal with you, but you've already taken the initiative. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. You want to snatch my fruits of labor? Just based on the two of you? Even Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji couldn't take advantage of me. You two are still wet behind the ears, and you actually want to take advantage of me. You're really tired of living. Damn it, I'm too soft now. Everyone wants to step on me. Wait and see. You don't treat me as your elder brother, and I don't want you to be my younger brother. If you behave atrociously, I'll drink with you. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were very excited. 5%. Although it was only 5%, the two of them knew how terrifying the profits of this purple crystal's Huichun Hall were. 8,000 a month, 10% would be 800. 5% would be 400. How much was 400 purple crystals? The two of them had never seen so many purple crystals in their lives. Elder brother, our medical center has been open for a month. Let me sort out the previous accounts and income, Chu Tingjiao said with a smile. Greed was already revealed in his eyes. The previous accounts and income were 8,000 purple crystals. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Oh, my cute younger brother," the clan only said. "From today onwards, this medical center will return to the clan." What does this mean from today onwards? Do you understand? Chu Tinghu interrupted with a smile, elder brother, but it used to be the property of the Chu clan. Moreover, I'm now the shopkeeper here. What he meant was, you don't listen to me? I'll punish you for disobeying my orders. That was already a faint threat. Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, what you said is very reasonable. Since that's the case, you can go and find fourth uncle. All the purple crystals are in his hands. He sighed and confided in them, younger brothers, this is the only bad thing about being juniors. We should just put in some effort. How can we have the purple crystals? Otherwise, do you really think that fourth uncle is here every day to play? Chu Fian was full of anger now. Sending someone to let him vent his anger seemed to be an act of filial piety. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao looked at each other. What Chu Yang said was reasonable. But, who dared to ask for the purple crystals in fourth uncle's hands? Chu Yang had already shouted, fourth uncle. Fourth uncle, are you here? Chu Fian rushed in, fuming with anger, why are you howling? Chu Yang said apologetically, Tinghu and Tingjiao want to check the previous accounts and income. Please take out the purple crystals. After all, a month has passed. Everyone should have a share of the profits. Chu Fian said angrily, you want purple crystals? Bull*T. You don't even have a single piece. Chu Yang advised, fourth uncle, we're all one family. After all, this is the clan's property. Chu Fian fumed with anger. If you want to make use of me, just say so. Damn it, the purple crystals Huichun Hall has earned tens of thousands of purple crystals. But there's not even a single piece of purple crystal in my hands. I don't even know if those purple crystals grew wings and flew away on their own. You actually want them to ask for it from me? Chu Fian was about to explode. Chu Yang sighed and said sincerely, fourth uncle, I've heard that you've endured humiliation for the sake of the big picture. You have walked through the south and north, stretched out your legs in the pile of corpses, you've killed people, smacked your lips, and drank water behind the latrine. What kind of person are you? You've even passed through the lower three heavens. Just take out the purple crystals. Everything is for the clan. The king of Hell Chu emphasized the words lower three heavens a little. Chu Fian was instantly angered. He snorted and looked at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao. Suddenly, he grinned, both of you, come with me if you want purple crystals. No advertising words Part 7 Chapter 73 Appetizer. Hearing this, Chu Tinghu took a step back and thought, even if I get the purple crystals, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up. Father had just beaten up fourth uncle, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. It was better to let Tingjiao do this. Chu Tingjiao was 1 year younger after all, and wasn't so scheming. In addition, his heart was filled with greed, so he said excitedly, I'll go with fourth uncle to get it. The two walked into the inner courtyard one after the other. Suddenly, with a poof, Chu Fian shouted, have you seen the purple crystals? Then, there was a crackling sound, accompanied by Chu Fian's angry shout, have you seen it? Have you seen it? Chu Tingjiao's cries could be heard. Everyone went over and saw that Chu Tingjiao's face was already red and swollen. He was lying on the ground with mud all over his body, crying bitterly. Chu Fian had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Tinghu's eyes were spitting fire, and he rushed in hurriedly, Tingjiao, are you okay? Fourth uncle didn't give me the purple crystals, and even beat me. Outside, Chu Yang smiled coldly, beat you? Fourth uncle is really too soft-hearted. He really should beat you to death. That night, Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan came to the medical center personally to pick up their son. Yang Rulan cooked a table of delicious food for her son. Looking at Chu Yang wolfing down the food, her beautiful eyes were full of worry. Chu Feiling was envious. He tried to reach out his chopsticks several times, but was beaten back. Yang, are you okay? Seeing that Chu Yang was smiling as if nothing had happened, Yang Rulan asked worriedly. Ah? What's the matter? Chu Yang blinked and continued to struggle with the table of delicious food. I mean, about today's matter, do you have any thoughts? Yang Rulan said, why don't we go back to the Yang clan instead of staying in the Chu clan? Chu Feiling suddenly became anxious. Mother, you're talking about this matter. Chu Yang wiped his mouth and smiled, this matter. I know what to do. Mother, you may not know your son's means. Don't worry and just watch. Means? Yang Ruolan felt a little more relaxed. She said, what means do you have? I, your son, am not one to suffer losses. Chu Yang winked. You don't know about this, but my sworn big brother does. Sworn big brother? Yang Ruolan was startled for a moment. Then, she came to her senses. She was extremely depressed at the moment. However, she couldn't help but want to laugh wildly. Chu Feiling blushed and scolded, little brat. I think you're just itching for a beating. The originally stiff atmosphere suddenly became lively. The couple had quarreled with each other because of their son, but they had also resolved a lot. Chu Yang smiled. He held Yang Ruolan's hand and said, Mother, don't worry. Your son is the ancestor of scheming. They can't beat me. As for leaving, we can't. Right now, the Chu clan was facing internal and external troubles. Of course, there were too many people who weren't very good. But, we would rather destroy the Chu clan and rebuild it than leave. Only if we leave will we be able to satisfy everyone's wishes. Chu Feiling's face turned pale. Destroy the Chu clan and rebuild it? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curled up in a calm smile as he slowly nodded. Chu Feiling and his wife were speechless for a moment. Even the furious Yang Ruolan had never thought of destroying the entire Chu clan. However, Chu Yang had clearly said this sentence. Chu Yang smiled and thought at the same time. Chu Feilong really couldn't be underestimated. Chu Yang had tried every means to erase his connection with Sha Xinliang and the others just to set up a trap. However, Chu Feilong was still cautious and didn't step into it. Moreover, he gave up the idea of using force to deal with Chu Yang and changed to another path. The path that he took was the most troublesome one for Chu Yang. It was also the most effective way to deal with Chu Yang, using the power of the clan to suppress Chu Yang. No matter which way Chu Feilong attacked from, Chu Yang would be able to use the toughest means to kill Chu Feilong. However, Chu Feilong could only use this method slowly and couldn't go too far. As long as Chu Yang went too far, the Chu clan would either fall apart or decline completely. Another possibility was that Chu Yang would be expelled from the clan again. Chu Feilong might not care about it, but Chu Yang couldn't not care about it. After living outside for 18 years, he finally had a home. Wouldn't it be a pity to destroy it with his own hands? Just like this. Do you think you've hit me where it hurts? Chu Yang smiled like a spring breeze, but he sneered in his heart. Let's play slowly. I will play with you to your heart's content. Tomorrow, I'll give you an appetizer. As for the main course, let me brew for a while. Chu Yang let the sword spirit possess his body in the dark night. Then, he disappeared from his room in a flash without making any sound. Outside, the few experts sent by Chu Feilong to monitor the small courtyard didn't see anything. As for the spies arranged in Chu Feiling's courtyard, they didn't even notice anything. With Chu Yang's meticulousness and the sword spirit's cultivation, if Hai Bei and the others were to spy on them, then they would really die. Not long after, Xia Xinliang's angry roar could be heard from the law enforcement hall. This roar contained so much anger, so much annoyance, and so much killing intent that it almost wanted to devour people. It was really difficult to describe. The few law enforcement officers who were standing guard at the entrance of the law enforcement hall shuddered at the same time. What happened again? But they didn't know that Chu Yang had received such treatment just by complaining. Elder brother, I have no other choice. I've been bullied like this. If I can only leave this place and avoid this troublesome place. This sentence made Xia Xinliang extremely anxious. All the other elixirs have been collected, and only the 2 elixirs on the way are left. Once they arrive, Qing Baoshan and I will be fine, and the law enforcement master is also rushing here. A great contribution is waiting for the 2 of us, if Chu Yang were to be ostracized by the Chu clan at this time. Wouldn't everything be ruined? The punishment of the law enforcement master after being deceived was secondary. The key was Xia Xinliang's life would be in danger. At this moment, Xia Xinliang's hatred towards Zhu Feilong couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. If Zhu Feilong was in front of him now, Xia Xinliang would definitely swallow him alive. So. Chu Yang frowned and tapped on the table. Xia Xinliang nodded repeatedly and looked serious. On the second day, Divine Dr. Chu went to work very early. He sat on the chair of the chief doctor and started to act like a tyrant. He put one foot on the table of the old doctor on the left and shouted to the doctor with triangular eyes, "Go, make me some tea." "You." The old man glared at him and his face turned red with anger. "Chief doctor." Chu Yang looked at him evilly. "Why, don't you want to earn purple crystals? Let me tell you, if you don't serve me well, I'll be in a bad mood." "As long as I'm in a bad mood, purple crystals? What's that? I don't know any of them." The old man was dumbfounded. Who had seen such a hooligan-like young master? At one side, the shopkeeper Chu Tinghu hurriedly said, "Elder Ge, as a doctor, why don't you listen to the chief doctor? You must know that there's an order between seniors and juniors." As he said, he winked at Elder Ge. Now, he still needed to rely on Chu Yang to earn purple crystals. He couldn't offend him for the time being. As long as the 2 of you work hard and learn his skills, it'll be easy to deal with a useless person without any cultivation. Although Elder Gu understood this, he was still so angry that his hands trembled like chicken feet. He had been a doctor in the Chu clan for half of his life. Who dared to shout at him like this? Not to mention making tea for someone. This was really the first time in his life. He could only get up shakily and go to make a cup of tea. He put it heavily on the table and said, "Young master, please have some tea." Chu Yang glanced at him and slammed the table. He was instantly furious. "Bastard! What kind of person do you think I am? The tea that you're drinking now is only for pigs. How noble am I? You actually made this kind of tea for me? You old dog, do you not want to be a doctor anymore?" Elder Gu was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He trembled and couldn't say a single word. He pointed a trembling finger at Chu Yang and his eyes almost popped out. What? Chu Yang glared at him. "You old dog, you're still not convinced? Don't think that I can't bear to scold you just because you're so old. You're not my son either. Look at you, Do you still have some rules? You've been a dog in the Chu clan for a generation. Why, you actually want to bite your master today? You're really too daring." Elder Ge trembled and took 2 steps back. He covered his chest with his hands and said in a trembling voice, "I'm so angry, so angry." "Piss you off? Why aren't you dead yet?" Chu Yang went over, pinched his chin and lifted it up. He smiled evilly. "Don't think that you have the 2 young masters protecting you. Let me tell you, the Heavenly King is protecting you. As long as you don't learn how to earn purple crystals, you'll always be a lapdog. Do you understand? Old dog. Chu Tinghu's face turned purple. He stood up from behind the counter and said, Big brother, why do you have to do this? You're angry with a servant. Chu Yang laughed and said, You're right, he's just a lowly servant. Elder Ge trembled even more violently. His lips turned blue, and he almost couldn't stand still. He knew that Chu Yang was looking for trouble, but he could still bear it. But the old man couldn't accept Chu Tinghu's words of servant. Although he knew that it was an expedient statement, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. At this moment, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and knocked the teacup on the table to the ground. More than half of the hot tea splashed onto Elder Ge's legs, making them wet. Chu Yang muttered to himself, My temper is like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Damn it, there are so many idlers everywhere. They don't have any ability and are about to enter the coffin. Not only do they cheat for food, but they also want to learn from 17 or 18 years old. I'm really going to kill my second uncle. Why is he so thick-skinned? It turns out that he only has one face in his life, and it's all on his ass. No wonder he's so flirtatious. Sweat, thank you for everyone's blessings. But please don't spend too much money. Actually, it's been a while, but I've kept it a secret. Anyway, it doesn't affect my updates during this period of time, right? Haha. I'm already very grateful for everyone's subscription. It's already very good and outstanding for ordinary people to have a few people who understand them and support them. But I have close to 30,000 subscribers. Your recognition of me is my greatest pride. I'm sincerely grateful to everyone. Yes, my wife's wedding dress, my children's milk powder tuition fees, and my elderly support and filial piety all come from everyone's subscription. Thank you. You're my brothers and sisters, and also my parents for my livelihood. I'm going out to play. I won't stop updating these few days. I'll update every morning. I wish everyone a happy life. At hashtag chapter 74 part 7 is really unlucky. Elder Ge coughed as if he had asthma. White foam flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't even say a word. After gasping for breath for a while, his eyelids suddenly rolled up, and he sat down on the chair. He actually started to twitch. Damn. I'm going to have to put a coffin in it. So shameless. Chu Yang scolded his bad luck. He turned to look at Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, who were full of anger, and said, Brothers, don't you think so? Chu Tinghu's face was as cold as water, and he didn't say anything. Chu Tingjiao remembered his father's teachings last night, just let him do whatever he wants. As long as you catch the purple crystals, everything will be fine. You don't have to lower yourself to his level. As long as he goes overboard, we have ways to deal with him. He couldn't help but blurt out, Big brother, you're right. As soon as he said this, Elder Ge rolled his eyes. He didn't faint from Chu Yang's poisonous tongue, but he really fainted from Chu Tingjiao's words. At this moment, a carriage stopped outside the door. Then, 2 guards supported an old man and walked in tremblingly. Excuse me, is Divine Dr. Chu here? I'm here to see a doctor. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao looked at each other and instantly became excited. The purple crystals are here. They didn't bother to support Elder Ge, and went up to welcome him. Elder, what's your illness? This is Divine Dr. Chu. As they said, they pointed to Chu Yang. The old man's eyes instantly lit up, and he held Chu Yang's hands. Divine Dr. Chu. You're really young and promising. I'm Song Wanzhuang, a consecrator of the Song clan in the Flat Mountain Ridge. All these years, my old injuries have been tormenting me. Chu Yang smiled warmly. Elder, please take a seat. I think you also know the rules of my purple crystals, Huichun Hall? Song Wanzhuang nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. I've already prepared the purple crystals. Good. Chu Yang smiled, stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Song Wanzhuang's wrist. Chu Yang looked very confident. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao looked at each other, and saw the complacency in each other's eyes. Another doctor, who was sent by Chu Filong, also quietly came over and watched Chu Yang's diagnosis. He was looking forward to learning something about dark energy. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and put his 2 fingers together. After a long time, his brows suddenly twitched. Then, he wrinkled his brows, and his complexion sank. Putting down his finger, he looked at Song Wanzhuang with a heavy expression and said, "Old sir, this injury should be an old injury from 50 years ago, right?" Song Wanzhuang's eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Divine Dr. Chu is really amazing." Moreover, an expert who was at least a second-grade emperor-level expert had hit you with his palm at that time. Let me see, it's still a poison palm. Let me feel it more carefully. Furthermore, it's the yellow flower poison palm? If I'm not wrong, this palm should have hit your shoulder, and not a vital position. Yang said mysteriously. Song Wanzhuang was even more surprised. Yes, you're right. Divine Dr. Chu's skills are really amazing. Sigh. Yang let out a long sigh. Elder, your cultivation started to decline 10 years ago, right? Song Wanzhuang nodded repeatedly, and his expression became even more respectful. Divine Doctor, you have sharp eyes. Yang took a breath and said, Elder, I don't understand. You've already learned such a vicious palm technique 50 years ago, and you've suppressed it for so many years. Why didn't you suppress it 10 years ago? Song Wanzhuang sighed. 10 years ago. I was already 15 years old. And, my physical strength was getting weaker day by day. It's a long story. Yang shook his head regretfully. Song Wanzhuang's heart lit up, and he said nervously, Divine Dr. Chu, my injury, is there still hope? Yang let out a long sigh. Elder, what a pity, you've come too late. Ah? Song Wanzhuang exclaimed. If you came 10 years ago, I could still cure you. Yang shook his head and sighed. But unfortunately, in the recent 10 years, your cultivation has declined, and you can't suppress the residual poison. The poison has already entered your bone marrow, your dantian has collapsed, and your meridians are still. I'm ashamed. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that this guy, who had said everything clearly and logically, would actually say, I can't cure you. Song Wanzhuang left in a daze. Before he left, Yang gave him a simple exercise method for free. He said that if he treated him with this method, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the poison completely, but he could at least relax his body a little. Seeing that Song Wanzhuang had left, Yang let out a long sigh. His face was full of shame, and his heart was full of guilt. Alas, a doctor has the heart of a parent. Seeing that someone is sick, but I can't cure him. It's really. Alas, this feeling of powerlessness and shame is really driving me crazy. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao looked at each other. Not only did they not earn any purple crystals, they even had to go up and comfort him. Yang kept blaming himself, and the two of them were so depressed that they wanted to kill him. While comforting him, the two of them definitely didn't know that the seemingly simple method that Yang gave him was actually the best treatment method given by the sword spirit. As long as Song Wanzhuang really followed this method, he would find that his body had recovered completely in less than a year. Enjoying the comfort of these two ghostly and toad-like faces, Yang let out a long sigh, and his eyes were filled with tears. The heavens are tyrannical, and all living things are suffering. Pity my people, we have so many worries. What a benevolent and righteous king. Such demeanor and tone would definitely make those chivalrous heroes feel ashamed. Then, a few more patients came. Yang still accurately pointed out their illnesses, and then shook his head apologetically. I really can't do anything. Alas, I'm ashamed. If you can find someone in the land of great herbal medicine, there might still be hope. I'm ashamed, I'm sorry, I won't send you off. After they left, Yang sighed as usual. The veins on Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao's faces were bulging, and their eyes looked as if they wanted to eat someone. It was still the same in the afternoon. Those who came to Divine Dr. Chu for treatment today were all terminally ill. Divine Dr. Chu couldn't cure any of them. In the end, Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao didn't comfort him anymore, but just looked on coldly. But Divine Dr. Chu was still expressing his feelings. Alas. What a pity. My medical skills are supposed to benefit the world and benefit the people. But the heavens are tyrannical, and the earth is ruthless. Life, old age, sickness, and death can't be reversed. I have a compassionate heart, and I'm filled with the feeling of saving the world, but I can't do anything. Is there anything sadder than this in the world? Alas. Heavens and earth, why are you so ruthless? Deities, please save my patients. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were speechless. Looking at Chu Yang's expression, they couldn't wait to swallow him into their stomachs. It was the same on the second day. On the third day, they still couldn't do anything. Every time a patient left, Divine Dr. Chu would sigh, "Alas, I'm so powerless." Another 3 days passed like this. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao also endured for another 3 days. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore. "Before we came, you cured every patient that came. After we came, you chased away every patient that came. What does this mean?" They finally understood what Chu Yang was planning. "You want to make use of me to earn purple crystals? Wishful thinking. I'd rather not earn any money than let you make use of me. Anyway, I still have 8,000 purple crystals. Big brother, what do you mean?" Chu Tinghu said angrily. What do I mean?" Chu Yang asked. "I don't believe that you can't cure any of these illnesses?" Chu Tinghu was furious. "Do you think we're fools? How dare you? I really can't cure any of them." "I don't have that ability," Chu Yang smiled. "Why don't you let these 2 respectable doctors treat them?" Sigh, "Actually, you also know that I'm so young, how can I have any superb medical skills? It's just that I was farting a few days ago, and it just so happened that." Chu Tingjiao roared, "But you can't possibly not cure any of them, right?" Chu Yang spread out his hands. "You've also seen it. It's just that I didn't cure any of them. See how guilty I feel now? How powerless I am. How shameful." Chu Tinghu's face turned green. He wanted to fly into a rage. But he suppressed it. He put on a smiling face and said, "Big brother. I know that you're unhappy, but, just like what you said, we're a clan. Everything is for the clan. As a clan, only when the clan becomes stronger, can we, yes." Chu Yang said seriously, "This sentence is really true. As a clan member of the Chu clan, we'll die for the Chu clan. For the clan's interests, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we'll do it without hesitation. I'm very gratified that you have such a high awareness. As a clan member of the Chu clan, it's really good that you can think like this. Come on." Chu Yang said sincerely. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao were so angry that their faces turned black. They stared at this shameless person, gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. Both of them had given up huge benefits to come here from other important positions. They didn't expect this guy to be so shameless that he would even sacrifice himself to do this. If they had known this earlier, why would they give up huge benefits to come here? On one side, Old Gus said in a strange tone, "Of course, everyone values the clan's interests. But it's not necessarily the case for some people who have led a wandering life since childhood. Damn old dog. Damned old slave." Chu Yang was furious. He turned around and gave him a slap. The slap was extremely clear and loud, and he shouted, "As a slave of the Chu clan, you actually dare to insult the Chu clan's master. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan. I'll punish you on behalf of the clan master. I'll punish you on behalf of the law enforcement officers. On behalf of my second uncle, I'll knock out your teeth, break your legs, pull out your tongue and smash your mouth." As he scolded, he continued to beat Old Gugu. Although Old Gu had some martial arts cultivation, he had neglected it all these years. Besides, when had he ever encountered such an encounter? What's more, he didn't expect this Grand Duke to attack him so suddenly. He only suffered 5 blows before he vomited blood and fainted. Chu Yang finally stopped punching and kicking. He seemed to be very tired. Holding his knees with both hands, he panted and said angrily to Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao, "It's your turn. Quickly go and teach this old dog a lesson. Do you still have any laws? Do you still have any rules? He actually dared to scold us. He's really rebelling." Chu Tinghu snorted heavily. He couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily, "Chu Yang. Don't go too far." Chu Yang was surprised. "I went too far?" He suddenly jumped up and said angrily, "I went too far? How did I go too far? I'm doing my best for the clan. I'm doing my best to treat patients. How did I go too far?" Chu Tinghu was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Don't think that others can't control you. If you dare to indulge in others again, I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Yang stuck out his chest and squinted his eyes. Why don't you try to teach me a lesson? As he said, he came closer. Chu Tinghu was so angry that his face turned pale. But if he really wanted to hit Chu Yang, he really didn't dare to do so in front of so many people. Because Chu Yang had always been the boss. If he, as the younger brother, hit Chu Yang, it would be tantamount to disrespecting his elder. It would be an act of disobedience. In the clan rules, it was clearly written that he would be expelled from the clan, and, the most infuriating thing was that although Chu Yang had done everything, he was in the right. This was what made people unable to spit out blood. He was indeed doing his best to treat patients, although he couldn't treat them well. He also didn't take the initiative to provoke anyone. He was always the one who took the initiative to strike first. Everything had its cause and effect. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao glared at Chu Yang, but there was nothing they could do. Just as they were in a stalemate, suddenly, someone came to the door. Who's the shopkeeper here? Someone asked calmly at the door. Everyone looked back and saw a man wearing a law enforcement officer's uniform walking in with his hands clasped behind his back. The word law enforcement officer was printed in silver on his chest. It was actually a silver plate law enforcement officer. Behind him, there were two ordinary iron plate law enforcement officers. The three of them walked in as if no one else was around. Chu Tinghu hurried over with a face full of smiles. Oh, it's law enforcement officers. May I know why you're here? That law enforcement officer snorted and said, You're the shopkeeper? Chu Tinghu said, Yes, it's me. Very good. The law enforcement officer's face instantly darkened, and he shouted, Look at your clinic, what's up with it? What's the matter with those indecipherable things outside? Indecipherable? Chu Tinghu was stunned. Those paintings are unsightly. He's clearly a demon who's polluting the world. The enforcer snorted and waved his hand. Tie him up. Bring him back for interrogation. Let's see who sent him to pollute the flat mountain ridge. I suspect that this guy is a spy from the 3 Stars Divine Clan. A spy from the 3 Stars Divine Clan? This hat was really big, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could wear. Chu Tinghu was dumbfounded at once. He retreated continuously, Your Excellency, I'm innocent. She suddenly remembered, and pushed Chu Yang out. She hurriedly said, My lord, this is all his doing. He's the shopkeeper? The enforcer asked. Chu Tinghu widened his eyes. We're only looking for the shopkeeper. Only the person in charge. The enforcer snorted and said, He's just a worker. Why are we looking for him? Chu Yang stepped forward to plead, Law enforcement officer, this is my younger brother. He's young and ignorant. Although he's wrong, he's still, worthy of forgiveness. The enforcer rolled his eyes and said sternly, I only know that the law is merciless, but I don't know that young people can be forgiven. If you have something to say, go and talk to the commander. Bring him away. 2 enforcers had already rushed forward like wolves and tigers, and tied Chu Tinghu up on the ground. Their movements were very familiar. As Chu Tinghu struggled, he cried out in grief and indignation, Why didn't you come to investigate when he was here a few days ago? Now that I've taken over, you're here to investigate? You're obviously colluding with each other. As law enforcement officers, you actually. The law enforcer kicked him and scolded, We law enforcers can investigate whenever we want. How dare you say that we should or shouldn't? You've slandered a law enforcement officer, and your crime is increased by 1 level. You've slandered a law enforcement operation, and your crime is increased by 3 levels. Chu Tinghu was in so much pain that his tears flowed out. He said, Tingjiao. Quickly go back and inform father. Let him save me. Chu Tingjiao ran away. The enforcer's eyes lit up. There's actually a fish that escaped the net. Take down this accomplice as well. He stretched out his hand and pressed down Chu Tingjiao, who had already run to the door. Then, Chu Tingjiao fell to the ground. A rope was looped around his neck. Then, he was tied up again and slapped on his face. The enforcer said, Are there any more accomplices? Chu Tingjiao looked at him with grief and indignation. He gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. The enforcer moved closer to his ear. What? There's another 2? Those 2 old. Men? What the heck? I say, the two of you don't have any intention of obstructing the public's image. You're actually two old men. No wonder you keep talking about aphrodisiac. Take them down. The two old men rolled their eyes and fainted. The three enforcers escorted the four people back. Before they left, they didn't even say anything about rectification. That obstructing the public billboard was still standing there, and it was very eye-catching. It's not good. Miracle Dr. Chu Yang patted his butt and walked out. Looking at the disappearing figures, he looked extremely panicked. He turned back, closed the door swiftly and ran back to the Chu clan. In the Chu clan, Chu Feilong was supervising the clan's martial artists in the square. He pondered, Chu Yang has been slacking off these few days. What should I do to stop him from doing so? He thought and thought, but he didn't have a good idea. He frowned and thought, do I have to go on like this? While he was pondering, suddenly, a loud and clear shout came from the door, oh no, oh no. My two younger brothers have been taken away by the enforcers. They've committed a serious crime. It was Chu Yang's voice. In the hall of the Chu clan. Old Master Chu sat at the front with a black face. Below him, all the important members of the Chu clan were seated. At this moment, Chu Yang was anxiously narrating what had happened. He said that Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao had been taken away by the enforcers. He tried his best to save them, but the enforcers were impartial and had no effect at all. He had no choice but to return to the clan for help. Chu Feiling, Yang Rulan, and Chu Fian looked strange. Chu Feilong was so angry that his nose became crooked. Chu Yang finally finished narrating. Looking at everyone's expression, he suddenly rushed to Chu Feilong and said anxiously, "Second uncle, quickly think of a way to save Tinghu and Tingjiao. I've seen the enforcers' methods last time. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for a few days and nights. If the two of them stay in there for too long, they'll suffer a lot of torture." Chu Yang's face was full of deep brotherly affection. He almost cried, "Second uncle, they're your biological sons. You can't leave them alone." Chu Feilong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was so ugly that he couldn't wait to kill Chu Yang. "This bastard, you're the one who framed my sons. How dare you put on an act in front of me? Think of a way? What if *King way can I think of? This is obviously your conspiracy. You've captured my sons and asked me to get them back. I dare to bet that I'll definitely be detained as an accomplice once I reach the law enforcement hall. Isn't this *King delivering the goods to my doorstep? As long as you're in the way, I'm afraid that even if your grandfather goes there, it'll be useless. What other way can I think of?" The other stewards in the hall looked at each other, and their expressions were very strange. The crime of being indecent? When did the enforcers come up with such a new crime? I've never heard of it before. Using this reason to arrest two dukes of the Chu clan, one of the three big clans, is simply ridiculous. One of the stewards coughed and said, "Young Master Chu Yang, you mean, the enforcer's reason for arresting the two young masters is being indecent, right?" Chu Yang said, "Yes, that's what the enforcer said." The steward snorted and said, "If that's the case, I'm puzzled. Young Master Chu Yang, you've been in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall for quite some time. And the drawings on the wall were also drawn by you personally. Even if it's indecent, but, before this, the enforcers didn't say anything about it, right?" Chu Yang said blankly, "Yes, they didn't say anything before this." "This is really strange." The steward's face darkened and he said, "Then, I'd like to ask, why didn't the enforcers care about this in the past, but the two young masters have only been there for a few days and the enforcers have already come? There's something very strange about this. I hope young Master Chu Yang can clear up my doubts." These words were spoken in an aggressive manner. His sharp eyes were looking at Chu Yang. The other stewards chimed in and raised their objections. Instantly, the focus of the entire hall was on Chu Yang again. "Yes, young Master Chu Yang has been fined for more than a month, but the two young masters were arrested the moment they went there. And young Master Chu Yang, the main culprit, wasn't even arrested. This is too strange. Young Master Chu Yang must have some explanation, right?" Yes, I think there's a conspiracy in this." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chu Yang's face was full of doubts. He scratched his head and said, yes, what you all said is too reasonable. Actually, I was also wondering why such a thing would happen. That's too unreasonable. What you're saying is simply right into my heart. Everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at Chu Yang with even more ridiculousness. The steward said coldly, could it be that young Master Chu Yang really doesn't know anything about this matter? It can be said that the law enforcement officers have never acted so strangely before. But since young Master Chu Yang came, everything has happened. This has made us think a little more. Chu Yang was stunned and said, I don't understand what you mean. The steward sneered, what I mean is very simple. Could it be that young Master Chu Yang colluded with the enforcers? Framing the two young masters would have a lot of benefits for you. Chu Yang stared blankly for a while. Then, he finally flew into a rage. He was so angry that his face turned red. He felt so wrong that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He angrily said, this chief steward, what are you saying? What do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Not only are you slandering me, but you're also slandering the enforcers. This is intolerable. You can say that, but show me the evidence. If you can't show me the evidence, I'll go to the enforcers and sue you for slander. The steward was stunned. He immediately avoided Chu Yang's eyes. His face turned pale and he kept quiet out of fear. Thank you to Shi Zhu, Jibei Chen Feng and Tian Tian for your gifts. Thank you to more than 20 brothers and sisters who gave me the gifts. Thank you for your subscriptions and monthly votes. Thank you. I'm in Gillen now. The scenery here is indeed very beautiful. But I'm so tired that my back hurts. Every day when I come back to the hotel, I lie down like a dead pig. This is definitely tiring work. I'll go home in a few days. During this period of time, I don't dare to go online to chat. If I do, I won't be able to complete the 2 chapters daily. But I miss you all. At #download for free, and L. And G, who's the shopkeeper of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall? Chu Tinghu, besides. Chu Tinghu is now caught by the law enforcement officers. How can I interrogate him? Do I have to go to the law enforcement hall to interrogate him? Isn't that sending myself to their doorstep? The shopkeeper's face turned red and he said, if you didn't play tricks in this matter, how can we not even earn a single purple crystal? Chu Yang felt so wrong that he couldn't say anything. He stretched out his trembling finger and pointed at the shopkeeper. He coughed continuously and gasped for breath. Divine Dr. Chu had learned from such people during this period of time. Net 7 asterisk, then, he finally let out a sigh and rushed over. He pointed at the shopkeeper's nose and said loudly, you're insinuating that I've harmed the clan's interests. This is really the greatest shame in my life. As the saying goes, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. It's really hard to wash away today's injustice. For my innocence and reputation, I'm going to sue you for slander. I'm going to sue you for slander to the law enforcement officers. Everyone burst into laughter. The shopkeeper's face turned white and red. He finally couldn't help but stand up and said, am I not telling the truth? Chu Yang said angrily, you're slandering me. You're biting me without any basis. Let me tell you, when we reach the law enforcement hall, the truth will be revealed. Just you wait. Chu Xiongqing shouted, enough. Chu Yang sat down angrily and said, Grandpa, look at what this dog slave is saying. I'm the big duke of the Chu clan, the eldest young master. It can be said that if there's no accident, no conflict between brothers, the Chu clan will be mine in the future. This dog slave actually dares to say that I've harmed the clan's interests. Why doesn't he widen his dog eyes and use his paste-like brain to think that I've harmed the clan's interests? Isn't that the same as cutting myself open? How can there be such a stupid person in the world? This dog slave obviously has ulterior motives. Grandpa, please punish him severely. Chu Xiongqing frowned and had a headache. Stop talking. Sigh, this Sun Chong was simply a hedgehog. No one could touch him. If he was right, he wouldn't forgive him, but if he was unreasonable, he would harass him. His ability to confuse right and wrong was really amazing. Everyone didn't speak and remained silent like this. Templar not long after, Chu Failing flew in. Chu Xiongqing asked anxiously, how is it? Chu Failong also raised his head abruptly. Chu Feiling was carrying the bundle that he had brought out earlier. It was quite heavy inside. He shook his head and said, Sha Xinliang didn't allow me to speak at all, nor did he accept any gifts. He just sent me back. He said that this matter was a hindrance to public morals and had a great influence, so they had to proceed with caution. He even said that the 3 Stars Divine clan might have bewitched his mind, and that there might be a mastermind behind it. They are currently interrogating him. I wanted to meet him, but I was rejected. Everyone was shocked. At one side, Chu Feilong's wife started to cry. Chu Feilong's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Interrogation? Old Master Chu exclaimed, how can the 2 of them withstand the interrogation of the law enforcement hall? There was no need for him to say this. Everyone understood. Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao had been spoiled since they were young. How could they bear the punishment? Old Master Chu stomped his feet and said, forget it, I'll give up this old face and go there personally. I'm afraid that even if you go there, it won't be of any use, Chu Feilong said faintly. Then who will be of any use? Chu Xianxia shouted furiously, your son has been caught, but as a father, you're actually indifferent. You didn't even say a word from the beginning till the end. How can there be such a heartless father in the world? Chu Feilong's face was gloomy. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Say it. Who will be of any use? Old Master Chu shouted. He was really angry. Chu Yang smiled and said, Grandpa, don't worry. Since second uncle doesn't look anxious at all, he must have a well-thought-out plan. I'm sure nothing will happen. Chu Feilong suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He actually revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Yang is right. I do have a well-thought-out plan. Because I know that you are the only one who can release my 2 sons. Chu Yang shook his head and said, I don't have that ability. Even my father was rejected. What's the use of me going there? Chu Feilong stared at him. He was still smiling and said, Yang, you've won. What do you want? I'll give it all to you. As long as you release your 2 brothers, it'll be fine. Chu Yang said sincerely, I really can't do it. I can't do it no matter what you say. Even if you give me the sun, moon, and stars in the sky, I still can't do it no matter what I say. Chu Feilong looked at him and said slowly, the purple crystals Huichun Hall will only be managed by you. How about that? Chu Yang smiled helplessly and said, second uncle, don't force me. I don't even know the law enforcement officers. Chu Feilong took a deep breath and said, restore it to its original state. From now on, it'll be your personal property. The clan won't interfere. How about that? Chu Yang was helpless. I'm really not familiar with the law enforcement officers. Everyone despised him. Previously, he said that he couldn't do it no matter what. When the first condition was raised, it became that he didn't even know the law enforcement officers. When the second condition was raised, it immediately became that he wasn't familiar with the law enforcement officers. You've changed your mind so quickly. Chu Feilong's eyes were like fire. He continued slowly, in the future, I'll promise you one request, no matter what it is. How about that? Chu Yang sighed, second uncle, you're saying this as if you're the clan master. Grandpa hasn't said anything yet. Net, Chu Xianxia sighed and said, Yang, let's just make do with it. Grandpa also agrees with what your second uncle said. Chu Yang sighed as if he was forced into a corner. He suddenly turned around and pointed at the 3 chief stewards who were the most arrogant. He shouted angrily, what are the 3 of you muttering about? What do you mean? You dare to say that my second uncle is a fool? You're rebelling. The 3 of them were shocked and said, You, what nonsense are you talking about? When did we say that? Chu Yang shouted, you did say that. I heard it very clearly. All of you are scolding Chu Feilong for being a fool. And you're even scolding him like this, Chu Feilong is a fool. Chu Feilong is a fool. You scolded him 3 times consecutively. Chu Feilong was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth. He knew what Chu Yang meant. This was Chu Yang's last condition. Not only did he scold me in front of everyone, but he also wanted me to kill these 3 people personally. He wanted me to kill my most capable assistants personally. Chu Feilong's facial muscles twitched and he was in great pain. These three people were the chief stewards of the Chu clan, other than my brothers. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. At the start, I relied on these three people to establish my position in the Chu clan. They could be said to be indispensable figures in my camp. These three people were not only important to me, but they had also made great contributions. If I really killed them now, it would definitely make people disappointed. You even want to kill your subordinates, who are like brothers to you. Why would you bother others? In this way, I'm afraid that the hearts of my subordinates would immediately scatter. I don't know how much effort I would have to put in to get them back together. But now, I've made a mistake and caused two of my sons to fall into Chu Yang's hands. They're currently being tortured. If I'm late, I'm afraid I can only collect their corpses. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Are the three of you really scolding me?" The three of them knew that things weren't going well. They knelt down and kowtowed, Second Master, we definitely didn't. How would we dare to scold you?" Chu Failong closed his eyes and said, "The three of you have scolded the direct descendants of the Chu clan without any reason. You've already violated the rules of the Chu clan. You'll be demoted 3 grades and be demoted to the chief steward of the outer hall." Chu Yang shouted, "Second uncle, they're really scolding you. I heard them scolding you like this. Chu Failong is an idiot. Chu Failong is an idiot. Chu Failong is an idiot." Chu Failong swallowed a mouthful of blood with a gulp sound. He knew that Chu Yang's words meant, "If you don't kill these 3 people, I'll kill your sons. These 3 people must die." If he accepted the 3's demotion, then he wouldn't be so noisy anymore. This was an ultimatum. The 3 of them lost their heads out of fear. They repeatedly shouted, "Second Master, we really didn't scold you." The 3 of them also knew that this matter was forced by Chu Yang. But, they had nothing else to say besides this sentence. Chu Yang said coldly, "Look at you. Not only did you scold me here, you might have even scolded me at home." The 3 of them were in despair. Does he want to eliminate the source of trouble? Chu Failong stood stiffly and didn't move. The strange thing was that no one in the hall said anything. No one tried to persuade Chu Yang. They only looked at Chu Yang and Chu Failong standing stiffly. No one said a word. Chu Xianxia looked at Chu Failong with a complicated look. His expression changed and he even held his breath. Yang Rulan grabbed Chu Failong's arm tightly with one hand. Her breathing was a little hurried. Chu Fian looked at the hall calmly. Duan Shui, Chu Failong's wife, Chu Fian's wife and other juniors sat together. They all covered their mouths with their hands subconsciously. Their eyes were full of shock. In the hall, the other stewards lowered their heads and didn't say a word. They were the ones who didn't dare to say anything. Everyone knew that if they pleaded for Chu Yang, young Master Chu would take advantage of the situation and say that they scolded Chu Failong as an idiot. This would really cost them their lives. Whoever wanted to plead for Chu Yang could do so. After all, they were all idiots. Chu Failong only hesitated for a moment, but Chu Yang had already added the family members of these 3 people. If it was me, everyone was silent. Not a single one of them unconsciously breathed as softly as possible. Chu Yang and Chu Failong both stood. The 2 of them didn't say anything. But everyone knew that the deadlock between the uncle and nephew had reached the most critical moment. Chu Failong's hands were trembling. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Chapter 70, I dare to swear this has nothing to do with meth. Others also shrank their necks. Damn it, this little guy is really shameless. This matter was obviously planned by you. Who couldn't tell that you're doing this purely because you're dissatisfied with your clan for depriving you of your financial resources? That's why you colluded with the law enforcement officers to do this. Now, you're actually putting on an innocent face and dismissing yourself from this matter. If I really believe you, then there's something fishy going on. However, no one dared to force him anymore. Didn't you hear what he said? He's going to sue you for slander. The law enforcement officers have already done the unprecedented crime of indecency for this little guy. What's so strange about arresting another one for slander? Which one of the stewards wasn't smart to be able to reach their current positions? Everyone knew that as long as they were arrested, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin with this little guy fanning the flames. Who dared to provoke him? Chu Xianxia coughed and said, Chu Yang, don't be so agitated. Everyone is discussing this matter. you can say whatever you want. I also want to hear your explanation. Xianxia was stunned and said, Grandpa, what explanation do you want to hear? Xianxia's face turned black and he said, the explanation of the law enforcement officers arresting you. Xianxia spread out his hands and said aggrievedly, Grandpa, you're making things difficult for me. That's the law enforcement officers doing their job. How would I know any explanation? If you want to know, you're asking the wrong person. You have to ask the law enforcement officers. Everyone felt dizzy. Damn it, if we can ask the law enforcement officers, why should we ask you? A steward lowered his head and said, maybe young Master Xianxia is very angry because the two young masters went to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, so This guy didn't dare to show his face. He hid in the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Obviously, he was afraid that Xianxia would sue him for slander. Everyone revealed a look of it must be so. Xianxia sighed and said, Xianxia, Grandpa knows that you've been wronged by the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. However, you and Ting Hu and Ting Jiao are brothers after all. What's more, with such a thing happening to the clan, there's no glory in it. In my opinion, let's not continue with this matter. Go and bring the two brothers out. Grandfather will definitely give you an explanation. How about it? It was obvious that the old master was certain that this matter was related to Xianxia. Xianxia said in an aggrieved manner, Grandpa, you're wrong. Even if I'm not sensible, I know that we're a clan, and blood is thicker than water. To be honest, the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall had been taken back by the clan. After all, his grandson was still young and full of vigor. Naturally, he had some resentment in his heart. But later on, I figured it out. He raised his head and said righteously, because we are family members, we have to consider the family in everything we do. I am ready to sacrifice myself for the family at any time. For the family, I will give everything I have. The family's interests were paramount. The family's reputation was paramount. Increasing the strength of the family was the most important task at hand. We'll do everything for the family, and we'll do our best until we die. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, as long as the clan needs me, I won't even frown. By the time he said this, half of the people in the hall had already fainted. *CK, this guy really dares to say this. Look at how loyal he is. Compared to him, we're almost going to commit suicide out of shame. Xianxia had an imposing appearance. The more he spoke, the more sonorous and impassioned his tone became. Therefore, it was the wisest decision for the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall to take back the clan. I wholeheartedly support this decision. As for Ting Hu and Ting Jiao, just like what Grandpa said, we're brothers. Even though we're not of the same mother, blood is still thicker than water. The two of them are still young, so I should give in to them in everything. Even if I have to suffer some grievances for them, it doesn't matter. Because they're my younger brothers. I used to be all alone. Now that I have two younger brothers who are so kind and affectionate, I'm really afraid that they'll melt in my mouth and fall out of my hands. I've been so happy these few days that we've been together. We have deep brotherly affection and get along very well with each other. The two of them are like fish in water with me, and the relationship between the two of us is even deeper. Why would I set them up? I don't even have enough time to cherish them, pity them and dote on them. As young Master Chu spoke till here, everyone in the hall had already fainted. Chu Fian kept his hands in his sleeves and looked up at the sky. The muscles on his face twitched. Occasionally, he glanced sideways at Chu Filong and gloated in his heart, you deserve it. You could have provoked anyone else. Why did you have to provoke the king of Hell Chu? Now you know how powerful he is, right? Yang Ruolan, who was originally worried, was now looking at Chu Yang, who was speaking with fervor and assurance, with a face full of shock. Oh, I'm too shocked. In my heart, my son has always been pure, kind, innocent and honest. But the image of him has collapsed in an instant. His words and actions today are actually so despicable and shameless. No, how witty and smart is he? He's so eloquent and eloquent. In the face of danger, he's actually so calm and composed. He's so reasonable. I was still worried about him previously. Now, it seems that he can completely turn danger into safety with his own abilities. The heavens have really blessed my son with such a smart brain. I I'm not worried about him at all now. Instead, I'm worried about Chu Feilong. You're unlucky to have provoked my son. From what I see, you, Chu Feilong, aren't as thick-skinned as my son. Chu Xiongqing fainted for a while before he asked with a black face, you mean, this matter has nothing to do with you? Chu Yang said seriously, I dare to point to heaven and earth and swear by the calamity sword that it has absolutely nothing to do with me. If it has anything to do with me, then let the calamity sword pierce through me 10,000 times. The calamity sword was the #1 divine item in the heavens. Swearing by the calamity sword was the most important oath in the upper 3 heavens. Once the sentence was said, Chu Xiongqing immediately stopped talking. Everyone also stopped talking. Chu Yan had already sworn by the calamity sword. What else was there to say? Did he have to force Chu Yang to his death? Chu Yang's face was serious and solemn. He was proud in his heart, let the calamity sword pierce through me 10,000 times? Humph, does it dare to do so? I'm the sword master, Yang Rulan said anxiously, this child, what are you saying? If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. There's no need to swear such a heavy oath. As she said, she clasped her hands together and prayed silently. Obviously, she was praying for her son. Then, she opened her eyes and said, Father, since Yang said so, there's no doubt that this matter has nothing to do with him. Chu Xiongqing sighed and said, you're right. It's just that this matter is really giving me a headache. He frowned and said, why did the law enforcement officers suddenly deal with Tinghu and Tingjiao? This matter is truly perplexing. Chu Yang continued, yes, I've thought about this matter for a long time. These law enforcement officers are really too unreasonable. If they want to arrest someone, they should arrest me. How can they arrest my brother? Humph. These law enforcement officers do things incoherently. I'm so angry. Cough 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 cough. Cough cough cough. Chu Fian, who was at one side, suddenly choked and coughed violently. Oh my god, I can't help it, everyone also started to talk about it. Chu Feilong's face was still black and he didn't say a word. Everyone, what do you think we should do about this matter? Chu Xiongqing asked. I think that the law enforcement officers' repeated big actions during this period of time are probably to establish their authority. A chief steward, who had never spoken before, said, since this is the case, as long as the Chu clan's attitude is lower and we pay some purple crystals, we can bring the 2 young masters back. Chu Xiongqing nodded and said, then, who should do this? Everyone lowered their heads. Especially those on Chu Feilong's side. They almost stuffed their heads into their trousers. Everyone knew that anyone else could do it, except for them. As long as they went, they wouldn't be able to return. There was an awkward silence. After a long while, Chu Feilong finally took a step forward and said, Father, I think that if Big Brother goes, it'll be successful. Chu Yang scolded in his heart, you want to use my father to pressure me? Humph. Let's wait and see. Chu Xiongqing said, Failing, what do you think about this matter? Chu Failing said, since this is the case, I'll go. Chu Xiongqing nodded, all right. The clan will prepare 300 purple crystals. What do you think? It should be enough. If the law enforcement officers are just showing their attitude, they won't make things too difficult for us. After all, the Chu clan still has some influence in the flat mountain ridge, Chu Failing said. Alright, go and come back quickly. I'll wait for your news here. Chu Xiongqing waved his hand. Chu Failing left. Chu Yang sat beside his mother. Everyone was waiting with heavy expressions. After all, it wasn't a good thing for the 2 young masters of the clan to be detained. The atmosphere was very tense. Chu Feilong looked at Chu Yang with hatred in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. After a long while, the chief steward suddenly said, speaking of purple crystals, I thought of something. Young Master Chu Yang was originally in charge of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall, and it could be said to be a golden mountain. Now, after the 2 young masters went there, I heard that they didn't make any progress. Young Master Chu Yang didn't cure anyone. I wonder why. Chu Yang sat beside his mother and said peacefully, how can there be a divine doctor who can cure all diseases? This chief steward, could it be that you've seen such a divine doctor? If that's the case, please point it out. I'll quickly go and learn from him. The chief steward snorted and said, "There isn't a divine doctor who can cure all diseases. But young Master Chu Yang cured so many people previously. You can't possibly not cure any of them, right? There's obviously something fishy going on." Chu Yang was furious. He stood up and said, "Why don't you go and take a look? What's the point of chattering here? I don't have that ability. You can find someone else." The chief steward was also angered by him. He said coldly, "The purple crystals Huichun Hall is the clan's business. It's supposed to earn purple crystals for the clan. Now, it can't even earn a single purple crystal. What's the use of it?" Chu Yang crossed his legs and said calmly, "This is the problem of management. But I'm not responsible for this. I'm only the chief physician. I'm only responsible for treating patients, not management. Regarding this problem, you should ask the chief steward of the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall." Chapter 78, I'm really not showing off after gaining benefits. Chu Feilong looked into Chu Yang's eyes. Chu Yang's eyes were full of calmness and laughter. He was looking at him quietly, and was not affected by the atmosphere in the hall at all. It was as if he was saying, "If you don't kill them, I will kill your son." "Don't worry, I'm definitely willing to do so." Chu Feilong clearly realized that in the depths of Chu Yang's eyes, there was a blatant and undisguised cruelty, like that of a vulture in the desert, that was clearly a terrifying killing intent and an unchangeable determination. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time. Suddenly, Chu Yang smiled and turned his head away. He said softly, "There's no other way." "Ah, second uncle, you're swallowing your anger. I can't bear to see you like this. Let's go back and sleep." Chu Feilong's wife cried out, "Feilong, you're doing this for our son." Chu Feilong's body trembled violently. He turned his head and saw that his wife's face was full of tears. Footsteps sounded beside him. Chu Yang was about to walk out of the hall. His footsteps were steady, and he was going forward without looking back. His footsteps were light, and his body was straight. He showed his unchangeable determination. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He suddenly roared, "You three bastards, how dare you scold me?" He raised his hand and slapped down. The three of them were kneeling on the ground and fighting. When they heard this roar, they immediately felt hopeless. They shouted, "Chu Feilong! You!" But since Chu Feilong had decided to kill them, how could he give them a chance to speak? He slapped them 3 times consecutively, paw, paw, paw. The 3 heads became like rotten watermelons at the same time. The corpses of the 3 people slowly fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out quietly and formed a pool on the ground. It slowly flowed to Chu Feilong's feet, soaking both his feet and his shoes in it. The hall was dead silent. Chu Feilong's body trembled. He raised his head and closed his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Chu Yang! Are you satisfied?" Chu Yang had already walked to the door. He slowly turned around as he heard these words. Then, he said in amazement, "Second uncle, they scolded you. It's fine if you reprimanded them. But, why did you kill them? You, don't you think it's too cruel?" Chu Feilong cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest heaved up and down. Chu Yang said, "Besides, it's fine if you kill them. After all, they were the ones who scolded you first. It's only right that you kill them. But, what does it have to do with me? Why should I say that I'm satisfied?" Chu Feilong closed his eyes, and the muscles on his cheeks trembled. He used all of his cultivation to prevent himself from exploding. He said in a hoarse voice, "This matter indeed has nothing to do with you." "That's right, second uncle." Chu Yang said with concern, "Second uncle, since you've killed them, you must be careful. You must know that when you're cutting weeds, you must dig up the roots." When these words came out, everyone's heart trembled, and their hearts turned cold. Not only did he force Chu Feilong to kill, but he also didn't let off the 3 people who were killed. So vicious, Chu Feilong couldn't help but say angrily, Yang! You fool!" Yang Rulan pinched him harshly and whispered, "You're a one-track-minded fool. Can't you tell?" Chu Feilong sent a telepathic message in confusion, "What did you see?" Yang Rulan sighed, "Can't you tell Yang Yang's true intentions?" Even father, who has such a bad temper, didn't say anything. "Why are you shouting?" Chu Feiling turned his head to look at Chu Xianxia. Indeed, he saw his father frowning and looking at the bloodstains in the hall silently. He frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he said, "Why?" Yang Ruolin was completely speechless. She could only helplessly whisper, "On the surface, it seems that Yang is too cruel. But this is the last chance that Yang left for Chu Feilong. Do you really think that Yang only wanted to vent his anger? Do you understand how much grievance Yang had to endure to do this? Yang clipped Chu Feilong's wings and damaged Chu Feilong's prestige. She scattered the hearts of Chu Feilong's people, causing the forces that Chu Feilong had painstakingly built over the years to become suspicious and unstable. This caused Chu Feilong to be temporarily unable to do anything. If Chu Feilong could retreat at this time, wouldn't it be a great thing for the Chu clan? If we were to stand in Yang's position, who caused him to lead a wandering life for 18 years? Who caused us to be separated from our family? Who caused him to suffer so much torture? Isn't it all Chu Feilong? Does Yang want to let him off so easily? Doesn't Yang feel wronged? Yang is doing this for you and father, isn't it? Isn't it so that you won't have to feel guilty and regret for your whole lives because of your brothers? What a fool. Chu Feiling wasn't stupid. After thinking for a while, he finally understood. I see. Chu Feilong stood there in a daze. He knew that with the death of these three people, half of the empire that he had painstakingly built had collapsed. It was inevitable that people would be separated. If he killed the family members of these three people, then, it would be equivalent to half of the empire collapsing. Who would work for so unfeeling a master? What if I offend Xu one day and he does the same thing again? Wouldn't my wife and child be done for? However, things had already come to this point. There was no turning back. If he turned back now, those three people couldn't be resurrected. His son would still die. Chu Feilong's lips trembled and he muttered, "Yes, to cut the weeds, we still have to remove the roots." After he said this, everyone's heart became even colder. Chu Yang clapped his hands and laughed. Second uncle is indeed second uncle. As expected of a hero of a generation, he is able to let go of things easily. Are you satisfied? Chu Feilong stared at him. His face seemed to have aged by more than 10 years at this moment. His eyes were also bloodshot. What, satisfied? Chu Yang opened his mouth and eyes wide. Second uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Please say it more clearly. Okay? Chu Feilong knew that Chu Yang wanted him to repeat his conditions. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth, but he was still helpless. He said, the purple crystal's Huichun Hall is still yours. The clan won't interfere. You don't have to hand over the purple crystals. I'll withdraw everyone. I'll agree to one of your requests. How about that? Chu Yang said shyly, how can I? Chu Feilong spat out another mouthful of blood. It was originally yours, and it's still yours now. What's there to be embarrassed about? Chu Yang said, but I don't feel right. That would make me seem too selfish. Chu Feilong closed his eyes tightly and said in a hoarse voice, as if he was about to cry, take it that I'm begging you to accept it. In his whole life, when had he been forced to such a state, Chu Feilong even felt like dying. Chu Yang panicked and said, second uncle, don't be like this. What do you want me to do? How can I take it? Sigh, since you're begging me, I'll be disrespecting you if I don't accept it. For you, I can only accept it. Everyone, be a witness. The purple crystal's Huichun Hall has already returned to the clan, and I didn't say anything about it. But now that you insist on giving it to me, I really can't do anything about it. I really didn't ask for it. Everyone heard it, right? Chu Yang sighed and said it very unwillingly. At the end, he actually said, everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm really not pretending to be obedient. Everyone felt that they were about to spit out blood. Even Yang Ruolan felt that she was about to spit out blood. Aren't you still pretending to be obedient? You've already done it to the extreme. Since this is the case, I've already received your kind intentions. Then, what about your two younger brothers? Chu Feilong's chest heaved up and down, and he felt that his heart was about to explode. Second uncle, don't worry. I'll go and risk my life. Sigh, actually, you're not the only one who's distressed. I'm also distressed. Tinghu and Tingjiao are my brothers. If the law enforcement officers don't release them, I'll bang my head against the wall and die there. I don't believe that there's no place in this world where I can seek justice. Chu Yang said furiously, I'll threaten them with my life. I don't believe that I can't save my two dear younger brothers. Chu Yang turned around and left, saying, I'll go now. Before he left, he turned around and winked at his mother. Then, he winked again and again. Then, he glanced at his father before he turned around and left. Yang Ruolan's eyes brightened. Seeing his figure disappear outside the door, Chu Feilong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. Finally, he squatted down and stretched out his hands, as if he wanted to grab something. But after all, he didn't reach out completely. Then, he retracted his hands and covered his face. Chu Xiongqing sighed deeply and said, Feilong. Chu Feilong shouted and stood up suddenly. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then, he closed his eyes and his strong body fell backward. The entire hall of the Chu clan was silent. Today's matter had shaken everyone to the core. Chu Feilong had planned meticulously. He had mobilized his many years of resources to oppress the clan. He had used the power of the entire clan to oppress Chu Yang, who had just arrived at the Chu clan. However, it was directly destroyed by the other party in an extremely barbaric and unreasonable manner, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. Chu Feilong had planned meticulously to deal with Chu Yang. Step by step, he had gradually forced Chu Yang into a dead end. He had deprived Chu Yang of his rights and wealth. However, Chu Yang's methods were even more dazzling to the eyes and making everyone feel cold in their stomachs. There was only one word to describe it: terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Chu Yang didn't care about Chu Feilong's conspiracy. He didn't even take Chu Feilong's attacks. But his methods were more violent and direct. You're forcing me? All right. Then, I'll catch you. And I'll make up an excuse to let your 2 subordinates in without any reason. And you don't dare to go and ask for them. If you go, I'll catch you too. You can only come and beg me. But if you come and beg me, I'll make you spit out everything that you've taken. Not only that, I'll make things worse. Chapter 70, Too soft-hearted or too vicious? Chu Yang had countless ways to retreat from Chu Feilong's coercion. If he couldn't do it, he could just swallow his anger. Even if he gave up the purple crystals Huichun Hall, he was still the young master of the Chu clan. But Chu Yang's coercion towards Chu Feilong had pushed him to the limit. He had forced him to the brink of death. Did you think that I wouldn't let the law enforcement officers take action just because you used the clan to pressure me and keep the clan's internal affairs under control? Hee, not only would I let them take action, but I would also launch an unexpected counterattack. I would force you to apologize to me, lower your head and beg me in front of everyone. I would force you to kill your 3 most capable subordinates in front of everyone. I would force you to split up your own people. I would force you to give up more than half of your years of hard work in an instant. Furthermore, you would lose your prestige in the clan. Otherwise, you would have to wait to collect your son's corpse. Not only would I force you, but I would also anger you to death. I would act obedient in front of you, and you wouldn't be able to do anything about it. I would be arrogant and despotic in front of you, but you wouldn't dare to lose your temper. Such unreasonable and hooligan methods were actually executed in a way that didn't have the slightest bit of anger. In just a few moments, the enemy was defeated. And you would be confused all the way till your death. How could he have such power? The Chu clan had occupied the flat mountain ridge for more than 1,000 years, but they didn't have such power to command the law enforcement officers. But Chu Yang had only been here for a month, and he had changed the entire flat mountain ridge. How did he do it? This was a mystery. Looking at Chu Yang's figure, everyone was deep in thought. Was the Chu clan going to change again? Over the years, the Chu clan had already changed once. That was when Chu Feilong's son disappeared, and Chu Feilong took advantage of the situation to rise up. Now that Chu Feilong's son had returned, it seemed that everything was going back to the original track. Especially those who were originally following Chu Feilong, but were lucky not to be implicated by Chu Yang. They were even more perturbed. They felt as if their heads were no longer on their necks. This time, it was the 3 of them. Who would it be next time? Everyone could tell that Chu Feilong only had 2 choices now that things had developed to this stage. The first option was to give up the struggle for power in the clan, and focus on being the second master of the Chu clan. The second option was to fight to the death with Chu Yang, and not stop until one of them was dead. However, Chu Feilong had been in power for so many years. Would he be willing to give up? The answer was almost impossible. However, would he be able to defeat Chu Yang if he continued to fight? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as they recalled Chu Yang's methods. If Chu Feilong were to continue fighting with Chu Yang, this was something that everyone was not optimistic about. Seeing Chu Feilong lying on the ground, everyone had a complicated look on their faces. After a long while, Chu Feilong finally stood up slowly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said plainly, "Today's matter is really unexpected." He turned his head and looked at Chu Feilong. His face was cold and stiff, and his eyes were expressionless. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "Big brother, your son is really not bad." Chu Feilong smiled and said, "Although Yang is young and a little willful, he's still a good kid overall." Chu Feilong sighed deeply and said, "Yes. Yang is scheming and resourceful. However, it's a pity that his cultivation has been destroyed. Otherwise, with such a young master in the Chu clan, our future is really limitless." He sighed and walked out. This sentence made the hearts of everyone in the hall beat violently. No matter what kind of backing Chu Yang had, the fact that his cultivation was crippled was an irreparable wound. How could the future successor of a big clan be a scholar? Yang Rulan pushed Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong said blankly, "What are you doing? Get out." Yang Rulan sighed and dragged Chu Feilong out. If this old man was half as scheming as Chu Yang, he would have long beaten Chu Feilong into the abyss. Before Chu Yang left, he winked 3 times at Yang Rulan, indicating that Chu Feilong would definitely lay his hands on the family members of these 3 people. Finally, he glanced at Chu Feilong, indicating that he wanted his father to save them. This was a great opportunity to win over people's hearts. "Everyone, let's disperse." Seeing that the 2 of them had left, Old Master Chu Xianxia also stood up. He put his hands behind his back and walked back to the inner hall. His heart was filled with both joy and worry. It was actually extremely complicated. As he walked, he finally sighed and muttered to himself, "I hope that Feilong can understand Yang's sincerity and stop stirring up trouble. Then, I can really smile." Chu Feiyan returned to the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall and realized that Lu Er was lying on the recliner in the courtyard. Her little feet swayed back and forth, causing the recliner to sway back and forth. Her little body undulated on the recliner, and she seemed to be enjoying herself. "Fourth uncle, you're back? How's the matter?" Little Loli asked with concern. "It's hard to explain. Things have actually developed to this stage." Chu Feiyan frowned and recounted everything that had happened in the hall in detail. He frowned and sighed, Yang, this child. This time, he's gone overboard again, but it's also full of painstaking efforts." "Overboard? Full of painstaking efforts?" Chu Lu frowned her thin eyebrows and looked at Chu Feiyan strangely. "Fourth uncle, why do you think so?" Chu Feiyan was stunned and said, "This time, Yang made use of the law enforcement officer's power to capture Tinghu and Tingjiao indiscriminately. Isn't that overboard? He forced your second uncle to retreat in front of everyone and almost caused your second uncle to vomit blood and die. He even forced your second uncle to kill his own subordinates, causing their blood to splash in the hall. Isn't that overboard?" Chu Feiyan said, "But his purpose of doing so is to weaken your second uncle's wings. At the same time, he's giving your second uncle a chance to take a breather and reflect on his mistakes. But it's all for the sake of the clan, your grandfather, and our family. Isn't it a painstaking effort?" Chu Feiyan said, "Although Yang seems to be ruthless, in fact, he's too soft-hearted. But this is a very good thing. Big brother, you're too soft-hearted?" Chu Lu'er looked at Chu Feiyan strangely and finally couldn't help but laugh. "Fourth uncle, so this is what you think?" "This? I have to say, you've really surprised me." Chu Feiyan scratched his head and said confusedly, "Isn't this what you think? Then what do you think?" Chu Lu'er thought for a while and finally said, "Big brother is going to kill them." Chu Feiyan was shocked, and his eyes widened. "Kill? If I didn't guess wrongly, yes." Chu Lu'er thought quickly and said, "And, fourth uncle, it's not that big brother is too soft-hearted, but..." Chu Lu'er thought for a long time and couldn't think of a good adjective, so she could only say, "It's that his heart is as calm as ice and snow. In the eyes of the people he cares about, ice and snow are infinitely beautiful and pure, but in the eyes of his enemies, ice and snow are ruthless and cold. Unfortunately, second uncle belongs to the latter. Chu Feiyan widened his eyes and thought for a long time, but still shook his head. I still don't understand. Chu Lu'er sighed, and black lines appeared on her brows. She said somewhat helplessly, in this case, Big Brother has forced second uncle to the point where he has no choice but to let go, and at the same time, he has also forced both parties to the point where they are at each other's throats. I don't understand, fourth uncle, why do you only think positively? Don't think negatively? You must know that in this world, the development of everything is often very different from the good plan. As long as the ugly side of human nature raises its head, the good side of human nature can't be suppressed no matter what. Chu Feiyan said perplexedly, this. I know, but, what does this have to do with anything? Chu Lu'er held her head and moaned, fourth uncle, do you think that second uncle has put in a lot of effort to make his reputation and prestige in the clan far surpass eldest uncles, and even grandpas? After so many years, will he get used to such a life? Of course. Chu Feiyan blurted out. Yes, if someone appears at this time and shatters all his plans, do you think he'll be grateful to that person for giving him a chance to stop? Or will he hate him so much that he won't stop until he's dead? Chu Lu'er continued to ask. Of course, he won't stop until he's dead, Chu Feiyan immediately realized after blurting out these words, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Isn't this the end of it? Chu Lu'er raised her delicate eyebrows. This is what Big Brother means, because he's already seen through second uncle. Chu Feiyan was dumbfounded. This time, Big Brother unreasonably colluded with the law enforcement officers and captured Tinghu and Tingjiao. If he didn't let go of them, he could have used such an unreasonable method to completely defeat second uncle, or even kill him. Since the law enforcement officers could help him unreasonably kill Xiao Yulong and capture Chu Feilong, they could also help him unreasonably kill Chu Feilong. I firmly believe in this point. Because second uncle's status can't be compared to Xiao Yulong's influence, if Xiao Yulong could be killed, what about second uncle? Chu Lu'er analyzed methodically. Chu Feiyan nodded and said, then why doesn't he just get rid of him once and for all? Of course not now. Chu Lu'er smiled faintly and stretched out an almost transparent finger, saying, firstly, Big Brother has just returned to the clan and doesn't understand all the clan affairs. Now, all the clan affairs are in the hands of second uncle. If second uncle dies at this time, the Chu clan will definitely be in a mess. So, Big Brother can't take the risk. So, he can only divide the clan first. After second uncle's power has been broken and scattered, it'll be the best time for him to take action. Secondly, second uncle is only dealing with Big Brother now, and he hasn't dealt with anyone else. If Big Brother kills, it'll appear that he's cold-hearted and intolerant. Moreover, Big Brother is a junior after all, and he still has to bear the crime of killing his own relatives. He'll give others the impression that he's ruthless and heartless. If he wants to make a name for himself, this will be a fatal wound. Thirdly, if second uncle dies at this time, grandfather and eldest uncle will definitely feel guilty and upset for the rest of their lives. After all, second uncle didn't do anything that's obviously outrageous. Big Brother is also worried about this point. Fourthly, Big Brother had already predicted that second uncle wouldn't give up just like that. So, although it seemed that Big Brother had given second uncle a chance to repent, in fact, that wasn't the case. If second uncle were to do anything or frame Big Brother in the future, Big Brother wouldn't be able to do anything if he was caught by Big Brother. Moreover, the pain in the hearts of first uncle and grandfather would also be reduced. They had already given you a chance. Why are you so stubborn? Or, if you continue to be so stubborn, how long are you going to make trouble? At that time, it might be the time of second uncle's death. And you won't be able to attract much sympathy. Today, you killed your closest subordinate, and tomorrow, you'll harm your own nephew. What's the point of such a person living? At that time, Big Brother wouldn't be a heartless person, but would instead be a person who values friendship and righteousness. Wouldn't it be enough to prove this by sparing him time and time again and giving him a chance? When that time came, Big Brother's reputation in the clan would definitely surpass second uncle's in his prime. For someone who wanted to kill him, he still cared about their feelings and couldn't bear to do it. How could such a person not be sincerely trusted? The unity of the clan would then be formed. Chu Lu'er looked at Chu Fian and smiled quietly. She said, "Fourth uncle, you're an honest person. Let me advise you, not to think too much about this matter." Chu Fian widened his eyes. He could only hear cold sweat dripping down his body. His heart was filled with endless fear. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be a political scheme. Chu Lu'er's layers of analysis had shattered the beautiful fantasy in Chu Fian's heart. Reality was too cruel. Such cruelty made Chu Fian dumbstruck. "Fourth uncle, Big Brother, is a very good person," Chu Lu'er said, "but Big Brother is also a very scary person." Chu Fian only felt his throat dry up. He asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Lu'er said, "Big Brother is a better person than the gods and Buddhas to those he cares about. He'll do whatever it takes to make these people happy and safe. But to his enemies, he's also an extremely cruel, despicable, and unscrupulous person. He will use all the noble and despicable methods he can think of to beat the enemy to the point of no return. In Big Brother's heart, there is never a need to let go. So, as long as he starts to deal with someone, he will not stop until that person is dead, or until he himself is dead." Chu Feiyan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and said, "That makes sense." Net. Chu Lu'er frowned, looking puzzled as she said, "But fourth uncle, there's something I don't quite understand." Chu Fian closed his eyes and seemed to have guessed what she wanted to ask. He asked, "What? Why is the conflict so intense this time?" Chu Lu'er was really puzzled as she asked, "I don't understand this matter. Second uncle has been in charge of the clan for many years, and it's already become a habit. And I can tell that Big Brother isn't a person who's greedy for power, and neither is Big Uncle. If second uncle doesn't do these things, Big Brother and Big Uncle won't fight with him in the future. As for the others, fourth uncle, you're not interested in power. My father hasn't been at home for so many years, and he can't get involved. Second uncle is also an absolutely smart person. Why did he make such a strong enemy for himself?" Chu Lu'er said puzzledly, "And I heard that it started from the day Big Brother came back. It was second uncle who suggested breaking Big Brother's fingers to verify his identity. I don't understand this even more. As a younger brother, he should be very happy that his big brother's child, who has been missing for 18 years, has been found. Why did second uncle have such a reaction? And regarding the matter of seizing the purple crystals Huichun Hall, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that second uncle was behind it. Why did he do this? Fourth uncle, second uncle gives me a feeling that he won't be at ease as long as my big brother is around. I really don't understand." Chu Lu'er looked at Chu Fian. Chu Fian only felt that this pair of clear eyes were like two sharp arrows shooting at his face. For a moment, the muscles on his face actually twitched a little. I'm only guessing vaguely about this matter." Chu Fian said a little hesitantly, "I'm guessing that it might have something to do with your big brother's disappearance 18 years ago." Chu Lu'er suddenly gasped, "Fourth uncle, you're saying, Shu?" Chu Fian covered Chu Lu'er's small mouth and looked around, saying, "I'm only guessing." Chu Lu'er whimpered and struggled out of his hand, saying, "But that's your second brother. If you don't have deep suspicions, how can you suspect him like this?" Chu Fian's face turned ugly. He wasn't the only one who had such guesses about what had happened back then. Old Master Chu also had the same guesses. But everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything. Not many people knew that Chu Feiling had accompanied his wife back to her parents' home. And Chu Feilong's actions back then were far less stable than now. Most importantly, if anything happened to Chu Feiling, Chu Feilong would be the one who would benefit the most. But so what if he knew? So what if he suspected? He couldn't possibly not only lose his grandson, but also execute his son at that time, causing the entire Chu clan to fall apart, right? So there's such a reason. No wonder. Chu Lu'er muttered, "If that's the case, then, not only does second uncle intend to deal with Big Brother, but Big Brother also has the intention to deal with second uncle. This means that Big Brother already knows about this matter. Because when he just woke up, he gave second uncle a show of strength. This isn't something that uncle and nephew would do after a long separation. Chu Fian thought for a while and couldn't help but feel terrified. Chu Luer's words hit the nail on the head. Yes, this matter was very obvious. Chu Filong dealing with Chu Yang didn't seem like something that uncle and nephew would do. But Chu Yang's reaction was definitely not like that of an uncle and nephew reuniting after a long separation, but everyone was thinking that Chu Yang had no choice but to retaliate. But even if he had no choice, how could a nephew who had just returned be so ruthless to his second uncle? So many people's understanding couldn't be as clear as a little girl's. Chu Fian was extremely ashamed. If that's the case, then I'm afraid that big brother and second uncle will have to fight to the death sooner or later. Chu Luer's little face became worried. Chu Fian lowered his head sadly. He only felt as if his heart was being pressed by a huge rock. The words brothers fighting against each other flooded his heart, making him so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Fourth uncle, if big brother and second uncle really fight to the death, which side will you stand on? Chu Luer tilted her head slightly and looked at Chu Fian. There was a meaningful look on her young face. Which side will I stand on? Chu Fian was at a loss. On one side was his second brother, who had the same mother as him. On the other side was his nephew whom he admired the most and respected, the son of his big brother. Which side can I stand on? Chu Fian was dumbfounded. After a long while, he said dryly, if that really happens, I might as well die first. Even if I die, I don't want to see the scene of brothers fighting against each other. But, even if you die, that scene is unavoidable. Chu Luer's clear eyes looked at Chu Fian. She was actually a little aggressive. Then whose side will you stand on? Chu Fian asked. Me? Chu Luer smiled. In terms of benefits, second uncle once embezzled the purple crystals that he used to buy medicine for me, but big brother cured my illness. Chu Fian was stupefied. From a personal point of view, apart from my father and mother, even my two brothers kept a respectful distance from me since I was young. Second uncle has never hugged me since I was old enough to understand things, but big brother often hugged me in his arms. The way second uncle looked at me was like looking at a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled with money. But when big brother looked at me, his eyes were as warm and affectionate as my father's. It made me indulge in it and feel dependent and happy. Chu Luer turned her head and said softly, fourth uncle, guess which side I'll stand on. Chu Fian didn't need to guess, because the answer was already there. If big brother wants to go up the mountain of swords, I'll go up with him. If big brother wants to be a bandit, I'll cut down the trees and block the way for him. If big brother becomes a devil, then I'll definitely become a witch. Chu Luer smiled. This has nothing to do with gratitude, and has nothing to do with our relationship as siblings. It has nothing to do with my illness. It's because big brother is the only person other than my parents who is genuinely good to me. Fourth uncle, you're also very good to me, but you have misgivings. Big brother treats me well without any misgivings. So I also have no misgivings when I'm good to him. Chu Fian's face turned red and then white. He stood there in disappointment and was speechless for a long time. He only felt that the wind that blew past his face had a tinge of bleak autumn. It was autumn. That afternoon, Chu Yang still hadn't returned. Chu Filong finally couldn't take it anymore. He knew that Chu Yang was waiting for his news. If he didn't kill the family members of those three people, Chu Yang probably wouldn't bring his son back. Under the urging of his wife, Chu Filong drank 3 bowls of hard liquor in a row with red eyes. Then, he picked up his big knife and went out. But when he was about to kill them, Chu Failing coincidentally saw him. He saved the innocent family members of those 3 people from Chu Failong's knife. Chu Filong was almost mad with anger. Because of one sentence from Chu Failing, the whole thing became out of control. Second brother, you've already killed the 3 of them. Do you really want to kill all of them? This sentence was taught to Chu Failing by Yang Rulin. She even gave him a death order. If he didn't say it, he could forget about getting into bed with her in the future. She knew that with Chu Failing's honest and affectionate personality, he wouldn't do or say such things unless he was forced to a certain extent. When Chu Yang came back, he brought back Chu Tinghu and Chu Tingjiao. The look in everyone's eyes changed when they saw the 2 men return with bruises all over their bodies. Young master really has the ability to make law enforcement officers lower their heads. Of course, as usual, Chu Yang complained about how he threatened them with death, how he begged them, how he was willing to sacrifice himself for them, and so on. All in all, young Master Chu went through a lot of hardships and went through 18 levels of hell before he managed to save his two dear younger brothers. The Chu clansmen all scoffed at these words. This guy is addicted to taking advantage of others. Chu Yang personally sent the two brothers to Chu Feilong's courtyard. Of course, as usual, he complained about his hardships again. Before he left, he even said to Chu Feilong, second uncle, if the two younger brothers have nowhere else to go, they can continue to be shopkeepers in the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall. Let's work together to build a famous Purple Crystals Huichun Hall. Chu Feilong gritted his teeth and said, thank you for your care. Chu Yang smiled from ear to ear, second uncle, what are you talking about? We're a family. Chu Feilong's face turned black on the spot. Divine Dr. Chu returned to the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall and continued to work. Of course, the business continued to improve. Then, good news came one after another like snowflakes. Chu Yang was so happy in his heart that he almost wanted to sing a song. In the big clans, the Shao clan and Li clan had already started a war. All the businesses of the Li clan were banned in the Shao clan's territory. Friction between the two clans kept happening. It was said that there were already casualties on both sides. Gradually, the situation escalated to the point of a big fight. The seventh master of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Yunwu, led the army and gradually advanced from the southernmost part of the continent, oppressing the Li clan. At the same time, the Shi clan started to take action. The Ling clan also started to take action secretly. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall. The clans took action immediately. Except for the Yi clan and a few other clans, a storm was brewing in the entire continent. The law enforcement officers sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. This was one of the good news. The second good news was that the elixirs that Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan needed would arrive in another 3 days. This made Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan very excited. Of course, Divine Dr. Chu was even more excited. The third piece of good news was that the news that 4th Elder Chu had sent to the Bloodpayers Hall had basically all been received. Moreover, the whereabouts of the flower and the place where the poison was planted had been found. As for the other flavors, it was expected that they would recover in a short period of time. This news made Chu Yang heave a long sigh of relief. However, it was said that the flower was found by the famous Bloodpayers organization, Jinjian Hall. Although the whereabouts of the flower were known, it would take another month for the other party to send it over. Moreover, the price offered was even more outrageous. Looking at the high prices, Divine Dr. Chu felt that he was earning money too slowly. Just one flower and one medicinal herb cost 30,000 purple crystals. Divine Dr. Chu had worked so hard for such a long time, but he only managed to save a little more than 10,000 purple crystals. This made Chu Yang gnash his teeth in anger. This damned Jinjian Hall. Is this king of hell a fat pig to be slaughtered? He finally understood. In this world, even if you want to kill someone, you still need money. Such a strong poison could actually be sold at a high price of 30,000 purple crystals. This really makes me speechless. Divine Dr. Chu gnashed his teeth and scolded the black-hearted bloodpayers and the Bloodpayers Hall. At the same time, his eyes lit up and his heart moved. Being a bloodpayer seems to earn money very quickly. If I can take on 5 such missions a year, I won't have to do anything else. There was another piece of good news. The law enforcement master of the Southeast region, the head of the law enforcement organization, was on his way here. Firstly, it was because the Southeast region was in a bigger mess. Secondly, the Southeast region's Shao clan, the Northwest region's Shi clan and the Li clan were in a bigger mess here. Thirdly, it was because Sha Xinliang urged him every few days. The law enforcement master really didn't understand what had happened to his right-hand man, so he had to come over to take a look. Net 7 *. During this period of time, the Shao clan had also started to deploy troops from various big and small clans in the entire Southeast region. Waves after waves of troops were sent to the front line where the war had yet to start. Fortunately, the flat mountain ridge was located in a remote area, and it wasn't their turn yet. But the 3 big clans had already started to panic. Chu Yang was looking forward to it. After all, King of Hell Chu was still thinking about the 5th fragment of the sword. Thinking of this, the King of Hell Chu sighed again. My memory is only up to the 5th fragment. As for where the remaining 4 fragments are, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. while Divine Dr. Chu was treating patients and collecting purple crystals, he would stroll to the Blood Payers Hall to take a look at the rewards and missions there when he was free. Then, he would shake his head and return to the Purple Crystals Huichun Hall like a defeated rooster. He was speechless for a long time. The weakest reward for killing people was actually an 8th-stage martial monarch. The price wasn't low. As long as the head was brought back, the reward would be 2,000 purple crystals. Moreover, the blood payers didn't care about the handling fees and other miscellaneous things, but Minister Chu could only look at the ocean and sigh. I thought that I had found a source of income, but an 8th-stage martial monarch is really too much of a scam. Even if I recover my strength, I'll only be a 1st or 2nd-stage martial emperor. If I go, I'll only be giving food to this one-legged thief, right? If the sword spirit were to do it, of course, it wouldn't be a problem, but if I were to ask the sword spirit to do it after I've recovered my cultivation, how would that be appropriate? When would he be able to truly improve his strength? And it's only 2,000 purple crystals, so little. It turns out that to be a blood payer, one also needs to have super strong strength. Sighing was one thing, but Minister Chu still paid 100 purple crystals and took back a copy of all the rewards for blood payers. When he was free, he would take it as a science lesson. After all, the rewards were all ferocious guys. If he met them, it was one thing if he couldn't defeat them, but if he could recognize them and run away in time, it would be worth the price of the information. And if he was lucky, he might meet a half-dead guy and chop off his head to earn purple crystals. Yes, Chu Yang was really daydreaming. I've always been prepared for a rainy day. During this period of time, Chu Feilong didn't do anything. After all, he was forced too hard that day and his vitality was greatly damaged. He had to stay at home to recuperate. But Chu Yang noticed that Chu Feilong's skinny and shriveled confidant was no longer by his side. Chu Yang didn't know where he went. That person was an expert that Chu Feilong recruited from outside. It was said that he was at the peak of the martial monarch level and close to the martial saint level. Chu Yang had always been doubtful about this. What's Chu Feilong's cultivation? How could he recruit such an expert? Why? Although he knew that the other party didn't go missing to assassinate him, Chu Yang still strengthened his vigilance. If he wasn't wrong, Chu Feilong should have sent him out to ask for help, or he had to guard against him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan sent people to invite Divine Dr. Chu to the law enforcement hall with smiles on their faces. They said that they wanted to invite Divine Dr. Chu to have a meal, make a house call and check on the condition of their family members. Divine Dr. Chu understood tacitly. He said a few words, took a medicine furnace and left. When he saw Sha Xinliang and Qin Baoshan, Divine Dr. Chu naturally asked excitedly, "You're here?" "We're here." The two beamed with joy. "That's great." Divine Dr. Chu beamed with joy. Congratulations to the two brothers. Now that the medicine had arrived, the chronic illness of the two brothers could finally be completely cured. "I'm absolutely sure about this." The two beamed with joy at once. "I brought the medicine furnace." "Where's the medicine?" Chu Yang asked enthusiastically. "It's in the underground secret warehouse," Sha Xinliang laughed. "Let's go." The three of them opened the secret passage and went down in a single file. Seeing the medicinal herbs, Chu Yang couldn't help but praise. Even the sword spirit in the space of tribulation also praised. The quality of the medicinal herbs was really good in the upper 3 heavens. And they were well preserved. Not a bit of medicinal efficacy was lost. It was enough to show that they were all experts. "My two brothers, you have to protect me while I cultivate. Wait outside the door. Remember, no matter what happens, don't let anyone in." Chu Yang said solemnly, "If I'm distracted, all my previous efforts will be wasted." The two nodded solemnly. "We naturally know about this." "Then we'll have to trouble you." Chu Yang nodded and reminded them again, "This refining process will take 2 to 3 days. Brothers, don't be anxious. Just prepare some food and water for me. No matter what movements I make inside, as long as I don't open the door, don't open the door. Once the medicinal efficacy is lost, you'll be finished. Remember, remember." The two looked nervous and nodded repeatedly. Sha Xinliang went out like a gust of wind and came back with a big bag of food and 7 to 8 bags of water. Chu Yang took over these things and entered the secret chamber. With a bang, he shut the two of them outside. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Heavens, I finally have hope. If the two of them knew that they were originally very hopeful, and that all the hopelessness was caused by the enthusiastic and busy divine Dr. Chu inside, cough cough cough. After Chu Yang went in, he waved his hand and dozens of medicinal herbs on the ground entered the space. He said to the sword spirit, hurry up and refine the medicine. You know better than me what kind of medicine I need. As for the jade Ganoderma and heavenly jade mystical liquid, they were of course carefully hidden by the sword spirit. I didn't expect such a big piece. It seems that there'll still be more than half of it left after Chu Luer's illness is cured. This is really great. In the space, the sword spirit rolled his eyes. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly started to refine the medicine. One must know that Minister Chu was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that he didn't have any cultivation. It's better for him to recover his cultivation quickly. Besides, to recover his cultivation, he needed to go into seclusion. And for seclusion, he needed an absolutely safe place. And in the entire flat mountain ridge, was there any safer place than the law enforcement officer's secret warehouse? Not to mention that there were two great experts guarding outside the door. Chu Yang had long made up his mind to recover his cultivation here. He wanted to completely calm down his spirit and digest the soul of the first tribulation sword master who almost brought him to hell. He wanted to turn this soul into his own strength, and he couldn't wait to do it. While the sword spirit was busy, Chu Yang didn't stay idle. He only used an hour to make a pile of black refined medicine. These were prepared for Xianxia and Qin Baoshan. The latest chapter of the Holy Hall Chu Yang could easily solve the two's injuries and the so-called chronic illness. But Chu Yang was a little worried that Qin Baoshan could use this opportunity to advance his cultivation because of the jade clover Ganoderma. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked the sword spirit to refine a medicine that could increase his cultivation by 20 years. The sword spirit's actions were very fast. In less than 2 hours, the medicine that Chu Yang needed was already refined. Under the sword spirit's superb refining skills, this lump of medicinal liquid showed an amber-like purple color. It was so clear that it seemed to be able to reflect the stars in the sky. It was half solid and half liquid, and emitted a tempting fragrance. Xianxia and Qin Baoshan, who were waiting outside the door, couldn't help but frown when they smelled the strong fragrance of the medicine. They were overjoyed. This speed is really fast. The fragrance has spread out so quickly. Chu Yang opened his mouth and swallowed this lump of medicinal liquid without any hesitation. After only a quarter of an hour, the medicinal effect began to explode in his body. Then, it was as if he had swallowed a burning furnace. His entire body turned red with a whoosh, close to a purplish black. Countless beads of sweat emerged from his head and body. In his meridians, the power of the tribulation sword was activated at the same time. In his meridians, the cultivation that had been cut off began to roll and shake. It moved slowly along the original route, gradually moving faster and faster. In the end, it started to gallop like a wild horse. The power of the tribulation sword in his meridians turned around and joined this mighty torrent. In his dantian, his origin energy surged. When the torrent passed through his dantian again, he joined in without hesitation. The three parties joined forces, and circulated a cycle in Chu Yang's meridians at lightning speed. Then, they suddenly changed their course, and pushed Chu Yang's cultivation to the first grade of Emperor level at an earth-shattering speed. It seemed as if the barrier between the first grade of Emperor level and the King level didn't exist at all. Then, it continued to increase, and gradually reached the peak of first grade Emperor level. Then, it didn't stop at all, and crashed into the meridian barrier between first and second grade with a loud bang. With just one collision, a hole was opened in the barrier. Then, with a thought from Chu Yang, the torrent-like energy flow rampaged through the barrier. Net-net, it condensed and condensed in the meridians, and when all the energy surged in, it also condensed and took shape. It actually took the shape of a sword. Sword Emperor. Chu Yang's body suddenly emitted a sharp sword aura. The secret chamber was filled with sword aura. The sword-like energy flow was activated again. The sword tip of the calamity sword whistled happily and occupied the position of the sword tip. The sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard all returned to their positions at the same time. The long sword in the meridian slowly turned transparent black. Only the tip of the sword emitted a silver light. In the calamity space, the sword spirit looked at all of this quietly and sighed. It's really different from the previous 8 masters of the calamity sword. This should be the highest form of the calamity sword, everywhere. The sword in the meridians trembled slightly, and then began to move slowly, faster and faster. In the end, it actually turned into a shadow. It seemed to be the same as before, but it was fundamentally different. The long sword moved through the meridians at an astonishing speed. Every time it made a round, it grew a little bigger. After 10 rounds, the sword tip took the initiative to change its direction again, and rushed to another meridian barrier. Boom! Xianxia clearly heard the sound of a mountain collapsing at this moment, and the world collapsing at this moment. His whole body trembled, and blood spurted out of his 7 apertures at the same time. However, after that, it was completely comfortable, completely unobstructed. 3rd grade Sword Emperor. Before he had time to be surprised, there was another silent explosion in his head. Xianxia spurted out blood again. Then, waves of unfamiliar information and data flowed into his mind quickly and clearly like a clear stream, entering his heart. Those were the complete memories of the first master of the calamity sword. Xianxia was stiff on the ground like a dead person, but his brain was absorbing these precious memories hungrily. Inside, there was a legend that dominated the heavens. Every detail was recorded. All the wonderful techniques that he had never seen or heard of before swarmed into Xianxia's mind at this moment, and were gradually organized and categorized. What Xianxia was most interested in was that there was a technique called Thousand Phantom Technique. Not only could it change his appearance and figure at will, but it could also perfectly conceal the fluctuations of his aura. If you want others to know what cultivation level you are at, the Thousand Phantom Technique will display a certain level of qi activity according to your wishes. This kind of technique made Xianxia very interested. The sword energy in the meridians was still moving violently. Xianxia had already lost his consciousness, and could only accept it passively. His only obsession now was to charge, break through the barrier. Improve his strength. If he was still conscious and could look inside himself, he would find that his meridians were slowly swelling and widening, with strong flexibility. The power of the golden blood root that he had eaten in Beyond the Heavens sect was fully developed at this moment. As his meridians widened, the shape of the sword gradually became stronger and stronger, and its speed became faster and faster. It became more and more urgent. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and commanded the sword energy in his meridians with his mind. He roared in his heart, break. Finally, the sword hit the meridian's barrier again. Boom! Xianxia's body suddenly shook again, and blood spurted out of his 7 orifices again. All the pores on his body also spurted out fine blood like a drizzle. It did not break open. The sword in his meridians retreated. It followed the previous path again, and after another 10 circulations, it hit the barrier again without hesitation. Again. Xianxia suddenly closed his eyes. Boom! The barrier did not move, and it was as firm as a rock. Xianxia's body trembled violently on the ground, and his whole body bounced up 3 feet from the ground, and fell down again. There was already a pool of blood below him. The sword retreated, and it went on the original path again and again. It did not stop at the 10th time. After 300 circulations, Xianxia once again launched an attack. If he broke through, he would be a 4th stage sword sovereign. 3rd stage and 4th stage were 2 completely different realms. He attacked again. The absolutely brutal attack caused Xianxia's meridians to crack a little, but the barrier still did not move at all. The power of the elixirs in his body automatically repaired his meridians, and then the sword energy began to move again. The 5th time, the 7th time, the 9th time, the sword spirit opened his eyes wide, and his face was full of disbelief. This experience was definitely better than the torture of death by 1,000 cuts. Even an expert would give up and wait for the next opportunity if he could not break through once. But Xianxia endured this pain again, and he attacked 15 times in a row. The sword spirit followed the tribulation sword and went through 8 tribulation sword masters, but he had never seen any tribulation sword master with such ruthlessness and tenacity. Xianxia was ruthless to his enemies, but he was even more ruthless to himself. On the 18th time, a crack finally appeared on the strong meridian barrier. It split radially in all directions. The 10th time, Xianxia roared in his heart, and he controlled the sword energy to hit it fiercely. Boom! He suddenly understood. The energy sword rushed in with a whoosh, sweeping away the original obscurity and becoming bright. Gradually, the entire passage was opened up. Then, the energy continued to roar and circulate for 10 cycles before it finally stopped and stabilized in the Dantian. Fourth stage Sword Sovereign, primary stage. The moment Chu Yang broke through, he fainted, and lay on the ground silently. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang fainting on the ground, and couldn't help but ask himself a question: if Chu Yang didn't faint, would he continue to attack the fifth stage? After thinking for a long time, there was no answer. This was a complete lunatic. 2 days of time quietly flowed by. There was no movement in the secret chamber. Xia Xinliang and Qin Baoshan were like ants on a hot pan. But when they thought of Chu Yang's instructions, they didn't dare to go in and take a look. What's going on? I'm so anxious. In these 2 days, the outside world was also restless. There seemed to be many outsiders entering the flat mountain ridge, and they disappeared after entering, just like water droplets melting into the sea. In a tea house, in a quiet room, Chu Feilong was tasting tea quietly, as if he was waiting for something. From time to time, he raised his head and looked at the door. In his eyes, there was an unconcealable desire, and a trace of nervousness. With a whoosh, a figure stood at the door. It was Chu Feilong's skinny and shriveled monarch guard. Chu Feilong, the 13th master has come personally. The skinny and shriveled guard actually called out Chu Feilong's name for the first time. This didn't seem like a guard talking to his master, but more like a master talking to his subordinate. Chu Feilong didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he stood up in surprise. The 13th master has come personally? This is really... Let me go out and welcome him. No need. A gloomy voice sounded. As if it appeared out of thin air, 5 more people appeared at the door silently. The first person was a man who seemed to be in his 30s. His face was fair and clean, and he could even be said to be handsome. Only his eyes were gloomy and cold, which destroyed his temperament. His eyes seemed to be flickering with ghostly fire all the time. Yi Wubua, he was the 13th master of the Yi clan, which was ranked first in the heavens. People called him 13ki. If Chu Feiling was here, he would definitely understand the reason for his misfortune and the assassination attempts of the Yi clan's martial emperors in the 3 heavens. The source was here. End of chapter 805. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.